Qiao Xi undertook a mission from the temporal administration, entering a tragic narrative to rectify its plotline, assuming the role of a struggling artist bound to a truth system. Thus, a seemingly straightforward tale of woe transformed dramatically. During a live variety show, when questioned about her work ethic, the guests responded. Guest 1, I think of the hardworking farmers. Guest 2, my grandmother was a farmer, I miss her dearly. Qiao Xi, it's for the money. 20,000 per episode, will you do it? As long as we can endure, we shall toil relentlessly. Chapter 1. Rather than compromising oneself, it is better to compel others to their limits. Goodness, your Adam's apple is quite alluring, Qiao Xi remarked, seated on a man's lap. Before her was an exquisitely handsome face, his dark pupils devoid of emotion, fixed on her. In the next moment, Qiao Xi found herself airborne. Hey, take it easy. Thud. She landed in the grass outside. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your first truth task. I am the truth system. Qiao 6, you have gained 50 shock points for your first task. Would you like to claim your beginner's gift package? Qiao Xi spat out the grass in her mouth. Claim it. She took a hearty swig from a nearby bottle of water. Goodness, those bodyguards truly are ruthless. The beginner's gift package has been distributed. Items obtained. Marriage certificate X1, registered to Qiao Xi and Yu Nian. Splutter. Water sprayed into the air. What on earth did she just receive? She cast a shocked glance at the RV behind her. That was Yu Nian's lounge, and Yu Nian was the very man she had flirted with, a contemporary superstar and former child star, a top performer in the Temple Management Bureau. Qiao Xi had entered this novel titled Mr. Li, please cease your torment. My wife is quite exhausted, becoming the faux heiress Qiao Xi, a close friend of the female protagonist. Presently, she was participating in the first live broadcast of Celebrity Transformation, in the show. 12 artists were to swap lives with villagers essentially. Celebrities would experience farming and animal husbandry, while villagers would appear on screen in their stead. The announcement sparked curiosity among viewers for Qiao Xi. This was a fortuitous turn of events. After all, she had once been a farmer herself, having spent 3 years in postpartum care for sows, her skills so refined that even the village head would pause to commend her. Yet, she was now burdened with this utterly useless system. Qiao 6. Host, I can hear you. Qiao Xi smiled faintly. What's the point of speaking ill behind their backs, right, old 6? My name is Qiao 6. All right, old 6. Qiao 6. Having heard of Qiao Xi's reputation while at the Temple Management Bureau, all systems both feared and adored her. Hence, it was Qiao 6 who most desperately wished to escape. Qiao 6 regained composure. Host, I have my functions. Each time you are compelled to speak the truth, I will collect the shock points from those around you to level up. Each level yields a grand gift package. For instance, you just earned 50 shock points from Yu Nian, you're only 30 points away from level 1. The gift package is impressive, I promise. It desperately attempted to entice her. However, Qiao Xi let out a cold laugh. How impressive could it be? What's next? A marriage certificate in one hand and a gift of Yu Nian's first night in the other. Qiao 6. That's not entirely out of the question. Qiao Xi stroked her chin. Qiao 6. Guests. The broadcast has begun. The assistant shouted, rescuing Qiao 6 from its moment of existential crisis. Qiao Xi turned, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and made her way toward the gathering of guests. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After all, her life motto was, live as long as possible, and if not, then perish together. The guests congregated. As the camera focused on Qiao Xi, the comments exploded. What the heck? Qiao Xi is really here. How unfortunate. Retreat. Retreat. It's precisely because Qiao Xi is here that it's entertaining. Didn't she always market herself as a wealthy heiress? Now, she's just a fake. I specifically came here to laugh. Haha, I won't say anything more. I'm ready to capture her dramatics in a gif. Let us congratulate the queen of bad films, Qiao Xi, on acquiring another title. The true opportunist. Fake heiress. She must have known her identity all along, deliberately fishing for men in the entertainment industry. As Qiao Xi stepped before the camera, she immediately sensed the disdainful gazes surrounding her. To her left was her rival, the second-tier actress Olan, with whom she had recently had a public spat. To her right was her contractual partner from 2 years ago, Zhou Ninghuan, who had just emerged from the director's bed the previous night and was now vying for the spotlight with another guest. While everyone wore smiles, the tension beneath the surface was palpable, each side's team preparing for a showdown. Now, I declare the show, Celebrity Transformation, officially begun. The female director, Jean Minmin, stepped forward. Olan approached, her recently enhanced double eyelids looking rather natural, her face glowing with youthful vitality. With a giggle, Olan covered her mouth and laughed. Who said we don't get along? Don't listen to those marketing accounts. Hey, Qiao Xi, they say we're rivals, isn't that hilarious? Olan glanced at Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi remained stoic. Not even a hint of a smile graced her lips. Olan's expression shifted slightly. Qiao Xi grew anxious. Host, you must perform a bit. We can't break character. You may choose to remain silent, but don't look so terrifying. Why fear? A narrative is bound to unravel eventually, whether sooner or later, Qiao Xi calmly replied. A famous literary figure, M. Ard Lu Sun, once said, rather than compromising oneself, it is better to compel others to their limits. Qiao Xi, huh? Who said that? Don't take advantage of my lack of education. In the next moment, Qiao Xi stepped closer to Olan. Qiao Xi instantly sensed impending doom. Olan, however, felt a wave of relief. She had feared Qiao Xi had lost her mind and might refuse to cooperate, but it seemed she was still somewhat lucid. Meanwhile, Olan's manager commanded, no matter what Qiao Xi says, immediately twist her words to send her trending today and boost Olan's popularity. Understood. The team promptly prepared. The camera turned to Qiao Xi. Olan maintained her smile. The camera zoomed in on the team, Qiao Xi, because without the agency facilitating connections, she wouldn't have so easily entangled herself with the CEO of Tianhua Entertainment, successfully securing this opportunity. Olan's expression froze, her head snapping around. What did she just say? A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Qiao Xi pressed on, seizing the moment before they could react. Furthermore, thanks to Maida Hospital for performing her 5th membrane repair surgery, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to maximize that night's potential. And lastly, thanks to the chairwoman of Tianhua Entertainment for picking up her son from school on Thursday afternoon, which created the perfect opportunity for this couple to meet. Congratulations, congratulations. Qiao Xi turned, applauding near Olan's ear. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 2. She flashed a broad grin, and Hishan smiled in response. Moments later, the scene erupted. Have you lost your mind, Qiao Xi? Olan screamed in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Qiao Xi lazily leaned against a tree, saying, if you're not mad, how could I possibly be? Xiao Lu shouted. I was merely compelling you to speak the truth. You've revealed far too much. It's over, completely over. This plot is utterly finished. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Am I witnessing a milestone in variety show history? What on earth is she rambling about? Everyone, this is quite clear. Look at the reactions of others. It seems there's a scoop. Haha, so this can be considered a revelation? Have they all lost their minds? 666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666. Simultaneously, the astonishing value that was rapidly refreshing also transformed Xiao Lu's worldview. Shock value 100. Shock value 200.
Ding.
System has leveled up to level 2.
Ding.
System has leveled up to level 3.
Ding.
System has leveled up to level 10. The sound of equipment being released continued to echo. Host has acquired nationwide dialect proficiency. Host has obtained 1 widening pill. Host has obtained 1 strength pill. Host has gained 10 beauty points. Host has received a toolkit. Xiao Lu, it took this host merely 10 minutes to reach level 10? There are only 100 levels in total. The director rushed forward. We sincerely apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, we failed to manage the conflicts among the guests adequately. They are currently in a heated exchange. Jin Dao's remark left me questioning what sort of emotions I could harbor. Qiao, she shook her head. If Yi Huai can refuse your advances without a hint of emotion, what right do I have to feel anything?
Vin Zhao Shao Tet, Qiao Xi.
If you continue this madness, I will be forced to cut your broadcast. Several staff members surged forward to apprehend Qiao Xi. Swiftly, she leaped up into the tree. Her mouth never ceased its chatter. Oh, you dare to act but not speak? You, who every night plays the role of selecting a consort, have more peculiar habits than the few strands of hair atop your head, and your dark circles are nearly down to your groin. Perhaps you should consider abstaining, little Jean. Jean Minmin's inverted triangular eyes nearly transformed into a perfect triangle as she bellowed, "Get her down."
Now.
The entire scene descended into chaos. Qiao, she continued to chatter. Whoever attempted to seize her would face her wrath. Even the vice director's family cat, having birthed 5 kittens this year, was implicated as being fathered by the director's tomcat. Ultimately, no one dared approach her again, and Qiao Xi gracefully slid down from the tree, adorned with a freshly woven crown of leaves. Flashing a broad grin at the director's team. The entire director team, this is madness. Jin Dao struggled to maintain order. This batch of artists is truly mischievous. They delight in playing pranks on the director's team. Now, let us proceed to the next segment. Regardless of the situation, they aim to gloss over the incident and settle accounts with her afterward. Goodness, I calculated. She revealed a total of 18 artists, including all the guests present. Qiao Xi, your life is about to become quite difficult. The discourse begins with a disapproving remark regarding a woman's slanderous rumors. The previous incident during a variety show, where she inadvertently revealed her fish-keeping endeavors, remains fresh in the public's memory. Director Jean swiftly allocated tasks, instructing the team to follow a simplified map to their designated work areas. The assistant director tossed a tattered map to Qiao Xi, declaring her the leader. It was evident that once she spoke, the editing would naturally highlight her. However, Qiao Xi merely glanced at the map, acknowledged it, and promptly folded it, tucking it into the elastic band of her trousers, securing it with a snap. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this woman a celebrity? The brief glimpse revealed her wearing elderly thermal underwear, notably in red. Director Jean chuckled quietly, unperturbed. Time was on his side. He doubted Qiao Xi could maintain her facade under intense scrutiny, allowing her to play her part for now. The captains were instructed to draw lots to select their team members, with each captain leading 3 participants in a task that would determine the opulence of their evening meal. A jar was presented to Qiao Xi. After a shake, 3 slips emerged: Zhoninghuan, Yi Sisi, and Yusinian. She was familiar with Zhoninghuan, the former contractual boyfriend of the original character, who presented a duality of charm and cunning. Upon their separation, his team had strategically released a public relations piece insinuating infidelity, further tarnishing the already notorious reputation of Qiao Xi and culminating in a scandalous fallout. The latter 2 names belonged to the protagonist and her task counterpart in the narrative. Qiao Xi was quite pleased with this arrangement. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Niange is here." Several staff members clustered around a figure, an umbrella shielding most of the young man's features. He moved with a languid grace, and even the curve of his exposed chin revealed a hint of alluring crimson lips. His pallor exuding a touch of sickly white, captivatingly provocative under the glaring sunlight. The villain, as described by the author with great detail, indeed wielded beauty as a weapon. "Teacher Yu, please have some water." A staff member deliberately bumped into him, causing the umbrella to flip open, dousing Yusinian with bottled water, droplets scattering in every direction. Instantly, his enchanting eyes, glistening with youthful exuberance, came into view, and his shirt clung to him, hinting at the contours of his chest. Gasps echoed through the crowd. "Oh my goodness! I'm losing my mind!" Screams, twists and turns. "Yuzai, my darling! This is what peak dramatic tension feels like. The face and the realm." Did that staff member do this on purpose? Did they just pour water on him? So unprofessional. It's not like they tripped him. How could they let it slip and hit him? Director Jean scolded. "What have you done? Apologize to Teacher Yu at once." A glint in his eyes suggested that this accidental splash had been premeditated. A variety show must include some captivating moments, and with the esteemed Yusinian in attendance, it is only fitting to fully utilize his presence to enhance the show's appeal. "I sincerely apologize, Teacher Yu. It was not my intention." The staff recalled Director Jin's instructions. If one appeared sufficiently pitiable, Yusinian would undoubtedly refrain from causing a scene. After all, he is a celebrity, and every action he takes is scrutinized. While an ordinary person may express anger and engage in disputes, such behavior from him would be deemed unprofessional. "I was careless." The staff knelt to polish his shoes, genuinely contrite. "It's quite all right," a voice as warm as a spring breeze replied. The staff smirked. Their strategy had indeed borne fruit. In the next moment, icy water cascaded down from above. The staff exclaimed, "What?" With that, he tossed aside the water bottle, which struck Director Jean squarely in the face. Chapter 3. I am timid. I fear confrontation. In the next instant, Yusinian implored, "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. I was merely careless." This series of actions was laced with an air of sardonic charm. Everyone present was left speechless. Director Jean muttered, "What arrogance! What pretentiousness in the entertainment industry! So eager to flaunt your newly acquired vocabulary, are you? Can't you see that the staff is intentionally provoking you? Indeed, we are all novices in this endeavor. Why should we endure?" Silence enveloped the room. Yusinian, using an alcohol swab to cleanse his hands after handling the water bottle, turned and gently inquired, "Who is my captain? May we commence our tasks now? Just a reminder, please refrain from suggesting that I am being difficult. I am quite timid, and such notions frighten me." Everyone present exchanged glances. Qiao Xi remarked to Xiao Lu, is this individual truly my task subject? My objective is to make him fall in love with the female lead, only for her to torment him to the brink of despair, ultimately leading to his downfall? Does he even seem capable of love? It would be a miracle if he didn't resort to violence. Xiao Lu, feeling apprehensive, could only shower her with flattery. I understand it is a daunting task. That is precisely why we need your brilliant leadership. The system has matched the optimal data. Rest assured, you can succeed. Qiao Xi scoffed, I'm leaving. Whoever desires this task may take it on. But this is a high-stakes mission. Success will reward you with 30,000 points. You could become the director of the Temporal Management Bureau. Why didn't you mention this sooner, Lu?
Sigh.
It's merely about correcting a love line. I shall ensure he ends up in the female lead's embrace, or I, Qiao Xi, shall consider it a grave dereliction of duty. Qiao Xi's movements caught Yu Xinyan's attention. His striking black eyes turned toward her. And upon noticing the map tucked into her waistband, he narrowed his gaze. He had not forgotten how she had perched upon his lap earlier, speaking so boldly. At this juncture, Director Jean covered his face and hastily declared, the drawing of lots is complete. All teams, proceed immediately. The teams gathered together and set off.
Yes, sir.
Embodying the essence of a tormented female lead, approached Qiao Xi and whispered, Captain, shall we proceed forward? Certainly not. Qiao Xi smiled. Embodying the principle of mutual assistance within our team. So, Yu Xinyan, you should carry her. Yi Cixi exclaimed, what? Master, the romantic tension cannot be so forced. You must allow for subtle physical interactions. Furthermore, in this manner, the antagonist will not comply. Indeed, Yu Xinyan smirked, casting a sidelong glance. So one can carry someone, huh? Captain, I can hardly move on my own. How about? He took a step forward, his dark eyes captivating beneath his prominent brow. Captain, a hug for me? The crowd gasped, what is this unprecedented scene? The entertainment industry is truly revealing itself. Oh dear, Nian Nian, even if you are unhappy, do not resort to such self-destructive behavior. It seems Qiao Xi is desperately trying to attract Nian Nian's attention. Rest assured. Do you not understand Yu Xinyan's temperament? Did you not notice just now? He is certainly planning something for Qiao Xi. Their gazes locked. Yu Xinyan lowered his eyes to the woman's light brown irises, even blinking his glass-like eyes, waiting with a hint of mischief for her reaction. The next moment, she looked up, her expression devoid of desire or expectation. Her left eye twitched with misfortune, while her right eye twitched with calamity. You first sensed misfortune, then calamity. By calculation, a significant event is destined to unfold today. Yu Xinyan paused, while everyone nearby gasped in astonishment. Zhou Ninghuan was taken aback. Has she lost her mind? That's Yu Xinyan. If Nian were to stand before him and wink, he would be tempted to offer himself to Yu Xinyan tonight. Qiao Xi was utterly ungrateful. However, do not be disheartened. Qiao Xi quickly consoled Yu Xinyan. After all, one must face death eventually, whether today or tomorrow. You all wait for me here. I will go borrow a vehicle. Will you wait here while I fetch an orange? Contemporary netizens understand the essence of the back shadow. Qiao Xi walked toward a neighboring villager's house, her mind already formulating a new plan. Cannot be too direct? Very well, subtlety is also her forte. Master. Do not act recklessly. Xiao 6 cautioned. When have I ever acted recklessly? You can trust me to handle matters. Xiao 6 replied, who can trust you to handle matters? In front of the surveillance screen, Director Jean sneered, borrow a vehicle in this village? Utterly foolish. Truly, the inexperienced are fearless. The producer beside him, smoking a cigarette with his feet propped on the table, remarked, this village is notoriously insular, let alone borrowing a vehicle. Even borrowing a hare would require a sesame credit score. Let her embarrass herself. It will serve her right. On the road, Yi Cixi paced anxiously. Can we really borrow one? The locals here seemed a bit intimidating. Yu Xinyan found a large tree to lean against for shade. His collarbones subtly visible beneath his white shirt, his physique slender, yet not frail, his movements casually revealing hints of muscular definition. This scene made Zhou Ninghuan drool. How amusing. Huan's discerning eyes see too much. Qiao Xi, the drama queen, is at it again. Let her show off if she wishes. Borrowing a vehicle? Let her try. If I am not mistaken, we are in Xi Village, a designated cultural heritage protection area, where the inhabitants are isolated and detest disturbances.
Ah.
The dramatic sister may believe that by merely flaunting herself and adopting her usual antics within the circle, she can succeed. Your words are rather harsh. I see that Qiao Xi has done nothing deserving of such comments. A bystander expresses their newfound admiration for Qiao Xi, declaring that they will support her from this day forward, as she possesses no dark history. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi knocks on the door. A dark-faced individual peeks out, full of suspicion, and immediately utters a phrase in a local dialect. Director Jean remarks that he has seen this villager before. His name is De Zhuang, and he was the one who blocked the road on the very first day of their arrival in the village. What luck for Qiao Xi to encounter such a tough nut right away. Suddenly, the conversation halts. Director Jean straightens up, leaning closer to the monitor. Even the producer is drawn in, leaning forward. What is she doing? The producer wonders if they are engaged in conversation. It seems so. Director Jean frowns, questioning what is being said. It does not appear to be Mandarin. On the screen, the slender figure gestures with her hands. Qiao Xi, villager. Qiao Xi, villager. The two conclude. Director Jean. Producer. Director Jin's eyes widen in astonishment, stuttering. What are they doing? Are they shaking hands? No, can she understand? Not only can she comprehend, but it seems she can also speak. Director Jean is taken aback. Get the translator here immediately. Chapter 4. Even on the verge, can love's spark not ignite? When the translator arrives, they meticulously relay the dialogue between the two. Director Jean is left dizzy, unable to grasp the situation. The translator explains, the villager just said that if there is anything needed, he can be called and he will assist. What was the villager pointing at Yusi Nian for? Director Jean, still skeptical, presses on. The translator continues, the villager remarked that the young man is so handsome. Is he Qiao Xi's husband? Qiao Xi denies it. At least she possesses self-awareness. Director Jean. Producer. Qiao Xi had emerged riding an electric tricycle, her right hand carrying a basket filled with dark pastries. She complimented Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, I must say, this strength-enhancing pill of yours is quite effective. Earlier, when she struggled to lift the pastries gifted by the villagers, she had resorted to using the strength-enhancing pill. The pill indicated that she would possess 10 times her usual strength for 1 hour. Additionally, the system had bestowed other intriguing items, which Qiao Xi planned to explore leisurely that evening. I am astonished. Is she truly that remarkable? Was she merely hiding her talents before? She is not speaking nonsense. I am from the village, and wish to enlighten everyone that this is our Shijia dialect. It is also one of the least spoken dialects in the country. Currently, this village is the only one still using it. Thus, Qiao Xi truly knows it? 666666. I am only concerned whether Zhou Ninghuan will kneel and call her father later. Haha. This indeed is quite impressive. This dialect is challenging to learn. Without 5 or 6 years of dedication, it is nearly impossible to master. Director Jean observes the barrage of comments, gritting her teeth. She has yet to recover from her shock. In order to facilitate the filming here, she had constructed an entire road for the village and distributed funds to each household, yet they remained decidedly reluctant. Ultimately, it was only after engaging a lawyer to sign a plethora of agreements that they begrudgingly consented. Why, then, does it seem that every path leads to Rome for Qiao Xi? Were it not for her extensive communication with the stern villager over the past 6 months, she might have suspected that these were merely extras she had invited. Observing Director Jean's grim demeanor, the producer offered reassurance. This is merely the beginning. Encountering unexpected circumstances is entirely normal and surely coincidental. If she were truly as capable as suggested, she wouldn't be in her current predicament. Director Jean conceded the point, as they were soon to assist in the birthing of a piglet. Among these pampered young masters and ladies, it would be amusing to see who could maintain their composure. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi arrived in her electric tricycle, exuding confidence as she tossed her head and climbed aboard. Zhou Ninghuan was about to step back when a foot suddenly obstructed his path. Frowning, he looked at Qiao Xi in confusion. Wearing a straw hat, she moved, causing the straw to sway, and insisted, "You, sit beside me. Here it comes." I said she couldn't conceal her true nature for long. Now that she finds it difficult to approach Nian Nian, she has begun targeting Zhou Ninghuan. What a relief, as long as it's not Nian Nian. Does no one find Qiao Xi somewhat amusing? She has been wearing that straw hat for half an hour. Does she truly adore it, unwilling to part with it? I worry Nian Nian won't sit in the car. His cleanliness obsession is quite severe. Indeed. The doctor has issued a report indicating that it's a psychological issue stemming from obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Zhou Ninghuan is truly unfortunate to be noticed by Qiao Xi. Zhou Ninghuan smirked, clearly sharing the sentiments of the online commentators. He was eager to stir the pot, so he did not refuse and took the passenger seat, deliberately leaning closer to Qiao Xi. Move over a bit. Qiao Xi wrinkled her nose and asked, what is that smell? So strong? Zhou Ninghuan's face flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? Qiao Xi replied, oh, I forgot. Have you not cured your halitosis? Is Helicobacter pylori that clingy? Zhou Ninghuan. The comments section erupted. Yi Cixi was taken aback, urgently attempting to redirect the conversation. She blurted out, by the way, Huaige, didn't you say the captain could lend the car? You were going to call her dad? As soon as those words left her mouth, two faces simultaneously turned towards her. Yi Cixi, realizing the gravity of her blunder, turned pale. Qiao Xi burst into laughter. The quintessential trait of the female lead in the story is her utter lack of emotional intelligence, often allowing her words to fly ahead of her thoughts, resulting in frequent reprimands from her manager. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, Yi Cixi stammered. Huaizai, Qiao Xi affectionately called out. Everyone? Qiao Xi remarked with a hint of mock concern, such filial piety. Next time, you mustn't keep secrets from your father. Zhou Ninghuan nearly exploded with exasperation. It was only when the director's team reminded them that time was short that they all boarded the vehicle. However, Yu Nian remained stationary, casting a glance at the stains on the car. I'll walk, he declared, his long legs striding past the group. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed in the air. Yu Nian halted in his tracks. Turning her head, she saw Qiao Xi tearing off the metal panel from the back seat of the car, twisting it effortlessly until fragments danced away in the wind. Yu Nian thought, am I losing my mind or is she? She really did it. Just like that. She tore it off. I know. It must be made of chocolate. The production team is truly going to great lengths for the sake of publicity. The witch from a fairy tale. Suddenly, she has a face. Xiao Six screamed in a frenzy. Master, you're ruining the plot. How can the antagonist trust you like this? How will you facilitate anything? I beg you, be a little gentler. Qiao Xi frowned. Got it, this is so annoying. Then, Yu Nian watched as the woman, having reduced the car to mere shambles, suddenly looked up and smiled at him. Following that, as if she had just swallowed 100 candies, she spoke in a high-pitched voice. We are teammates, of course we go together. Nian Nian, get in the car. The crowd exclaimed.
Nian.
Nian go. Why don't you just come up? Zhou Ninghuan also gulped. Yes, come aboard. Yu Nian stood silently for a moment before climbing in. Staying out would only exacerbate his obsessive cleanliness, possibly resulting in injury. But remaining outside could mean death. The choice was not difficult. Are you ready? Qiao Xi gently placed her hand on the handle, her smile growing increasingly wild. Let's get moving. The rural romance between the protagonist and the antagonist was hers to protect. With a sudden press of the brakes, who knew their lips might just meet? At the very least, they could brush against each other, right? With such close proximity, how could love not spark? Impossible. In an instant, the tricycles sped downhill.
Wow.
The others exclaimed. Zhou Ninghuan showcased his profile to the camera, exclaiming how fresh the mountain air was. Yi Cixi smiled brightly. Having a car is so much more comfortable than walking. Yu Nian looked at Qiao Xi. What do you have in your hand? Qiao Xi replied. The wind is so strong. Refreshing.
What?
What else in my hand? It's freedom. What else could it be? Her movement suddenly halted as she slowly raised her hand. A metallic object gleamed under the sunlight. Zhou Ninghuan's hair stood on end. He pointed at the curved metal piece in Qiao Xi's hand. Doesn't it look a bit like a brake? Yi Cixi gasped. This really does look like a brake. Realizing this, the tricycle raced downhill with the speed of the wind. The next moment, screams erupted. This is the brake. What do we do? We can't stop. Are we jumping from the car? We're going to die. Amen. Oh God. Please. Any deity, grant me your protection. Woo-woo. Chapter 5. The man's rear is perky, quite suitable for bearing children. The directing team shouted. Help. 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 The comments flooded in. It's over. It's over. The vehicle lost control, crashing directly into a rock. Qiao Xi was the first to be thrown out, leaping down to grab hold of the tricycle. However, Yu Nian, sitting at the edge, attempted to hover without touching the railing, only to be propelled into the air by inertia. Nian, teacher Yu. In a swift motion, Qiao Xi lunged forward, catching the descending man in her arms. The scene froze. The man's complexion was as pale as snow, and he gasped softly in the woman's embrace. Qiao Xi stood with a firm stance, her hands steady, her gaze tender as she looked down. It was a flawless princess carry. The onlookers were left breathless. Qiao Xi glanced around, preparing to say something to ease the tension. Detected that the host is about to lie. Little Six has corrected you. Qiao Xi remarked, you look a bit weak, but your posterior is quite perky. The crowd gasped. Qiao Xi, your posture is commendable. The man's rear was elevated, promising vitality. The crowd was astonished. Qiao Xi, your waist is quite nice. I know this is called a stud dog waist, a staple in novels. It leads to a night of passion and 3 days unable to rise from bed. The crowd was in shock. The barrage of comments exploded. Little Six. Qiao Xi exclaimed, goodness, when the system shouldn't be active, you show no hesitation. You see Nian's face darkened, and he managed to grit out, let me go. Qiao Xi immediately complied, releasing her hold. The man tumbled to the ground with a thud, creating a shallow pit in the dirt. You see Nian was taken to the town clinic for a tetanus shot. The comments continued to flow. Qiao Xi's Princess Carrie, explosive. The man's rear was elevated, promising vitality, explosive. Qiao Xi spilled the tea on Olan, explosive. Had Qiao Xi been cursed? Just how perky was Yu Si Nian's backside? Fans who had missed the live broadcast were infuriated, voicing their thoughts in the group chat. What is going on? Nian Princess carried Qiao Xi. I refuse to accept this. Sister, go see for yourself. The situation is complex. And my mind is a bit muddled right now. All my thoughts boil down to a single exclamation. I'm willing to pay handsomely for a pair of fresh eyes that Haven T witnessed this. This Princess Carrie is quite explosive even in the romance genre. I only know that if this isn't scripted, the entertainment industry is about to witness a grand upheaval. I love a good spectacle. So just how perky is it? In 3 minutes, I want all the measurements of this man. At Tianhua Entertainment, a hand slammed onto the table. Haven't contacted Qiao Xi yet. Manager Zhu Feng stood nearby, adjusting his black glasses, his fashion-forward attire trembling. Across from him sat Du Yang, the president of Tianhua Entertainment. Upon witnessing Qiao Xi's revelations about him and Olan during the live stream, he nearly spewed blood in shock. Terminate the contract. Prepare to terminate it immediately. I dare anyone to stop me. A fierce voice boomed from outside. Zhu Feng and Du Yang were taken aback, turning to see who it was. The sound of high heels striking the ground was crisp. The glass door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a suit, who removed her sunglasses to reveal a well-maintained visage. Zhu Feng felt his legs weaken. Madam Boss. You needn't call me that, Zhen Yanlan replied with a cold smile, tossing a divorce agreement onto the table. It landed before Du Yang with a sharp thud. Because starting today, I am no longer your wife.
Du Yang Huririsop, dear.
Let me explain. I have nothing with Olan. I have already contacted the lawyer. Zhen Yanlan remarked with a sidelong glance. Men are prone to infidelity. Much like dogs are drawn to filth. Diang, do you believe dogs can change their nature? Du Yang's expression darkened. If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Don't harbor regrets. He exclaimed incredulously. What is there to regret after 7 days of unkempt hair, strewn socks, and a beer belly? Zhen Yanlan, undeterred by Du Yang's widened eyes, gestured towards the documents on the table. Let us sign the contract at once. Failure to do so will result in a court appearance. Furthermore, she continued, her gaze shifting to the live streaming screen where Qiao Xi was resting with her eyes closed, that girl. Consider the contract and resources elevated to the highest tier as my token of gratitude. Ah, Qiao.
Qiao Xi sneezed.
Oh, Xiaolu, we are quite familiar now. Yet you still think of me in secret?
She teased.
Xiao Lu replied, I have no desire to live, yet I fear death. In their system, it has always been the system that harasses the host, while the host grows weary of the system's incessant chatter. Never had it encountered a host so loquacious. For an entire hour, it had endured the host's incessant monologue and was on the verge of exasperation. Ding ding, ding ding. The phone alarm suddenly blared. Just in time, Qiao Xi sprang to her feet. Time for the strength-enhancing pills to be dispensed. Next door, Lu Huai and Shengzi's task is to clean the chicken coop. And they are nearly finished. Qiao Xi is truly a burden. By the time they reach the location, the food will be cold. Humph. Let us hope they don't leave Huai starving tonight. ISN, T Qiao Xi or Huai's maid? How could she possibly starve him? If he is truly hungry, won't he find food himself? Qiao Xi waved her hand dismissively. I've heard you. The vehicle was damaged, and they would need to walk to their destination. They had to arrive within an hour, as the other 2 teams had already commenced their tasks. If they wished to have dinner, they needed to hurry. Nodding, Qiao Xi set off. Her teammates waited outside, with Yi Cixi and Zhou Ninghuan huddled together, resembling wilted eggplants. Yusinian appeared quite composed, though his narrowed, peach blossom eyes glinted with a predatory gaze as he looked at her. Let us go on the road. Having learned from the earlier experience, Qiao Xi refrained from speaking unnecessarily and forged ahead. Zhou Ninghuan began to complain as they walked. I truly chose the wrong team. After a while he added, we just encountered Lu Huai's team. They had already gathered a basket of eggs, and their captain had meticulously planned all the tasks. Although there were minor setbacks, it was nowhere near this absurd. His words subtly suggested that Qiao Xi's leadership was lacking. She paid him no mind. Frustrated, he reached for a bag of dark cakes to quell his hunger. Just as he put one in his mouth, Qiao Xi's voice interrupted. That's a cow dung cake. He was taken aback and quickly withdrew it. Why didn't you say so earlier? He glared at Qiao Xi. What's your rush? She replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Haven't you heard of couples' lung slices? Do they actually contain lungs? Zhou Ninghuan sighed in relief and resumed chewing on the cake. Qiao Xi continued, thus, a cow dung cake surely contains no cake. Chapter 6. These two men exhibit a profound lack of honor. Zhou Ninghuan halted, the cake falling from his grasp.
What? Yesisi eklaymet, bejilderet.
Yusinian also turned his head.
Ugh.
Zhou Ninghuan dashed towards the lakeside with great urgency. Qiao Xi, you did that on purpose. What else in the cow dung cake? Nothing? Say that again? Damn. The cow dung cake is fuel. Just a friendly reminder. The villagers gave it to us for that very purpose. So, my family Huan has eaten excrement. Upstairs. You could at least lower your voice instead of shouting for all to hear. He ate excrement. He really did eat excrement. I think he deserves it. Listening to that woman nagging all the way was infuriating. Of course, none of these scenes were captured on camera. What the viewers saw was Zhou Ninghuan enduring humiliation in silence, bearing the brunt of it all. Qiao Xi, unfazed, even hummed a tune, cheerfully gliding towards the task location. However, before they arrived, a piercing pig squeal shattered the air. The entire team halted in their tracks. At that moment, Director Jean announced off-screen, "Congratulations, everyone. Your task is to assist in the delivery of piglets." What? Zhou Ninghuan was the first to exclaim. Director Jean had been holding this back for a day. Finally, reveling in her moment, she grinned wickedly. You heard correctly. The sow is ready to give birth. So please prepare yourselves to assist in delivering the piglets. Qiao Xi, you will be the first to enter. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Qiao Xi. Director Jean anticipated her panicked reaction, but when she turned around, she was taken aback. Qiao Xi had already donned her gloves, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Where is it? Where's the sow? Do I just go in? Wouldn't that be a bit rude? Xiao Lu remarked. Master, could you please stop smiling so creepily? They're starting to tremble. Qiao Xi didn't register a single word. She had handled countless piglets, no less than 800. Who could fathom how much she yearned for the sensation of life coming into the world? The slick, rosy little beings. Suddenly, the sow let out a loud cry, as if sensing Qiao Xi's call. Qiao. Whoosh. Before Director Jean could finish her sentence, a gust of cold wind remained in her wake. Qiao Xi charged in. She went in,
Just like that.
Those who know are assisting in the delivery. Those who don't would think it's a sale on discounted groceries. Inside, Qiao Xi's rugged voice resounded. Someone come help. The remaining three exchanged startled glances. Suddenly, the air was thick with tension. Zhou Ninghuan had a flash of inspiration. I just ate excrement. My stomach hurts. Yusinian raised his hand, his pale complexion contrasting with the bandages behind him. And he swayed slightly, silent yet impactful. Yisisi gasped. These two guys are utterly lacking in martial ethics. Before the three could reach a conclusion in their silent battle, Qiao Xi emerged. What's the holdup? Hurry up. She seized Yusinian, declaring, You're up. The condemned Yusinian didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was caught off guard by the sow's backside.
The sow. Oink.
Yusinian. He turned and fled. The veins on Yusinian's handsome face were taut. Let go.
Hold on. I demand you release me.
If you utter another word, I shall stuff you where the sun does not shine. This threat proved effective, as it bore the unmistakable imprint of something Qiao Xi might actually do. Qiao Xi witnessed the elegant man suddenly pivot, forcefully extending his hand, and with gritted teeth, he pressed down as if at the gallows onto the legs of the sow. In the next moment, Yusinian felt a kick to his rear from Qiao Xi. Move aside. Am I the one delivering or are you? Midwife. The newly arrived photographer. Qiao Xi. What the hell are you doing? Madwoman. This woman is utterly insane. Where are you kicking? Did I see that wrong? I feel like this is impossible, or, at the very least, it should not be happening. Is she even sane? Since she started streaming, has she done anything remotely normal? I slowed the video down. Your backside is genuinely being violated. Violated? So, just how resilient is she? Damn it, she has touched it twice, and I still lack an answer. However, Yucinian himself was already numb to the chaos. He watched in disbelief as Qiao Xi, her hands slick with lubricant, commenced her actions right before his eyes. The sounds of her endeavors filled the air. Accompanying her movements, she not only toyed with the sow's rear, but also mercilessly trampled upon Yucinian's own. He endured the most terrifying 5 minutes of his life. After 5 minutes, Qiao Xi casually declared, Dystocia. Outside, Director Jean, who had been waiting for quite some time, urged, What's taking so long? What's happening in there? The assistant whispered something into Director Jin's ear. A delighted expression instantly appeared on her face. Dystocia? She squinted, lowering her voice. Go inside and find an opportunity to put the pig down. Assistant, huh? Hurry. The assistant, bewildered, was hastily sent off. Director Jean felt satisfied. Whether or not the pig lived was of little consequence. Qiao Xi would have captured the spotlight and even caused the demise of a pig, enough to satisfy her appetite for drama. Inside, the assistant trembled, signaling to the midwife and murmuring a few words. The midwife's brow furrowed for a moment, then upon seeing the assistant gesture a sum of money, she immediately nodded. Meanwhile, Yucinian, suppressing his hoarse voice and nearing the brink of collapse, enunciated each word with urgency. Is it not ready yet? Soon. Qiao Xi, having administered the oxytocin, proceeded to use the forceps. Her series of actions were unexpectedly professional. Oh my, she seems to actually know what she's doing. Is there a professional who can comment on this? We've been waiting for ages. Evidently, there are few experts in this field. It's almost here. Ah. It's my first time seeing piglets. At such a moment, let us not criticize Qiao Xi. Regardless of the truth, let us cheer her on. For this is a new life. Qiao Xi's actions became increasingly slow and cautious. In the next moment, a delicate, rosy piglet appeared in her palms. Soon followed the second. Then the third. A flurry of swept across the screen. Everyone momentarily forgot to breathe. Yushernyen's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features as he gazed at Qiao Xi's hands. For the first time, he found those hands less disagreeable than before, almost. Feel it. Qiao Xi suddenly turned and placed a piglet directly into his palm. Yushernyen. His body stiffened, nearly erupting. Take it away. Oh, Qiao Xi nodded. In the next moment, she placed another piglet in his hands. The two piglets began nuzzling against Yushernyen's grip. Perhaps you have heard of desensitization therapy? She inquired. Yushernyen. Oh no, the sow is hemorrhaging. The midwife suddenly shouted. Chapter 7. Blossoming in confrontation, interwoven with complications. Indeed, blood was profusely flowing from the birth canal. Her brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Outside, Director Jean anxiously inquired. What is the situation? The assistant staggered out, meeting Director Jin's gaze. Jean signaled her to escalate the severity of the report. It had been over 10 minutes since the bleeding began, and Qiao Xi had yet to emerge. She must be unable to face the current predicament. She chose the dark and perilous path herself, so she must bear the consequences. The assistant shook her head, her face pale. She can't come out. Director Jean frowned. Has she fainted? Quickly, summon medical personnel. No need to call. The assistant's voice quivered with tears, gritting her teeth. Director. She is performing surgery on a pig. Jean. Performing surgery on a pig? Qiao Xi? Each word was comprehensible when spoken separately, yet together they formed an unfamiliar phrase. The door suddenly swung open. Qiao Xi emerged, her face smeared with blood, something slung over her shoulder, striding out confidently. Jean? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Yushernyen, unconscious, was draped over her shoulder. What on earth? In a mere 10 minutes, what had transpired? I blossom in confrontation, intertwined with complications. In just over 10 minutes, I witnessed this woman carry out a series of suturing, disinfecting, and ligating operations. I cannot comprehend how contemporary variety shows can script with such depth. The audacity of the actors is remarkable. Still a script. Did your mother toss your brain away when you were born and nurture you with the placenta? If your IQ exceeded 80, you wouldn't utter such nonsense. Emian faints at the sight of blood. Enough chatter. Quickly, take him for emergency care. Upstairs, this is absurd. Qiao Xi took a few steps forward when a muscular, cold-faced man suddenly appeared, wheeling Yusher Nian away. Xiao Lu promptly introduced the key figure, that is Yusher Nian's personal assistant, Cheng Shi. He has a twin brother named Cheng Dong, and both are dedicated to protecting Yusher Nian. Qiao Xi disregarded the assistant's importance. She approached Director Jean step by step. Director, you orchestrated this, didn't you? Qiao Xi asked, her smile colder than usual. Nearby staff, receiving a discreet signal, swiftly adjusted the camera's distance, ensuring the audience could not overhear. Director Jean finally lifted her face, adorned with purple glasses. Jean was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qiao Xi was not only knowledgeable about the law but could also recite the contract. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, delivering a sharp retort, then let me teach you one more thing. Within the grasp of power, the law holds no value. You, a mere puppet with no discernible strength. What can you possibly do apart from obey? Do not entertain the folly of challenging the formidable. Director Jean scoffed. The assistant trembled in fear, the terrifying Director Jean, with her swift and merciless demeanor. Are you implying that I am intimidated by someone of such little consequence? Director Jean glared fiercely. The assistant recoiled, silenced by the weight of her gaze. She was uncertain about Director Jin's own fears, but she certainly felt her own trepidation. Truly frightening. Though Director Jean spoke with bravado, a sense of unease lingered within her, for Qiao Xi's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar. She instructed someone to keep watch over Qiao Xi.
Nothing else was done, right?
Director Jean inquired. The staff member pondered briefly before shaking their head, no. Director Jean exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous noise erupted ahead. What is that sound? An earthquake? No. It's the villagers. The assistant shouted. There are so many of them, all rushing this way. Director Jean looked up and indeed saw a throng of people charging toward them, reminiscent of a horde of zombies besieging a city. The translator soon arrived, breathless. They've all come to witness the sow giving birth. Director Jin's expression darkened, who informed them that the sow was in labor. The villagers here held life in the highest regard, placing immense significance on childbirth, thus elevating the status of women in this community. It was Qiao Xi who said so. The translator explained. Director Jean gritted her teeth. She had suspected that Qiao Xi harbored ill intentions. Calm them down first. Just tell them the sow has finished giving birth and is now resting. Ask them to return tomorrow, Director Jean commanded. In the infirmary, Yuxi Nian had already regained consciousness, staring at the ceiling, unable to discern whether his recent memories were real or merely a nightmare. Bodyguard Cheng Shi stood faithfully by his side, wearing a blank expression. Water. The young master on the bed suddenly spoke. Cheng Shi quickly fetched water. Yuxi Nian cast a sidelong glance. What are you dawdling for? Waiting for me to feed you? Oh, Cheng Shi replied, handing him the water. He then squatted down, opening his mouth, waiting for Yuxi Nian to feed him. Yuxi Nian pointed towards the door. Get out. Yes, Cheng Shi nodded, leaving with an earnest expression. At the doorway, he unexpectedly encountered Qiao Xi, leading to a sudden commotion within the room. Upon re-entering, Qiao Xi was greeted by the sight of Yuxi Nian's pale face, almost ethereal beneath the neatly arranged covers. His eyes were closed, appearing as though he had long since departed from this world. Is he asleep or has he passed away? Qiao Xi inquired. The person on the bed. He'll soon dismiss Cheng Shi. Before Yuxi Nian could rise, the edge of the bed suddenly sank. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Qiao Xi's beaming face, looming over him.
Get out.
He barked through gritted teeth. However, Qiao Xi was no Cheng Shi. She was not so easily swayed. Not only did she not leave, but she also crawled further onto the bed. You were scared today, weren't you?
Come.
Let me give you a massage. I am exceptionally skilled. With my techniques, even a sow giving birth will have a smoother experience. Now, tell me, where does it hurt? I shall banish the pain. Chapter 8. How do you perceive me? Yuxi Nian recoiled sharply, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Qiao Xi, seeing that he was unresponsive, decided to speak directly. Actually, I came here to ask you a question. Yuxi Nian pressed his lips together. Although he had not amassed any virtuous deeds in his life, he was not a man of malevolence. How could he have encountered such a woman? What do you think of Yi Cc? Qiao Xi inquired. Yuxi Nian raised an eyebrow. You came here just to ask that? His gaze darkened. Indeed. Qiao Xi nodded. I mean, her appearance, her personality, and so forth. Why don't you provide an evaluation? Yuxi Nian's brow furrowed even tighter. And even this gesture was as captivating as a magazine cover. Perhaps the antagonist is unaware of the feelings concealed within his heart. Qiao Xi remarked. Qiao Xi replied. But according to the narrative, he should have already begun developing feelings for Yi Cixi by now. It's been a whole day. Why hasn't there been any sign? Patience, my dear. The sparks of love do not ignite in a single day, Qiao Xi chided. Qiao Xi gritted her teeth. And what do you think of me? She asked Yu Xinyan. Qiao Xi exclaimed, why are we suddenly venturing into extremes? Yu Xinyan could hardly believe she had the audacity to pose such a question. He scoffed, what do you think? Comparing me to Yi Cixi, whom do you prefer? Her. Qiao Xi thought to herself. Do you see? This is called a control group. Starting tomorrow, I shall embody a wicked witch. Standing beside Yi Cixi, he will have no choice but to notice her charms. Resolute, Qiao Xi stood to leave. Yu Xinyan, in a sudden impulse, pulled the blanket towards himself. But it was too late. Qiao Xi's hand reached out. Don't worry, I'm just checking if you have lingering ailments. That fall today was rather severe. If the antagonist is lacking, how could the heroine possibly be attracted to him? Let us investigate first. Qiao Xi, where are you reaching? Get away. I'm merely checking your pulse. You extended your leg. She retorted. What is this? So rigid? At the door, the film crew hurried in with cameras. They exchanged glances, hesitant to intrude. Moments later, the door swung open. Qiao Xi emerged, looking as vibrant as a man who had just exited a brothel, an enigmatic smile gracing her face as she adjusted her trousers. She thought to Qiao Xi, not bad. Everything seems to be intact. Now I have nothing to worry about. The cameraman peeked into the room and was greeted with a scene of utter chaos. Yu Xinyan sat in the center, his face crimson as if it were about to bleed, trembling all over. The cameraman stammered, Should we call the police? Seconds later, Yu Xinyan buried himself beneath the blankets. The comments exploded. What? Why is his face so red? Did you touch him? Did you touch him? Stay calm. How could that be? Our young master is not one to be easily touched. Do you think a sow lets just anyone assist in childbirth? Suddenly pondering, that seems somewhat reasonable. Yu Xinyan dismissed everyone. When Chengxi entered to deliver water, he dared not look at the person on the bed, swiftly delivering and exiting. In a voice laden with despair, Yu Xinyan finally spoke. Please inquire about Qiao Xi's birth chart and then compare it with mine. We need to consult a master for some rituals to dispel the malevolence. He has already concluded that Qiao Xi is a bad omen for him.
Oh.
I should mention this to my brother. Chengxi picked up the phone and began dialing in front of Yu Xinyan. Yes, I was indeed touched by a woman. I felt as though my soul had departed for the entire afternoon. That woman even remarked on his firmness. What else? Oh, right. She held the young master in her arms, took him to witness a sow giving birth, and sat on his lap, declaring his Adam's apple to be quite alluring. As Chengxi spoke, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Turning around, he found Yu Xinyan's dark, piercing gaze fixed upon him. Danger. He swiftly dodged an incoming pillow attack, utilizing his skills as a professional bodyguard to catch the phone that Yu Xinyan had thrown. Turning, he grinned and said, Young master, are you testing my abilities? What do you think, have I improved? Yu Xinyan simply collapsed onto the bed, his white shirt partially torn open, his glassy eyes devoid of any lust for life. Let it be, he muttered. My brother wishes to speak with you. Chengxi stepped forward and activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Cheng Dong's explosive voice resounded. Young master, trust me. Trust someone seasoned in matters of the heart. This situation is far from simple. Does she only embrace and cuddle you? Is she exclusively focused on you? Does she care about your opinions of her? Yu Xinyan's fingers twitched as he turned his head. His tousled hair fell across his forehead, and his beautifully upturned eyes sparkled. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Cheng Dong exclaimed, Aha, the mystery is solved. She is not an ill omen for you. She harbors feelings for you. With a thud, the phone dropped to the ground. The room fell into an eerie silence. After concluding the call, Yu Xinyan was haunted by that bewitching phrase. She likes you. The following morning, Qiao Xi led everyone up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Throughout the excursion, Yu Xinyan observed her intently. By noon, only his and Yi Cixi's soup contained meat, and even the carrots were cut into heart shapes. In the afternoon, while Yi Cixi was resting under a tree, Zhou Ninghuan, weary from work, attempted to join her but was kicked away by Qiao Xi. Yu Xinyan, come sit here. Yu Xinyan remained silent, casting several glances her way before finally taking a seat, deep in thought. Could it truly be that she liked him? What a surreal scene today. Has Qiao Xi had a revelation? Yesterday, she nearly devoured Nian Nian. So, she must make amends today. Could it be that she genuinely fancies Yu Si Nian? Oh no, my beloved Yu. I think it's more plausible that she is trying to play matchmaker between Yu Si Nian and Yi Si. Just look at her. She even gave them couple chopsticks. Really? Don't be absurd. Exactly. Who could remain indifferent in front of Yu Si Nian's divine visage, let alone push another woman toward him? Yu Si Nian glanced at Yi Si and asked, what do you think would happen if Qiao Xi liked someone?
Cough. 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 Yes, he nearly choked.
In the thicket, someone became agitated. Qiao Xi, adorned with her leafy green hat, mentally called out to Shaoli, Look. They are communicating. Is it effective? Today, I first acted rudely and carelessly, then allowed Yi Si to display her gentleness. I even provided them with couple utensils, making them believe it was destiny. Ultimately, I created an opportunity for them to be alone, and indeed, sparks are about to fly between them. Chapter 9, of course.
I would not stand idly by.
Shaoli, really? It seems rather unlikely. Qiao, she slapped her thigh. Absolutely. You have never loved, so you wouldn't understand. You have loved? Shaoli was instinctively taken aback. Thus, they both fell into silence. After a moment, Qiao Xi turned off Xiao Li's voice channel. Shaoli, such hurtful words must not be uttered again. Shaoli, if it's not true, then it's not. Why shift the blame onto it? Meanwhile, Yi Si's gaze was unfocused and shocked. I thought it should be rather obvious, right? Obvious indeed. Yu Si Nian sighed and leaned against the tree. It was clear enough. He was simply too dull. It took nearly being sharked by her for him to react. At that moment, the director's assistant rushed over in a flurry, saying, You must go to the pig pen at once. The villagers are in an uproar. Qiao Xi bent down to weed the vegetable patch. Why should I care? Assistant, surely she doesn't think she is unique? Indeed, she is just a typical girl. I find her quite unique. Let us ease up on the hostility in the comments. To be fair, yesterday when she left, Qiao Xi looked displeased, and the entire morning she disregarded the director's arrangements. Director Jean didn't assign her any tasks and didn't even distribute the rewards for yesterday's piglets. It feels like there's a cold war brewing. Something is amiss. The assistant pleaded, The villagers just want to speak with you. The translation isn't working. Teacher Qiao, you must go. I want to go. Qiao Xi hoisted her hoe and walked away. In the next moment, a crowd surged behind her. Director Jean attempted to restrain the agitated villagers, but to no avail. Li Dazhuang, whom she met yesterday, was emotionally charged and began chattering away at Qiao Xi. Li Dazhuang, she is breaking her promise. She actually wants to deceive me. Director Jean asked. Qiao Xi, what is he saying? Director Jean, she doesn't understand. But she knows something is amiss. Considering the cameras, Director Jean spoke patiently. Please explain to him that it was not intentional. We will do everything in our power to assist this Sao, and will also provide all possible compensation afterward. Just then, the translator hurriedly arrived. They heard Qiao Xi fluently speaking in the local dialect. They said they just want to eat pork. What can you do about it? Translator. It was too late to stop her. As soon as Qiao Xi finished speaking, all the villagers surged towards Director Jean. Their emotions heightened. Director Jean staggered, shouting, hats and megaphones thrown to the ground, desperately scrambling up the tree, yelling at Qiao Xi, You must help. They trust you. Only you can make a difference. Qiao Xi, will you truly stand by and do nothing? Of course, I would not stand idly by. Qiao Xi smiled as she picked up the horn that Jin Dao had carelessly dropped, brushing it off. I will only add fuel to the fire. Fellow villagers, charge. A glimmer of hope flickered in Jin Dao's eyes. The villagers, stirred by Qiao Xi's fervor, intensified their efforts. Jin Dao's trousers were being tugged at, and a cry of desperation escaped him. This group of unruly folk. Qiao Xi, I acknowledge my wrongs from yesterday. Can you accept my apology? Have them cease. Qiao Xi, casually perched on the ground with her legs crossed, replied, I am unworthy. I am merely an egg that cannot withstand a stone's touch. I shall concern myself little with the stone's affairs, and only play with my fellow eggs. Merely play. Jin Dao, in utter despair, pleaded, Qiao Xi, I beg you. Oh? The stone seeks a plea? It seems the stone has gained sentience. How intriguing. Let me capture this moment on video. Why don't you try begging? She produced her phone, shifting it to find the perfect angle. The scene had devolved into chaos, with Jin Dao screaming as he was pulled down. While more villagers surged forward, the tension escalating rapidly. Jin Dao let out a piercing scream. Just as his voice faded, Qiao Xi raised her hand, and the villagers halted, turning their gazes towards her. Did they intentionally induce the sow's difficult labor? I remain bewildered. Surely, no script would dare pen this. I am inclined to believe it is genuine. Do not be too moved. She may simply have a fondness for pigs. I observe she shows more tenderness towards pigs than towards the illustrious Yuingdi. 5 minutes later, Jin Dao, his assistant, and the midwife stood before Qiao Xi, bowing in unison as they began reciting the apology letter that Qiao Xi had meticulously reviewed for them. Before them stood all the villagers of Xi village. Jin Dao inhaled deeply. First and foremost, I must reflect upon my bestial behavior. Should there be a next time, may I be struck by thunder. May I suffer the loss of my rear. May I endure constipation for 8 months. May I gain 50 pounds. May I lose my hair like the 5th prince. May I forever be without toilet paper. I, Jin Minmin, hereby pledge. At that moment, a thunderclap resonated in the sky, as if in response. Jin Dao exclaimed, could it truly be effective? All right, I am now convinced this is no script, haha. Is this an apology letter? Are we certain it is not a curse? One could argue that Qiao Xi is indulging in personal vendetta. No wonder she spent so long revising. It seems she was waiting for this moment, haha. I can hardly contain myself. This is truly the first hearty laugh of the day. Finally, Qiao Xi exchanged a few words with the villagers, who expressed their gratitude and invited her to dine with them in 2 days before taking their leave. She gestured toward Yu Xinyan's direction. Suddenly, Yu Xinyan appeared somewhat perplexed. Qiao Xi nodded and said, very well, he is not one for many words. I shall convey my thanks on his behalf. No need. No need. De Zhuang flushed, scratching his head. It must be quite a challenge for you to care for such a large child. Initially, the production team had prepared a dilapidated house for Qiao Xi, but in an instant, all the team members found themselves in thatched huts, while Qiao Xi, along with her crew, settled into a spacious courtyard. Before entering, Qiao Xi took a moment to assess the room arrangements and told Yu Xinyan, you shall sleep in this room. One for the girls, one for the boys. The location she indicated was right next to their room. As her words hung in the air, Yu Xinyan's dark eyes grew, increasingly complex. Very well. In light of her generous provision of lodging, he would indulge her humble wish to reside just a wall apart. Yu Xinyan stepped inside. In the dead of night, Zhou Huan heard Yuingdi tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Eventually, he stealthily got up and squatted in the corner, making a phone call. The person on the other end was inaudible, but he distinctly heard Yu Xinyan say, yes, it's basically confirmed. I will clarify things with her tomorrow and reject her. Chapter 10. One-click makeup removal. Chaos ensues. In a daze, Zhou Huan felt a question mark hovering above his head. Reject whom? Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he had initially intended to entice Yu Xinyan, but now lacked the energy. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber within seconds. Next door, Yi Cici emerged from the bathroom, cradling skincare products, carefully navigating around the wall, avoiding eye contact with Qiao Xi. Suddenly, there was a knock. Knock knock. Cici, we need to borrow something, came the voice of Olan. Yi Cici hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, she was met with the sight of 4 or 5 women standing outside, their scrutinizing gazes piercing into the room. Is there something you need? Yi Cici inquired. Olan smiled and replied, our place lacks a bathroom, and we would like to borrow yours for a shower. We asked Uncle Li earlier, and he has already agreed. As she spoke, her eyes drifted towards the sofa, where Qiao Xi lounged, still donning her beloved straw hat. Sprawled across the couch, the scene captured a flurry of question marks. Is that thing on the sofa human? Uncertain, let us observe further. Little Six urged, Master, the camera is on you. Perhaps you should remove that hat? I shall not. It holds significant meaning. This green hat is my current greatest necessity, Qiao Xi replied, crossing her legs. Little Six. It almost forgot that the system had gifted the host a marriage certificate to foster a connection with the task object from the outset, which would be revealed in narrative form. Hence, in Yu Xinyan's memory, Qiao Xi was merely a tool for a marriage alliance. Yet even as a mere tool, she still found herself inscribed on a marriage certificate. At the entrance, Yi Cici hesitated and glanced at Qiao Xi. Sister Xi, they wish to take a shower. Why are you calling her? Exclaimed the forthright singer Fan Jiying, stepping forward. We are borrowing from you, not her. The others gazed at the house, nearly consumed by envy. Why were they confined to the thatched hut provided by the production team while Qiao Xi luxuriated in this space alone? As the conversation continued, Qiao Xi slowly sat up from the sofa. A recollection stirred within her. The recent drama in which Olan had feuded with her featured the theme song sung by Fan Jiying. As a close friend of Olan, the two could be likened to a pair of contrasting characters, one a schemer and the other naive, akin to the legendary heroes of old. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that each face in the group bore narrative hints related to the original owner. Zhang Shu snatched resources from Qiao Xi in Dragon and Phoenix Dance. Li Xiao issued statements to undermine Qiao Xi. In essence, they all seemed to harbor grievances. On this late night, were they collectively offering her gifts?
Yes, Sisi. Start that. Acclaim it.
Do not say such things. Quickly apologize to her. There is still time. Look at how frightened Cici is, ha ha ha. How can you all laugh? Cici is terrified. Did she suffer bullying while alone in the room earlier? This is deeply unsettling upon reflection. Could you kindly refrain from spreading baseless rumors? Joshi has been exceptionally caring towards our CC, and as a devoted fan, I see no issue here. CC is rather timid. And I ask for your understanding. Please do not attack CC's colleagues. What is there to apologize for? Fan Jiying replied coldly. The homeowner has already consented. Indeed. Zhou Shi's voice resonated from within as she strode out confidently, opening the door wide. CC, how could you treat our guests this way? Please do come in. Yi Cc stood perplexed, while Fan Jiying huffed, her expression softening slightly. At least she knows her place. Ignoring Yi Cc's frantic head shakes, she led a group inside. Where is the body wash? Fan Jiying inquired as they walked. And the makeup remover? We all need those. Inside, Zhou Shi smiled. Feel free to use whatever you like. The pampered daughter truly treats others as servants, someone remarked. I don't know why, but suddenly Zhou Shi seems quite benevolent. Another added. Indeed, Zhou Shi actually permitted them to come in for a bath and even guided them. Perhaps she isn't so bad after all. Yi Cc stood blushing, realizing that Zhou Shi was genuinely kind, and it was she who had misjudged her. Thinking Zhou Shi would be angry. A sharp click broke the moment. Yi Cc peeked out to see Zhou Shi fervently turning the key, locking the door. Zhou Shi, what are you doing?
Yi Cc asked.
Confusion echoed from inside. Why lock the door? Zhou Shi, open up. Olan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, teased the group. She wouldn't dare lock us in until tomorrow. Would she? She wouldn't. Fan Jiying was the first to exclaim, I think she's lost her mind. Suddenly, screams mingled with the sound of water. Fan Jiying was doused. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she looked up, realizing the skylight had been flung open. Zhou Shi's had emerged, her face smeared with dirt from the day's work, making her teeth appear even whiter. Do you enjoy bathing? Zhou Shi slowly raised a dark object. What a coincidence. I too enjoy washing animals. Are you ready? Here comes Dumbo. The high-pressure water gun roared to life, and a torrent of water surged forth. The shrieks filled the entire bathroom. Fan Jiying jumped left and right, while Zhou Shi laughed heartily. First spray. Off goes the wig, she shouted. The water blasted towards the heads, sending wig pieces flying around the room. Second spray. Off goes the hairline powder. Third spray. Off go the false eyelashes. A one-click makeup removal. Chaos ensues. How could this be happening? I feel guilty for a moment of sympathy towards Zhou Shi just now. Someone confessed. You madwoman. How dare you treat us like this, oh Lan? My Ning is still inside. Woe is me. Oh my, is this truly a scene one would witness in a variety show? I can't believe I felt sorry for Zhou Shi. I must be out of my mind. When the production team received the news, they could hardly believe it. Is she causing trouble again? Director Jean immediately summoned the bodyguards to apprehend her. However, just as the bodyguards climbed the wall, Zhou Shi tossed aside the water gun and made a swift escape, scaling the roof with all her might. Everyone stood astounded. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would witness Spider-Man. Even the gecko feels suicidal. Variety show, day 1. Qiao Xi, you are inhuman. Variety show, day 2. Qiao Xi, are you truly inhuman? Bring her down. The commanding voice of Director Jean resonated. Next door, Yu Nian was in the shower. The house was poorly soundproofed, so he could hear nothing but the chorus of croaking outside. Now there were cries, commotion, lawsuits being threatened, and calls to apprehend Qiao Xi. There, capture her. The boisterous voice of a bodyguard echoed from above. Yu Nian paused, suddenly hearing a creak, followed by a cool breeze. A figure suddenly leaped down from the skylight above. Yu Nian. As he opened his mouth, The shadow before him lunged forward, covering his mouth and pinning him against the wall. Qiao Xi's face was serious, her dark, glistening eyes warily fixed on the ceiling. Chapter 11. You see, Nian, you are not dressed. It wasn't until the bodyguard passed by the skylight that Qiao Xi sighed in relief. She then noticed that the person she had restrained was trembling slightly. Releasing her grip, her gaze fell upon Yu Si Nian's fair skin and crimson lips, his expression one of humiliation, shivering uncontrollably. Qiao Xi finally sensed something was amiss. It appeared, perhaps, that they were indeed in the bathroom, and he was presumably not wearing any clothes. Holding her breath, Qiao Xi cautiously glanced downward. In the next moment, Yu Si Nian swiftly covered her eyes, his breath heavy in her ears. Qiao Xi, don't look, don't look.
Stay calm.
Qiao Xi raised her hands in innocence. I only saw that you weren't wearing anything on top. I have no idea what is happening below. Another hand covered her mouth. Be quiet. From the sound of his breathing, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Aware of her own misstep, Qiao Xi nodded vigorously. I'll turn around. You get dressed. After a moment, his hands finally shifted. Qiao Xi immediately closed her eyes, turning away and huddling in the corner, touching her nose. Xiao Li, that was unkind. Why didn't you warn me that Yu Si Nian was in the shower? Xiao Li replied weakly, Master. My voice was hoarse from shouting. And you didn't hear me at all. Is that so? Qiao Xi shrugged, promptly shifting the blame. It's all those bodyguards' fault. Why were they shouting so loudly? Do they think they have impressive voices? Behind her, Yu Si Nian spoke while putting on his pants. I have something to discuss with you. It was the perfect opportunity with no cameras around. Now is the time to clarify matters and choose a moment to finalize the divorce certificate. He wished to sever all ties with this lunatic. Me? Discuss with me? Qiao Xi pointed at herself. Suddenly, a shadow darted past her feet. In the next second, Yu Si Nian jumped up, clinging to Qiao Xi. There's a mouse. Qiao Xi immediately sprang into action. Grabbing the mop from the floor, she attempted to pry Yu Si Nian off, but found she couldn't budge him. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward with him on her back. The mop swung wildly through the room. Hearing the ruckus, Cheng Shi opened the door. I'm here, young master. Cheng Shi was taken aback, rubbing his eyes. Cheng Shi could hardly believe the scene before her. A woman was sprinting through the bathroom, carrying a naked man. To her astonishment, the man bore a striking resemblance to her young master. Surely, this must be a dream. She swiftly closed the door, pondered for a moment, then turned to her bed to sleep. Just as she was about to discard the man, Xiao 6 interjected. The villain was tortured in the basement by his stepmother during his childhood, forced to sleep alongside the corpses of rats, so his greatest fears are rats and blood. Qiao Xi paused, her grip on the man loosening slightly. Yu Si Nian lay there with his eyes tightly shut, his raven-black lashes trembling, his entire being chilled to the core. Instinctively, he clung to Qiao Xi's hand, refusing to let go. With her patience waning, she finally released him. Xiao 6 lamented.
He is so pitiable, sob sob.
It seems he can no longer hear us. Qiao Xi paused for a moment and then raised the mop, declaring, with this strike, you might very well perish. Yu Si Nian released his hold. See, he has heard you, Qiao Xi remarked as she retrieved the dead rat. When the door swung open, Cheng Shi, who had been dozing in a chair, was abruptly awakened. She stared blankly at Qiao Xi, who was fixated on the rat, leisurely passing by and casually remarked, Go fetch your young master. He is on the brink of fainting. Cheng Shi was taken aback. Wait, so it wasn't a dream? Is this real? Young master? She cried out, dashing into the bathroom. After Qiao Xi exited, Cheng Shi ensured that Yu Si Nian was settled. Young master, that woman has gone too far. It would be one thing if she merely liked you, but she actually jumped in through the skylight to take advantage of you. I must confront her today. If she dares to run around with your naked form now, what will stop her from kissing you later? I am going over there right now.
Stop.
Cheng Shi turned, still brimming with fury. Go to sleep. Yu Si Nian lay on the bed, muffled sounds escaping from beneath the covers, and for now, do not trouble her. But young master, leave. Understood. Yu Si Nian clutched the blanket. In the early hours of the morning, a gentle rain began to fall, and he found himself unable to sleep. The fresh and damp scent of the night rain filled the air, and his mind was flooded with images of Qiao Xi valiantly dispatching the rat. So brave, so decisive, as if enveloped in radiance. Yu Si Nian abruptly halted his thoughts, then closed his eyes, forcing himself to clear his mind. Yet, mere moments later, those images resurfaced, accompanied by the delicate, slow motion of that beautiful mop striking the rat's head. He felt as though he were losing his sanity. Nian pulled the blanket over his head. This woman, Qiao Xi, was truly terrifying. The following morning, Nian was awakened by shouts from next door. He heard Cixi crying, "This is terrible. Sister, she has fainted. I don't know how long she has been unconscious, and no matter how much I shout, she won't awaken." Nian's gaze darkened as he pushed the door open. "Yuing Cixi exclaimed, as if she had found a lifeline. "The director sent me to call for help, but I can't wake her. It's all my fault for not paying attention when I got up." "Stop crying. Cixi dear, it's not that you weren't attentive, but rather that you were too afraid to shout. Could she really have fainted? Is her body that weak? Retribution. Indeed. Just yesterday, trouble was stirred, and the heavens delivered swift punishment. Haha. Do not harbor excessive animosity, as this involves human life. Can one truly jest about such matters?" Nian entered, his expression perpetually composed. He lifted the blanket, and there lay Qiao Xi, motionless, lying straight as an arrow. He promptly bent down to embrace her. Cixi followed closely behind, urging quickly to the hospital. However, Nian abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. "Do not speak," he instructed. Cixi fell silent. In the next moment, a faint snoring resonated throughout the room. The two fixed their gazes upon Qiao Xi's face. Cixi, Nian, her delicate pink lips parted and closed gently, the grime from yesterday washed away, presenting an unexpectedly adorable visage in slumber. She stirred slightly, burrowing into Nian's embrace, murmuring, "Nian, why aren't you dressed, hee?" Chapter 12. Qiao Xi Style, selling 30,000 units. Nian. Cici's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did I just imagine that?"
Huh?
"What? Enchantress, are you dreaming of undressing our Nian in your sleep? I can't believe this is bearable. But look at Nian. Aren't his ears a tad bit red? Our Nian has sensitive skin. Wearing clothes can make him blush. No baseless fantasies allowed."
Oh.
Cixi nodded vigorously. She hadn't fully processed the words she just heard and had to forcibly rouse the person on the bed. Qiao Xi, sporting a disheveled hairdo, stood in the bathroom brushing her teeth. The floor was spotless, likely tidied by Cixi while she was asleep. "Ah, what a splendid heroine," Qiao Xi gargled, exclaiming. "If Nian remains unmoved, I shall be." She casually wiped her face and gazed into the mirror. Her porcelain skin reflected back. The original owner's features may not align with conventional beauty, yet her skin was as tender as tofu, appearing so fresh it could yield water. Complemented by a pair of lively eyes, thus she had embodied the sweet girl persona in previous years. Having been excessively fatigued a couple of days prior, she hadn't washed her face, making her now fully aware of her appearance. "Quite nice." Qiao Xi paused, striking a pose. "This is my preferred style." After admiring her reflection, Qiao Xi mumbled, "Ah yes, today I must work in the fields. I cannot allow this face to be sun-kissed." She sought out Li Dazhuang. "Brother Dazhuang, I wish to borrow something for sun protection, ideally covering my entire face but leaving my eyes unobscured." Li Dazhuang enlightened. "Got it. I have just the thing." Outside, the production team waited on the road for 2 minutes, yet Qiao Xi had yet to arrive. Fan Jiying scoffed, eager to help others remove makeup, yet endlessly preening oneself. "Do not be so harsh," Olan interjected. "Everyone desires to look their best on camera. It is but natural. Look at this group. It appears Qiao Xi managed to offend everyone yesterday."
Could she not?
"When those few emerged yesterday, their foreheads shone bright enough to illuminate my path in life. The entertainment industry indeed bears immense pressure. If it becomes unbearable, shall we collectively consider hair transplants?"
Suddenly,
Olan called out, "Qiao Xi, hurry over. You're the last one." Her words caught in her throat. "What's wrong?" Fan Jiying inquired. Olan gaped, frozen in place. Fan Jiying furrowed her brow and leaned forward. In the next moment, she shuddered, her lips trembling. How beautiful could she possibly be? Qiao Xi is indeed stunning. Just a couple of days ago, she looked like a coal miner, but today she must have dressed up splendidly. All right then, I shall reluctantly take a glance. Why isn't the camera turning towards me? Nian, seated alone, made a decision he would regret for a lifetime. He tilted his head. In his widened pupils, a figure clad in athletic wear dashed towards him. Her legs were impeccably shaped, the snug clothing accentuating her waistline, but as his gaze traveled upwards, he was met with a black knitted hood tightly enveloping her head. The hood had merely 3 openings, revealing 2 round, glistening eyes and a panting mouth, strikingly similar to a kidnapper's disguise. She leaped into action, splitting her legs to jump over 3 puddles. With one hand, bracing herself, she flipped onto the vehicle, landing deftly beside Yusinian. "Oh, everyone's here. Apologies for being late. Let us go." The entire vehicle erupted in excitement. "Ah. My AIC. My AIC. I lived to the age of 21. Shrimp type, girlfriend, mute bride. I can't take it anymore. I'm off to raise funds for my eyes, farewell. Qiao Xi, don't be so ridiculous. I've seen grand spectacles before, but I still sprayed water all over the screen." Yi Cixi was taken aback, her lips moving. "Sister Xi, that hood of yours not lending it," Qiao Xi replied directly. "Dazhuang is left with only this one. At most, I'll take turns with you." "Who the hell wants to take turns with you?" "Everyone." She seems genuinely terrified of being snatched away. She even pressed down on it with her hand. Who is she guarding against? Yi Cixi, how can you tolerate this? Qiao Xi is truly risking it all for the sake of popularity. At Tianhua Entertainment, Zhu Feng knelt on a mat, burned 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times to the Buddha. Suddenly, his assistant Xiaoyan barged in. "Sister Xi has trended again." Zhu Feng collapsed in despair. He questioned the Buddha. "It's been 3 days, 3 whole days. I've burned incense for you this long. Can't you grant me a single sign?" The assistant dared not respond. Zhu Feng, enraged, barked, "Did she kick you again?" "Not exactly," the assistant handed over the phone, revealing she had sparked a shopping frenzy. The top trending topic was, Qiao Xi's identical face kini sells 30,000 pieces in half an hour. Attached was a live video. Zhu Feng clicked to view, and the next second, he fell straight to the ground. Zhuge, wake up. Inside the vehicle, 2 rows of individuals occupied the seats. Apart from Qiao Xi, there were 13 guests, 12 of whom dared not meet her gaze. The remaining one was Yusinian, who, after a reluctant glance, nearly leapt from the car in shock. Upon disembarking, they found themselves outside a farm. Director Jean proclaimed, "As you all know, the actual farming begins in the 2nd episode. In our 1st episode, we will need to rely on games and competitions to win farming tools, which will determine whether you can complete the farming tasks with ease in the 2nd episode. I encourage everyone to participate eagerly and to be spirited." In the expansive farm, dozens of drones approached. Each group dispatched a member to shoot down the drones in the sky. The drones were mobile, and the items they shot down would dictate the tasks their group would undertake next. Each participant was allowed 3 shots. Let the selection of team members commence. This challenge tested their precision. Here it comes. I am most looking forward to the farming segment. Last season, we planted trees and nearly exhausted the guests. This is Director Jin's signature style, and it promises to be thrilling. I see that there are both motorized and non-motorized tools. The seeders are coming out. How impressive. But does anyone here know how to use them? The moving drones are difficult to hit, and the tags attached are so small. Who could possibly hit them?
Wait.
Are those real guns? Someone from a nearby team exclaimed. Zhoninghuan immediately suggested, Qiao Xi, let Nian take the shot. He participated in True or False Man and is exceptionally accurate. You can shoot? Qiao Xi's intelligent gaze pierced through the 2 holes of her mask. Yu Nian glanced at her before straightening up, deftly securing the black wristband and finger sleeves before turning to inquire, which one do you want? Chapter 13 Qiao Xi. I'm a bit scared. He possessed a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes. And there was a saying circulating that Yu Nian's eyes are so affectionate that they could charm a dog. So at that moment, as he gazed at Qiao Xi, she immediately felt the intense scrutiny of those around her. So handsome. So handsome. Oh my, can I fangirl a little? No, you cannot. Be bolder. I suspect Nian is merely afraid of being hit. Really? Take another look at Qiao Xi's headgear. Do you think you can handle it? You might suffer from indigestion. Qiao Xi directly pointed to the highest and smallest one, saying, that one. Yu Nian nodded and moved to the line drawn by the director's team. The other group members took their positions as well. Zhou Ninghuan, feeling a bit anxious, stood beside Qiao Xi and remarked, is the one on the far left Han? He is quite impressive too. He and Nian were the champions of the 1st and 2nd seasons, respectively. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Everyone on the field instantly sensed that an exciting spectacle was about to unfold, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The cameraman urged, Captain, encourage your team members. Ihan's captain, Olan, stepped forward to rally him. Go for it, Ihan. I know you are the best. Ihan's ears immediately flushed crimson. The contrast to his tough guy persona elicited a flurry of adoration in the comments. The other two team members included Fan Jiying, an avid shooter, and the actress Su Yijin, who had also learned shooting for her roles. She was both stunning and fierce, a true gem of the entertainment circle. Both captains of the teams offered words of encouragement. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Xi joined them. Yu Xinyan caught a glimpse of a dark hooded figure moving swiftly, his fingers tightening in apprehension. He feared that Qiao Xi might utter an ill-timed confession, his heart racing in response. The hooded figure approached closer and closer. She spoke. After all that bravado, are you satisfied now? If you dare to lose, I will twist your head off and launch it at the drone. Yu Xinyan was taken aback. Then, the hood was swiftly lifted, and she mimicked Olan's high-pitched tone. Nian Nian, don't be afraid. We are all your support. Relax. Friendship first, competition second. Do you believe me, Qiao Xi? Nian Nian is trembling. Did she just secretly say something? Could it be I love you? Look at how scared Nian Nian is. Xiao Lu weakly remarked, you're supposed to lead Yu Xinyan into a romantic subplot, not instill a fear of women in him. You don't understand. Qiao Xi shook her head. When a person has no retreat, it signifies their invincibility. Isn't that what Lu Sun said? No, that is something I just made up. Begin. Director Jean called out. Four individuals stood together, each movement crisp and precise.
Yet.
Yu Xinyan stood out remarkably among them. With a quick motion, he loaded his weapon, raising it with one hand while steadying his stance.
Bang.
A shot rang out. The target was precisely the paper Qiao Xi had just indicated. The crowd was stunned.
So fast?
Following that, 3 more shots rang out in succession, from Su Yijin, Yi Han, and Fan Jiying. Zhou Ninghuan was the first to break into applause, his face filled with admiration. Nian Ge is incredible. Wow, that was so fast. Sure. Men shouldn't say fast. I was watching his waist the entire time. Damn, I'm completely entranced. No matter how much I praised his looks before, I was unaffected. But today, I'm truly amazed. Is his marksmanship really that strong? The director took down the paper and held it up for everyone to see. The paper was only as wide as a finger, and the bullet had perfectly pierced through the center. Yi Han's expression darkened. Not only did she fall short against Yu Xinyan, but she couldn't even surpass Su Yijin. Su Yijin and Fan Jiying accepted their defeat gracefully, with Su Yijin even approaching Yu Xinyan to say, well done, congratulations. Look, this is what perspective looks like. Sister is so cool. Su Yijin is also amazing at shooting. I'm impressed, so stylish. Director Jean announced, Yi Han's team will clean the pigsty. Fan Jiying's team will gather firewood on the mountain. Su Yijin's team will build the sheep pen. Yu Xinyan's team will clean the chicken coop. The teams received their tasks and set off immediately. Yu Xinyan waved the paper with the perfect mark in front of Qiao Xi, striding to her left. Then to her right. Noticing her dazed expression, he smirked slightly. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi was questioning Xiao Lu. You want me to deliberately fail? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Lu replied, if the chicken coop isn't cleaned within half an hour, the team will face punishment. Then you can make Yu Xinyan and Yi Cici undertake the penalty task together. Isn't that spark just waiting to ignite? Qiao Xi tugged at the loose thread of her hood. She had been persuaded. A group of people entered the hen house. I wondered if Qiao Xi could summon the hens for prenatal education, and perhaps have the roosters perform a square dance? If even sows can assist in childbirth. Surely managing the hen house is well within Qiao Xi's capabilities. It's laughable that anyone would believe she was the one delivering the chicks, given the obvious script. Lately, I find myself somewhat enamored with this woman. Is there something wrong with me? Upstairs, someone commented, I just bought the same hood. Yi Cici chuckled with Sister Xi around. We don't need to worry at all. Suddenly, Qiao Xi exclaimed, oh, it's a chicken. Yi Cici gasped, Sister Xi, that's a local chicken? We can't eat it. Qiao Xi's lips moved, mindful of the truth system. She deliberately glanced at the caterpillar on the tree and said, it's just scared. The chickens, of course, were unafraid, but Qiao Xi's true nemesis was indeed the caterpillar. Panic ensued among everyone. Just moments ago, time had been tight, yet someone had the leisure to change? I shouted at home, hello, who are you? Wait, is she just now realizing her character persona? Is it too late? Surely the company hasn't conducted an emergency education session with her? If you've been kidnapped, just blink. You needn't frighten us, the audience. Cackling. In an instant, a hen boldly flapped out from inside. Qiao Xi immediately shrieked, ah, it's coming for me. Just as Zhou Ninghuan reached for a broom, he saw someone leap up the tree beside him. Then, with a swift motion, they fell from the tree and landed on his neck. Sister, run faster.
Qiao Xi urged.
Do you not want to run yourself? Are you looking for a steed? However, Qiao Xi was pulling Zhou Ninghuan by the ear, and he yelped in pain, causing chaos to erupt in the henhouse. The hen, startled, clucked loudly, while Zhou Ninghuan howled in agony. What was she calling Zhou Ninghuan? Sister? Blind student, you've discovered something marvelous. Meanwhile, the system was also sending notifications. Shock value 100. Shock value 100. Congratulations on breaking through to level 11. New features unlocked. Qiao Xi had no time to check what the new features were. She noticed Yucinian making a swift exit from the henhouse, with Yi Cici closely following. With a click, the door was locked behind them. Half an hour later, Director Jean announced to the disheveled Zhou Ninghuan and the radiant Qiao Xi mission failed. She couldn't believe it. Even Yi Han and the others had succeeded in cleaning the pig pen. Qiao Xi failed? She failed? With a soft whimper, Qiao Xi expertly leaned against the henhouse wall, apologizing to her teammates. You too can take the punishment. Her delicate fingers pointed at Yucinian and Yi Cici. The punishment was merely to gather vegetables and fetch water. However, the moment the two left, Qiao Xi stealthily followed behind. The black hood peeked out from the grass. Now was the time. In this narrative, the protagonist, Yi Cici, is presented with a whitening pill, a remnant from a previous encounter, stored within the system's repository. Envision the scorching sun, where every female participant appears flushed and sun-kissed, yet Yi Cici possesses a complexion as smooth as cream, captivatingly beautiful. How could Yucinian remain unmoved? Impossible. Qiao 6, filled with excitement, announces the successful application of the whitening pill. As Chapter 14 unfolds, it is noted that she appears quite approachable. Qiao 6 adds, Master. Every 10 levels allows for a glimpse into the antagonist's affection value. Once the whitening pill is consumed, it will be opportune to assess Yucinian's feelings for Yi Cici. In the vegetable field, Yucinian stands under the blazing sun, his tall figure turning gracefully, his exquisite features illuminating the entire garden. Thoughts flit through. Ah, this man has truly captured my heart. Another voice suggests, stop planting in the field. Perhaps it would be better to come to my home instead. The air is thick with admiration. He looks so attractive, his waist, like a weapon of seduction. Speculations arise regarding which fortunate woman might win his heart in the future. Amidst the grass, a black head bobs anxiously. Why isn't it ready yet? Qiao Xi peeks out. Qiao 6 assures that it should be complete, though Yucinian has yet to notice her.
Oh.
He has turned around. He has turned around. With a crash, a bucket falls. Yucinian's fingers tremble. What's wrong? Yi Cici steps forward. Excitement surges. He is so moved he is trembling. Qiao Xi urges, check the affection value.
Now.
Qiao 6 diligently assesses the situation, gasping in astonishment.
Wow.
80 points. How impressive. Victory seems within reach, igniting Qiao Xi's exhilaration.
Wait.
Qiao 6 exclaims, disbelief washing over it as it checks multiple times.
No.
It's not 80. It's 80. A negative number? Qiao 6 shouts, astonished. How can this be? I've never encountered a negative score. Qiao Xi is equally shocked. Is it possible that this old fool remains unmoved? What a fool. I must see for myself. With such beauty, what could possibly dissatisfy you? Without hesitation, Qiao Xi dashes into the vegetable field, calling out, Yucinian. A juxtaposition of black and white, movement and stillness, confusion and rage unfolds amidst the fields. In that moment, Yucinian glimpses a vision akin to hell. Holy cow! He exclaims. Retreat. Retreat. Don't come near. Are these two the messengers of death? He wonders. Did we prearrange the script? As Qiao Xi nears, her words of anger falter upon seeing Yi Cici's face, prompting her to stifle a curse and halt abruptly. In her mind, Qiao Xi rages, Qiao 6, your whitening pill must be expired. I've never been this pale in 3 days. Qiao 6, flustered, responds, what? It's not expired. Upon inspecting the instructions, it reveals in bold letters, for washing clothes. Qiao Xi's expression hardens. Washing clothes? Am I to understand that you are a bleaching agent? Upon noticing Yi Cici's peculiar demeanor, she grabs a mirror, screams, and flees in a frenzy. At last, after a day of futile efforts, she now had to assist with the aftermath. In a fit of exasperation, she removed her headpiece. Facing the camera directly as a photographer magnified the moment. Consequently, the audience witnessed an exaggerated visage, her face contorted, the tightly fitted headpiece pulling upwards. Halfway through the removal, It snagged painfully. She began to tug frantically from side to side.
Goodness.
Could you please be mindful of your appearance? I beg you. Is this a zombie flick? This woman is bold. She dares to face the camera. Help. It seems as though every pore on her face has been uprooted. Yuan Xian. Lend me a hand. Qiao Xi called out. Yuan Xian glanced back briefly. Then he took off running, heart heavy with despair. Yuan Xian reluctantly raised his hand to assist Qiao Xi. Put in some effort. Qiao Xi urged. I am exerting myself. Yuan Xian gritted his teeth. Qiao Xi retorted. Haven't you eaten? Can you manage or not? Strain harder. Just a bit more. At such a moment, my mind wanders. I could just face the wall. I couldn't help but close my eyes, wishing the ground would transform into a bed. Please, indulge a little. Do not consume anything so dreadful. Finally, with a determined effort, Yuan Xian yanked it free. The force sent Qiao Xi tumbling forward, her body colliding with a tree, her arms instinctively bracing against the trunk. Grimacing in pain, Qiao Xi furrowed her brow, letting out a soft hiss. Her long hair cascaded down, delicate skin marked with red impressions. Her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears as they met his. Their gazes locked, mere centimeters separating their lips, breaths intertwining. Goodness. Is this even possible? Is there some invisible thread tying them together? She is stunning, my word. To think such a beautiful face was confined within that headpiece all day. Qiao Xi, I loathe you. Earlier, when Qiao Xi was in pain, I deserved it. Now that she is in pain, damn it. Someone comfort her. Comfort her. Yuan Xian felt a lump in his throat, his gaze drawn to her lips. Plump and rosy, they appeared irresistibly kissable. Just then, those enticing lips parted. What did you poke me with? Yuan Xian exclaimed, no way. He quickly glanced down.
Ah.
It was a hoe. Yuan Xian. Explain yourself to me. Where were your eyes just now? Oh my, his gaze cannot be deemed innocent. Yuan Xian, what's the matter? I was merely checking if I've gained weight today. What if my stomach is pressing against our captain? Wasn't it Qiao Xi who initiated the conversation? He never intended to think that way. Why did he look there? Having been through this for 10 years, I can assure you, these two have chemistry, trust me. Ultimately, it was the call of a crew member that rescued Yuan Xian. Guests, the director has announced a giveaway. Please follow me for a live connection with fans. The first episode serves as a warm-up, with the filming duration set for 3 days. And today marks the final day. As Qiao Xi entered the venue, she noticed several guests seated beneath the canopy constructed by the production team, touching up their makeup. Director Jean quietly inquired over the intercom, is Qiao Xi's detractor ready? The response came from the other end. It's all set. Only the production team was privy to the truth. The rest were merely devoted fans. While the connection to Qiao Xi would be made with her most vehement critics, the most venomous trolls and keyboard warriors. These artists dread the onslaught of maliciousness. Today, she intended to make Qiao Xi truly feel the sting and temper her fervor. Chapter 15. You are the thinnest. You, along with the box, weigh a mere 5 pounds. The lights were ready. The first to go live was Su Yijing, with the footage simultaneously projected onto the large screen set up nearby for all to see. Ha woman, do you think your charm will catch my attention? Let me tell you, it has. Darling, I toiled in the fields today, and I planted my unwavering affection for you. Can you call me wife just once? Su Yijing chuckled, endearingly catering to her fans. Then, I shall draw a wife for a connection. The comments section erupted in excitement. The selected fan on the other end was beside herself with joy. Su, I have adored you for 5 years. I fell for you back when you were a model. I wish you endless happiness. And the darlings in our fan group asked me to convey this message. Listen closely. Su, you are the brightest light in the world, and you will always deserve love. Su Yijing paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Only she knew the darkness she had recently endured, being drained by a boyfriend within the industry and facing retaliation from directors for refusing to comply with unwritten rules, resulting in the loss of endorsements and opportunities. The barrage of events had overwhelmed her, leading her to post a tweet from a secondary account. I truly do not deserve to be loved. Weeks had passed, and she did not expect her fans to still remember. You saw my tweet, didn't you? She asked, her voice softening. Of course we did. You are our special concern. Moreover, our group announcement stated that whoever got this connection opportunity must convey this message to you. The entire venue was moved. Su Yijing could no longer hold back her tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Next to take the stage was Fan Jiying, who received a banner hand-painted by fans on the opposite side. When Yu Xinian appeared, the audience erupted into unprecedented screams.
Ah.
I got picked. I got picked. A round-faced girl pressed her face against the screen, and after confirming, she immediately shouted, Yu Xinian, hello. Will you marry me? To be honest, I have a penchant for troubled men, and ever since the day I laid eyes on you, I decided it would be you. Yu Xinian, Director S-Team. Wait, why has the tone suddenly shifted?
Ha ha ha. Did you not know?
Yu Xinian S fans have always had this vibe. I must say, Xinian does indeed have a quirky side. He is a little prince who conquers the entertainment industry. That's why I like him. Is Yu Xinian troubled? How could it possibly compare to Qiao Xi's severity? Before Yu Xinian could hang up, the fan warned, you must not get involved with Qiao Xi. One should at least seek out a rational partner in matters of love. Is it reasonable for a household to harbor two lunatics? Beyond possessing a visage that captivates the masses, what virtues does she truly possess? Yu Xinian decisively severed the conversation, sitting beside with an air of calmness. As Qiao Xi prepared to take the stage, he earnestly advised her, your fans are genuinely kind. Yu Xinian interjected, and as Qiao Xi took her seat, the lights dimmed, and the director's team gathered furtively, observing with keen interest. Does Qiao Xi even have fans? One inquired. Even if she doesn't, they could easily cast someone, another replied. I've noticed her follower count rising. It appears organic. Likely due to her recent live streams that have drawn considerable attention. It's beginning. I wonder what her fans will be like. As the screen flickered to life, the audience leaned in, taken aback by what appeared before them, a large black and white photograph. Yi Cixi gasped, oh my, that's Sister Xi. Yu Xinian's expression darkened. The image depicted Qiao Xi, framed with delicate white flowers, startlingly revealed to be her memorial portrait. An eerie melody resonated from the screen, accompanied by a distorted voice that echoed with malice. Qiao Xi, may you perish. Do you deserve to live? You are nothing but a public nuisance. The cacophony of insults merged into a sharp, terrifying sound, transforming into vibrant text that flashed violently across the screen. Shut down the stream. Yu Xinian had unknowingly stepped into the director's tent. Director Jean was momentarily stunned, her eyes darting in bewilderment. We can't turn it off. The program has been compromised, she exclaimed, tapping the controls to no avail. Internally, she scoffed. Of course it can't be turned off. It might even loop for half an hour. Such vitriol could crush an ordinary artist. She couldn't help but think, Qiao Xi was destined for a breakdown. Yu Xinian, with a sardonic smile, remarked, it seems you are not lacking for guests.
Hey.
Your brother. Director Jean, in a panic, attempted to intervene but was too late. Clenching her teeth, she noted that Yu Xinian was advancing towards Qiao Xi and quickly devised a plan. Quick, take a shot. If Yu Xinian terminates his contract, we can spin a narrative that Qiao Xi seduced him and that he stood up for her. She understood Yu Xinian's temperament. He was known for acting decisively in any production. This was their last opportunity to extract some benefit from the situation. Meanwhile, as Yu Xinian approached Qiao Xi, the other guests watched in wide-eyed astonishment, gasping in disbelief. What is happening? Yi Cixi whispered, your brother, remain calm. But Yu Xinian was beyond calm. He sought to repay the favor owed for the betrayal. The next moment his languid voice rang out, is that all? Is this your best effort? Did you miscode the program? How could one navigate this world with such incompetence? Yu Xinian paused, his expression stiffening, as he observed Qiao Xi maneuvering the camera. And he retorted, is it fitting for you to smile so brightly beside a memorial portrait? Reshoot it. I'm currently stationary. Surely you can capture a proper image without resorting to screenshots? Hurry up. 3, 2, 1, did you get it? Little fool, if you managed to capture me, deduct 1 point. The crowd was left speechless. Director Jin's eyes were nearly popping out of her head. No tears, no tantrums. Is this truly Qiao Xi? Once, she was the type to weep inconsolably over harsh comments, unable to continue her work. Xiao Lu shrieked, that's enough. Master, that will suffice. Yet, Qiao Xi was already exhilarated. Impossible to restrain even with the might of 10 oxen. Pregnant? Is it true? Indeed, your father is nestled within me. And soon he shall emerge to play hide and seek with you. Am I overweight? Yes, but you are slender. The slimmest of all, yourself and the box together weigh a mere 5 pounds. Who are you trying to impress with that pale visage? Good sir, your mourning period has not yet passed. How can I muster smile? Do you wish to be my brother? Very well. First demonstrate your sincerity by cutting your hair short. Chapter 16. A torrent of curses followed by wails of despair filled the air, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Goodness! How terrifying! This is precisely the way to proceed. Just moments ago, Ihan caught sight of a disparaging review and could hardly endure it. Feeling deeply for the little darling, what a dramatic scene to behold. In the hospital room, bed 209, Zhu Feng slowly awoke, his vision blurred by 800 degrees of myopia. Yet his ears sharply attuned to the live broadcast his assistant was intently watching. Upon noticing his awakening, the assistant hastily turned off the stream. Zhu Feng inhaled deeply, declaring, "There is no need to conceal anything from me. My heart has grown as resilient as steel. No matter what transpires now, I shall not faint again. Bring it forth."
Let me see.
The assistant hesitated for a moment before presenting it, emphasizing, "Brother, you are the one who wishes to see this." Zhu Feng chuckled coldly, no longer believing there could be anything more astonishing than a wig. 5 minutes later, chaos erupted. "Help! Help! Doctor, bed 209 requires urgent assistance." The assistant dashed out of the ward, while the live stream was abruptly cut off by the production team. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to the audience. Yet Qiao Xi's confrontational video spread like wildfire across the nation within half an hour. After her tirade, she even joined a group of detractors, single-handedly facing off against 800 individuals, successfully claiming the title of Dragon King. The trending topic surged once more, accumulating 10,000 comments and 100,000 shares. Meanwhile, in a studio in the capital, the show Celebrity Transformation was divided into two segments, one featuring stars visiting rural areas, the other showcasing villagers coming to the city. However, the latter failed to garner as much attention as the former, which naturally drew an audience. This was the scene of a live broadcast in the city. A delicate, pale hand held a screen displaying the sharp and unrestrained words of a young woman. After a moment, a light chuckle resonated. "My sister possesses quite the charm." In a village, the other guests trailed behind at a distance, none daring to approach Qiao Xi. "Sister Xi, are you waiting here for your manager to pick you up?" Before Qiao Xi could respond, the staff fled in haste, disappearing in a blink. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, just as she found her mother's name in her contacts. A car came to a halt before her. A bodyguard, clad in sunglasses and a tailored suit, stepped out. Qiao Xi inquired, "Young mistress? Have we suddenly entered a grand drama?" Xiao Lu reminded her, "The Yu family is the wealthiest in the book, controlling the very lifeblood of the global economy." Qiao Xi responded, "Such an impressive villainous identity? Is this not the male lead storyline? They hail from the same household. The male protagonist is his half-brother, the son of his stepmother." Qiao Xi's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She understood the narrative of sibling rivalry. Not only was there a contest for inheritance, but they also fell in love with the same woman. Thus, Yu Nian, while fervently pursuing his dreams in the entertainment industry, fiercely battled his brother in the financial realm, resulting in a clash of titans. However, Yu Nian relinquished the inheritance to his brother. He was designated as the carefree young master, with his character sketch revealing that his sole talent was to hurl insults and lament in despair. Qiao Xi turned her gaze towards the fragile figure illuminated by the moonlight. Yu Nian, perplexed, inquired of Qingxi, "Did she just glare at me?" "Not at all, young master," Qingxi replied warmly. She merely rolled her eyes. Qiao Xi entered the car first, resolved to take advantage of her status and visit Yu Nian's home to meet the male lead from her book. As the vehicle rounded a corner, avoiding the crowd, Yu Nian was also picked up. In the back seat sat two formidable figures, while Qingxi and the bodyguard in the front trembled with trepidation. Yu Nian's striking peach blossom eyes were shrouded in darkness as he pondered for a long while. He resolved to clarify matters with Qiao Xi. Although he could not remember why he had agreed to register their marriage, it felt as if he were in a fog of amnesia. Regardless, the marriage had to be annulled. Yu Nian lifted his head and stated, "Qiao Xi, tomorrow we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to dissolve our marriage." The car fell into an eerie silence. "Surely, she wasn't crying? Your tears are futile. We are merely united by a contractual marriage, devoid of affection." Yu Nian frowned and turned away. In the moonlight, a pristine smile adorned her face as she slept, softly snoring. Her head gradually slid down the leather seat, resting against Yu Nian's shoulder. The bodyguard in the front seat gasped, "What? How can she sleep like this? This is disastrous." He recalled a previous incident when a maid attempted to seduce the young master, and the consequences were dire. In the next moment, her head landed on Yu Nian's shoulder. The bodyguard closed his eyes, but after a brief moment, He opened them to find his young master gazing at the street scenery, while the sleeping head remained securely against Yu Yan. He pushed her away.
Why?
Was her head too light to notice? In a panic, the bodyguard slammed the brakes. Qiao Xi lurched forward, but Yu Yan reacted swiftly, supporting her head. The bodyguard's mind raced. Would he have to intervene? Then, Yu Yan straightened his posture, his ears slightly reddened, as if nothing had transpired. The bodyguard exclaimed in disbelief. Who are you? Is this the notorious young master of the Yu family? He promptly sent a text to his mistress.
Ding.
At the Yu residence, the phone rang. Stepmother He Shuefeng glanced at the message, frowning. The young master has unusual feelings for the young mistress. He Shuefeng scoffed. Unusual?
How unusual could it be?
Would he even insult her less? Across from her, Yu Zheng, with a square jaw and striking features, furrowed his brow. You indulge him too much. Originally just a worthless individual, now spoiled beyond reason. As the sound of the engine drew near, a shiver ran through everyone. The mere mention of the name Yu Yan sent the Yu family into a tremor of fear. He Shuefeng smirked, fluttering out like a butterfly. This was her usual tactic. Under the guise of a dutiful stepmother, coupled with Yu Yan's extreme rebelliousness, Yu Zheng had never once doubted her. Nian Nian, she called, waving with a smile. Outside, a light rain fell, the soft glow of lights illuminating the figure of the young man standing tall. The servants hurriedly laid down a carpet and rushed to shine his shoes. He accepted the disinfected towel from the butler, elegantly tending to himself amidst the throngs of admirers. Suddenly, a yawning figure emerged from behind him, causing a moment of surprise. He Shuefeng quickly seized the opportunity. That must be Shi. So adorable. Looking so fresh and lively. I've always wanted a daughter. With a swift motion, the daughter she had long desired bypassed the crowd and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Yu Yan's head, the sound echoing. Enough! Why are you fussing about? Chapter 17. It was evident that she held great affection for Nian Nian. The Yu family collectively gasped, several servants hastily covering their eyes, terrified of the blood that might splatter from Qiao Xi. Yet, in the next moment, despite the foul expression on Yu Yan's face, he neither drew a knife nor cursed. Instead, he quickened his pace. The Yu family was left bewildered. Just like that?
Was that it?
From then on, the master could only voice his thoughts. He dared not lay a finger on the young master. In the hall, as Yu Yan stood firm, He Shuefeng approached him. Yu Yan deftly sidestepped, curling his lips with a hint of amusement. What was there to worry about? With a push of his legs, the inheritance was ensured for his son. Yu Yan, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Yu Zheng slammed his hand on the table. My mother? Yu Yan chuckled. My mother is currently playing mahjong with the king of hell in the western suburbs.
What?
Do you wish to send your second wife's bedmate over as well? You. He Shuefeng rushed forward to embrace Yu Zheng, pleading, don't be angry with the child. He didn't mean it. He just feels a sense of imbalance seeing Chung go to the company. What qualifications does this worthless child have to feel imbalanced? Yu Zheng's anger surged. And once one is married, they are no longer a child. How can you let your wife witness such a spineless display? Ask her if she doesn't feel disgusted. His words faltered as he pointed into the air, his finger trembling suddenly. Yu Yan's wife, Qiao Xi, had already fallen asleep with her mouth agape. The surroundings fell into a haunting silence as Yu Yan chuckled softly. The sound startled Qiao Xi awake. Who yelled at me? I am ready to strike down the enemies. Qiao Xi sprang up, raising her hand to land a hefty slap on Yu Zheng's head.
Bang!
The entire family. 5 minutes later, the family doctor exited the hall. The entire family. This story sounds familiar, doesn't it? Little Six, you understand the nuances of subtlety. Yu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He Shuefeng's complexion darkened, leaving her at a loss for words as she could only watch Qiao Xi and Yu Yan exit the door. Qiao Xi strolled through the Yu residence with her hands clasped behind her back. Xiao 6 was narrating the plot. Yu Yan had been involved in a car accident, remaining in a comatose state for an entire year, and had only awakened 3 months ago. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered his world had turned upside down. Not only had his father brazenly remarried, but his stepbrother was also constantly trying to overshadow him. To make matters worse, the grandmother he relied on most had passed away, unable to bear the news of his accident. Consequently, Yu Yan's personality underwent a dramatic transformation, leading him to adopt a reckless, self-destructive lifestyle. Qiao Xi cast a sidelong glance at Yu Yan, only to find his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on her. It's all right, I understand, she said, gently patting his shoulder. Yen's gaze flickered. She understood. Ever since his grandmother's passing, no one had stood by his side. Only her. The thrill of rebellion was intoxicating. Surely, he too relished the sensation, didn't he? What had Yen been fantasizing about just moments ago? In the living room, Yuzhong pressed his lips together, observing the duo walking side by side, his expression growing increasingly complex. Even before the accident, he had never seen Yen so compliant with anyone. An ominous premonition stirred within him. This girl would undoubtedly transform Yen. Aunt Zhao, the housekeeper, led them to the master bedroom on the second floor. Yen spoke up, "Prepare another room." "No need. We can share," Qiao Xi interjected. "How shameless. I refuse to share a room with you," Yen retorted. Qiao Xi raised her fist, as large as a clay pot, and smiled. "What? Did the wind muffle your hearing?" 5 minutes later, Qiao Xi lay contentedly on the bed in the master bedroom. Outside, Yen hesitated to enter, squatting in the corner while on the phone. "She insists on sharing a bed." He gritted his teeth. She could crush the steering wheel into dust. How could She possibly compete with her? "You'd better come up with a solution quickly." Cheng Dong remained silent on the other end, eventually suggesting, "Young master, if you just close your eyes, it will soon pass." Yen scoffed. "I recall there are still vacancies for minors in Africa?" Cheng Dong exclaimed, "Young master, you must preserve your dignity. You cannot fall victim to a woman like her."
So?
There was a brief silence. Cheng Dong tentatively continued, "But young master, you can't fight her, can't scold her, and can't push her away. Have you noticed? This woman has no weaknesses." Yen fell silent. There was truth in that statement. She even feared not the slightest mouse. In the room, Qiao Xi confirmed, "Do I need to watch him? Or is it sufficient to be in the same space?" After leaving the hall, Qiao Xi had unwrapped a level 11 gift pack, unexpectedly discovering that accumulating intimacy with the antagonist for a full 24 hours granted her a chance to tell a lie. Xiao 6 chimed in, "You only need to stay within 5 meters of him." Qiao Xi replied, "Tonight, I shall take advantage of the time. Let us test out other props." Outside, it was fortunate that what she desired was merely his physical presence. Women are often like this. Once they have what they desire, they fail to cherish it. Might it be better to simply give in, close one's eyes, and let it all pass? If it comes to it, I could enlist Shi to procure some medication for you. Yen took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he swallowed the pill in hand. He pushed the door open. Chapter 18. She Truly Loves Me. The room was shrouded in darkness. Yen swiftly closed the door behind him, and an overwhelming heat surged through his body. He tugged at his collar, only to be met with an unexpected voice from the bed. "Take it off." Yen was taken aback, his teeth clenched in humiliation. Was mere coercion not sufficient? Now such demands were being made? Yet, he understood well that he was powerless against the greater force at play. Resigned to his fate for the night, he decided it would be better to surrender willingly than to be ensnared by Qiao Xi. He began to unbutton his shirt with one hand, pausing after loosening a few buttons. Surely, this was sufficient? To go further would be excessive. "Is this all you will remove?" Yen's frustration boiled over. In a fit of anger, he shed all his garments, letting them fall to the floor, and strode into the room with long, straight legs. At that moment, Qiao Xi heard the distressed voice of her companion. "Master, how could you use such props on me?" Qiao Xi retorted, "These props are utterly ridiculous. I have no intention of using them. What a farce it is to summon objects from afar. Just look, even a doll's clothing cannot be removed. Truly a useless endeavor." Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. Qiao Xi turned, locking eyes with the rigid figure of the man before her. The fabric adorning him was scant, barely concealing his modesty. While the upper half of his physique revealed well-defined muscles, a faint blush inexplicably gracing his skin. Qiao Xi was momentarily taken aback, her mind flooded with questions. In the next instant, Yen pressed her onto the bed. As she reclined, she caught a glimpse of the bulging veins in his arm, his breath quickening. His face flushed. "Come on," he urged, ready to take what he desired from her. "What is it that I want?" She mused. Yet, the man above her was nearing his own breaking point. He closed his eyes, enduring an internal struggle, and when he opened them again, it was as if he had steeled his resolve. He leaned in, planting a tender kiss on the side of Qiao Xi's face, his soft lips grazing her skin. Whether intentional or not, the tip of his nose brushed against her earlobe. The room fell into a profound silence for several moments. Then, the stillness of the Yu household erupted into a cacophony. A loud bang reverberated through the air. What was that sound? He Shuefeng awoke with a start. Turning to see Yu Zheng's equally bewildered expression, the two rushed outside, colliding with Aunt Zhao, who came to report. It came from the young master's room. We must investigate. Instantly, the entire residence was illuminated. Yu Zheng was perplexed. He Shuefeng was equally baffled. Yu Zheng closed his eyes, overwhelmed. Despite all precautions, his mental state had finally faltered. Get a doctor, he ordered. Yet Aunt Zhao hesitated, biting her lip before finally revealing it was the young mistress who threw him in there. I heard she was not dressed when she went in. Yu Zheng was taken aback, momentarily speechless. He Shuefeng coughed lightly and chuckled. Ah, the whims of youth. Let us not concern ourselves with them. The news spread throughout the household as if it had sprouted legs. Initially, it was Aunt Zhao who relayed the tale. The young master was found half-naked and tossed into the ancestral hall. Soon, it reached the neighboring village, morphing into. The young master of the Yu family performed a striptease and was unceremoniously cast into the ancestral hall. Before long, the gossip circulated widely within their social circle. Several of Yu Xinyan's brothers frantically shared the news in their group chat. What? Our Niango has been diligently practicing his striptease, even performing for Uncle Yu, blinding him with his spectacle, and ultimately being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall? What? The medicine proved ineffective? Cheng Dong scratched his head, incredulous. Surely not. I once accidentally witnessed him bathing as a child. I thought he was exceptionally gifted. I was just worried about the young mistress, Qiao Xi remarked. I never expected that before I even warmed my seat, the young master would be thrown out. Nevertheless, one cannot simply toss someone aside. And making him kneel is utterly excessive. After ending the call, Qiao Xi entered the ancestral hall. Yu Xinian gazed up at the ancestral tablets in the flickering candlelight. He had taken the antidote and was, at present, in a normal state of mind. Qiao Xi called out loudly, young master, do not take it to heart. My brother says many men behave this way. I have yet to experience it myself, so who knows, I might be the same. Yu Xinian turned his head, the antidote just beginning to take effect, his eyes glistening with a hint of moisture as he glanced at Qiao Xi. Feel free to scold me as you wish. Just treat me as if I were Qiao Xi. No matter what you say, I shall remain silent. Yu Xinian moved his lips slightly. Qiao Xi waited, watching as the pale pink lips parted and he uttered, she truly loves me. Qiao Xi was taken aback. Yu Xinian's brows furrowed, and he sighed as he lowered his gaze. Before throwing him out, Qiao Xi had said, who told you to demean yourself so? You dare to engage with any woman that comes along? Manage yourself properly and save your virtue for the right person. She treasured him so dearly that she couldn't bear to touch him. Yu Xinian shook his head and resumed his recitation of the ancestral tablets. Yu Xinian spent the entire night in the ancestral hall, but when breakfast time arrived, he appeared with dark circles under his eyes, arriving punctually. His gaze instinctively scanned the room. No need to look, Yu Zheng said sternly while sipping his porridge. He had left early in the morning. Yu Xinian raised an eyebrow and kicked his stool, distancing himself from Yu Zheng before taking a seat. However, Yu Zheng showed no signs of anger. Instead, he remarked, stop eating solid food. Stick to porridge to soothe that troublesome stomach of yours. Yu Xinian squinted. He glanced at the porridge, filled with angelica and goji berries. Are you losing your mind? Yu Xinian inquired. Yu Zheng set down his bowl and wiped his mouth, still unfazed. Yet, as he stepped out the door, he paused momentarily and stiffly turned back to say, a rehabilitation coach will be coming this afternoon. I consulted the doctor. After lying in bed for a year, it's normal for some bodily functions not to have fully recovered. Having said that, he exited, leaving Yu Xinian deep in thought at the table, exchanging glances with Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi shrugged, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. In the shadows, He Shuefeng gritted her teeth in frustration. It was the first time the two had shared a meal so harmoniously. It seemed she needed to make plans early. Qiao Xi hailed a taxi to the hospital, yawning incessantly along the way. After a thorough analysis by Xiao Lu, both individuals unanimously concluded that Yu Xinian might be experiencing some psychological issues since the last incident when he was startled by her unexpected entrance into the bathroom. They agreed that he needed some time to recuperate. Consequently, Qiao Xi decided to engage in some solitary activities, seeking out her manager, Zhu Feng, to sign a work contract. Following the assistant's directions, Qiao Xi entered room 209. However, upon stepping inside, she encountered an assistant emerging while carrying a funeral garment. Qiao Xi's expression shifted as she glanced at the room number and the garment, subsequently covering her mouth in shock. When does the funeral commence? Chapter 19. Life is arduous. It's all nonsense. The assistant was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qiao Xi to exhibit such concern for Zhu Feng and felt compelled to explain. However, Qiao Xi continued with her inquiry. There shouldn't be any contribution required for the funeral, right? His departure was rather untimely, and I find myself financially constrained. As she opened her phone to check her balance, she scrolled through her accounts, both WeChat and Alipay, only to discover she could not muster even 50 yuan.
Qiao Xi.
Get in here, the assistant barked. Turning on her heel, Qiao Xi rushed inside. Upon seeing Zhu Feng lying on the hospital bed, she laughed. Oh, you're not dead.
You startled me.
Zhu Feng trembled in anger. This is a hospital gown. Can you not speak properly? Moreover, how is it that you are out of money again? Didn't the advertisement payment of 100,000 just arrive last month? Have you managed to spend it all in a month?
What?
Qiao Xi immediately interrogated Xiao Lu. Where is my money? Did you touch it? Master, the plot dictates that you are utterly oblivious. Xiao Lu provided her with the information, revealing that the original owner, consumed by romantic folly, had been duped by a charming figure from the entertainment industry over 5 years and had resorted to borrowing. Thus, she not only found herself broke, but also indebted to the tune of 5 million yuan in online loans. Life is arduous. It's all nonsense. Forget it. I don't wish to know. Don't drive me to madness. Zhu Feng shook his head and tossed his phone toward her. Look for yourself. As Qiao Xi grasped the phone, a strikingly beautiful face flashed across the screen. Zhu Feng remarked, your younger sister, though a rural girl, possesses remarkable beauty and acting prowess. The most formidable agent at Tianhua Entertainment has taken notice of her. Meanwhile, you are in the countryside delivering piglets? Qiao Xi, have you lost your mind? Silence ensued from the other side. When Zhu Feng glanced up, he found Qiao Xi crouched on the floor, drooling as she gazed at the screen. She looks absolutely stunning. While she's not yet famous, I need to secure 200 signed photos for resale next month. It would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Zhu Feng exclaimed, Qiao Xi, calm down. Am I the type to keep all the profits to myself? Rising, Qiao Xi reassured him, I'll help you get 2 as well. The narrative indicated that the true heiress, Qiao Yue, was destined for stardom, and in the future, a single signed photo could fetch 50 to 60,000 yuan. If she stockpiled 200 photos now, at 5,000 each, that would amount to a cool 10 million, leaving her with 5 million after settling her debts. Xiao Lu interjected, Master, your debts are due next month. Xiao Yue won to achieve fame for another 6 months. Qiao Xi responded, in that moment, my heart sank. Ultimately, Qiao Xi was expelled by Zhu Feng. He cast the advertising contract directly at Qiao Xi, instructing her to go to the company and sign it herself, while warning her that he had learned about the upcoming challenges in the next episode of Celebrity Transformation, advising her to watch her words. The moment Qiao Xi stepped outside, she received a transfer of 5,000 yuan from Zhu Feng. Good fortune to a kind heart. After accepting the money, she immediately sent Zhu Feng a heartfelt thank you message lasting 60 seconds. However, upon sending it, a red exclamation mark appeared. Zhu Feng had blocked her. A message from her assistant arrived. Sister Xi, Brother Zhu wants me to tell you to take the money and leave, and to contact him through a drift bottle in the future. The immediate priority was to keep an eye on Yuxi Nian, as he was a ticking time bomb, and one wrong move could lead to a revelation of his exposure tendencies. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, Qiao Xi was met with Aunt Zhao's piercing scream.
Quick.
Set up an inflatable mat in the garden. If he falls down, it would be disastrous. Aunt Zhao exclaimed, as she lifted a stone stool from the garden and charged forward. Qiao Xi was taken aback. In the garden, a large hot air balloon was slowly ascending into the sky, with Yuxi Nian inside, sipping tea and tasting wine. As he passed the second floor, he even greeted Yu Zheng in the study. Hello, father. Yu Zheng exclaimed in shock. You, get down here. He stormed to the staircase, shouting. Yuxi Nian replied slowly. No, it's about to rain. I need to help Aunt Zhao bring in the laundry. As he spoke, a clothes pole emerged from the hot air balloon, poking around above Yu Zheng's head. With a loud thud, a bright red thermal underwear piece fell directly onto Yu Zheng's head. Cheng Shi's expression changed dramatically. Young master.
No.
Wait. Cheng Shi hesitated. The thermal underwear that just landed on the old master's head belongs to the young mistress. Yuxi Nian spat out his hot tea in surprise and sprang to his feet. Why didn't you say so sooner? Hurry up and pick it up. A flurry of activity ensued. What are you picking up, Nian Nian? A chilling voice called from the small villa across the way. Yuxi Nian stiffened and turned his head, only to see Qiao Xi standing atop the small villa, holding a toy gun aimed at him, a smile gracing her face. Am I interrupting your fun? The entire family gasped in disbelief. Put that down. Qiao interposed himself between Yu Nian and her, urging, let us talk this through. Young mistress.
Don't act rashly.
Yu Nian's face contorted in anger. You've sullied one of your pajamas. Are you trying to kill me? A pajama? Qiao Xi scoffed. It's pure cotton, lined with fleece, and even blessed by a master at Lingyin Temple. Do you think it's suitable to smear it on your father's face? Does he even deserve it? Yu Zheng was left speechless. The family was equally taken aback. Yu Nian paused, his fury diminishing. Is that so? He truly does not deserve it, he conceded. Then I shall have Qiao Xi hand wash it for you. Will that suffice? Qiao Xi shot him a sidelong glance, not wishing to delve deeper, and agreed to this resolution. Once everyone had departed, Yu Zheng remained on the second floor, gazing at the light rain falling from the sky, silent for a long time. In the room, He Xuefeng chuckled joyfully. Today is Yu Nian's turn to face a nemesis. He has finally met his match. She called her confidant, Wang Ma. Have we gathered everything? Yes, we have. Wang Ma replied. Arrange a meeting with Qiao Xi, have her meet me by the rockery. Qiao Xi swiftly arrived after receiving a message from Wang Ma. A freshly cooked pig's trotter still clenched between her teeth. What's the matter? She inquired. He Xuefeng smiled gently. Shi, I am aware of your financial struggles. Qiao Xi responded with a hint of surprise. Is that so? No need to mock me with laughter, is there? He Xuefeng, realizing her attempt at familiarity had failed, directly presented Qiao Xi with a bank card. In an instant, Qiao Xi's irritation vanished, her gaze fixated on the card, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What does this signify? Chapter 20. Good boy, De Lang, take your medicine and grow tall. This contains 500,000 for you. Oh dear. How could I accept this? It's too generous. Qiao Xi exclaimed, even as she tucked the card into her pocket. Is there something you wish me to do for you? He Xuefeng simply replied, this as well is medicine. She produced a packet of white powder and placed it before Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi froze momentarily. What kind of medicine is this? What you believe it to be is precisely what it is, He Xuefeng replied with a soft smile. This is specially prepared for Nian Nian. If you can manage to have Nian Nian consume it unknowingly, a subsequent 1 million will be transferred to your account. Understanding dawned upon Qiao Xi. This stepmother intended to poison Yu Nian without any pretense. What a lawless fiend. The young mistress accepted the packet of medicine. Qiao Xi reported in a hushed tone. In the room, Yu Nian lay on the bed where his previous night's endeavors had faltered, his dark eyes gradually sinking with the shifting shadows from the window. After a while, the man spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Understood. Qiao Xi remarked, perhaps it's merely a feint. She might not truly intend for you to drink it. The words hung in the air, but he couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. The young mistress is not that kind of person. Rationality insisted otherwise. The young mistress was indeed. The very moment she beheld the bank card, her face radiated with delight. He doubted whether he was peering into her heart or merely her appetite. Yu Nian waved his long, graceful hand, signaling for Qiao Xi to depart, who sighed inwardly, pondering how he had believed the young mistress to be different, only to be disillusioned. Creaking open, the door revealed Qiao Xi stepping inside. The figure on the bed remained motionless, casting a sidelong glance her way, awaiting her next move.
Aunt Zhao.
Qiao Xi called out, then declared, I desire pig trotters for dinner tonight, along with stewed pork ribs with snow peas, spicy hot pot, stir-fried sour and spicy potatoes, and that dark, delectable beef. After ordering 18 dishes, she leaned back in her chair. I'm not eating, Yu Nian retorted stubbornly. So you intend to poison him through his meal? Is that it? A poor tactic, she mused. Who said you should eat? Qiao Xi glanced at him quizzically. I didn't order for you. If you wish to eat, you should call someone. Yu Nian replied. You didn't order for me, yet you've ordered 18 dishes? At that moment, the food arrived. Yu Nian watched in astonishment as the woman at the table rolled up her sleeves and began to devour the dishes with a fervor reminiscent of someone who had never eaten before, leaving no morsel, not even the marrow from the bones, untouched. Yu Nian could only watch in disbelief. After finishing her meal, Qiao Xi let out a hearty belch and turned to Yu Nian. He immediately averted his gaze, leaning against the headboard in silence. He understood that the true spectacle was about to unfold. Where would she conceal the drug? Within the food? Beneath the blankets? Yu Nian squinted at Qiao Xi, awaiting her clumsy performance. In the next moment, he witnessed Qiao Xi unexpectedly producing a bowl of water and extracting a packet of white powder from her pocket, suddenly pouring it into the bowl before him.
Yu Nian.
Qiao Xi, who had been waiting in the shadows. She is administering the drug right in front of him? Just like that? After sprinkling the powder, Qiao Xi seized Yu Xinyan's chin. Come on, darling, drink your medicine and grow taller. Oh my goodness. She really drank it. He Xuefeng's face flushed with excitement.
Wangma nodded.
Affirming, I saw her feed it to him. Initially, I thought she had hidden the drug in the sweet and sour ribs, but that was not the case. Then I considered the braised pig trotters, but again, I was mistaken. Get to the point. He Xuefeng interrupted impatiently. Wang Ma. She actually took out the packet of medicine right in front of the young master, without any attempt to conceal it. He Xuefeng. I thought Qiao Xi was foolish, but I never anticipated she would be this naive. This will certainly save her a great deal of effort. Outside, the sound of an ambulance could be heard. He Xuefeng could hardly contain her laughter as she watched Qiao Xi carry Yu Xinyan, sprinting toward the door. She stood at a distance, cloaked by the night. If she moved a little closer, she would have seen Yu Xinyan's face striking against areas behind Qiao Xi in accordance with her movements, while his ears had already turned a deep shade of crimson. At the hospital, He Xuefeng followed Yu Zheng, grabbing the doctor in distress. Doctor, how is my son? According to Wang Ma, he has been poisoned. How could he be poisoned when he was perfectly fine? As she cried, she pleaded, just tell us the truth. We are all waiting. Please do not panic. The doctor gently pushed her hand away. He is fine. Oh, my poor son. How could this happen? He Xuefeng paused, looking up. What did you say? He is fine. He merely has an upset stomach. The doctor adjusted his glasses, smiling. Young couples today just worry too much about each other. Rest assured. The blood test results are in. He is as strong as an ox. You can settle the fees and leave. He Xuefeng. How could this be? I wanted to ask you. Qiao Xi approached, her face flushed with anger. Is that medicine effective? After drinking it, he has no issues at all. He can sing and dance. Is it some sort of tonic? If you had informed me it was a tonic, I would not have been anxious for half the day. He Xuefeng was momentarily taken aback by this outburst. No, it's not a tonic. Is the medicine ineffective? Where did you procure it? If you truly have no source, I can provide one for you, all right? Don't play games. This matter has nothing to do with me. I administered it, so you owe me the money. He Xuefeng was furious. He didn't die from the medicine, and yet I paid 1,500,000. If you failed, there will be no subsequent payment. Her mind still clear, she promptly stated, I will clarify the issue with the medicine, and next time I will act only when success is assured. Qiao Xi cast a glance at her, pursed her lips, and without further ado, turned and entered the hospital room. The person on the bed lay face down, just as before, covering his head and ignoring her. Enough. Qiao Xi kicked the bedside. Still angry? I earned this money to share with you. And you only have to drink a few bowls of salt water. It's hardly a loss. Yu Xinyan remained silent. Qiao Xi pondered for a moment. At worst, I want to split it 80-20 with you. How about a 70-30 arrangement instead? Consider it your performance fee. Suddenly, the figure on the bed turned, his eyes rimmed with red. Chapter 21. How many surprises does this woman still hold that he is unaware of? 3 bowls. You forced me to drink a full 3 bowls. At that moment, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. All for show, right? Your stepmother is not so easily deceived. Qiao Xi gently rubbed his head. At that touch, Yu Xinyan's expression stiffened, his anger visibly dissipating. Yet the corners of his eyes remained red. Suddenly, he extended his hand. 50-50. Qiao Xi, in a moment of distraction, almost knocked Yu Xinyan's head against the wall. Fortunately, Yu Xinyan had anticipated this and dodged just in time, letting out a yelp as he fell back onto the pillow. Ouch, he murmured. Stop playing the victim. Qiao Xi was not swayed by such tactics. Deceiving me emotionally is one thing, but attempting to deceive me financially is unacceptable. Yu Xinyan paused for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 200,000. Dream on. Qiao Xi scoffed. 150,000, no more. 180,000. Yu Xinyan countered. 130,000. Yu Xinyan. Yu Xinyan. 170,000. Qiao Xi. 100,000.
Yu Xinyan.
As it seemed he would run out of options, Yu Xinyan finally gritted his teeth and conceded to the original sum of 150,000. After Qiao Xi departed, Yu Xinyan, clutching the 150,000 he had just received, turned over, ultimately unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Qiao Xi made a call to Qingdong. It's all good now, just a false alarm. But has our young master been driven to financial desperation lately? He managed to squeeze 150,000 from the young mistress, and is still smiling away. You wouldn't understand this. The seasoned romantic Cheng Dong replied slowly. Money earned through one's life is always more cherished. That makes sense. Cheng Xi learned something valuable. Meanwhile, as Qiao Xi exited, she was called back by Yu Zheng. Yu Zheng stated, "The Yu family is hosting a banquet tomorrow night. You must bring Yu Si Nian along." Qiao Xi, "I can't take him," she replied directly. "If he dared to smear thermal underwear on your face today, what might he do at the banquet tomorrow? I cannot afford to lose face with such a person." Yu Zheng pondered for a moment, then produced a black card. "Here is some living expense money. It was originally intended for you to buy a dress." Qiao Xi abruptly halted her steps. With a smooth motion, she took the card, placing it securely in her possession. "Father." Qiao Xi's face under the hospital corridor lights beamed as if she had just undergone an entire facelift. "Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually with my family at 8:30 tomorrow evening. Yu Zheng." Qiao Xi left with the card, delightfully strolling at the hospital entrance. "This family is truly wonderful," she mused. "Hey, can you check if there are others suffering from this affliction of casually tossing money around? I would gladly visit them to help remedy their condition." Xiao Lu, high emotional intelligence. I want to help them with their ailments. Low emotional intelligence. I no longer wish to strive. I want to beg in a wealthy family. Inside the car, He Shuefeng remarked. Nian Nian may not necessarily heed Qiao Xi's words, especially since tomorrow marks A Cheng's birthday banquet. You intend to present him with shares as a gift. Nian Nian would surely feel discontented attending. Yu Zheng furrowed his brow, determined to show him the importance of diligence. At that moment, the butler interjected, "Sir, there's no need to be obstinate. You have indeed prepared a gift for the young master." He Shuefeng's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment, she reluctantly forced a smile, realizing that the company was intended for Nian Nian. "You truly put a lot of thought into Nian Nian. She will undoubtedly live up to your expectations." Just days prior, she had observed Yu Zheng managing a contract for a small company under his name, initially believing it was for some woman. She had kept a close watch, only to discover it was meant for Yu Si Nian. It would have been better suited for another woman. Fortunately, Yu Si Nian and Qiao Xi were at odds. So, having Qiao Xi invite Yu Si Nian to the banquet would surely backfire. The young master consented. The butler suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the message on the screen, stating that the hospital had informed them that the young mistress had called the young master to notify him of the banquet tomorrow. He merely responded with an "oh," showing no signs of excitement or discontent.
What?
He Shuefeng could hardly believe it, her long nails digging into her palm. Meanwhile, Yu Zheng smiled with satisfaction. As it appeared his suspicions were indeed correct. The guest list for the banquet had been finalized a week prior, and the news of the Yu family's young master attending had set the elite circles of Beijing abuzz. Qiao Xi, clutching her little fortune, strolled through a gown shop. "Bring forth the least expensive gown you have for me to try," she declared boldly. The attendant approached with a cheerful demeanor, presenting a black evening gown. "This one fits your request perfectly." Upon seeing the price tag, 10,000, Qiao Xi replied, "Thank you, but I shall pass," and exited the store with a smile. Xiao 6 remarked, "Didn't you just receive some money?" Qiao Xi retorted, "Do I look like a fool to you? Spending 10,000 on a gown for just one evening? I'd rather share a kiss with Aunt Zhao than waste that much on this." Xiao 6 expressed concern, "But without a gown, how will you enter tonight? What's there to fear? Solutions are always devised by people," she answered confidently. Xiao 6 whimpered, "I'm so scared. Who will save me?" Indeed, while solutions are conceived by individuals, who else could offer ideas? As evening approached, Yu Si Nian emerged from his room clad in a bespoke suit. Several servants were taken aback, while Aunt Zhao complimented, "The young master looks so handsome." "Yes, it's been ages since the young master wore a suit," Cheng Xi remarked, starry-eyed. Yu Si Nian cast a sidelong glance, surveying the garden. "Where is she?"
She?
"Who?" Cheng Xi's eyes brightened in understanding. "Young master. Wait here, I'll go fetch her." Yu Si Nian smirked, thinking to himself that if he deemed her too frivolous, he would ensure Qiao Xi took a good look today. "She's coming." Cheng Xi pulled He Shuefeng over, pointing at Yu Si Nian. "Look closely. Our young master looks exceptionally handsome today. Much more so than your Li Cheng." Yu Si Nian. The two exchanged glances, and a chilly silence descended upon the air. He Shuefeng, exasperated, turned to leave, unwilling even to play along. As Yu Si Nian beckoned with his finger, he swiftly kicked Cheng Xi in the rear as he approached. I told you to call for Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi, he shouted. Qiao Xi, clutching his backside, rolled on the ground twice, suddenly enlightened. Oh, the young mistress? She's in the makeup room. She's doing her own makeup? Yusinian furrowed his brow. Wasn't his father supposed to have provided funds and an appointment with a makeup artist? Qiao Xi nodded. I was curious too. So I asked her why she didn't call the makeup artist. The young mistress said she had done makeup for others before, and that it would be fine. Yusinian pondered. The fact that she had once been a makeup artist was beyond his expectations. How many surprises did this woman still hold that he was unaware of? In the next moment, the door swung open. Yusinian quickly adjusted his collar, positioning himself in the most flattering manner before turning his head. Chapter 22. Duanmu took me to Meters Bonwi. The man's deep-set eyes reflected a dress adorned with intricate patterns. It was rather appealing. The gown was designed with creativity, though the pattern felt somewhat familiar. He pursed his lips, condescendingly glancing upward. The next moment, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, "A ghost!" She pulled Yusinian back, several steps. "Young master, come here, I'll protect you." Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba. Under the moonlight, her face appeared as pale as flour. With a wide mouth reminiscent of a blood basin and 2 patches of blush on her cheeks, glaring and dazzling like the sun shot down by Hoi. Yusinian regained his composure, his words escaping through gritted teeth. "This is your makeup?" Qiao Xi asked Qiao 6. "Is it that bad?" "I think it's decent. I've always done it this way. Isn't it similar?" Qiao 6 had already been screaming for a while. "Can it be similar?" "Master, that's the makeup of an embalmer. Makeup for the deceased. How can you attend a banquet like this?" Qiao Xi scoffed. "What's the difference between me, who owes 5 million in debt, and a corpse?" Qiao 6. Clearly, Yusinian could no longer tolerate it. "You can't go to the banquet like this. I find it embarrassing." He grasped Qiao Xi's hand and shoved her into the car. To the studio. Qiao Xi pressed the gas, reaching their destination promptly. Before entering, Qiao Xi emphasized thrice that she had no money, only to be met with a card tossed her way by Yusinian. Just as she was about to feel pleased, she realized it was a card for this particular styling studio, and her mood plummeted. So even the young masters from wealthy families could be tricked into getting cards. TSK. She stepped inside. The stylist was a Frenchman named Li Wangkai in Mandarin. He had collaborated with Yusinian's team for years, and most of Yusinian's notable looks had originated from his artistry, making him well known in the industry. Leaning against the door, Li Wangkai marveled. "This is the first time I've seen young master you bring a woman here. Surely, there must be no relationship between them." Upon seeing Qiao Xi's face, which lit up with a broad smile revealing 2 rows of white teeth, Li Wangkai lost his smile, his expression dimming as he directed Qiao Xi to her seat. Utterly devoid of any gossipy intentions, Yusinian sat on the sofa, glancing at his watch. He sat in the cool-toned interplay of light and shadow, his brows and eyes like a work of art, with even the simplest bow of his head resembling a modern poem, graceful yet vividly alive. An entire hour passed before the door creaked open. After that fleeting glance, Yusinian found himself shrouded in shadow, daring only to steal furtive glances, perpetually prepared to withdraw. Yet it was Qiao Xi who broke the silence first, exclaiming "Wow!" Yusinian followed suit, lifting his gaze. Draped in a floor-length gown, adorned with silver rhinestone heels that complemented her pure black attire, the dress hugged her waistline, revealing 2 long, straight, fair legs, a swan-like neck, and skin so fair it glowed. Her makeup was subtle, her hair elegantly styled, with rhinestones interspersed, as if the light cast a filter over her. Yusinian was momentarily entranced. He watched as Qiao Xi moved, her steps slightly awkward, making her way to the mirror.
Wow.
"Did you just come from Métis Bonway?"
Yusinian mused.
Qiao Xi chimed in. If she were beautiful and still lacked a voice, she would be perfect. Yusinian stood to leave, but was halted by Qiao Xi's grasp. Her delicate fingers, smooth and tender, seemed to poke at his heart. Rather than push her away, he defiantly lifted his chin. Conceding, "Fine, if you insist on clinging to me, so be it." A piece of clothing was thrust into Yusinian's arms, stifling his words. He glanced down to discover it was the dress Qiao Xi had just worn. At that moment, Qiao Xi exclaimed, "Young master, isn't this your bedsheet?" Yusinian replied with confusion. Qiao Xi chuckled awkwardly. "It's a special circumstance. I simply found the fabric intriguing and borrowed it. I'll return it." "Don't be stingy." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and strode out. Yusinian closed his eyes and tossed the sheet to Qiao Xi, utterly disinclined to engage in conversation any longer. By the time they reached the hotel, the banquet had commenced. All eyes were fixed upon Qiao Xi who, as Yu Xinian's companion, was unmistakably the most talked-about figure of the evening. The wealthy young ladies who had initially anticipated a spectacle were now visibly envious of Qiao Xi's stunning presence. She made her way to the dessert corner, whispering to herself, "I'm starving," as she stealthily munched on treats. "What were you about to say earlier?" she asked, having missed Cheng Shi's words amid the raucous entrance. Cheng Shi nodded, acknowledging her inquiry. Meanwhile, Yu Xinian had circulated, exchanging pleasantries, and from a distance spotted Yu Zheng in the company of Li Cheng, both impeccably dressed, resembling a father and son duo. He rolled his eyes and turned to leave, having heard the same conversation countless times before. Losing interest, he pivoted away, his feet instinctively guiding him toward the food area, where he couldn't help but envision Qiao Xi's playful demeanor with Yu Zheng. "Where is Qiao Xi?" Yu Xinian inquired of Cheng Shi. No sooner had he spoken than two women, heavily perfumed, sauntered past, their gossip piercing through the air. "She must be pregnant to have entered the Yu family. A child born out of wedlock. How scandalous. I told you, how else could she have been chosen? Merely a foster daughter of the Qiao family." Yu Xinian narrowed his eyes and strode forward, blocking their path. The woman speaking looked up, stunned. "Why, young master Yu, I'm so sorry. Are you here for dessert?" Yu Xinian handed the plate to the two women, his tone warm and inviting. The plate held two small cakes. The women, taken aback, stammered their thanks. With a smile, Yu Xinian departed. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail echoed behind him.
Ah!
Mustard. Chili. My eyes. My makeup. Meanwhile, Yu Xinian had reached the dessert area. Upon stopping, he heard a burp. Following the sound, he spotted Qiao Xi in a secluded corner, surrounded by 8 plates, her belly protruding as if she were 5 months pregnant. Cheng Shi, astonished, exclaimed, "Young master, you cannot blame those two. This is a rumor crafted by the young mistress herself." "Hey, Yu Xinian, I'm over here." Qiao Xi waved frantically upon spotting him. Yu Xinian immediately extended his arms, feigning blindness, while Cheng Shi assisted him along. At that moment, Xiao Lu chimed in. "He has gone to the garden. It's time for the main characters to embark on their audacious journey." Qiao Xi swallowed the last bite of cake, wiped her mouth, and promptly followed. Chapter 23. As they approached the garden entrance, a voice called out to them. "Qiao Xi, you really dare to come." Turning around, Qiao Xi saw Olan. Without hesitation, Olan lifted a glass of orange juice and hurled it at Qiao Xi's face. "Stop!" A figure rushed forward. In the next instant, the orange juice drenched Cece instead. Qiao Xi, having narrowly escaped, exclaimed, "Big brother, instead of going to the garden to confront someone, you've come here to save the damsel in distress. What nonsense are you spouting?" Olan's face reddened with indignation. The commotion attracted onlookers. Qiao Xi grasped Cece's arm. "I'm truly touched, so hurry to the garden." Olan, seemingly deaf, retorted, "What?" Yi Cece, feeling reassured, moved ahead. "Don't forget to head to the pool." Qiao Xi called after her. In the garden, Cheng Shi remarked, "The young master wishes to speak with you, by the pool." Yu Xinian casually glanced across the way, about to step forward when a waiter caught up to him. "Young master Yu, there's been an incident with Miss Qiao." Yu Xinian frowned and turned around. Across the way, Li Cheng's amber eyes fixated on him, and moments later, he set down his champagne and followed suit. "This pool is truly beautiful," a soft voice chimed as he walked away. Yi Cece gazed at the shimmering water, her eyes crinkling with delight. Suddenly, water splashed above Olan's head. She was thrust into a fish tank and emerged, cursing, "Qiao Xi, you want to have a good end. You wretched girl. What to do about your foul mouth?" Qiao Xi asked the nearby waiter. The waiter, bewildered, responded, "Black tea by Jian, keeping your breath fresh all day." Out of nowhere, Qiao Xi produced a brush and began scrubbing Olan's teeth vigorously. Swish, swish, swish. "Children, don't forget to rinse after brushing." Qiao Xi continued cheerfully. Olan gasped, "Let me go. I one tea gargle." When she next emerged from the fish tank, she attempted to hit Qiao Xi from behind, but despite her struggles, she couldn't land a blow, nor did she dare to utter another curse. As the arrival of the year unfolded, the scene was one of exuberance. The hall buzzed with clinking glasses and lively conversations about projects worth millions, while he brought along his wife to the gathering. Meanwhile, she assisted a female celebrity with brushing her teeth. Eventually, a waiter helped Olan away, while Qiao Xi, behind her, playfully made faces and sang, "Olan.
Oulan.
Not a bad heart.
Oulan. Oulan."
Adorably foolish. Olan responded with surprise. A waiter inquired, "Isn't it good to be alive?" Olan merely nodded. Qiao Xi burst into a wild laugh, only to turn and find herself caught in a pair of amber eyes. She gazed at the man's aggressively handsome visage, and information materialized before her. Li Cheng, 25 years old, the male protagonist of this tale. Qiao Xi immediately glanced behind him. "What is your name?" Li Cheng inquired, his gaze fixed intently on her. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the words shimmering in his eyes. "Woman, you have captured my attention." Qiao Xi gasped in astonishment. "I'm called Black Fairy Little Moon," a chilling voice interrupted. Qiao Xi responded, "You see Nian, who permitted you to introduce me like that?" You see Nian stepped forward, adding, "Your identity is that of your brother-in-law's wife." At his words, Li Cheng's expression shifted slightly. Unfazed, Yu Si Nian took hold of Qiao Xi and pulled her away.
"Wait."
Qiao Xi protested, pausing. Yu Si Nian looked down to see her high heels cast aside, leaving her barefoot, her delicate toes grazing the ground. Qiao Xi smiled, "No worries. Just give me 2 more minutes. I'll soon retrieve the fairy castle." Yu Si Nian responded with silence. In the next moment, he swept her up in his arms and departed. "Hey, I have legs."
"Put me down."
Naturally, no one paid her any mind. Qiao Xi felt a rush of warmth, enveloped by Yu Si Nian's fragrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the garden, Yi Sisi appeared, drenched and blushing, gazing at the man beside her. Qiao Xi squinted in disbelief.
"Goodness.
Isn't that the man who took away my 500,000? Little Six exclaimed in despair. This is a disaster. Several cars successively entered the Yu family mansion. As Qiao Xi alighted, she intended to call out to someone, only to see the young master pass by with a stern expression.
"Hey," she called out.
Yu Si Nian turned to her, retorting, "What is it?" How could she flirt with Li Cheng in front of him? Even an apology would be futile today. Qiao Xi asked, "Is your brother home tomorrow?" She needed to devise a plan to realign the plot. Perhaps if she arranged for Li Cheng and Yi Sisi to meet, she could correct the narrative. However, as soon as she spoke, she noticed Yu Si Nian's face darken, his lips trembling in anger. Qiao Xi pouted. What a foul temper. She then inquired with Aunt Zhao. "The eldest master?" Aunt Zhao looked up. "Yes, at home. Tomorrow is the weekend." Following the source of the voice, she spotted Li Cheng. His amber eyes held that predatory gaze once again as he stepped closer, presenting her with a box of cake. "If you wish to know next time, you may simply ask me. The waiter informed you that you consumed 13 pieces throughout the evening. And I presumed you might have enjoyed them." Little Six, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Absolutely not.
We cannot accept that."
It was evident that he was attempting to entice. Qiao Xi declined the cake. To her surprise, Li Cheng tossed it aside, and with a resounding thud, the cake was discarded into the trash bin. "If you do not partake, it loses its significance," he remarked.
"How could that be?"
Qiao Xi replied gently, smiling, "It can still serve to elevate your status." Li Cheng momentarily faltered. The sound of wheels rolling interrupted their conversation. Qiao Xi turned to see a certain young master, freshly bathed and donned in his bathrobe, stepping elegantly between her and Li Cheng. Behind him trailed a small cart laden with numerous shopping bags. So much to buy at this late hour? In the next moment, Yu Si Nian halted between the two of them and began to swiftly unpack the bags. "Qiao Xi?" He then unveiled a vibrant green hat, placing it atop his head, which glowed with fluorescent hues. The young master turned to showcase it. "I purchased some accessories. May I have your opinions? Do you find it appealing?" Chapter 24. You are the clouds in the sky, and I am the refuse upon the ground.
Qiao Xi. Li Sheng.
Is it not appealing?
Yu Si Nian lamented.
Then revealed a green cap with a visor, smiling as he inquired, "What about this one? How does it fare? And this one? And this one?" After unwrapping 8 hats, Yu Si Nian finally sighed, discarding them all and straightening his attire. "I have come to realize that perhaps the styles are not at fault," he mused as he sauntered past Qiao Xi. "It is the colors that do not suit the nobility of my being." With that, he departed. Little Six. "I find myself longing for home," Qiao Xi confessed. Little Six dared not utter a word. Yi Sisi. "Yay. I am free tomorrow. I shall arrive precisely at 9 in the morning." When Yi Sisi arrived, it coincided perfectly with the Yu family's breakfast hour. Following yesterday's events, the social circles in the capital had tacitly acknowledged the engagement between Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian. Yi Sisi also hailed from a prominent family, but her lineage had fallen into bankruptcy 2 months prior, compelling her to enter the entertainment industry. Thus, when she discovered that the address Qiao Xi provided was the Yu family's ancestral home, she was not taken aback. Qiao Xi set her alarm for 8:30, finally dragging herself out of bed at 8:55. The previous night, Yu Si Nian, in a fit of anger, retreated to the guest room. The young master fussed over the coolness of the water and the discomfort of the sheets, creating a ruckus akin to the princess and the pea, disturbing the entire household until the late hours. As she shuffled in her slippers, yawning as she passed through the garden, she suddenly halted.
Lobo.
Where have the trees gone? Qiao Xi inquired of the butler. The once lush aristocratic grove was now riddled with holes. Has a typhoon struck?
Lobo replied earnestly.
The young master deemed the colors too garish and ordered them to be uprooted. Qiao Xi was taken aback. Lubo continued. He also had bare plum branches installed. And please execute the task with alacrity. Every 3 trees should form a row, as the young master favors the number 3, to ensure it is arranged accordingly. Qiao Xi sighed and turned to enter the dining room. Upon stepping inside, the sunlit scene unfolded before her. At the long French table, 2 figures sat facing each other. In a crisp white shirt, Yusinian embodied a youthful charm that straddled the line between boyhood and manhood. Opposite him sat the commanding Li Cheng, exuding an air of authority. Both men moved with grace, creating a scene that was visually pleasing. However, the harmony of the moment would have been heightened had there not been an array of green vegetables laid out before Li Cheng. Go ahead and eat, brother, Yusinian said, looking up with a smile. What's the matter? Is it not to your taste? I recall you rather enjoyed it yesterday. Li Cheng pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes at him, sparks nearly flying towards Qiao Xi. Oh dear, what a performance. Shi Jia. A jubilant voice suddenly erupted from behind. Qiao Xi waved her hand and made an elaborate introduction.
This is my friend, Yi Sisi.
She then scrutinized Li Cheng, only to find that he barely cast a glance at Yi Sisi, his keen gaze fixated on Qiao Xi instead. Are you hungry? Li Cheng inquired. Hungry? I might as well order takeout. Qiao Xi retorted. Can't you see your leading lady standing right here? Without hesitation, Qiao Xi positioned Yi Sisi beside Li Cheng and feverishly rummaged through her inventory. Xiao Lu, what props do I have at my disposal? Xiao Lu displayed a panel. Currently active. Marriage Certificate 1, Beauty 10, Strength Pill, Whitening Pill, Telekinesis 1. As well as Permanent National Dialect Acquisition and General Agricultural Machinery Driving License. Available for use. Voice Changer 1, Lucky Koi for 1 hour, Double-Sided Tape 1. Poison Immunity for 1 hour. What is the double-sided tape? She asked. Xiao Lu replied, Function description. It can bond any 2 objects or individuals together. That sounds splendid. Qiao Xi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Stick Li Cheng and Yi Sisi together. Xiao Lu hesitated. This is. But it was too late to stop her. Qiao Xi swiftly grabbed the double-sided tape and prepared to throw it. At that moment, Li Cheng stood up and said, Shi, let me serve you some soup. No, don't move. Before she could finish, Aunt Zhao rushed in. I'll do it, Aunt Zhao declared. Such coarse tasks are certainly meant for me. With a sudden motion, the double-sided tape landed squarely on the heads of Li Cheng and Aunt Zhao. Qiao Xi gasped. What the? Xiao Lu exclaimed. Ah. At the entrance, Yu Zheng, hands clasped behind his back, walked alongside He Shuefeng toward the dining room. You can't take your frustrations out on the trees in the garden. They are all precious. Yu Zheng fumed, on the verge of self-ignition. I absolutely must teach him a lesson today. At least Li Cheng is considerate, never causing trouble. He Shuefeng chuckled softly. Indeed, that child Li Cheng. Young master, what are you doing? She interjected. Though I am widowed, I am not that easy to dismiss. Hurry, let go of me. Both paused in their tracks. Young master? Li Cheng? He Shuefeng hurried a few steps forward, following the sound. For pairs of eyes met. Li Cheng and Aunt Zhao were locked in an enthusiastic embrace, intertwined in a comical way. He Shuefeng? He Shuefeng. In the next instant, a shrill scream echoed throughout the Yu household. Li Xin, what are you doing? Congratulations, Aunt He. Yu Sinian clapped enthusiastically from across the table. Our family is doubly blessed. Who would have thought? He Shuefeng's face flushed with anger as she shouted. Why haven't you released him yet? I cannot let go. Li Cheng gritted his teeth. Oh, Yu Xian commented from the side. He is unwilling to relinquish his hold, yearning to break free from the shackles of age. Silence. He Shuefeng retorted fiercely. As her words fell, Yu Zheng's gaze shifted towards her, his eyes reflecting an unfamiliar emotion. He Shuefeng hesitated, realizing her indiscretion, yet time was of the essence. She hastily instructed Li Cheng, come to my room, and turned to leave. Yu Zheng, unable to bear the sight, frowned and departed as well. In the dining room, the tension finally dissipated. Aunt Zhao, her face aflame, stomped in place, lowering her head to Li Cheng and saying, "Young master, I appreciate your feelings, but my son will never agree. The age gap is too vast. You are like a cloud in the sky, while I am merely refuse on the ground. We are not suited for one another. I am truly sorry." Chapter 25, A well-placed cornerstone, a wife returns home early. Aunt Zhao stormed out. The atmosphere was palpable. That evening, dinner was consumed in silence, save for Qiao Xi, who was secretly wrestling with a pig trotter. Yu Xian rested his chin on his hand, observing Qiao Xi as she ate. Opposite, Yu Zheng remained silent, while He Xuefeng lost her appetite and Li Qing barely touched his chopsticks. Xiao Lu lamented, "Everything is in disarray, master. How can you still have the heart to eat? How can Qiao Xi have the strength to stir up trouble if she isn't full? Xiao Lu, do not weep. Tears are precious, and the more you cry, the more pig-like you appear." Xiao Lu continued, "In truth, Aunt Zhao and Li Cheng would make a fine pair. Perhaps we should endeavor to have Yu Xian compete for Aunt Zhao's affection? Ultimately, it matters not the age, as long as one of them wins her heart, right?" Xiao Lu observed Yu Zheng's expressions and served him some food. "Darling, Li Cheng has cleared his schedule these days. Preparations for his official appointment at the company can begin soon." Yu Zheng wiped his mouth, replying nonchalantly, he should remain in his current position for now. General Manager. He Xuefeng and Li Cheng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Before they could respond, Uncle Lu entered with documents, handing them to Yu Xian, who raised an eyebrow. Yu Zheng then stood, leaving behind a remark. "You two, stop daydreaming about entering the entertainment industry. Go to work alongside your brother." As he departed, the atmosphere grew stifling. Qiao Xi paused in her gnawing of the pig trotter. "Oh, this ambience is hardly appetizing," she declared, picking up the trotter to eat outside. Suddenly, she heard Uncle Lu say, "Young mistress, do not only pay attention to the young master. Our young master also possesses commendable management skills." Qiao Xi turned, only to see Yu Xian pausing mid-throw of the contract, his eyes narrowing. Uncle Lu beamed with satisfaction. Qiao Xi retorted, "You think you're superior, using me as bait?" "Lower your voice," Li Cheng interjected. "Living under someone else's roof is quite stifling. I can hardly wait for that old man to kick the bucket." He Xuefeng took a deep breath and added, "You must perform well at the company and outshine Yu Xian." Li Cheng narrowed his eyes, assuring her, "Rest easy. Yu Xian is merely a business fool. Keeping him beneath my heel will be effortless." In the shimmering moonlight, Yu Xinian strolled contentedly with the contract in hand. Lu Bo exclaimed, "Ah, wasn't it you who chose this personally?" The young master's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Lu Bo continued, "Young master." Cheng Shi softly reminded him, "Aren't you planning to get a divorce?" Yu Xinian paused, recollecting his intention. Indeed, he was to divorce. Wasn't this an opportune moment to speak? He replied, "I'll find a chance in the next few days to confront her." Cheng Shi twitched his lips. He was merely naive, not foolish. Over the past few days, there had been countless opportunities, yet the young master not only refrained from speaking but had also given someone a princess carry at the banquet. Would this marriage truly come to an end? In the room, Qiao Xi's phone vibrated. As she lay in bed, she fumbled for it and, with bleary eyes, glanced at the screen. She casually typed a few words before tossing the phone aside. The production team gasped in surprise. Director Jean frowned. Did Qiao Xi curse again? The assistant shook his head and passed the phone to him. Upon receiving it, Director Jin's eyes widened at the message. Teacher Yusinian address. Number 1. Nanhubei. Director Jean remarked, "Isn't this the residence of the esteemed Yu? Why are you so astonished?" Director Jean, look further down. The director's gaze shifted to the subsequent message sent by Qiao Xi. Teacher Qiao Xi. Number 1, Nanhubei. Director Jean exclaimed. The live broadcast commenced promptly at 8:30. Due to Qiao Xi becoming a hot topic in the first episode, the viral video had generated considerable anticipation for the second episode. As the broadcast began, there were already 100,000 viewers online. The first scene of this live stream involved picking up guests. The first 10 artists had already been collected, each seated in different vehicles, with the last stop being the Nanhu Bay area. Who would have thought I could witness the affluent district in my lifetime? Incredible. I've heard many big shots reside here. The Yu family villa occupies half the area. Just a small plot of land could trade for 50 houses in the capital. Young master.
Ah.
I'm infatuated with you. Qiao Xi wouldn't dare not show up, would she? I specifically got a membership for her. To be honest, I want to learn about postnatal care for sows. User upstairs 1. I'm curious to see what other antics she might pull off. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. Director Jean announced, "We have arrived at the residence of the final two guests, number 1, Non-Hu Bei. Please follow the camera as we explore the lives of these two guests." The bullet comments momentarily filled with confusion. What does this mean? Two guests? Qiao Xi also lives here. No way, they don't live together, do they? Oh my goodness. Is Qiao Xi just pretending to be posh here? If she can reside here, I will offer my head to her as a stirring stick. As the camera shifted, the photographer knocked on the front door. Chengxi opened it, looking surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be 9 o'clock? This is a full half-hour early. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Director Jean disregarded the protest and boldly entered. She had deliberately advanced the time to create a sensational headline.
Wow, wow, wow.
Truly a killer of raw images. I am mesmerized. Please do not disturb. Indeed, he is truly handsome. If only he were a bit more ordinary, I could change my husband. I apologize, Ihan, but I shall betray you for just a moment. Yu Xinian's ethereal beauty is unparalleled, exuding an innocent charm unique to the entertainment industry. Yu Xinian glanced sideways at Lu Bo. In the master bedroom, Qiao Xi was roused from her slumber by Xiao Six's call. Oh dear, what is happening? Qiao Xi sprang up suddenly. Director Jean remarked, "All right, I shall arrive punctually." Oh no, she had been so dazed last night that she sent the address out. Her relationship with Yu Xinian must remain concealed, otherwise it would spell disaster for his romantic pursuits. Outside, Director Jin's voice echoed, "We are about to shoot in the bedroom." Chapter 26, The Family, He is Thriving. Yu Xinian nodded and then led the crew toward the guest room. Director Jean was not easily fooled and pointed to the adjacent master bedroom, suggesting, "Why not shoot in here first? This looks like the master bedroom. It should be yours, right?" The maid was tidying up the room, making it inconvenient. Lu Bo quickly responded, "We can finish the other shots first and come back later." Director Jean paused for a moment before agreeing. However, as she passed by the master bedroom, she suddenly lunged forward.
Snap.
Oh no! The door swung open. Lu Bo! This was disastrous. The young mistress was still asleep inside. Yu Xinian stepped forward, attempting to block the camera, but the photographer had already raised his camera, capturing the scene. In the next moment, everyone froze. Inside was merely a maid making the bed. Lu Bo was stunned, exchanging a bewildered glance with Yu Xinian. Where was the young mistress? Such a lively person had simply vanished? Director Jean frowned. Could the rumors be false? Yesterday, she had heard from people in the circle that someone had seen Yu Xinian's companion at the Yu family's banquet, Qiao Xi. Unfortunately, she lacked the connections to inquire further. Those individuals were tight-lipped, and with the Yu family involved, it was even more challenging to pry. Undeterred, she stepped a couple of paces inside. Just as she was about to question the maid, the woman turned her head. With porcelain skin and rosy lips, she was stunning even without makeup, her smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, strikingly familiar. It was none other than Qiao Xi. Yu Xinian? The comments? Good morning. Congratulations to all for defeating the nation's laziest 99. She faced the camera, gently asking, who is still lounging in bed. Rise and shine. There's no one beside you. Yet you're still lying there with such enthusiasm? Awake. Is it really necessary to curse so foully? Set this as my alarm. I need a fire extinguisher to get out of bed every day. Lady, do you work 2 jobs? Are you that short on cash? Qiao Xi is a servant in Yu Xinian's household. What an absurd turn of events. Learning to raise pigs behind our backs while also serving as a noble family's maid? Splendid. I'm now a fan. Director Jean moved her lips. I apologize, but I am currently at work. Qiao Xi replied earnestly, stating that personal time would commence once work was complete. She then bent over to Yu Xinian, saying, Young master, I am here to serve you your meal. Following behind Yu Xinian, she lowered her voice. Ensure this remains a secret. Play along with me, or I shall expose your peculiar habits. Yu Xinian. At the entrance, Li Cheng had just prepared to leave for work when he halted abruptly. Having not witnessed the scene before him, frowning, he pondered her peculiar attire. Chengxi, with a blank expression, responded without a hint of embarrassment. It's for intimacy. Li Cheng pursed his lips, his countenance darkening as he turned away. Inside the dining hall, observing the attentive Qiao Xi, Yu Xinian had transitioned from initial astonishment to an almost suppressed smile. He found this development rather delightful. Dear family, he is enjoying himself. Is this the joy of the wealthy? To be frank, their chemistry is palpable. They are genuine. They are indeed. Upstairs, be quiet. I'd rather believe Wu Jing would join in. Ouch, his hand felt somewhat sore today. Yu Nian suddenly rubbed his wrist, leaning back against the chair, with a suggestive gaze. The young master's hand ached, unable to eat anymore. What should the little maid do? Qiao Xi frowned. Last night you. She trailed off, glancing at his lower half. Yu Nian's pupils constricted. I did not. Did you go tree planting with Uncle Lu? Qiao Xi inquired. Yu Nian responded. Oh dear, next time, do not let mother catch you. What do you mean you didn't? Clarify. I bet a pack of spicy snacks. It's not simple. I'm tainted. Yu Nian. Every breath she takes feels like it's costing me my life. He replied, the pig trotters are too greasy. I won't eat them. Just toss them anywhere. I'll take care of it. Qiao Xi exclaimed as she dashed forward. Put it in my mouth. Yu Nian turned and walked away, a smile dancing in his eyes. It was intentional. He did it on purpose. Who understands? Dear family, isn't he a bit too indulgent? That's enough. It's merely leftover food. Yu Nian simply dislikes it. Is that something to ponder? Seeing this unambitious demeanor, it's like looking in a mirror. By the time Qiao Xi got into the car, she had already finished the pig trotter. She felt invigorated. Duan Fu Lin, a well-known leech in the entertainment industry, had charmed numerous female artists with his decent looks, and the original owner was no exception. Falling into this trap and tricked into a loan of 3 million, which had compounded over a year to a staggering 5 million. Qiao Xi remarked. Wasn't he the man who draped a coat over Yi Cici last night? Yi Cici's romantic interest is likely leaning towards him. Qiao Xi beamed brightly. In this day and age, even machines seem to possess intelligence, offering themselves up willingly. Qiao Xi continued. This time, we will appoint 3 captains and 9 members. During the chat, captains cannot disclose their real names. Whether the members choose you depends on your skills. The captains will be Qiao Xi, Yi Cici, and Zhou Huan. Please board for mutual selection. Note: only successful mutual selections between members and captains will form pairs. The first step is to set nicknames. Qiao Xi, stop thinking. I've already given you a name. You shall be known as Weeping Willow. All team members will recognize you immediately. Haha, don't be absurd upstairs. I suggest Janie Mastodons instead. How about Zhang Fei Embroiders? It suits Qiao Xi better. I believe she will directly adopt her own name. Her leadership skills are commendable. At least capable of attracting a number of individuals. The camera zooms in as Qiao Xi gestures, establishing her nickname. Chapter 27. One-click inquiry into Qiao Xi's mental state. Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Qiao 6, the production team. Question mark. One-click inquiry into Qiao Xi's mental state. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Don't be absurd, please. At first glance, one might mistake this for Yi Cici. Meanwhile, Yi Ci pondered and decided she should choose a formidable name to bolster her presence, thus naming herself I Am Fierce. The camera shifts to Zhou Huan. Zhou Huan, the chicken coop warrior. Zhou Huan, enthusiast of cow dung cakes. Zhou Huan, I've consumed excrement, have you? Silence. You must not speak of Huan in such a manner. Zhou Huan contemplated and settled on the name, I hold a tractor license. Impressive. Directly showcasing his selling point in the nickname. Each member could only select 2 captains for conversation, and undoubtedly, the majority would choose Zhou Huan. On the other side, it was the member's turn to create names. He tossed his phone to Qingxi. Give me a name that doesn't resemble mine. To prevent Qiao Xi from assuming it was him and subsequently selecting him, which would be a headache. Qingxi, sure thing. Qiao Xi scanned the names and finally focused on effort exceeds talent and scholar Xiaoming. Qiao Xi initiated a conversation. Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Do you remember me?
We met yesterday.
Scholar Xiaoming, yes. Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Brother, you seem so indifferent.
I hope you choose me.
Scholar Xiaoming. Scholar Xiaoming, is your brain malfunctioning? Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Whoa, please don't speak like that, it hurts my heart.
Bang.
Qiao Xi observed Yu Nian suddenly hurling his phone aside, grimacing and fervently wiping his hands with an alcohol swab. Qiao Xi remarked to Qiao 6 that this particular phone should not be purchased again. It was too hot to handle. She then clicked on Effort Exceeds Talent. Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Are you there? Effort exceeds talent here. Qiao 6. Flirt with him. Flirt vigorously. Create an ambiguous atmosphere.
Qiao Xi.
Little C, who delights in glutinous treats. Shall we kiss? Effort exceeds talent. Qiao 6. Effort exceeds talent sent you a group invitation. Qiao Xi clapped her hands. See. I told you so. Qiao 6. After several exchanges, the successful mutual selections were Scholar Xiao Ming, Effort exceeds talent, and the Masked Singer. The director's team inquired, who do you think these individuals are? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Laughter throughout the entire chat. I truly wish they had voiced messages. From that first interaction, it would have been revealed. And Qiao Xi would likely have evoked the camaraderie of the Peach Garden Oath. The director's team declared, all right, we will now reveal. The successfully mutually selected vehicles will enter the same venue. The vehicle moved, bringing Qiao Xi to the parking lot. She opened the door and, at first glance,
spotted Yihan.
Qiao Xi, who are you? Yihan furrowed her brows and declared, my efforts surpass my talent. Qiao Xi was left speechless. What nonsense. Do you even have self-awareness? You've merely relied on luck to stumble into blockbuster dramas, gaining notoriety in the entertainment industry. She quickly regained her composure. No worries. We still have the academic prodigy, Xiao Ming. If it's not him, then it must be. The next moment, the car door swung open again. Two faces exchanged incredulous glances, both wearing expressions akin to having consumed something distasteful. You're the academic prodigy, Xiao Ming? You're the one who loves glutinous rice.
Qiao Xi?
Qiao Xi and Yusinian locked eyes and, in unison, turned their heads to exclaim. Ha ha, both faces look like they're about to hurl. Thank you. I've been duly warned. Indeed, it's clear as day on their faces. How dare you? I was watching Qiao Xi and the esteemed you go crazy just now. It was hilarious. Please send in more anonymous comments. I'm dying of laughter. Honestly, I feel if we chat a bit longer, Qiao Xi could probably swindle the Emperor Yu out of his underwear. The last to alight was Fan Jiying. Without a hint of surprise, the first to go public online. She incredulously gazed at Qiao Xi and asked, do you have any shame, Qiao Xi? You love glutinous rice? Qiao Xi shot her a sidelong glance. You're easily deceived. Haven't you experienced failure in online dating, Fan Jiying? Fan Jiying's face flushed with embarrassment. Shut up. Qiao Xi chose to ignore her. The team allocations concluded. Qiao Xi's team comprised Yusinian, Yihan, and Fan Jiying. Zhou Ninghuan's team included Li Xiao, Zheng Yi, and Luo Xiang. Brave Linlin, Sir Hai. Gentlemen like Jade, refined and elegant. The most beautiful words in the world are crafted for you. The director's team emerged. Congratulations to all. Becoming teammates is serendipity. Now, please direct your gaze towards the orchard and rice fields behind us. Here lies 100 acres of farmland, the plots you will labor on for the next 6 months. There are 3 sections, varying in size, from which teams will choose based on their competition scores. Let us commence with a warm-up word construction game to test your reflexes. The director's team demonstrated first. Director Jean pointed at a villager and said, this is an elder. The assistant pointed at a cow and stated, this is an old cow. The producer pointed at Li Dazhuang and proclaimed, this is a fellow villager. Director Jean added, each word must be identified on-site and spoken within 3 seconds. The team leader will start first. The 3 team leaders stepped forward. Yi Cixi immediately pointed at the sky. This is rain. Zhou Ninghuan pointed at the fields. This is farming. Duan Feline. The audience. Oh dear, is it now someone else's turn to be ridiculed? Zhou Ninghuan. Has the execution concluded? Is my springtime here? How unfair. It's not as if there are no words left to create. This must be targeted harassment. Duan Feline merely squinted, gently saying, Teacher Qiao certainly has a sense of humor. The term below seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Then it must signify the next life. The crowd?
Ah.
Yi Cixi was the first to grasp Qiao Xi's leg, exclaiming, stop, stop. Sister Xi. Below is acceptable. It's indeed below. Duan Feline, upon being released, turned pale. He gazed at Qiao Xi in disbelief. Had this woman been possessed? This was madness. If she sought his attention, this was hardly the way to go about it. Qiao Xi clapped her hands, successfully elevating the entire game to a crescendo in the next round. This is a sea of people. This is a human spectacle. This is a paparazzi frenzy. This is a dog's world. Duan Feline exclaimed. Ah. Qiao Xi responded. This is a dog's bark. Chapter 28. I am married.
Duan Feline.
Qiao Xi. You're going too far. Ha ha ha, who understands? My parents are just outside the door and here I am, sneaking a peek at the live broadcast while desperately stifling my laughter. Wei Lin provoked her. Enough already. The deceased suddenly attacked me. I once genuinely supported the broken bridge, after all. The audience was naturally swept away by this fervent emotion. It is indeed excessive. Without any grievance or enmity. Exactly, just now I almost tossed Lin out. Qiao Xi is truly unlikable. Don't be afraid, brother. We are here for you. Master. Hold it together. After so long, never has a host instilled such fear in her. Duan Fu Lin squinted for a moment, chuckling. I do not recall. Why don't you enlighten me? This is a live broadcast. He was certain Qiao Xi lacked the courage to say it out loud. Unless she was utterly indifferent to her stardom.
Master.
Stay calm. Whatever you do, don't. You think my online debt of 5 million is not a grievance? Qiao Xi opened her mouth. Yu Xinyan, who was enjoying the spectacle, halted his actions, turning his head. Maintaining physical relationships with 8 female artists while dating me is not a grievance? Caught in the act of flirting, yet I endured for 2 years. Is that not a grievance? Or, did you think I would forget how you absconded with all my commission fees and took away a dozen dresses you could never wear when we broke up? Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, her smile radiant. Oh right, dear fans know how frugal you are, wearing your underwear inside out for a week? As her words fell, the entire venue was stunned. Yi Cixi swayed slightly, her breath caught. The number of viewers in the live room surged to 500,000 in a short span.
Impossible.
Just slander. I refuse to believe it. This is absurd. Qiao Xi, do you even hear what you're saying? What is happening here? 666, 6666. Is there new gossip? Did I arrive late? Slanderous, BTCH. Get out of the entertainment industry. 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 The assistant, trembling, turned to say, We've made the call. They've said Qiao Xi has been experiencing mental issues lately, advising our artists to be cautious and not get embroiled. They also mentioned that Qiao Xi's manager has been hospitalized due to stress. Manager. She groaned. First, suppress the trending topic, then stabilize those girlfriends of his. Explain to each of them. He is on the verge of ascending to the first tier. We absolutely cannot lose the endorsement. At the scene, even before Qiao Xi had finished speaking, someone had already alerted the director's team. Director Jean, for the sake of publicity, deliberately waited for Qiao Xi to finish before stepping in to smooth things over. The weather is hot, and it's understandable that everyone is irritable. The production team pulled several people apart. Duan Fulin cast a glance at Qiao Xi, his expression dark, before turning to answer the manager's call. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi received a call from Zhu Feng. She immediately forced a smile. Brother Zhu. Shut up. Zhu Feng exclaimed, I warn you, Qiao Xi. He is nothing but a scoundrel. You will not attract his attention and you might jeopardize your future. Do you realize that? Qiao Xi was taken aback. She had assumed Zhu Feng was calling to scold her, but instead, he was concerned that she might fall into the trap of infatuation once more. Rest assured, I do not like him. You don't like him, yet you have his phone case? You don't like him, but you bought the suitcase he endorsed? Also, your custom support board has already been delivered to the company. Qiao Xi glanced at it. Speechless now, aren't you? Zhu Feng sneered. Still want to deny it? I knew it. I am married. Zhu Feng. Qiao Xi caught a glimpse of Yu Xinyan, who was resting under a tree, and noticed his dark eyes were fixed on her as well. She continued, My husband is 190 centimeters tall, quite handsome, has no bad habits. And the only flaw is a slight penchant for revealing attire. So, Brother Zhu, please refrain from such comments in the future. My husband does not appreciate it. Zhu Feng. You click, the call ended. Qiao Xi sighed in relief. Fortunately, I clarified everything. Xiao 6. What did you clarify? You don't believe me? He asked. Yi Cixi blushed, and after a moment, I replied, I believe you. Duan Fu Lin exhaled. That's good. Qiao Xi may have misunderstood me. I will go find her shortly to explain. Indeed, Lin is always so graceful, regardless of the time. What is there to explain? Just confront her directly. Exactly, someone who spreads rumors like that deserves to be torn apart. Duan Fu Lin approached Qiao Xi, indicating he wished to speak with her, and they stepped aside. Yu Xinyan's gaze shifted away. Cheng Shi whispered, Young master, he is the former of the young mistress. I'm not deaf, Yu Xinyan replied. So they're going over there now. Cheng Shi dared not continue. Yu Xinyan pondered for a moment and sighed. Indeed, if he pursues Qiao Xi, I would have to intervene due to my position. Cheng Shi? That's not what I meant. I was wondering if the young mistress is the one pursuing him. Let us go. Yu Xian rose gracefully, brushing off the dust from his trousers. A man must go into battle. After holding it in for so long. Can't you even let out a single sound? Qiao Xi crossed her arms and inquired. Qiao Xi, you've changed, he murmured. You were not like this before. You've become unrecognizable. Unrecognizable? Is there a problem with your eyesight or a decline in your cognitive abilities? This is an ailment. It cannot be delayed. Seek treatment promptly. And maintain a calm mindset.
Duan Fulin?
Chapter 29. I refuse to listen. Whoever listens is a fool. The camera captured the scene from a distance, unable to record sound, only able to film the two from afar. Duan Fu Lin gritted his teeth, wishing to continue, but Qiao Xi suddenly looked ahead. Wait. He frowned and turned. A cleaner passed by. Someone is here to collect the trash. You should hide. I fear they might toss you in the bin. Qiao Xi's voice echoed from behind. Duan Fu Lin was nearly infuriated. A piece of paper was tossed over, inscribed with the words, I owe you. Duan Fu Lin was taken aback, never expecting Qiao Xi to publicly produce such an item, swiftly snatching it away and stashing it in her pocket. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Qiao Xi swiftly revealed dozens of identical copies. That was merely a replica designed to deter theft. She grinned, the numerous loan slips fluttering in the breeze, teasing the children. Can you guess which one is the authentic piece? Duan Fu Lin felt as if he were being driven to madness. Taking a deep breath, he implored, I have no money right now. Don't act impulsively. Since I've written the loan slip, I will certainly repay you. Qiao Xi retorted, I want to listen. Anyone who does is a lunatic.
Qiao Xi.
Have you lost your mind? I am crazy. Shaolin is in for a wild night. Duan Fu Lin trembled all over, ultimately deciding to entice her with charm. Shi, I know you're still upset with me for ignoring you before. It was unintentional. I was filming in the mountains then. He stepped closer, disregarding the cameras in that moment, reaching out to pull Qiao Xi. In the next instant, he furrowed his brow. Why was she so rigid? Since when did Qiao Xi develop muscles? Looking up, he found her playful peach blossom eyes filled with mischief, fixed on him. Yuingdi? Suddenly, the man collapsed to the ground, his attractive brows knitted, calling out emotionlessly. Duan Fu Lin exclaimed, What? Qiao Xi's expression darkened. Did you push him? I held back from hitting him, and you dared to push? Duan Fu Lin immediately waved his hands. I didn't even touch him.
No, Zhu Jingdi. Please say something. Look.
Even Yuingdi is saying. Duan Fu Lin's eyes widened. What? She dragged Yu Xinian away. The photographer had just arrived, capturing the final scene. What the? Is that a loan slip? Is this real? So many. Upstairs, you understand the lunar month. It was just an accident. Who hasn't had a mishap? Qiao Xi pulled Yu Xinian to one side, lifting his shirt to inspect, but he firmly pressed her hand down. Their hands overlapped, warmth instantly transferring between them. I'm fine, he stated. Chengxi looked to the heavens. Oh, heavens. Is this the young master's battle? How could he possibly be unscathed after such a fall? Qiao Xi circled around, observing his agile movements, then glanced at his face. Fine, let me see your face. Yu Xinian avoided her fiery gaze, thinking that this woman was being far too obvious. He whispered, Be careful, don't be too. Your most precious asset is that face. What if it gets damaged? Qiao Xi chattered on. Yu Xinian replied, What? The fleeting moment of tenderness evaporated. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to leave. In the next second, her long hair brushed against his face as Qiao Xi leaned in closer, lifting his chin with her hand. Is your eye all right? She asked. I just saw it twitch. Yu Xinian was furious. He had been signaling her. But as he lifted his head, the words caught in his throat. Beneath the blazing sun, her snow-white skin was strikingly conspicuous, and being so close, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered delicately. What are you two doing? I'm utterly confused. What theater have I suddenly walked into? No. Just now, I touched his hand, and I'm utterly overwhelmed. I'm losing my mind. Qiao Xi, let him go. Release my darling. Oh my goodness. Yu Xinian's ears are flushed. Photographer. Zoom in on this esteemed member. This is disastrous. My cleanliness obsession is about to flare up. He does not allow anyone to get this close. I'm asking you something. Qiao Xi pressed a bit harder with her fingers. Yu Xinian's charming eyes flickered. The fragrance of her hair, which is supposedly the same as mine, was purchased in a supermarket clearance sale by Aunt Zhao, yet for some inexplicable reason, it is particularly enchanting. It doesn't hurt. Yu Xinian's voice lowered further. Did your nose hit anything?
No.
Qiao Xi shielded Yusinian, and the audience could only hear the sounds. Now chaos ensued. Oh my scalp is tingling. Sinian's nasal voice is so seductive. I want to ship this. Someone hold me back. Oh my goodness. The crux of the matter is that Yusinian did not push her away. Previously, one could argue that Yusinian was afraid of Qiao Xi. But how does one explain this now? Yusinian, stay calm. You absolutely cannot choose a madwoman. I disagree. Disagreeing 10,086. Anyone is acceptable. It cannot be Qiao Xi. I'd rather it be Qing Shi. After Qiao Xi released him, Yusinian regained his composure.
No.
This woman must have employed some trickery. Perhaps adding a strange formula to her shower gel designed to ensnare him. He cannot fall into this trap. He immediately rose to explain to the camera. Yusinian's slender finger pressed against her lips, shushing him, saying, "No need to apologize. I forgive you." The director's team called out. The competition has begun. Assemble. Duan Fulin's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to return to his position. The venue was already surrounded by a circle of villagers, numbering at least 10. The director's team explained the rules. Each team would perform, whether singing, dancing, or performing skits as they pleased. Afterward, the villagers would score them. And the team with the highest score would have the smallest area of land to work on the following day, ranked accordingly. Upon hearing this, everyone became invigorated. They not only had to produce grain, but also sell it. The money from selling this grain would be used to build infrastructure in impoverished mountainous regions. It was a charitable endeavor that also earned them goodwill. Several teams began to discuss what to perform. What shall we present? Fan Jiying asked Qiao Xi, singing or dancing? Neither. Qiao Xi replied, neither? Are you alright? Fan Jiying directly stated, what else do we know how to do besides singing and dancing? Ha ha ha, self-awareness is strong, littling. Fan Jiying is truly straightforward. Fan Jiying, I'm all about fairness, and when I get fierce, I don't spare even myself. I feel like Xi and Qiao Xi are not on good terms. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, nor can two leaders in one team. Enough nonsense, Qiao Xi replied. We will still secure first place. The 3 team members. The comments. Fan Jiying chuckled, rolling her eyes. Come here, Qiao Xi beckoned the others over. The other 2 groups quickly finalized their arrangements and took the stage in succession, leaving Qiao Xi's team to go last. Due to the language barrier, the translator stood nearby, sweating profusely as he repeated the lines. When the lyrics reached I kiss your red lips in the dark night, several villagers in the front row could no longer contain themselves. Oh, dear, Li Dazhuang exclaimed, burying his head. Can we really listen to this for free now?
Schulemocht.
Only Godin and Xiaotsue exchanged glances, both blushing. Translator. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, as a translator, I would also get to sing? Everyone paused their activities to observe Godin and Xiaotsue. I sensed something was off with them. Villager. I understood that. I'm just pretending. I was in stitches. A few gray-bearded men in the front row looked as if they wished to perish on the spot. Li Dazhuang. It's too late for that. I should have left this world at 50. Shan Ninghuan stepped off the stage, brimming with confidence. Director Jean called out, villagers, please score. The scores flashed on the board. Out of 10 villagers, 9 awarded a single point. Only Godin gave 5, seemingly out of pity. Shan Ninghuan's face fell immediately. They simply do not appreciate true talent. Having studied vocal performance, his bel canto was rich and natural, and among the villagers, there were even 2 who could sing along, earning a round of applause. Our brother is truly multi-talented. That certain rumor-monger must be seething with envy. Qiao Xi. Take a good look. This is a level of popularity you cannot criticize. I was in stitches. What else could Qiao Xi possibly see? Other than the embarrassment of her own group? The singing had already reached its zenith with her brother. Could she possibly take the stage and dance? What would she perform? A rural love story? Now it was Qiao Xi's turn. Let us see how she manages to embarrass herself. The last group. Qiao Xi. Director Jean announced. She, too, was curious about what talent Qiao Xi would showcase. In the next moment, Qiao Xi appeared alone on stage, standing solitary at the front. Just one person? Yi Cici expressed her concern. Sister, she seems only to know how to act, doesn't she? Her comment was captured by the camera, prompting a wave of sarcastic ridicule from the fans in the comment section. At that moment, in the Yu household, she spoke, casting a glance at Yu Zheng. And what talents could Qiao Xi possess? Merely a shared embarrassment with Yusinian, mom and dad, grandparents. On the screen, Qiao Xi suddenly spoke up. Yu Zheng paused mid-sip.
What?
The villagers were taken aback. Can clothing kill? How does it kill? Qiao Xi slammed the table. Everyone knows that drinking pesticides can be fatal, right? The villagers nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. That's how old Yang passed. Exactly. Qiao Xi continued. Inferior clothing can release toxic substances, and prolonged use will lead to excruciating headaches. As soon as she finished, Yusinian, standing beside her, dramatically pretended to have a headache.
What?
What on earth are you two doing? You, the film emperor, is this how you utilize your acting skills?
Damn.
Your uncle dotes on her dad. Feeling weak, Ihan blushed as she pretended to collapse. My skin itches. Fan Jiying gritted her teeth, reluctantly scratching at an itch. Qiao Xi's expression grew grave. This poses a greater risk of cancer. It's severe, leading to infertility and ultimately the extinction of your lineage.
What?
The entire audience stood up in alarm. This cannot be allowed. Li Dazhuang began to fuss with his clothing, insisting, my family must carry on. So must mine. The front row chimed in, starting to shed their garments. Grandparents, allow me to speak. Qiao Xi waved her hand. Shortly, I will bring my team to your homes to help you with thorough checks and rid you of these life-threatening items. Rest assured, as long as I, Qiao Xi, draw breath, so shall you. Upon hearing this, the villagers were deeply moved. Thank you. My daughter, you are truly a benevolent soul. I have never encountered a girl as kind-hearted as you. I give you a perfect score. So do I. I give you 100 points. The crowd erupted in excitement. Is this a scientific approach or a scam? From the very start, the other teams were doomed to fail. Cut to the director's team, no ulterior motives. Just curious to see their pallid expressions. The director's team was too occupied, explaining to Li Dazhuang why that score could not be 100. In the Yu family, a chilling silence spread. He Shuefeng withheld a mouthful of blood, having long since turned off the live stream. The butler sighed behind her, saying, Sir, our young master can indeed be quite obedient at times. Yu Zheng remained silent, but inwardly concurred. In comparison to Qiao Xi, Yusinian had never appeared as compliant. He Shuefeng, seeking to stir trouble, turned to her husband. Darling. He Shuefeng trembled with anger. The outcome of the competition was unequivocal. Qiao Xi's team secured first place. When the trophy was handed to Qiao Xi, the expression on Director Jin's face was as green as the cap Yusinian had purchased the day prior. Qiao Xi's team won the smallest plot of land, a mere 5 acres. Yi Sisi watched from a distance, smiling. I am genuinely happy for Sister Xi. Duan Feline clenched his teeth, his face darkening. Simultaneously, amidst the rising tension, Qiao Xi closed her eyes and inhaled the fresh air.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have reached level 12. Acquired voice changer 1. Function. Capable of altering any voice at will. A voice changer? Let me give it a try. She immediately switched to a high-pitched voice, exclaiming, I am such a fool. Well, it truly works. Xiao Lu. The crowd began to search in response. The moment they spotted their lodging, everyone gasped in shock. A communal sleeping arrangement? And they don't even separate by gender. The production team explained, conditions in the mountains are harsh. The villagers live as they work. Great. Even Lu Yushi would have to delete his inscription on a humble abode after witnessing this. But at least separate the men and women? This is far too inconvenient. Don't worry, it's all staged. Everything is outlined in the contract. I'm just watching them pretend to enjoy it. Haha. That's not certain. Director Jean is truly indifferent to such matters. Think of last episode's Pig Mama. Male and female guests quickly divided into 2 sides, men on the left and women on the right. However, the connecting section posed a dilemma. Despite the presence of a partition, the atmosphere still felt as if they were sharing the same bed. Duan Feline's gaze flickered momentarily toward ECC. A smirk graced his lips as he pointed to the middle spot, declaring, I shall sleep here. In a flash, Qiao Xi interjected, indicating the space beside him, exclaiming, that spot. With that, he dashed away with remarkable speed. If only I had such reflexes. I wouldn't have realized that my wife's child was born before I knew he was mine. Over here. The microphone is ready upstairs, and the tears are prepared. Go ahead. The female guest quickly chose her position, leading to an undercurrent of tension among the male guests, as none were eager to sleep next to Qiao Xi. Ultimately, fate was decided through a game of rock-paper-scissors, with Yusinian suffering a dismal defeat, thus acquiring the coveted spot. Just before leaving, Qiao Xi inquired, you don't snore?
Do you?
Of course not. Yusinian replied immediately. Oh, I meant to say I do, and it's rather loud. Qiao Xi retorted with a mischievous grin. You're doomed. Yusinian. Today, I actually thought Qiao Xi was trying to seduce Nian Nian. For my recklessness, I shall punish myself with a drink. Qiao Xi, I even considered becoming his father. Can you believe that? Yet, there exists an inexplicable connection between them. As Qiao Xi set out, he assigned tasks to his team members, each heading to the homes of locals. Yu Xinian found himself assigned to Ergo's residence. What do you understand? He remarked with a sidelong glance. She did that to be closer to me. Qiao Xi scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. Yu Xinian continued, I must clarify my intentions swiftly. Otherwise, she will become increasingly entangled, making it difficult to extricate herself. In truth, he found the idea of a young mistress rather appealing. Perhaps they could simply make do? No, Yu Xinian firmly shook his head. I cannot marry, nor can I engage in romance.
Why?
Qiao Xi queried, is this book serious? Yu Xinian. He dismissed Qiao Xi's inquiry. He drifted into another realm, where he discovered a novel titled Mr. Li, Stop Tormenting Your Wife, She's Beyond Dead, which was a bestseller, and to his surprise, the male antagonist shared his name. Nevertheless, he noted a few crucial points. First, he must never become involved with a woman named Yi Cici. Second, remaining unmarried and childless ensures safety. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi sauntered toward Li Dazhuang's home, asking Xiao 6. Tell me, despite all the effort, why does Yu Xinian's romantic arc seem so utterly disconnected from Yi Cici? I have no idea, Xiao 6 sighed. I can't determine why he suddenly deviated from the plot. All I know is that the changes began when he awoke from his vegetative state. Qiao Xi suddenly squinted. I've figured out. Xiao 6. Master is so clever. What is the reason? Qiao Xi. He has come to terms with it. After collecting a basket of cloves from Dazhuang's house, Qiao Xi regrouped with Yi Cici, deciding to discreetly reveal the nature of their faux marriage while no one was around, thus allowing them to further advance their romantic storyline. So, I have no relationship with him, Qiao Xi stated. He is now free to pursue romance. Do you understand? Yi Cici was taken aback. A faux marriage? So the rumors are true. What rumors? As Yi Cici stamped her foot, she exclaimed, Sister Xi, don't you think he and his bodyguard are too close? Qiao Xi? Yi Cici hinted that their relationship resembled that of Li Cheng and Aunt Zhao. Qiao Xi was taken aback. Yi Cici blushed, adding that it was Aunt Zhao, the twin. Qiao Xi exclaimed. It turned out that Yu Xinian wasn't merely open-minded. He had intentions of a different nature, and he was attempting to juggle two at once. This simply wouldn't he do. Absolutely unacceptable. Qiao Xi turned, rushing furiously towards Yu Xinian's direction. Xiao Lu shouted. Calm down. This is merely a rumor. Gossip in the capital is often exaggerated. Isn't it said that he has been reduced to kneeling at the ancestral hall due to his inadequacies? Qiao Xi halted, having spotted Yu Xinian's figure approaching in the distance, accompanied by the silly, grinning Qiao Xi. Indeed, I must first gauge the situation, Qiao Xi resolved. How to probe? 2 minutes later, Qiao Xi was called away by Yi Cici, who requested his assistance, leaving Yu Xinian to walk alone down the dimly lit path. He breathed in the fragrant breeze and listened to the melodious birdsong, feeling relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, someone embraced him from behind. Yu Xinian? The familiar scent caused him to hesitate in pushing away. The fragrance of oranges, akin to a discounted supermarket body wash, was exclusive to the Yu family. Thus his heart stirred. Young master, I'm so cold, Qiao Xi's voice chimed in. Can you give me a hug? Yu Xinian. Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu went wild. Master. That's not how a voice changer is supposed to be used. Chapter 32. A dark night with a lonely man and woman. Yu Xinian abruptly turned, launching a powerful strike. A shadow flashed, darting up into the trees, swiftly escaping under the cover of night. Young master. I saw him. I saw a shadow. Are you alright? Shadow? Yu Xinian scoffed. You must have seen it in my heart. Qiao Xi. In the next moment, Qiao Xi witnessed the young master leap 3 feet into the air, delivering a flying kick. You've left me with lifelong scars. Do you see how dark it is? Is it dark enough? In the small woods, startled birds soared into the sky. Hiss. Not far off, Qiao Xi felt a pain in her ribs, solemnly advising. Xiao Lu, look at yourself. How did you come to that conclusion? You've misunderstood him. Xiao Lu. Sitting at home, the pot comes from the front. Xiao Lu sighed. Indeed, he doesn't like Qiao Xi at all. Qiao Xi interjected. Then he must fancy someone else. Xiao Lu.
Huh?
That is not what I meant. I meant he might not. Who do you think it is? Qiao Xi asked. Zhou Ninghuan? No, Yu Xinian has a cleanliness obsession. He wouldn't he tolerate a man who, as you know? Then perhaps it's Ihan? Oh, he has already been intimate with her. Isn't that enough? Does he wish to go further? Xiao Lu. Never mind. Qiao Xi narrowed her eyes. I've prepared something good for him. Good stuff? You have something good? Qiao Xi strode directly into the residence. Everyone had made their beds. Although Qiao Xi and Yu Nian were close, there remained a considerable distance between them. Fan Jing frowned upon seeing her arrival. Why are you only just coming? Make your own bed. The straw mats are over there. As she lay down, tossing and turning in discomfort, she muttered, so hard. It's utterly annoying. Suddenly, a mattress soared through the air and landed squarely on her face. What are you doing? Fan Jing exclaimed, lifting the mattress in a fit of rage. Qiao Xi had already laid out a straw mat and settled herself upon it, declaring, I don't need it. Consider it a gift. Fan Jing was taken aback, glancing between the mattress and her. Could it be that she was actually without the mattress? Isn't it just a wooden board? I used to sleep on such things as a child. I would wake up, sore, all over. Goodness. If I were Fan Jing, I would be moved immediately. What a domineering act, aimed at me. She loves to show off. I can't believe this. Fan Jing's expression turned complex. Was it possible that Qiao Xi was aware of her family's 18 mines? Had she ultimately failed to conceal it? I don't want your things, Fan Jing declared with resolve, tossing the mattress back to Qiao Xi. However, there was no response from across the room. Upon closer inspection, she could hear the sound of Qiao Xi already fast asleep, deep in dreams. Fan Jing took the mattress back and arranged it once more. Just as she noticed Yu Xian entering the room, his face was dark, as if he had endured some inhumane treatment. He climbed into bed without uttering a word and fell asleep. The camera withdrew, and the lights dimmed. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened wide. The protagonist, Qiao Xi, grinned and suddenly reached out, poking the boy beside her. Yu Xian stiffened and turned his head, wary.
What?
His mind was preoccupied with a third version of a plan to assassinate Qingxi. In the next moment, Qiao Xi lifted the blanket and burrowed in beside him. Yu Xian exclaimed, You. Shoo. Qiao Xi gestured for silence and began to unbuckle her pants. Yu Xian stammered, What? Xiao Six exclaimed, Master.
You don't.
As the shriek subsided, Xiao Six saw Qiao Xi pull out a hidden pocket from her pants, retrieving a phone from within. Yu Xian muttered, Xiao Six. So she had secretly concealed her phone. Just as the cold sweat on Yu Xian's back began to evaporate, Qiao Xi nestled closer. In the shared warmth of the blankets, the scent of the same shower gel enveloped them. She propped herself up, her long hair cascading over her hands, her fair skin flawless. Closer still. He could hear her voice soften. Come here, come here. She placed one earphone into Yu Xian's ear. He bit his lip, feeling a stirring in a hidden corner of his heart. She actually wanted to share music with him, deliberately seizing this moment to escape the crowd and cameras. Xiao Six was astonished. Was this truly its master, with a will of iron? Are you ready? The sweet scent of her presence whispered in his ear. Yu Xian maintained a stern expression, subtly nodding in response. Qiao, she tapped the screen. It began. In the next instant, the earphones crackled with sound, but not the melodious music he anticipated. Instead, a provocative voice emerged. Brother, don't you want me? The screen displayed enticing visuals, bodies entwined in a passionate embrace. Xiao Six was left speechless. Yu Xian felt as if he might explode. Under the dark, windy night, two individuals found themselves alone, confronted with an adult video. He hurled the headphones aside, his eyes wide open, trembling like a leaf in the wind. You. Qiao Xi leaned closer, inquiring. Have you awakened your primal instincts? Is the testosterone surging? Do you yearn for someone to share this hormonal rush with?
Bang.
As Qiao Xi was flung out, the fixed camera outside shook slightly.
Ha!
Why is Qiao Xi out here? What is she doing out at this hour? Not sleeping? Within 2 seconds, Yu Nian's tall silhouette followed suit. Like a crab that had just been steamed, he tossed his phone at her, exclaiming, Here. Qiao Xi's eyes sparkled. What? Respect yourself. Yu Nian bellowed, turning on his heel and striding back inside. What are you two up to? Why does Qiao Xi's phone end up with Nian Nian? And why does Nian Nian look so furious? Could it be that Qiao Xi's sleeping posture is so poor that she ended up in someone's arms?
Absolutely impossible.
You upstairs. Be quiet. Not clarifying, huh? Then I shall begin to spread rumors. The system voice of Xiao Six faltered. Master. Is this what you call a good thing? Where did you get this? How dare you show this to the antagonist? What is wrong with that? If he doesn't see it now, how will he act later? You. Xiao Xi vanished abruptly. The following day, as everyone crowded together for their morning routines, Yuxi Nian kept his distance from Qiao Xi and approached Yihan instead. Changing beds? Yihan pondered briefly and nodded. Sure, I can sleep anywhere. Thus, the bed exchange was successfully completed. Duan Fulin frowned, intending to avoid contact, only to be blocked by Qiao Xi. Swish, swish, swish. She stood before him, brushing her teeth. Duan Fulin gritted his teeth. What are you doing? Look at this foam. Qiao Xi pointed to the froth on her toothbrush. Duan Fulin narrowed his eyes. Does it resemble the money you owe me?
Qiao Xi queried.
Chapter 33. You 1T speak up, so neither will I. Duan Fulin paused, his expression darkening. Here we go again, endlessly, right? Our Lin's studio clarified everything yesterday. The IOU is genuine. My mother is a lawyer. And I verified it. Your mother's professional competence, ISNT, necessarily commendable. Everyone look upstairs. This is a typical brainless fan exhibiting signs of intellectual deficiency. At Duan Fulin's studio, has Qiao Xi's blacklisting not been resolved yet? The agent inquired with a furrowed brow. The public relations team replied, it's been purchased. But all the orders were cancelled. Cancelled? Investigate. Could it be that Qiao Xi is someone backing her? At the U residence, Li Cheng was reporting to Yu Zheng. After concluding, Li Cheng remarked, by the way, the trending topic regarding the younger brother and sister-in-law has been addressed. The phrase sister-in-law was almost sizzling on the tongue. Yu Zheng nodded, with a knowing glimmer in his eyes. No matter how absurd, they are still children of the Yu family. They are my children. Li Cheng's gaze lowered. A flicker of coldness passing through, understanding the weight of the statement. In Xi village, after breakfast, all personnel gathered by the fields on the back mountain. Drones took to the skies, capturing live footage that displayed the names of several plots of land simultaneously. There are fields numbered 1, 2, and 3, along with the adjacent orchard and tea garden. The directing team announced, Field 1 belongs to Qiao Xi's team. Field 2 is assigned to Yi Ci's team. Field 3 is designated for Zhou Ning Huan's team. The arrangement from left to right is 2, 1, 3, thus placing Qiao Xi's team sandwiched between the other two teams, flanked by adversaries on both sides. Although the area is small, it renders them more susceptible to interference from the other two teams. Director Jean continued, we will assign each team a guiding personnel, namely our villagers Li Zhuang, Lao Sun, and Ergo. The three stood in the field, removing their hats as a sign of acknowledgement. Each possesses varying degrees of proficiency in agricultural tasks. Subsequently, we will select our agricultural guidance experts through a competitive game. The game is called Blindfolded Banana Eating. Upon this announcement, the production team swiftly set up the props, which included benches and blindfolds. One team member would hold a banana while another sat on a chair, both 10 meters apart and blindfolded. The first to deliver the banana to their teammate's mouth would emerge victorious. The three teams quickly deliberated and selected their participants. I'll go. I have a decent sense of direction. Yi Cici raised her hand. I'll pass the banana. Duan Fulin chimed in, then I'll eat the banana. The two exchanged glances, causing Yi Cici to blush. Gosh, this is a transformation show, not a dating program. These two are quite the pair. It seems Lin treats Cici very well. On the other side, Zhou Ning Huan decisively chose himself and Zheng Yi, reasoning that Zheng Yi had impressive muscles. Having observed him for several days and found him quite appealing. When it was Qiao Xi's team's turn, she admitted, I lack a sense of direction. And I'm allergic to bananas. Fan Jiying remarked. Yuxi Nian, still sulking, turned away. I'm not doing it. Thus, Qiao Xi teamed up with Yihan. Ultimately, Qiao Xi, Yi Cici, and Zhou Ning Huan stood ready with their bananas. This is hilarious. Just the sight of Qiao Xi holding a banana resembles a monkey racing down Mount Amei. Yihan is in danger. Honestly, it would be better to support Zhou Ning Huan and Zheng Yi. I see that Zhou Ning Huan understands men well. At that moment, Li Zhuang suddenly encouraged in the local dialect, Go for it, girl. Choose me. Choose me. Even with her blindfold on. Qiao Xi confidently oriented herself towards Li Zhuang, signaling, Zhuangzi, wait for me. Little Six remarked, Why are you trying to provoke her? As Qiao Xi began to bounce in place to warm up, Yuxi Nian and Fan Jing simultaneously took a step back, exchanging sympathetic glances towards Yihan. In their eyes, Yihan appeared akin to a lifeless body. Start. With a command given, Qiao Xi executed a wide stance, steadily advancing while swaying side to side. Her banana extended forward. Holy cow. The invaders. Is there such a posture? It's undeniably stable, albeit demanding on public relations. I'll shed a couple of tears for Qiao Xi's manager. This is tragic. In a mere 6 seconds, a banana directly collided with Yihan's eyes.
Ah.
Yihan exclaimed, lower it. Lower it. Qiao Xi continued to prod downwards. Is it in yet? Is it in yet? She shouted. I'm eating.
Swallow it.
Hurry. De Zhuang is waiting for us. They remain silent, and so do I. The officials are hesitant. Meanwhile, Li Dazhuang stands beside Qiao Xi, tears welling in his eyes, cheering her on. Yusinian, holding 2 incense sticks, takes out a statue of Guanyin from his pocket and offers a prayer. Grateful it is not him, thanking for the blessing. Fan Jiying remarks, you are offering the Guanyin of childbirth. Yusinian looks puzzled and turns to Chengxi. Chengxi strides over, swiftly taking the statue away. The competition is over. Director Jin announces, Qiao Xi, 6 seconds, first place. Yi Cixi, 35 seconds, second place. Zhou Ninghuan, 38 seconds, third place. Congratulations to Qiao Xi's team. You may select the agricultural expert first.
That's one, come.
Qiao Xi calls out. Li Dazhuang swiftly rushes to stand behind her. This is mutual pursuit. Wipe Yihan's face. The poor child looks like a person growing on a banana. Qiao Xi notices Yihan's plight and immediately grabs a tissue, smearing it across his face, moving side to side. Ouch! 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 Yihan exclaims, grasping her hand tightly. Their sizes differ significantly. Yihan's veined hand envelopes Qiao Xi's, making her appear particularly delicate. He opens his eyes, and their gazes lock. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. The crowd gasps. Fan Jiying exclaims, oh my. Just as she finishes speaking, the person beside her vanishes like the wind. A towel suddenly lands on Yihan's face. Don't you have hands? Yusinian scowls. Qiao Xi steps back, scrutinizing Yusinian. You rascal. You've indeed taken a liking to Yihan. She shakes her head and walks away. Yihan stands frozen for a moment, biting his lip, subconsciously squeezing his hand. It's over. Hold on to your innocence, you rascal. After touching Qiao Xi's hand, what are you rubbing? I'm doomed, watching a transformation show, and daring to indulge in everything. Yihan wipes his face but suddenly halts. Yuingdi, he states, the scent you carry is remarkably similar to Qiao Xi's. Chapter 34, a thunderous sound fills the sky as the old servant makes a grand entrance. Yihan is taken aback. Wait, he didn't say it was bad. Why is she spreading rumors? Yusinian. Yuingdi's reputation is suddenly tarnished. What I thought. Ambiguous relationship. Using the same perfume? What Qiao Xi thought. We all smell like pigs. Qiao Xi. You might as well not clarify. Leaving, Qiao Xi smiles at Xiao 6, saying, thank goodness for my wit. The fact that Yusinian and I share the same discounted body wash must not get out. Xiao 6 retorts. So, it's acceptable for your pig scent to spread? What kind of strategy is this? Inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy while harming oneself by 8,000? Qiao Xi pays no heed, raising her arm. Brothers, let us get to work. Drones swiftly soar over the entire field. All 3 teams have descended. To motivate them, the production team has set awards for every process. Zhou Ninghuan's team has received Old Sun, who proudly declares, plowing is my forte. Leave it to me. Ergo, not to be outdone, assures ECC. Though my plowing skills may not match Old Sun's, I have plenty of oxen at home to help. In the vicinity of Qiao Xi, De Zhuang exchanged glances with her, a smile gracing his face. What are you laughing at? Speak up. Qiao Xi demanded. What should I say? De Zhuang replied. Share your talents, she insisted. After a moment's pause, he responded, I have no talents. I can't plow the fields, and I don't own any oxen. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, while the other team members looked on in confusion. In a fit of frustration, Qiao Xi brandished a hoe and charged at De Zhuang, exclaiming, you just had me choose you.
How dare you speak like that?
If you're not working, what do you eat regularly? I have my ways. De Zhuang shouted back. Yusinian intervened, restraining Qiao Xi. Let's hear his ways first. With his chest puffed out, De Zhuang declared, this 150 acres of land, along with the orchard and the mountain behind it, all belong to my family. Therefore, I have money, and I usually hire others to do the work. Yusinian released Qiao Xi and pointed at De Zhuang. Take him down. Like a wild beast unleashed, Qiao Xi lunged forward, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. So it's you, the pay-to-win player. A wealthy gamer stumbling into a poor neighborhood. Don't be so hard on Zhuang, he works hard. By the way, do you need a daughter? I'm 240 months old and can take care of myself. A thunderous sound echoed as the old servant made his grand entrance. So Qiao Xi ended up with a completely useless player? Can't do anything and has never worked a day in his life? Hilarious. Meanwhile, Duan Fu Lin overheard the commotion from a distance, a smirk forming on his lips. Still time to make a ruckus? Just wait until he smashes Qiao Xi's face, he thought, hastening his pace. With the support of Niu Niu, their team completed 1/5 of the plowing in just 2 hours. Fu Lin was joined by Zhou Ninghuan, who wiped the mud from his face and asked, "Lunchtime is approaching. Should we take a break and check on Qiao Xi?" Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. As they walked, Zhou Ninghuan remarked, "Qiao Xi must be struggling. I just heard Lao Sun say that De Zhuang can't do anything. He sounds like a slacker. Did you see our Lin's eyes widen? He has been overwhelmed by Qiao Xi these past couple of days, trending endlessly, yet he still wants to help her. No way, no way. Surely no one can't tell this is a green arrow. I can smell the Longjing tea from across the internet." Laughing to death. Qiao Xi probably hasn't even managed 5 square meters. A team that is falling behind. Aside from Yihan, they're all here to work, not to build their personas. Ladies and gentlemen upstairs, I suggest we check on Qiao Xi before continuing our conversation. Upon arriving at Qiao Xi's plot number 1, they found only a single row that had been plowed. Duan Fu Lin smirked. "As I suspected. What are you doing?" A cool voice interrupted.
Qiao Xi.
"It's fine if you're slow, but slacking off is unacceptable." Zhou Ninghuan immediately interjected, "Everyone is working hard. You need to pull your team together." Duan Fu Lin held him back. "Don't say that. She might just be tired. After all, I heard she was talking with Yingdi all night, and didn't he get much sleep?" The director's team gasped. "What? There's news. Talking with Nian Nian. She truly harasses our brother Nian. Yet, despite that, she has not been idle. Do you have dung smeared over your eyes?" Qiao Xi was astonished. "Did you hear everything? Did you also hear me cursing you for your debts? Did you catch my words wishing for your hemorrhoids to sprout mouths?" Duan Fulin glared in anger. He immediately turned to the director's team. "Director, shouldn't the meal budget be allocated according to each team's progress? Otherwise, if some are slacking off while still eating the same food as us, I personally don't mind, but my team would feel uncomfortable." Director Jean glanced at him with sympathy, saying, "I think that sounds fair." Qiao Xi nodded, stating that the team with the most plowed area would receive the highest meal standard, while the last would only get steamed buns.
"All right, you said it."
Zhou Ninghuan eagerly interjected. "At this rate, they might be 5 or 6 times ahead of us." Director Jean sighed, remarking that he couldn't manage these 2 stubborn heads. Qiao Xi nodded, saying she would call for everyone to finish work. Call for everyone to finish? Indeed. Her team had not yet arrived, and judging by Yusinian's character, they were probably hiding somewhere slacking off. Duan Fulin's smile grew cold at the corners of his lips, saying, "Go ahead and call." The next moment, Qiao Xi pulled out a fist-sized whistle from her pocket. Everyone was taken aback. Beep beep. She observed their astonished expressions and kindly explained, 2 beeps signify it's time to eat. Beep beep beep. She blew again, adding, 3 beeps mean to hurry up, or the last one will go hungry. Almost the instant her words fell, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance. "We are coming." Duan Fulin and Zhou Ninghuan looked up, their pupils instantly narrowing to pinpoints. Chapter 35. The Desolation of Beishan and Chushui. Does your father know whether to be angry or not? In the distance, 3 bright red plowing machines were racing forward with fervor. Behind them, dust was billowing.
Dot dot dot.
Duan Fulin was bewildered, questioning, "Why do you have plowing machines?" "This is unfair," Zhou Ninghuan shouted. "What's unfair?" Qiao Xi lazily walked past him, smirking with a devilish grin, saying, "Arda Zhuang has nothing but wealth. Just look at how this situation unfolded." She shook her head, disparagingly recounting. They insisted on buying 3 machines. 1 for display, 1 for touching, 1 for decoration. Alas, just look at my hands, and then look at yours. Duan Fulin. If one day sword trading became a crime, Qiao Xi would surely be sentenced to death. She was just like my friend who lives in the moment. 3 machines are truly excessive. I laughed so hard that my 6th uncle flew off the roof, and remains missing to this day. Qiao Xi has nearly driven everyone to their wits' end. Zhou Ninghuan, Duan Fulin, the trending topic quickly followed. Yusinian, with a mouth smeared with pesticide, explosive. Qiao Xi trading swords, killing a green tea, with a single stroke, explosive. De Zhuang, my father whom I have yet to meet. The two were so enraged they nearly fell apart, but were pulled away by the director's team just in time to barely preserve their precarious personas. Zhou Ninghuan paused, then immediately broke into a smile. Yes, yes. How did I not think of this tactic? If the two of us share resources, we can absolutely surpass them. On the other side, Qiao Xi's team was fortunate enough to receive the most lavish lunch. She eagerly rushed to wash her hands, but the faucet refused to cooperate. Consequently, she called out to Ihan for assistance. Just as she uttered his name, Yusi Nian materialized behind her like a specter. He seized the water from in front of Ihan, declaring, I shall pour it. Qiao Xi squinted in disbelief. Have you become this possessive over food? Is Ihan truly so untouchable? While she pondered this, Yusi Nian suddenly lowered his gaze, grasped her hand, and began to roll up her sleeves. He stood tall, blocking the surrounding light, with his narrow eyes cast downward and a prominent nose. When silent, he resembled a character plucked straight from a comic book.
Wow.
You two are taking it too far. You're actually rolling up sleeves? Yusi Nian, don't you remember your own cleanliness obsession? On your first day, you wouldn't even sit in a car that had dirt on it. Goodness, Qiao Xi. Your sleeves are so filthy, they look like they've been used for sweeping the floor. And you, don't even furrow your brow. If it weren't for the person involved pressing me, I wouldn't be doing this. That is the current situation. Qiao Xi wiped her nose and said, Let me recite a few lines of poetry for you. Yusi Nian replied, I don't want to hear it. Well, I'm going to recite anyway. I said I don't want to hear it. Ha ha ha, oh no, what should we do? Why has the magic failed? 100 pounds of a person, 300 pounds of rebelliousness. Qiao Xi recited, grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup. Young men will pay for their youth. Yusi Nian paused momentarily. Spring breeze does not cross the Jade Gate Pass. My mother says you cannot bend. Yusi Nian responded with confusion. Qiao Xi continued. The desolate lands of Beishan and the waters of Chu. Does your father know how angry he is? Yusi Nian remained silent. After washing her hands, Qiao Xi patted his shoulder, discreetly drying her hands on his back before departing, leaving Yusi Nian in a state of bewilderment amidst the summer breeze. It seems I almost understood but also did not? In summary, only we have fallen into this situation. At least one of the parties involved remains completely oblivious to the ambiguous atmosphere. The three teams worked diligently throughout the afternoon. This method proved effective. By evening, the progress of Team 2 had already surpassed that of Qiao Xi's team. Everyone, let's take a break and have dinner. Upon reaching the dining area, they discovered the cafeteria was utterly empty, devoid of the expected meal.
What?
Zhang Shu was the first to voice his dismay. How could there be no food? Where are we supposed to eat? We can't even go to a villager's house. Are you trying to starve us? Fan Jiying protested loudly. Instantly, the three teams united in uproar. Director Jean, with a stern expression, stated, This is the rule. Are we expected to beg for food? Don't be disheartened. At least you have cow dung cakes to stave off hunger, Qiao Xi suggested. Zhou Ninghuan retorted. That's not happening. This mark will accompany Zhou Ninghuan for a lifetime. I'm leaving, Qiao Xi declared, jumping off her chair and calling her teammates. Zhou Ninghuan remarked from behind, What are you so proud of? You might not even get a cow dung cake today. Qiao Xi waved her hand dismissively as she departed. Although the other teams were frustrated, they had no choice but to abide by the rules. Soon, Zhou Ninghuan was led by Old Sun to the orchard, where Old Sun gestured for him to eat freely, indicating that it was permissible. As the orchard was not considered part of their home, thus, he reluctantly managed to satisfy his dinner. Yi Cici's team was in the midst of a diet, and they had some leftover meat from lunch, which they simply heated up to consume. When it came to Qiao Xi's group, everyone clustered around the screen, brimming with excitement. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Director Jean chuckled. Qiao Xi was renowned for her insatiable appetite for meat. While others could forego meat for a meal, how could Qiao Xi possibly do the same? On the screen, Qiao Xi stepped out of the director's office, her expression serene. What should they do now? Fan Jiying felt weak from hunger. Perhaps she should also go over to the Zhuang's place for some fruit? Qiao Xi shook her head, insisting there was meat. The team members turned to her in unison. The next moment, Fan Jiying exclaimed, I warn you, I will never eat rat meat. Ihan added, We can't resort to petty theft either. Yusinian interjected, and we certainly must not break the law. Laughter erupted as Qiao Xi seemed to be cornered. Qiao Xi, huh? We can't break the law? Then what can we do? Fear not, Qiao Xi beckoned with her finger. It will definitely be a lawful means of earning, requiring only a modicum of your courage and a touch of acting. Half an hour later, Director Jean pondered what they were doing outside the village. I don't know. Maybe they really are going to beg? The assistant director speculated. Meanwhile, the other two groups finished their dinner and brought their members to the director's group, eager to inquire about Qiao Xi's evening meal. As Zhou Ninghuan stepped inside, he found the director's group gaping at the screen. What's going on? Zhou Ninghuan asked. The next moment, he too witnessed the scene, and his pupils trembled in shock. In Chapter 36, they donned mourning attire, their cries echoing through the air. On the screen, white paper fluttered, and the wails were deafening. Old Guan, may you find happiness in the afterlife. Old Guan, you have passed away at a venerable age. We have all come to bid you farewell. Old Guan. There, kneeling in the front row, was none other than Qiao Xi's team. They were clad in mourning garb. They were wailing loudly. Goodness, is this a funeral feast? After watching for half an hour, this scene is indeed quite explosive in the realm of funerals. Yusinian, are you confused?
Get your mother up.
At first, you were so restrained, but when Qiao Xi promised you a reduced workload tomorrow, how did you waver? Not to mention, my Yi Han is similarly lacking in resolve. Just a moment ago, he said, I won't do it. But when Qiao Xi said 1 hour less, he immediately knelt down and began to expertly wail. Who can say that my daughter Fan Jiying isn't the same? She even asked if the loudest crier could receive an additional bowl of meat. Is there no one to speak for Old Guan? Old Guan, I detest this boundaryless funeral procession. The cameraman remarked. This Old Guan had a joyful send-off, having lived to a remarkable age of 120. In the village, such customs are seen as auspicious. Earlier today, while Qiao Xi was out for a stroll, she noticed an announcement from the neighboring village. I wondered what she was so fixated on. It turns out she had her eyes on their feast. The notice called for villagers with good crying skills to come, and each participant would receive money and free meals. Director's group, remaining team members, a singular thought occupied their minds. They truly could not earn that money. With tears streaming down her face, Qiao Xi made her way to the mourning hall, clinging to the coffin with an unwillingness to let go, stirring the emotions of those around her. Do not be too sorrowful. Old Guan's wife, aged 100, gently pulled Qiao Xi aside and said, such a day will come for us all. Old Guan departed blissfully, my dear, and here, take this. She pressed a red envelope into Qiao Xi's hands. Oh no, I cannot accept this. Qiao Xi exclaimed as she widened her pocket. Yet, the envelope found its way inside, and she concealed her face, once more, weeping. Grandpa Guan, I shall burn mahjong for you. Wait a moment, Grandma is 100, and Grandpa is 120. Do not think that their advanced ages render them incapable of arithmetic. A romance across generations. A 20-year age difference. Remarkable in that era. Such a pairing would surely face opposition from the entire village. Goodness, to weep for the love of others, how could anyone be more heartbroken than Qiao Xi? Upon discovering that Qiao Xi could converse in their village dialect, Grandma immediately switched to it, leading Qiao Xi and her companions to the main table. She beckoned to Yuxin, come here, dear boy. This young man is truly handsome. What did she say? Yuxin inquired. Qiao Xi replied. She said you are quite handsome, and if you liked women, you would be even more so. Yuxin responded with a confused expression. Is she questioning his sexual orientation? Could it be related to the incident this afternoon when Yan Ge stopped Yi Han from helping her wash her hands? Sister, I was the one who fell, and you, on the other hand, used pliers to twist the wires of the matchmaker? The food was served, and Qiao Xi quickly forgot everything, indulging heartily in her meal. Yuxin paused. Look closely. Ha ha, he will not starve. Yuxin thought. I am overthinking this. But wait, why is he concerned about whom Qiao Xi is bringing meat to? The young master furrowed his attractive brows, instantly losing his appetite. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi did not miss a beat, devouring her food with remarkable speed. The table full of elderly gentlemen and ladies was taken aback by her voracity, fearing they might not get a single bite of meat, and thus they began to eat furiously without a moment for conversation. At another table, let me tell you about that girl from the old Wang family. She is 30, runs an online store, and has been scammed. She lost 800,000. All because of an online romance. So, we must absolutely avoid online dating in our twilight years. At Qiao Xi's table, she slurped her food. At another table, Zuehua still doesn't have a boyfriend? What? She has gotten together with Guzi. That is something. Ingzi must be furious. She has liked ergo for years. At Qiao Xi's table, she laughed heartily. In the end, Qiao Xi had her fill, and the entire table of elderly folks, having enjoyed their meal, sat back, satisfied. A round-faced old man approached and asked, "Child, being able to eat is a blessing. Do you have a partner?" Just as Qiao Xi was about to respond, a mechanical voice from Little Six interrupted her.
Ding.
Detected intention of the host to lie. Correcting now. Qiao Xi, yes, I am married. Instantly, the entire table paused and turned to her, leaving her bewildered. Do you even comprehend what you are uttering? Is spouting nonsense your source of joy? Meanwhile, the system has been operating relentlessly since the onset. Shock level, 1000. Shock level, 2000.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for breaking through level 13. Item distribution, successful. Yuxinian's gaze deepened. Qiao Xi inhaled sharply. Little Six, I can't control it. It's even more terrified than Qiao Xi. After all, who knows what this mouth will utter? The elderly gentleman inquired more rapidly. What? Married? Marriage is fine. My grandson doesn't mind. How tall is your partner? 190 centimeters. Handsome? Indeed. Single eyelids or double eyelids? Hey, don't run. Is it double eyelids? Although my grandson has single eyelids, my good brother is quite wealthy. I could borrow money to get my grandson to the city for eyelid surgery. Sir, your thoughts seem rather avant-garde. Is your brother perhaps surnamed Li? With the given name de Zhuang? The kind of person who possesses 3 hills? Doesn't anyone find this description rather alarming? 190, handsome, double eyelids. Goodness. Isn't that Yuingdi? Just a coincidence. After all this time, do you still not understand Qiao Xi's propensity for jesting? True, it did startle me. In any case, it's certainly isn't Nian Nian. Moreover, she claims to be married. It's laughable. With a disposition like Qiao Xi, how could she possibly be married? If she can marry, then I could feast on excrement. Note the ID upstairs, patiently awaiting the day Qiao Xi makes her official announcement. Over here, Qiao Xi had vanished swiftly, leaving everyone to search for her. Yu Xinian lingered at the back, and Cheng Shi quietly inquired, "Young master, did you not say that your relationship must remain undisclosed? Then what about the young mistress?" He halted mid-sentence. Under the moonlight, the youth's exquisite and refined face bore an inscrutable smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely and suddenly turned to say, "She said I am handsome, did you hear? Cheng Shi, young master, do not forget about the impending divorce." Why is he so concerned about whether or not he will divorce? This will not do. A reminder is necessary. Have you ever heard a line of poetry? Cheng Shi. Huh? Yu Xinian. Beautiful wine and luminous cups, young men will pay with their youth. Cheng Shi. The group arrived at the humble communal lodging. Yu Xinian spotted Qiao Xi at the door, suppressed a smile, and was about to enter when a tall figure suddenly sat down beside Qiao Xi. Her head peeked out from under the blanket, looking at Yihan. "What are you doing?" Yihan chuckled softly. "Yuingdi is with me today." Smack. A small white pillow was flung towards them.
No squeeching.
Yu Xinian replied sternly. Chapter 37. Today, if one does not perish, it would be considered a complete success. Yihan frowned. "Yuingdi, we agreed this morning." I have changed my mind. Is it reasonable to switch just like that? Is it fair to say no after saying yes? Yu Xinian nodded. Indeed it is not fair, but isn't this rather lacking in decorum? You hurry over. Yihan. Damn, don't make me laugh to death. Everyone is turning into she. If one were to delve slightly into the character of this big boy, it would soon become evident that he is indeed quite extraordinary. The fans erupted in laughter. The familiar formula and taste still lingering. Wait, you all need to wake up. He intends to sleep next to Qiao Xi. Oh? Oh, indeed. Just as the two were locked in their dispute, a stick prodded the top of Yihan's head. Qiao Xi's face emerged behind the 1-meter-long stick, wearing a mysterious smile. How dare they flirt in her presence? If one of them doesn't meet their demise today, she would consider it a failure of her mission. Gritting her teeth, Yihan turned away. Good night, Xiao Yi. The young master swiftly climbed into bed, peeking out from beneath the covers with his exquisite head.
Yihan.
This gesture was seen as provocation by Yihan and flirtation by Qiao Xi. That night, Yu Xinian had anticipated something might occur, but it did not. Qiao Xi had already fallen into a deep slumber, and early the next morning, as she prepared to rise, she was halted by Yi Cici. Sister Xi. Yi Cici pressed her lips together. I thought it best to inform you. We have formed an alliance with Zhou Ninghuan's team. Has this been leaked already? Goodness, if I were Zhou Ninghuan, I would be infuriated. Unfortunately, I wish to see Qiao Xi prevail. I support Yi Cixi, haha. Yet Qiao Xi replied.
I know.
Yi Cixi was taken aback. Huh? She had wrestled with this decision for quite some time. After all, this was akin to betraying her team. But she did not want to witness Qiao Xi lose under such circumstances. She desired a fair competition with Sister Xi. They were nearly kissing. How could I not notice? Qiao Xi patted her shoulder. Get to work.
Qiao Xi.
Silence yourself. Stop spreading rumors. Upstairs, you understand the editing of Xiao Meng. Under the scorching sun. A group of individuals was fervently sweating it out in Area 2. Let us go. We must surpass Qiao Xi. Right. Let us outdo their team. 10 people toiled vigorously. And finally, by 3 in the afternoon, only 1/5 remained. Everyone take a break. Yi Cixi clapped her hands. Old Sun has brought water. Drink up before we continue. Zhou Ninghuan gulped down an entire bottle and raised his head. According to Qiao Xi's speed yesterday, there should still be half left, right? The entire team erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? A familiar voice inquired. Qiao Xi stood with a bucket of freshly squeezed milk, a straw dangling from her mouth. What unpleasantness has transpired? Share it with me so I may find joy as well. Why ask her? Would she ever say no? Zhou Ninghuan immediately retorted. Qiao Xi, I'm not saying, with so little land and tools, aren't we putting in more effort? Winning against you is far too easy, truly. He mimicked Qiao Xi's actions from yesterday. As long as you have hands, that's sufficient. The crowd laughed once more. Help! He mimics Qiao Xi so well, ha ha ha. Without eating, 3 of Qiao Xi wouldn't even be able to perform. 3 machines can't compete with 10 laborers. It's really slacking off. Qiao Xi finished the last sip of milk and casually tossed the empty carton into the large trash bin. Turning back, she beckoned with her fingers. Huanzai, Linzai, come to Daddy's field. I have something to show you. The faces of the two behind her darkened. A group of individuals impeccably aligned approached the edge of the field at location number 1. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. To their astonishment, their gaze fell upon entirely overturned soil. The crowd was bewildered. What on earth? Has everything been turned over already? No, surely there must be more behind. The production team didn't inform us, someone remarked. The absence of communication from the director's team suggested that only this side had been tilled. The other side must undoubtedly have many plots completed. Zhou Ninghuan, with a grim expression, inquired, What do you wish to show us? This, Qiao Xi replied, extending her foot to tap on the ground. The others followed her movement, and there lay a fist-sized patch of soil, exposed and markedly different in color, clearly untouched. What is there to see? One team member questioned. Be patient, come closer, Qiao Xi urged, setting down her hoe. Watch carefully. The two, filled with curiosity, leaned in ever closer. Qiao Xi raised her hoe and gently inserted it into the patch of soil, turning it over and shaking off the dirt. In the next moment, Director Jean appeared behind them. Team Qiao Xi has emerged victorious, she announced, her words almost gritted between her teeth. Zhou Ninghuan was taken aback. Duan Feline was left speechless. Wait, what? They won? Everything has been overturned? So all that build-up was just to leave a tiny patch for Zhou Ninghuan and his team to uncover. Goodness. How cunning. Look at Zhou Ninghuan's face. It's utterly priceless. Who understands, my friends? The leaders are in a meeting, and I just relived every sorrowful moment of my life. Yet I still couldn't contain my laughter. Off to write a reflection.
Qiao Xi.
You impudent wretch. Zhou Ninghuan, realizing the situation, was furious and surged forward. Duan Feline, however, displayed some restraint, grabbing him to hold him back. Yet in the next instant, Yu Xinian and his companions emerged from behind the trees, dressed to the nines. They clasped their fists and proclaimed loudly, We express our gratitude to all the guests who have come to witness our team's success.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
3 resounding expressions of gratitude echoed through the air. What an orchestrated performance. What were they like in the entertainment industry? I've already forgotten. Zhou Ninghuan, in a fit of rage, struck out with fists and feet, shouting, Let me go. I must confront her. I'll settle this with her. Qiao Xi bowed deeply, revealing her gleaming white teeth. Following a banquet the previous day, the system had undergone an upgrade, fortuitously granting her an efficiency pill that quintupled her productivity. With a mere application on the machine, victory was effortlessly within her grasp. Director Jean, where is the reward package? Qiao Xi inquired. Director Jean, desperately suppressing her emotions, signaled for the package to be brought forth. The entire team advanced eagerly to open the package. Chapter 38. Do not spoil him too much. Entering the airdrop zone. Within 300 meters. Fan Jiying read aloud, perplexed. What does this mean? Airdrop?
Wow.
Fan Jiying exclaimed, suddenly animated. How amazing! This is perfect. My precious Haohuan has nearly been cooked alive in this heat these past few days. Yesterday, Yan Go was cocooned under his blanket. As if the mere act of opening his eyes would summon phantoms, he desperately yearned for the air conditioning. How delightful it would be if they could escape to the wooden cabin. Full of energy, Qiao Xi felt invigorated. The temperature had risen these past 2 days. The sun shining brighter than on the day Zhen Huan was punished to kneel. She pinned her hopes on the system's gift package to yield a Hou-Yi. Yet Xiao Lu coldly informed her it was impossible. This rare opportunity must be seized. She had to emerge victorious. Director Jean discreetly avoided the camera and handed him a map marked with a circle. This indicated the location of an airdrop. Shortly, 2 packages would arrive, one a decoy to distract Qiao Xi, while the real one would land here. Duan Fulin's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Director. Instantly, he felt a surge of confidence as he exchanged glances with Zhou Ninghuan.
Ha!
Qiao Xi, just wait to be outshone tonight. Once they acquire the air conditioning, they would partition the room for their teammates, leaving Qiao Xi to watch helplessly. With determination set, the team sprang into action. Ergo brought a bicycle, while Lao Sun unveiled his battlefield motorcycle, eliciting a wide grin from Zhou Ninghuan. They even have mountain route motorcycles. If it weren't for Lao Sun bringing it out himself, I would have thought it just returned from Syria. What's wrong with a battle-worn motorcycle? As long as it works. Who cares? We all use these in our village. I reckon Ergo's bike is still more reliable. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi noticed that both Ergo and Lao Sun had vehicles and turned to Li Dezhuang. He hesitated. It's not that I don't want to provide a vehicle. But, with a swift motion, he opened the car door. None of these can go into the woods. The 3 outside nearly blinded themselves. Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Hummer,
Porsche, Bentley.
8 Maybachs lined up in a row. Is Xi Village selling oil? The wealthiest in Xi Village is nearly at par with the richest in the capital. What kind of family is this? It's not mine, Li Dezhuang clarified. 7 of them belong to my neighbor. They're just parked at my place. He gestured toward the mountains. Qiao Xi solemnly grasped Li Dezhuang's hand. Do they need a daughter? Qiao Xi. Why does this story sound familiar?
Indeed.
There is an entrepreneur in Xi Village. It's no secret. The village's reputation was crafted by him, a certain Mr. Liu, not a Mr. Qiao. Then I can rest easy. Qiao Xi is unworthy. She turned on her heel to flee. What do we do without a vehicle? Fan Jiying exclaimed while running. We certainly can't outpace them. They have motorcycles. Before she could finish, Qiao Xi had already leapt up a tree. Split up. You block them. I'll seize the package. Teammates. Yu Xinyan narrowed his eyes, raising a long finger to signal. Qingxi. So ruthless? What about the other 2 teams?
Damn.
I'm hooked in a second. Yan Go is so doting. Really, I just wonder, when has Yu Xinyan ever spoken like a normal person? Isn't he notoriously rebellious? Do not indulge him too much. He yearns for victory. He desires to trample upon Qiao Xi.
Boom.
The motorcycle was ensnared by an unknown cord. Duan Fulin tumbled to the ground, unable to discern the culprit, as a cacophony of sounds erupted around him. Yu Xinyan, with a clap of his hands, remained an unblemished youth, concealing his accomplishments and fame. He was far superior to that old fellow. A light, airy voice wafted above the heads of the onlookers. What on earth? Such precision and speed. This cannot be achieved without a decade of practice, right? Mr. Yu, you've worked hard. Though I did not get to meet my grandfather, I have shed 2 tears for him. At this moment, the director's team grew anxious. Their makeup had been undone by Yu Xinyan. The assistant director exclaimed that everyone was now covering their faces, causing their pace to slow by 3-fold. Director Jean scoffed. Can she really match the speed of a motorcycle? The assistant director hesitated. It seems she can. Director Jean raised an eyebrow and glanced at the screen. What a thrill! Cheerful exclamations erupted, and within mere seconds, she surged forward several meters. Director Jean gasped in disbelief. Are the sounds of monkeys incessant? Is this a human or a monkey? The questions multiplied. What peculiar abilities does she possess? Known. Qiao Xi stands at 163 centimeters and weighs 92 kilograms. Determine her limits. This question is too challenging. College students cannot solve it. Let high schoolers tackle it. When Duan Fulin mounted the motorcycle again, he had no time to spare. I shall seize it. He abandoned his teammates and surged forward with fervor. It was swift. He could hear the thundering of the helicopter. Duan Fulin's grin twisted into something sinister. His victory seemingly assured. In the next moment, a pair of legs suddenly appeared above him, diverging in his direction. I'm coming too. Duan Fulin froze. What the?
Boom.
Qiao Xi landed on the rear seat. Chapter 39. This is not a straightforward strike. It is a comet colliding with the Earth. Duan Fulin? Bullet comments? Moments later, the airdrop package descended rapidly. Snap. It was caught. Let us congratulate Qiao Xi for securing first place today. 3 teammates emerged. Yu Xinian led the applause, clapping thrice. Behind him, Li Dazhuang and Fan Jiying, belatedly aware, joined in the clapping. The applause resonated, echoing through the small grove. Duan Fulin. Xiao 6. Do you see me daring to utter a word? Let me remind everyone, it is merely a live broadcast. There is no need to watch on our knees. At this moment, I realize my lack of education. Aside from exclamations of disbelief, I have nothing to express. Faster than a bicycle is the motorcycle, and faster than my heartbeat is Qiao Xi. I just tuned in. Is this Animal World? Have I wandered into the wrong place? Meanwhile, the system chimed in. Congratulations. You have surpassed level 14. You have received the item, Sharp Teeth. Item function. Can bite through any object. Qiao Xi, is this not more absurd than receiving a Ho-E? Let us open the box. Fan Jiying approached, eager to unwrap the gift. A team emerged with a refrigerator. Though it was not an air conditioner, it could chill watermelons and beverages, alleviating their immediate needs. The location for the prize redemption is the supplies warehouse of the director's team, situated in an uninhabited farmhouse within the village. Qiao Xi initially intended for Yu Xinian and Yi Han to assist in the moving, but she was concerned that the two might become entangled along the way. Their minds filled with images of their kisses. Ultimately, she decided to go alone with Yu Xinian. However, as soon as they stepped through the door, they were unexpectedly confronted by a knife. A robbery was underway. Robbery? Qiao Xi was about to react when, at that moment, subtitles appeared in the live stream, explaining the situation. The frenzied barrage of comments in the chat finally subsided. I nearly called the police. Turns out it's just a game. So Qiao Xi and Niango were unaware? Were our cameras hidden as well? ISNT this all about the thrill?
Ha ha ha.
I hope they don't suffer any trauma from this. No, this is a power duo. Shouldn't we be more concerned about the robbers? They're all tied up. What can they do? Director Jean observed the two, now bound and seated obediently, with a smirk. This was her plan. If Qiao Xi succeeded, she would turn the tables and seize their belongings. Perfectly, she could also confiscate those harvesters. Suddenly, Director Jean's demeanor shifted. What is happening? She frowned, approaching. What was there to see? Could she sprout hands to untie the ropes? Her steps faltered, her pupils dilating. On the screen, both Qiao Xi and Yu Xinian were completely restrained, yet Qiao Xi unexpectedly lunged and tackled Yu Xinian to the ground. What are you doing? Let go of my Nian. Is she biting his neck? Was there an aphrodisiac in that refrigerator? How outrageous. How outrageous. Ah, I can't take it. Is this what they mean by being straightforward? No, this is akin to a comet colliding with Earth. The impact is too great. Does Qiao Xi think there are no cameras, hence her audacity? Meanwhile, Yu Xinian struggled momentarily, his mouth taped shut but revealing his alluring eyes. Don't move. Qiao Xi had already bitten through her tape, exposing her lips, creating a rather horrifying image on camera. Yu Xinian, you know there are cameras? Hang in there. I'll chew through the ropes, and we can escape together. Qiao Xi replied. Yu Xinian, ropes? Chew through them? Before he could ponder this, Qiao Xi had already started nibbling at his shoulder. The tingling sensation instantly froze Yu Xinian in place. She continued downwards, grazing over his chest, then his abdomen, and finally his thigh. Director, perhaps it's time to reveal your identities? Where exactly is this going? Niango is tainted now. I'm losing my mind. Are we about to witness an adult event? Is this not just a transformation show? Robbers, pry them apart. Yu Xinian gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation, emitting muffled sounds from his throat. Qiao Xi looked up. What is wrong? Oh, shall I tear off your tape? Qiao Xi nodded and leaned closer, biting the edge of the tape affixed to his cheek. Her initial attempt missed, and her tongue flicked across it. The man beneath her stiffened. As she rolled to the edge of the tape, she finally secured her grip, but the movement was laborious. With each breath she took, the air visibly reddened. He gazed at her face, feeling her lashes brush against his nose, her fragrance enveloping him, her skin grazing his cheek, while her lowered gaze remained fixated on his lips. Thump, 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 thump. His heart thundered. For a fleeting moment, he instinctively leaned forward, their lips nearly touching. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Qiao Xi bit down and tore it away. Nian winced, tears streaming down his face. You, sir. Qiao Xi hurriedly interjected. Nian paused, suddenly glancing over Qiao Xi's shoulder, his expression shifting. Is this amusing? The voice echoed. Qiao Xi looked up to see the kidnapper, wearing the woolen hat from their previous encounter, looking down at them. She chuckled nervously, realizing she had been discovered. Assistant Director, I stand before you. How much do I resemble the past? If you don't come soon, these 2 kids will be born. Humph. Wicked woman. Crew, take away her refrigerator. She surely didn't kiss Nian just now, did she? I believe it's Nian who wishes to kiss Qiao Xi. This comment ignited a frenzy. Everyone erupted in vehement denial. Since you all enjoy playing so much, let us engage in a game. The assistant director donned the mask.
Mimicking division is low.
Qiao Xi, Nian, if you cannot act, you need not pretend. In the next moment, 2 dark bottles were placed on the table. The kidnapper sneered. Either of you may choose a bottle to drink from, and I shall return the refrigerator. He paused for effect. Beware, one of these contains drumroll. Qiao Xi seized a bottle and drank. The assistant director gasped, pesticide. Only then did he realize. Leaping to his feet, his concealed face turning pale. The crew exclaimed, Director Jean. The assistant's voice strained. This is catastrophic. Qiao Xi has consumed the pesticide. The props team had prepared real pesticide for authenticity. Chapter 40. Could you refrain from provoking her? When Director Jean burst into the room, Qiao Xi stood defiantly before the altar, holding the pesticide. Do not move, she commanded sharply. If you do, I will drink more. Director Jean was taken aback. What are you doing? Quickly, let the crew take you to the hospital. I want air conditioning, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. Director Jean, what time is it? You still desire these? Do you even have a life to use them? A cacophony of panicked screams erupted from the entire crew, their hair standing on end. Give. Whatever you want, we will provide. Sign the agreement. Sign. I'm utterly defeated, Sister Xi. You are formidable. Fine from today onward. She is truly my sister. Qiao Xi, do you need air conditioning so desperately? I can buy it for you. Is that not sufficient? Is this the end? The crew's reaction confirms it's real pesticide. Yin Yan's face darkened, seemingly engulfed in worry. It was then that Qiao Xi released the pesticide. With a mere glance from Director Jean, several individuals swiftly approached, restraining Qiao Xi and coercing her towards the hospital. Yin Yan thought to himself, had Qiao Xi not reassured him moments earlier that everything was fine, he would have truly erupted in anger by now. Nonetheless, the accounts that needed settling could not be overlooked. Yin Yan squinted at Director Jean, who had just relaxed but was suddenly on high alert again. As she observed the youth approaching, an inexplicable chill enveloped her heart. Yingdi, step back. Let us converse amicably. Qing Shi's cool voice resonated. A robust figure sprang forth from the shadows. Directors had a penchant for teasing. A smirk graced Yin Yan's lips. His dark, profound peach blossom eyes glinted with mischief. They too shall taste the fruits of their own antics. Upon re-emerging, the directors were clustered together in disarray. What is this foul substance?
Ugh.
Meanwhile, the assistant director at the hospital scrutinized the test results, eyes wide in disbelief. No issues? How can this be? That bottle was undoubtedly pesticide. Could there have been a mistake? Such luck. What was there to fear? If one were to succeed, they would enjoy harmony. If not, fortune would favor them. What fortune could possibly arise from this? Do you see my ability to complete this task, Qiao Xi? A swift demise leads to rebirth. I can still embark on another mission to earn points. Little Six, I knew you were mad, but not to this extent. Little Six suddenly grasped how the Time Management Bureau's title of Performance King came to be. It was likely that after every mission, they perished with remarkable finality. The Time Management Bureau held over 800 trophies belonging to Qiao Xi. The first place was unmatched. The second had merely 100. Little Six pondered. He wasn't as obedient. Indeed, the director's team might stir trouble. Perhaps he should go and take a look. As soon as he thought this, he halted. Outside the residence, the young master appeared, one hand clutching an air conditioner, his face clouded with displeasure. Behind him, Qiao Xi huffed and puffed, dragging along a refrigerator.
Wow.
Qiao Xi dashed out, playfully pinching Yu Xinyan's cheek. So well-behaved. His body stiffened. Wow. Family, who understands this? Who understands this? Such pampering. I shall forever adore this obedient darling. Yun Yan, grumbling all the way, did not release the air conditioner, trudging a full mile, much to everyone's amusement. Qiao Xi, ever mindful, remarked, this air conditioner is exceedingly heavy. Why not call a vehicle for assistance? Are you trying to exhaust our young master? Qiao Xi. Who was it that was panting like a small dog just moments ago? Qiao Xi, the love bodyguard, it's you. After handing the air conditioner to Qiao Xi, he proceeded to fuss over the installation. Yu Xinyan stepped outside, with Qiao Xi closely trailing behind. Ahead, the tall, exquisite figure abruptly came to a halt, then crouched beneath a tree. Yu Xinyan cradled his head in his arms. Qiao Xi exclaimed, well, young master, I was merely jesting. There's no need to take it to heart, I am fine. She drank the pesticide for my sake, Yu Xinyan said gravely. At that moment, when the director's team presented us with the choice, she opted to drink it herself rather than feed it to me. Qiao Xi. The affections and moments of this life have ultimately been misplaced. This love is excessively burdensome, overwhelmingly so. As Yu Xi reflected once more, Qiao Xi turned and walked away. When Duan Fulin and the others learned of the news, the entire team was incensed. Not only were they scorched under the blazing sun and stripped of their makeup, but he had also been trodden upon by Qiao Xi. In the end, the team was left in disarray. And yet Qiao Xi managed to secure a refrigerator and successfully extort an air conditioner and a washing machine. Is this something we can tolerate? Fear not. Cao Ninghuan, with a spark of inspiration, was certain she would install a partition in our residence. However, despite any partition, the cool air would still seep through. We could simply carve a hole to steal the air conditioning. Duan Fulin's eyes lit up. The others were perplexed. Indeed, renovations were underway. Zhou Ninghuan rejoiced, dashing off to sneak a peek. The residence was eerily empty, devoid of life. Duan Fulin frowned and followed the sound. Upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Qiao Xi had erected an entirely new floor on the roof, and it was already completed. Who is losing their composure? Abandoning their facade? Lin Lin has never had a facade. Spare me your nonsense. To be frank, the inconsistencies are too numerous to mention. I've already lost interest. If the upstairs continues to prattle, I'll throw you the evidence, believe it or not. There's gossip, there's gossip. The believer wishes for a harmonious blend of flavors, seeking a piece of the original gossip. Qiao Xi glanced down at him. Stop. Director Jean rushed out, blocking anyone attempting to leap down. Qiao Xi continued to scream. Chapter 41. Eyes stinging, eyes stinging. Duan Fulin? Just stepping outside has changed the atmosphere. Director Jean, you weren't like this in the afternoon. Director Jean was genuinely frightened. One was a lunatic who might swallow poison at any moment, and the other was a pervert who would feed them excrement. The combination was simply unbearable. No wonder I've persistently followed this woman for 2 seasons. In the first season, Director Jean threatened her, and in the second, how things have changed, ha ha ha. To be honest, I've come to find Qiao Xi rather likable. The way she prepared to jump down mirrored my daily state of mind at work. Qiao Xi, who can live without going insane? If not today, then tomorrow. Better to go mad sooner than later.
Clang.
The hammer fell. Qiao Xi clapped her hands, announcing the completion and leaping down, simultaneously hanging a sign that read, air-conditioned room for rent, 500 per hour. The crowd was taken aback. Was this scheme being devised right before their eyes? That is far too expensive. This is outrageous. Who would agree to this? It's reasonable to charge more for scarce resources, especially when selling to competitors. If it were me, I'd charge 5,000.
A few scoffed in response.
Cao Ninghuan retorted, Bisada. Are you robbing me? Today, I would rather die from the heat than step into that air-conditioned room. That evening, Zhou Ninghuan stood at the door of the air-conditioned room, shouting inside, Zhang Shu, you've been in there for an hour. It's my turn. I want to renew. Zhang Shu replied, no way.
Get out.
The two were on the verge of a quarrel. In the end, Zhou Ninghuan blissfully enjoyed an hour of air conditioning, slowly presenting his phone's QR code while lowering his voice. Extend for 2 more hours. The allure may arrive late, but it will undoubtedly be present. Do not mention him. The expression on our young Master Yu's face when he emerged after entering was so entertaining that I almost wanted to join in. I saw Qiao Xi reward him with a watermelon, specifically allowing him to relish the air conditioning before parading before others. The movie star of others earns billions per performance. My movie star earns half a watermelon per performance, sometimes even for free. After all, with so many people watching, can we not leave our young master with at least a shred of dignity? Due to his unique relationship with Qiao Xi, he had staunchly resisted. However, after Yucinian emitted his 300th sigh while consuming watermelon, he could no longer contain himself. Thus, he sprang up, charging upstairs. All right, 10,000 yuan. Payable on the spot. Duan Feline. The comments. Duan Feline was enraged. How dare you raise the price? They all charged 500. That is the price for people. A beast affects my room's feng shui for an hour and you want to increase the charge? Qiao Xi remarked while enjoying her popsicle. 666,666. Qiao Xi. You are being excessive. Duan Feline was furious. He suppressed his anger, clenched his fists and left. If he didn't repay this grudge, he might as well share a surname with Qiao Xi. Are you expecting me to curry favor with her? As soon as he finished speaking, both fell silent. Duan Feline furrowed his brow. It wasn't entirely impossible. The manager whispered, I remember she liked you quite a bit before, didn't she? Duan Feline gritted his teeth and, after a moment, replied, I understand. He hung up the phone, pondered for a moment, rummaged through his suitcase for swim trunks, and stepped outside, still avoiding the cameras. Of course. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, clapped her hands, and stood up. Sister Xi, where are you going? Yi Cixi, freshly emerged from the air-conditioned room, inquired. Going to play with the dog. Qiao Xi waved her hand and departed. Yi Cixi shrugged and mumbled as she entered. How strange. Isn't a Huang not supposed to be touched? Which dog is Sister Xi going to play with? Yucinian, munching on watermelon, turned his head. She is going to play with a dog? Indeed. Cheng Xi and Yucinian exchanged glances. Yucinian set down his watermelon and said, Let her go. It has nothing to do with me. Cheng Xi retorted, Young master, if it has nothing to do with you, why are you running? Calm down. The moonlight flowed like water, and the cicadas chirped in unison. Qiao Xi approached the lakeside, where the surface of the water suddenly rippled. Splash. A half-naked man emerged from the water, shaking his hair. His upper body had a commendable physique, clad only in swim trunks, seemingly indifferent as he walked step by step towards Qiao Xi. Xiao Six exclaimed, Wow. My eyes are burning. Xiao Six quickly pulled out his phone. Indeed, his memory did not betray him. Xiao Xi showed Xiao Six the data. When it comes to this author, they truly know how to engage. The character biography dares to mention anything. Xiao Six remained silent. Suddenly, Qiao Xi became animated. By the way, let me take a look at Yucinian's. Xiao Six replied, No. What about Li Cheng's? The male lead should definitely have it. Xiao Lu gracefully closed herself off, oblivious to the words uttered behind her. With a playful puff of air, she declared, Qiao Xi, I summoned you today to hear me sing, did I not? Well, prepare yourself for 3 songs. Duan Fu Lin furrowed his brow. Qiao Xi opened her mouth and began. Little crayon, dressed in floral attire, red, yellow, blue, and green, how beautiful they are. Duan Fu Lin. Qiao Xi, let us do another. I am but a tiny bird. How does it fly? It cannot soar high. Duan Fu Lin. Qiao Xi. And for the final one, the little trumpet, toot toot, the seagull hears it and wishes not to fly. What's the common thread among them? Duan Fu Lin exclaimed, visibly perplexed. Undeterred, he persisted in his act. Shi, do you not desire me? No, thank you. I possess my own toothpick, she retorted. Duan Fu Lin glared at her. Before he could ponder further, a garment descended from the heavens. In the next instant, Yucinian appeared behind Qiao Xi, grasping her hand, intent on making an exit. Who? An ambush. Qiao Xi forcefully broke free. They stood at the lakeside, and with a parabolic motion, she plunged into the water. Cheng Xi's astonished visage emerged under the moonlight. Young lady, he bellowed, you've thrown young master in? He cannot swim. Qiao Xi replied, who told him to sneak up like a thief. Without hesitation, she leapt into the lake after him. Cheng Xi had a sudden idea. Let her cling to the debts owed to her by others. Duan Fu Lin. He gritted his teeth. I distinctly heard young lady. Am I mistaken? You discriminate against me? Cheng Xi shouted in anger. Duan Fu Lin. Well, that's not the case. As long as that's clear, remember this. Every person with an accent is equal in this world. In the lake, Yucinian struggled momentarily, swallowing a mouthful of water. Xiao Lu continued. The antagonist was once submerged in a water tank by his stepmother. He has a phobia of water. Quick, save him. Qiao Xi. Does he possess too many phobias? Mice, water. Not to mention mops, bamboo, and the small dark room. Qiao Xi. At that moment, she spotted Yu Xinyan. In the translucent water, the youth lay with closed eyes, sinking deeper. She immediately performed the Qiao family dog paddle and seized him. In the next second, she pressed close, beginning to share her breath. Chapter 42, The Little Tornado Drying Technique. Their lips met. Yu Xinyan exhaled, opening his eyes. Lake water, eyelashes, a kiss. His lips were astonishingly soft. Qiao Xi felt a gentle lick upon her lips. Qiao Xi. With a slap, she wildly struck his face. While dog paddling, she glared at him, her mouth bubbling over, clearly expressing her displeasure. The shape of her lips unmistakably conveyed, "What's wrong with you, boy? You're expelling air." Yu Xinyan. The two of them made their way to the shore. The moment Yu Xinyan emerged, he promptly shut his eyes. "Why do I feel dizzy again?" Qiao Xi muttered, grasping his legs and laboriously dragging him toward the bank.
Swish, swish.
The imprint of his form was left in their wake. Cheng Shi, watching from the shadows, couldn't he help but break into a sweat. The young lady's proficiency suggested she must have practiced this act of disposing of bodies a few times. Just as he hesitated, Yu Xian suddenly opened his eyes, gave him a fierce wink, pointed to his mouth, and made a grand gesture of taking a deep breath before closing his eyes again. Cheng Shi? Mouth. A wide-open mouth. Then it dawned on him. "Young lady!" Cheng Shi shouted as he rushed over. "Young master has fainted. You need to slap him a few times to wake him up." Yu Xian. "I meant for you to remind her about artificial respiration." Qiao Xi halted, and Yu Xian's face turned pale. He let out a small whimper, pretending to awaken. In the next moment, a flurry of footsteps rushed over. Just as Yu Xian was about to rise, Qiao Xi lunged at him like a wild animal.
Bang.
Yu Xian? Bullet comments, what? Did he leave? No way. Director Jean trembled, his mind blank. Qiao Xi quickly turned her head and said, "Never mind, just bring us the kitchen utensils. The last wish of Nian Nian is this." The entire directing team was bewildered, completely led by Qiao Xi's whims, hastily sending someone to fetch the utensils. Once they realized what was happening, Director Jean exclaimed, "Quick, call a doctor. Hurry." "No need." After obtaining the kitchen utensils, Qiao Xi clapped Yu Xian on the shoulder, and his expression instantly returned to calm. Upon hearing the utensils, he felt elated and came back to life. With that, Yu Xian sat up. Director Jean. So the kitchen utensils were the bait. I've been caught off guard by Qiao Xi every day. This is truly unexpected. Just now, my mind went blank and I didn't even notice anything was amiss. Nian Ge is not dead, but the entire directing team seems to wish they were. I know Qiao Xi has that big issue, but Yu Xian, why are you cooperating with her? Clarify yourself. Director Jin's legs went weak. The crowd gasped and hurriedly helped her up. Yi Han and Fan Jiying, who had just arrived, were taken aback. Yi Han, sharp-eyed, rushed over to ask Qiao Xi, "Are you alright?" Qiao Xi was drenched, her shirt clinging to her body, causing Yi Han to blush profusely. She wanted to take off her shirt to cover her, but she only had a short-sleeved top herself. Fortunately, Fan Jiying quickly stepped in to shield Qiao Xi. How could a good person fall into the water? Fan Jiying frowned. How foolish. Stay here, I'll go get you some clothes. They were pushed away by Qiao Xi. Back off. Qiao Xi wiped her face dry and turned to Yu Xian, saying, "Oh, someone doesn't want to wipe off the water, trying to flirt." Seeing the comments upstairs makes me laugh. Honestly, if anyone's flirting, I'd rather believe it's Zhou Ninghuan. What did Huan Huan do to you? There's nothing to hide. The dirty ones are just dirty themselves. But Qiao Xi truly has a great figure, a newly minted wife. She even told Yu Xian to back off. Does she want to show off or what? Yu Xian frowned, glancing at the camera. The direction he was retreating in conveniently blocked the lens. The next second, Qiao Xi suddenly spread her arms wide. Little whirlwind spin technique. She shouted, spinning wildly on the spot. Leaves took flight. Water droplets splashed everywhere. Yu Xian frantically fled. What the hell? Ultimately, I underestimated the situation. Can it truly be wrung dry? Qiao Xi, do you even remember that you are merely a vase? Could you please pay more attention to your image? After Qiao Xi finished, she astonishingly managed to dry half of it. What do you think? A unique skill, isn't it? Qiao Xi inquired. Yu Xian mused. A person does not suddenly lose their ability to speak without reason. That night, Yu Xian lay in the air-conditioned room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At times, he recalled the moment she tore off the tape, and at other times, he thought of her lips pressing against him by the lake. His heart raced. Ultimately, as he drifted into slumber, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Cheng Shi crouched in a tree, reporting to Chengdong. Yes. She fell asleep with a smile, utterly serene. The following day's task was sewing. With the rivalry of the air conditioning, Qiao Xi added kitchenware, infuriating the other teams. When they approached to demand a share, they were extremely agitated, claiming that Qiao Xi had acquired the items through deceit and that they deserved them too. This greatly angered Zhou Ninghuan. The team swore to strike back at Qiao Xi during the next sewing, determined to slap her in the face. As everyone gathered in the field, Zhou Ninghuan scoffed, pushing his sewing machine past Qiao Xi with a huff. Our team, unlike some shameless ones, resorting to underhanded methods. When it comes to farming, those tactics are useless. Soon, we shall see who triumphs. Qiao Xi languidly leaned against a tree, spitting out the watermelon seeds she had been chewing. Speaking of winning or losing, our team seems to have never lost. Does it? Fan Jiying chuckled. What are you so smug about? Zhou Ninghuan, exasperated, stomped his foot, dropping the pretense. This time, we shall win. We have a sewing machine, do you? We have air conditioning. Qiao Xi jabbed at his sore spot. We also have Old Sun. Old Sun is a master of sewing. What do you possess? We have air conditioning. Zhou Ninghuan was fuming, practically boiling over. At that moment, Yu Xian handed Zhou Ninghuan a piece of paper. Wipe it off. Zhou Ninghuan's eyes lit up. Brother Yan, you are truly kind. Just don't bleed on our field, Yu Xian replied. Zhou Ninghuan, I'm dying of laughter. Air conditioning is indeed a fatal blow, a swift strike to the heart. Absolutely. Every night, Qiao Xi charges them exorbitant fees, and the entire team sleeps blissfully. Can you blame them for being infuriated? Qiao Xi strikes and Yu Xian follows up. I'm utterly captivated, who understands? I don't. I refuse to be captivated. I would rather die than be enamored. Qiao Xi is unworthy. I shall struggle a bit longer. I sense that these two are completely incompatible in love, yet inexplicably. When they come together, there is an undeniable chemistry. Before heading to the fields, the production team continued to announce a game. Using a competition format, they would determine the quality of seeds for each group. Seed quality was categorized as high, medium, or low, with quality directly influencing yield, making this step crucial, prompting each group to send their most skilled members. A maze was set up in the woods, with the correct exit leading to the seeds. Along the way, there were also hidden treasures buried in the ground. You can unearth these treasures and open them together tonight. Be advised, the contents of the treasures may vary in quality. All team members should proceed with caution. Chapter 43. The left foot treads on the right, a stroke of luck. At the entrance of the forest, the three individuals came to a halt, and indeed, they found that a labyrinth of foam walls had been erected within, fraught with obstacles. Onward, Lin Lin. Xiao Shu, you are the best. Zhang Shu has an impeccable sense of direction. Thanks to her, our team was able to locate the drop zone yesterday. On the very first day, when no one knew the way to the stream village, it was Zhang Shu who found it. Yet, Qiao Xi was quite the opposite. Previously, when she visited a villager's home to use the restroom, she emerged only to find herself walking in the wrong direction. Duan Fulin cast a glance at Qiao Xi. There had been some unforeseen events last night, and today, he needed to seek an opportunity to continue alluring Qiao Xi. Zhang Shu, on the other hand, was determined to succeed. Navigating mazes was her forte. She had to win. 321. Let us enter. The trio dashed inside. Qiao Xi inquired of Xiao 6. How many props are left? Xiao 6 replied, only one remains. It's a lucky koi for 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xi waved her hand decisively. Prop usage successful. Consequently, the ensuing scene in the live broadcast showed Zhang Shu on the ground, examining the terrain, glancing at the grass, scrutinizing footprints, and calculating distances, ultimately discovering the correct path and unearthing a prop. Meanwhile, Duan Fulin appeared disinterested, having chosen the wrong route, yet he had already collected 3 props. In contrast, Qiao Xi seemed to be on a roll. With every step, she found a prop. What took Zhang Shu half an hour to figure out, she accomplished in merely 15 minutes. Is this even possible? Can she really choose correctly at every junction?
Wow.
This luck is astonishing. No way, resting against a tree. And a prop just falls down? How many has she collected?
6 already.
Incredible. Zhang Shu arrived at the exit, a smirk gracing her lips. Victory. Upon returning, she would surely flaunt this achievement and deliver a powerful blow to Qiao Xi on behalf of the team leader. It was merely an air-conditioned room, after all. With 3 props in hand, surely among them there was something to cool off. Ah, here she comes. A languid voice resonated from behind. Zhang Shu turned to see Qiao Xi smiling, surprised by her speed. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Shu had arrived first and brought along 3 props. You can't possibly have none. Before she could finish her sentence, Qiao Xi poured out a multitude of props. She even began counting with delicate fingers. 1, 2,
10.
Wow, a full 10. This is more than enough. As she picked them up, she stumbled again. The production team, Zhang Shu, when will the trading of swords be criminalized? Just when Zhang Shu was about to show off. I muted the sound to spare her the embarrassment. Zhang Shu's face turned a shade of green with fury. She learned that Qiao Xi had exited 15 minutes earlier, merely resting at the maze's exit. This revelation further incensed her. Duan Fulin was the last to emerge. He was not particularly surprised. He had never intended to win, merely following Qiao Xi closely, looking for an opportunity to converse. Meanwhile, a head emerged from behind a tree. It was the team leader. Zheng Yi inquired of Zhou Ninghuan. Is this really the right approach? What could possibly be wrong? Zhou Ninghuan retorted, readying the air gun. This weapon, borrowed from Old Sun, was aimed at the pivotal member of Qiao Xi's team, Qiao Xi herself. To secure victory, it was imperative to incapacitate her. The air gun would merely inflict minor injuries. Though his aim was not precise, as long as he avoided the head, it would suffice. Then make sure you aim carefully. I understand. Zhou Ninghuan gripped the gun, targeting Qiao Xi's leg, and pulled the trigger.
Whoosh.
She, I want to. Zhou Ninghuan was taken aback. What the heck? How did that happen? What's wrong? Zhang Shu asked. Duan Fulin shook his head, gritting his teeth. It's nothing. I might have just twisted something. Be careful, Lin Lin. I feel so sorry for him. The trio continued onward. Perched in the trees, Zhou Ninghuan rubbed his hands together, determined not to miss this time. He took aim, inhaled deeply, and squeezed the trigger.
Click.
Suddenly, a dog leaped out. Woof woof. Duan Fulin, startled, quickly dove behind Qiao Xi. In the next moment, Duan Fulin's face turned pale, as something surged into his stomach from below. He even gasped in surprise. Was that a fart? Why is he covering his backside? Did he hurt himself? His expression is quite unusual. Let's take another look. Zhou Ninghuan, undeterred, fired several more rounds. Click, 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 click. The forest erupted with a cacophony of cries. Ah! My hand. My leg. My toe. Duan Fulin covered this and that. What on earth is happening? I know, this is called mechanical dancing, right? What a hellish joke. Can't you see Lin Lin is in discomfort? Duan Fulin, furious, shouted at the production crew. Someone is trying to assassinate me. I want to continue filming. Find that person. Half an hour later, Zhou Ninghuan wore an embarrassed expression. I
am truly sorry.
Duan Fulin instantly comprehended. Though he couldn't place the blame, he took a deep breath, holding back a laugh, and finally said, You should practice your marksmanship. Brother Lin. Although my aim is poor, you always leap right into the line of fire. It's true. Zhou Ninghuan protested immediately. I aimed for her, but you kept lunging forward. I swear. Beneath the window, Qiao Xi laughed uncontrollably. Zizi, your luck is remarkable, but sadly there are only 5 minutes left. What a pity. What are you laughing about? Yu Xinyan's voice resonated. Qiao Xi turned her head, her soft lips brushing against his cheek. Both were momentarily stunned, stepping back simultaneously. Qiao Xi stumbled, tripping over her own foot, and fell forward. Oh no! Meanwhile, footsteps approached. The camera crew was coming to find her. Jia. The production team has informed us to prepare for the next task. The conversation abruptly ceased. Chapter 44. Open the door for Zizi. Zizi has arrived. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Let us do it once more. In a rather amusing scene, Qiao Xi was energetically performing push-ups atop Yu Xinyan, her movements rising and falling rhythmically. Yu Xinyan lay there with a face that exuded indifference, appearing almost like a mere tool. Qiao Xi executed a series of push-up variations, left-handed, right-handed, one finger, and clapping push-ups, without ever so much as brushing against the hem of Yu Xinyan's clothing. Shock value 1000. Shock value 2000.
Ding.
System upgrade successful. Level 15 achieved. Item acquired. Weather forecasting tool. Ignoring the prompts from Xiao 6, Qiao Xi sprang to her feet. Upon turning her head, it was as if she had just noticed the camera, and she immediately turned the tables, exclaiming, "How dare you spy on my workout?" The cameraman stammered, "I was just here to call you." To which Qiao Xi replied, "Fine, but let this be a lesson." The cameraman, bewildered, retorted, "Who is spying? This is all above board." "Exactly. There's no spying here. Everyone, don't be misled. The real question is, why is she exercising on top of our dear Nianji?" Qiao Xi grasped Yu Si Nian by his collar, lifting him slightly. She clapped her hands and said, "Thanks, buddy, for helping me out. I've been practicing one-finger push-ups and needed a partner." Our dear little young master generously offered his assistance. Addressing the camera, she added, "You all truly are devoted fans." Oh? Suddenly receiving a compliment is a bit overwhelming. She can say something other than insults? How astonishing. I don't want to be soft-hearted. But she did just call us devoted fans. Oh, dear, I feel like Qiao Xi is quite a nice person. You see, Nian, get yourself together. Why the blush? What are you blushing for? Is treasure the only thing on your mind? The cameraman guided them back to their residence, where everyone had gathered, eagerly awaiting the opening of the fortune bags. As Qiao Xi stepped in, she heard the sardonic voice of Zhou Ninghuan. Pausing, she smiled. Life, after all, is prone to its miscalculations, unlike Teacher Zhou, who never misses a target. When he speaks of hitting the mark, he does so without fail. Fan Jiying could not help but burst into laughter behind her. Zhou Ninghuan's chest heaved with indignation, while Duan Fulin's face turned a shade of green. The director, fearing further commotion, hastily announced the beginning of the fortune bag opening. Zhou Ninghuan smirked. "Just wait. Even if you secure first place, I'm eager to see what treasures you unveil." He had received only valuable fortune bags, while Qiao Xi, on the other hand, likely had 8 out of 10 filled with punitive tasks. The group promptly began to unwrap their fortunes. Zhang Xu was the first to open one, exclaiming in delight, "Everyone gets a raincoat set."
Wow.
So, Ninghuan klapped loudly. "Fantastic. We'll certainly put these to use during the rainy days." Qiao Xi smiled silently, pondering the weather forecasting tool she had just acquired. Item: Weather forecasting tool. Function: predicts the weather for the next 3 days. While this function might seem trivial in everyday life, for individuals in their agrarian circumstances, it was incredibly valuable. The opposing team continuously opened 2 treasure chests. The first contained a reward of 1 pound of any flower seeds, while the second held a punishment mandating the performance of 8 songs with colorful themes. Flower seeds. If we cultivate them, we can sell the blooms at the market. Such funds are indeed useful. How splendid. Singing is considered a punishment for Huan Huan? That's hilarious. As for Huan, she excels in this. Not only can she easily sing 8 colorful songs, but even 18 would be a breeze for her. As expected, Zhou Ninghuan was dispatched, effortlessly completing the 8 songs. Duan Fulin had 5 treasure chests, all of which yielded delightful items. Ultimately, the team acquired raincoats, greenhouse equipment, 100 pounds of organic fertilizer, mechanical irrigation devices, and 10 pounds of watermelon. Mechanical irrigation devices. Yi Si exclaimed in excitement. Could it be that we can draw water from the river to irrigate our fields?
Wow.
The entire team cheered. When it was Qiao Xi's turn, the opposing teams were already relishing their watermelon, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Qiao Xi leisurely opened the first chest. The director's team announced, "Qiao Xi has received 2 pounds of watermelon." The opposing team erupted in laughter. 2 pounds of watermelon? That wouldn't even suffice for teacher Qiao to fill her teeth. Zhang Xu remarked, "How amusing. The phenomenon of the sword seller has occurred. They must be holding their breath, just waiting for Qiao Xi's misfortune." Indeed. Fan Jiying remarked coldly, "Let us move aside. We shouldn't let this bunch of quacking ducks see us. It's annoying." "Who are you referring to?" Zhou Ninghuan stood up, displeased. "Are you unable to take a joke? We didn't say anything when you mocked us." Fan Jiying snorted coldly, "Andy, you've already thrust your orchid fingers in front of us. Haven to you? And you claim to have said nothing? If you truly spoke, wouldn't you deserve a Golden Trumpet Award?" Fan Jiying's temper is hard to tolerate. "I initially thought this was about her and Qiao Xi, but it turns out it's between her and Zhou Ninghuan. What a dramatic turn of events. This should be the standard for future reality shows."
Guilty parted Fan Jiying.
"No need to rush. Stand back. I shall avenge you." Fan Jiying was momentarily stunned, but obediently retreated.
Wow.
The big orange has been decided. Our dear Fan is truly obedient. For friends, she would risk anything. Qiao Xi is quite amiable and treats Fan well. I'm a fan now. Upon opening the second treasure chest, it revealed a watering hose. You plan to do that with this hose? Ha ha ha. Qiao Xi smirked, her hand moving deftly to tear open all the remaining treasure chests. An automated drip irrigation system. 2 team members shared a celebratory drink. 100 pounds of organic fertilizer. 3 pounds of flower seeds. 2 team members sang a duet. A complete set of raincoats. A snow cone machine. A farming tractor. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 45. Qiao Xi only wishes to be like his father. Duan Fu Lin's expression changed. The drip irrigation system. It was fully automated. Superior to their mechanical irrigation.
Wow, wow, wow.
How is it all good items? Not even a punishment in sight. This drip irrigation system is phenomenal. Fully automated. In other words, does that mean one can merely sit beside and watch while watering? Indeed, just like that tractor, it requires a driver's license. It was given but rendered unusable, right? Hilarious. After investigating the issue, the leader of the props team personally came to apologize. I sincerely apologize, Director Jean. I was a bit dazed yesterday and mixed up the contents of the pouch. Director Jean, known for his meticulousness, found it ironic that such a critical error occurred at this juncture. What kind of fate does Qiao Xi have? Never mind, it's all right. Director Jean gritted his teeth and remarked that they wouldn't be able to install the drip irrigation system, nor did they have a license for the agricultural machinery. Other aspects wouldn't affect the farming progress, so it was inconsequential. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. On the scene, Qiao Xi wore a beaming smile. Having anticipated this outcome, after all, she had relied on her good fortune. She turned to Yi Han and said, "You should take the punishment of the toasting ceremony." "No way, I disagree," Yu Si Nian interjected.
Oh?
Qiao Xi looked at Yu Si Nian, raising the broom in her hand. "I agree. Come on. What's the big deal? It's just Yi Han and Qiao Xi sharing a toast. Don't get killed. Your life is important, Nian Ge." Yu Si Nian gritted his teeth and fell silent. Yi Han chuckled softly, stepped forward, and poured a glass of wine. After waiting for a moment with no one approaching, he turned around. Qiao Xi followed suit, directing her gaze at Fan Jiying.
What are you still doing there?
Fan Jiying replied with a question mark. In the end, Fan Jiying and Yi Han shared the toast. She downed her drink in one go and turned her cup upside down. "I'm done. You can do as you please." "So, are we saying that this brotherhood is missing one person?" Zhang Fei. "Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're using Fan's face." Laughter erupted, and everyone gradually relaxed. Yi Han's face changed from red to black in the blink of an eye. Upon learning that the ones sharing the toast were Yi Han and Fan Jiying, the young master was over the moon. "Admit it, you felt something, Yu Si Nian? I want to hold your hand." She turned away. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Xi could only say to Yu Si Nian, "Then let us proceed." Yu Si Nian's dark eyes sparkled slightly, as if reluctantly agreeing. "All right." In the tree, Cheng Shi spoke into the phone. "Yes, I'm going to sing a love duet with a young mistress." Grinning like a fool. For this duet, Li De Zhuang generously provided the singing equipment, with a 360-degree surround sound system lined up in the courtyard. The two stood at the center of the circle. One handsome and the other stunning. Yu Si Nian extended his hand. Qiao Xi was taken aback. He squinted, grasped her hand, pulling her closer, and whispered, "Didn't he the note say so?" Holding hands while singing. Oh my. No way. I'm going crazy under the covers. He really. I can't believe this. I'm crying. I refuse to believe there is no heartbeat at this moment. Yu Si Nian, get a grip. Get a grip. I don't believe this is scripted. Even if they were to silence me today, it's still scripted. She then turned to De Zhuang and commanded, "Play the song. Play the one I just adjusted. Leave it to me. Don't worry."
Da Zhuang spoke in a somevatum refined mandarin.
Over the past couple of days, he had learned a few phrases from Qiao Xi, as the entire village was engaged in a Mandarin promotion initiative, with most residents now able to utter a few words. The accompaniment soon began to play. Thump, thump, thump. Qiao Xi suddenly leaned in and whispered in Yu Si Nian's ear, "Can you sing?" The fragrance wafted by, and Yu Si Nian's thoughts began to drift. "I can't." "Then hold the lyrics and look." He curved his lips, lowering his gaze. In the next moment, his entire body trembled. Wow, this scene is truly captivating. I must say, Qiao Xi's silence is breathtaking. Moreover, she's completely barefaced. The dramatic young master and the eccentric female star.
I am enchanted.
Isn't Nian's expression a bit off? He must be falling in love. What a splendid duet. As the prelude played for a while, Yu Nian had yet to utter a word.
Sing.
Qiao Xi urged. Yu Nian gritted his teeth, his face shifting from black to red, then to green, resembling a traffic light, oscillating repeatedly. I can't sing. Hurry and sing. I want to sing. Sing. Yu Nian was slightly provoked. Gritting his teeth, he managed to sing a line. Thank you for visiting. My little monster. It's begun. It's begun.
Wow.
Those lyrics are quite explicit. What song is this? It sounds familiar. Qiao Xi smiled. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Yu Nian closed his eyes. A button holds a home as happiness. Qiao Xi, loving you come rain or shine. The crowd gasped. Oh, how sweet. The comments flooded in EW, so cheesy. Only Fan Jing furrowed her brow. Isn't this the theme song for that parent-child program? In the next moment, Yu Nian's roar provided the answer.
Yu Nian, dead. Dad.
Where are we going? Qiao Xi, with you, I fear neither heaven nor earth. What the heck? Qiao Xi, you? What an excellent opportunity, and you chose this song? I was wondering why it felt increasingly off. Following this, Qiao Xi smiled contentedly. This is the first time, being your dad. Yu Nian's face darkened. Our feelings are rather complicated.
La la la. La la la.
My feelings are also a bit complicated. I'm speechless. From bewilderment to roaring laughter, it all took just one line of lyrics. For those who were previously enchanted, can they still feel it? In summary, Yu Nian desires pink bubbles, yet Qiao Xi only wishes to be his father. After the song concluded, Qiao Xi spent half an hour trying to cheer him up, but to no avail. Yu Nian buried himself into Zhuang's house, refusing to come out. Qiao Xi then addressed the crowd. Today, we take a break.
Huh.
Fan Jing was taken aback. Similarly, the news spread to the fields. Zhou Huan, not going out to work. Yi Cc, why not? Duan Fulin, perhaps they think with the automatic watering system, there's no rush? You've become complacent. Qiao Xi, did you install it? You dare to relax? It's over, it's over. The other two teams are about to win. Come on, kiddos. Isn't this just a real-life version of the tortoise and the hare?
Ha ha ha.
The two teams immediately felt invigorated, sweating profusely in the fields. Let's go. We shall triumph over Qiao Xi. Meanwhile, after finishing her dinner, Qiao Xi inquired, where's the young master? With a clatter, she set her bowl down and narrowed her eyes. Did Zhou Huan sing the song to him? She is clearly concerned. Humph. Zhou Huan shall pay for it. Fan Jing was taken aback. Indeed. This is outrageous. Qiao Xi rose decisively, asserting that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, nor can one son have two fathers. Did he dare to compete with me? I shall teach him a lesson. Fan Jing, the comments. Qiao Xi dashed into the fields, drenching Zhou Huan with a hose before heading to Li Dazhuang's house with dinner in hand. She cleared her throat and knocked on the door. Nian Nian, dinner is ready. Chapter 46. If Nian Nian has gone mad, Qiao Xi cannot be innocent. Is she dead? Qiao Xi asked Xiao 6. Xiao 6, Master, you have only called once. You did something quite excessive today. Shouldn't you coax her? Coax? Xiao Xi nodded, paused, pouting her lips, and made a clicking sound. Here it comes, here it comes. Dinner is ready. Click, click, click. Xiao 6. I call my dog to dinner like this. Not just you, Lao's son fed the chickens this way a few days ago. But she calls him Nian Nian. What's wrong with Nian Nian? She even calls that piglet Hua Hua. Xiao 6, Master. That's not how you call her. Losing her patience, Qiao Xi decided to take a firmer approach. She rolled up her sleeves, stretched her limbs, retreated to gauge the distance, and then dove forward. Xiao 6, ah.
Auntie.
A sweet, childish voice suddenly interrupted her. Looking down, she was taken aback. A delicate little hand tugged at her clothing, with large, round eyes and skin as tender as a peeled egg, adorned with two high ponytails, smiling up at her. Ani, are you looking for that handsome uncle? As she spoke, the little hand mimicked a choking gesture, indicating that uncle. How adorable.
Whose little treasure is this?
What color of sack do you like? Please don't disturb. I am already a puddle of water. To be fair, her description of Niango is quite accurate, haraha. Niango wouldn't he actually hang himself multiple times, would he? Qiao Xi pinched her cheek. Yes, have you seen him? He went to hug the pig. Qiao Xi was pulled along by her.
On the way,
she learned that this little darling was named Lu Bai Bai, a child from the neighbor's house, who had been staying here for a few days. Neighbor? Qiao Xi pondered. Wasn't that the family with several luxury cars? Sweetheart, Qiao Xi immediately squatted down. Come here. Ani will hold you. Don't you smell good in Ani's arms? So fragrant. Does it smell nice? Orange scent. Can you invite Ani over to your house tomorrow? Sure.
Qiao Xi.
Be a decent person. This kind of scheming is unbearable. In a moment of uncertainty, I found myself torn between whom to envy. I too long for the embrace of Sister Xi. Upstairs. How long has this symptom persisted? Have you sought medical attention promptly? Qiao Xi left Bai at home and proceeded to the pigsty. Before she even entered, the boisterous voice of Li Dazhuang rang out. Do not be afraid. Embrace it. This is the piglet you assisted in delivering. It feels close to you. A gentle touch will dispel the bad aura. Nearby, a translator was explaining to Yu Si Nian. I must take my leave, Yu Si Nian stated.
Hey.
Don't go. Come, just touch it. Pigs possess a spirit. I will not touch it. Qiao Xi pushed the door open and saw Dazhuang enthusiastically tossing piglets into Yu Si Nian's arms, while a banner reading Little Pink's full moon celebration trailed behind them. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow. The moment Yu Si Nian spotted her, he rushed over, teeth gritted. He insists that I partake in the piglet's full moon feast. What? Qiao Xi exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yu Si Nian complained. He is being unreasonable. How could such good fortune be bestowed without informing me? Qiao Xi shouted in anger, dragging Yu Si Nian forward to take photos together.
Yu Si Nian lamented.
I thought it was dawn, but it turned out to be an avalanche. If Nian were to lose his sanity one day, Qiao Xi would surely not be innocent.
Click.
The camera shutter clicked. Yu Si Nian, on the verge of tears while holding the pig, and Qiao Xi, grinning, instantly captured the moment in a Polaroid. Qiao Xi snatched 2 photos, declaring, these belong to me. I want one too. Yu Si Nian immediately reached out, pointing to one. I want this one. In the photograph, the girl beams at the camera, while the boy glances sideways, intently observing her. The other captures both of them looking at the lens. Oh my. This must be intentional, right? It must be. There's no way to argue this. Why did he choose that particular shot? And insist on it?
Yu Si Nian.
Explain this to me. Darn it, should we write a blood letter to take these two to a dating show? Qiao Xi's gaze turned peculiar as she glanced at him. You want this one? Yu Si Nian pressed his lips together, on the verge of fabricating an excuse, when Qiao Xi continued, this piglet relieved itself on you.
Yu Si Nian? Yu Si Nian.
He looked down and collapsed in disbelief. After a day of rest, Zhou Ninghuan chuckled, I truly envy you. Unlike us, we still have 1/5 left to complete. You only have 1/5 remaining? Fan Jiying inquired. Indeed. Do not be too disheartened. Being on the wrong team is not your fault, merely unfortunate fate. Laughter erupted from behind, and they began to sway their hips, even singing little ones. Where are we going? If we do not work today, there will be no food. You little sissy. Try dancing again, and see what happens. Fan Jiying fumed. Zhou Ninghuan teased, sway. Fan Jiying, infuriated, prepared to charge forward, but a slender hand reached out to stop her. Qiao Xi stepped forward, smiling as she pointed to the sky. Huan, take a whiff. Do you detect any scent? A scent? What scent could there be? The scent of our victory? He raised an eyebrow. This is truly infuriating. Ha! Zhou Ninghuan possesses a certain naive clarity. However, Qiao Xi is truly ill-suited for leadership. She is far too impulsive. And with such antics, the team is destined for defeat. Indeed. Isn't everyone else furious with her? Incorrect. It is the scent of rain, Qiao Xi remarked.
Rain?
Zhou Ninghuan laughed heartily. Today, we have all been sunburned. Rain, you say? I would gladly eat upside down if it were to rain. Suddenly, a raindrop unexpectedly landed on Zhou Ninghuan's face.
What?
He exclaimed, perplexed. The others responded with confusion. He hesitantly touched his face. It just starts raining like that? No way. Is it really raining? Did Qiao Xi sneak a peek at the weather forecast? The production team was taken aback. Is it really raining? Director Jean inquired. The assistant director nodded, confirming that it was indeed raining, albeit lightly. It would not impede the agricultural progress and would conveniently water their crops as well.
Outside.
Zhou Ninghuan scoffed. If it rains, so be it. We are in dire need of water. The group moved along. Fan Jiying suggested, shall we head to the fields now? If we endure a little, we can catch up tomorrow. No need. Qiao Xi shook her head. Fan Jiying, growing anxious, exclaimed, are we just going to watch them win? I said it would rain. You're not the thunder god. How can you be so certain? Fan Jiying gritted her teeth and turned to the other two. What about you? Are you in or not? I want to go to the fields. I cannot bear to watch that useless fellow prancing before me. Instantly, the pressure was put on Yusinian and Ihan. Ihan pursed her lips for a moment and suggested, perhaps we should go to the fields? Even if it rains, it's not a heavy downpour, so it won't affect the crops. Ihan, join me, Fan Jiying insisted. What about you, Yusinian? Suddenly, several gazes turned towards him. The young master had already entered the room, clutching a pillow. He tossed back a retort. I'm sticking with Qiao Xi. Chapter 47 Apologies. Morning Sickness. Ultimately, Ihan and Fan Jiying exited with their hose. This left just two individuals in the room.
I
am
with Qiao Xi.
I am quite assured. For it takes two to tango. Next, please enjoy Sister Xi's performance. Yu Xinian turned abruptly, startled. Qiao Xi was staring at him with her deep, dark eyes. A teasing smile gracing her face as she mimicked his speech. Oh, you and Qiao Xi? Such a well-behaved little one. Yu Xinian, sleep. He bellowed. The lights went out. Ha ha ha, Qiao Xi, a woman who never ceases to surprise me.
See this?
I dug it out with my toe. Not long after, Qiao Xi's gentle snoring filled the air. Suddenly, the blanket brightened. The young master pulled out a photograph, glancing at it with the aid of a flashlight, chuckling softly as he shook the blanket. Eventually, he fell asleep holding the picture. The moon gradually became obscured by clouds. Chengxi squatted on a tree, peeking into the room, and extracted a notebook, beginning to document. Day 71, clear, though the young lady claims it will rain. The young master is sneakily shaking in bed. After about a minute, it was done. Our young master has grown up, though the duration was a bit short. That night, everyone slept soundly. Upon waking, Zhou Huan yawned. I had a splendid sleep last night. I kept dreaming about watering the vegetable patch. Zhang Shu remarked, what a coincidence. I also dreamed of watering flowers. Others nodded in agreement. I dreamed of rain beating against the banana leaves. I had a dream where 200 people were urinating together. Suddenly, everyone froze. What is this? Why do all my dreams seem to revolve around water? And what is that sound outside? Duan Fulin's expression changed drastically as he immediately opened the door. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. The entrance had turned into a stream. The trees were submerged. The rain was heavy, pouring down relentlessly. Still sleeping. Hurry up and check your fields. I'm in shock. What is happening? It really is raining. And it's a torrential downpour. Duan Fulin snapped back to reality and quickly donned his raincoat, shouting, Get to the fields. Quickly. A few rushed into their fields, utterly bewildered. The land was no longer land. It had transformed into a small pond.
Ah.
Zhou Ninghuan knelt down in tears, crying out, Heaven, what kind of joke is this? We worked tirelessly all day yesterday. The production team was just beginning to wake up. What? It's really pouring rain? Director Jean didn't even have time to put on his shoes and dashed outside. Indeed, he was met with a deluge. Director Jean shook his body. The assistant director, in disbelief, asked, How on earth did Qiao Xi know? Director Jean shook his head, his expression vacant. It must be a coincidence. Even if she knew it was going to rain, how could she possibly know it would be a torrential downpour? Is she more accurate than the weather forecast? At lunchtime, the atmosphere was heavy. Qiao Xi lounged in her chair, a smile on her face. Beside her sat the elegantly poised Yusinian, along with Ihan and Fan Jiying, looking like drenched chickens. The two had just arrived at the fields the night before and had been trapped, seeking refuge in a cave from the rain. Without a wink of sleep, across from them sat 8 individuals, their spirits as lifeless as ashes. Zhou Ninghuan couldn't eat a single bite. After a long pause, Fan Jiying moved, pushing the ribs from her bowl towards Qiao Xi, her face stern. Sister Xi, you eat. Qiao Xi paused. Sister Xi? What is this address? Such a unique way to admit a mistake. Qiao Xi would never let this go easily, such a petty heart. After handing over the meat, Fan Jiying quickly lowered her head. She wasn't one to argue. Wrong is wrong. Moreover, she had regretted her arrogance all night in the cave. The thought of her previous haughtiness made her want to slap herself. As for whether Qiao Xi was angry or mocking, it was a normal reaction. Eat more, Qiao Xi said, if you're not full. How can you have the energy to scold them? Across the table, Fan Jiying's eyes lit up. Suddenly, she jumped up. Qiao Xi was startled. Immediately, Fan Jiying raised 3 fingers, declaring, From today on, I sincerely recognize you as the captain. Rain or shine, through fire and water. If you want me to take down Zhou Ninghuan's defenses, I absolutely want to touch his mouth. Zhou Ninghuan. Understood. A new way to swear an oath. This is hilarious. Truly hilarious. Ying is so adorable. Who understands? I really like this. So her straightforwardness doesn't bother me at all. She admits her mistakes. Han immediately chimed in. I also sincerely recognize you as the captain. With both of them swearing allegiance, Yusinian felt quite lonely. Qiao Xi cast a glance at Yusinian. Yusinian took a bite of meat and looked at me. What are you staring at? I've always acknowledged you. Acknowledged what? Don't play word games with me. As a 5-year fan of Yusinian, I can tell this man is being intentional. He hasn't stated what he acknowledges. If you two keep this up, I might just spread rumors. The director's team announced. Due to the rain, we cannot stay at the original location tonight. We have communicated with Dazhuang, who is willing to clear out the backyard for the guests to stay. We need to move there now. Farming is on hold. Qiao Xi finished eating and stretched lazily. With a long sigh, she lamented, Oh, little cabbage, the fields are yellow. After a rain, nothing remains. You. Duan Feline pulled Zhou Ninghuan aside, away from the cameras. Zhou Ninghuan gritted her teeth. Look at her smugness. Duan Feline replied. Director Jean said we would play games soon. I'll encourage everyone to play truth or dare. You just need to ask questions directed at Qiao Xi. He leaned in closer. The group gathered in the hall, listening to the sound of rain. They took out bowls and spoons from Dazhuang's home to create a makeshift spinning wheel. The first spin landed on Fan Jiying. I choose truth, she declared. According to the rules, the person on her right could ask a question. Qiao Xi, sitting beside her, casually asked, after spending these days together.
Who do you most want to slap?
Fan Jiying replied. Zhou Ninghuan. Wow, using this opportunity to insult someone, are we? That's so unfair. Targeting our Huahuan. As if Zhou Ninghuan never targeted anyone. I haven't watched such audacious variety shows in years. The spring of domestic entertainment has finally arrived. Haha. Fan Jiying's agency was in a frenzy, with her manager frantically calling her. Zhou Ninghuan, my fan. Yusinian leaned in directly, and then elegantly took a tissue to wipe her mouth. Zhou Ninghuan asked, Excuse me? Yusinian smiled, a hint of nausea in her expression. Zhou Ninghuan responded, You're ridiculous. Is it now trendy to create rumors yourself? I'm going to die from laughing at him sooner or later, haha. The spoon finally reached Qiao Xi. Zhou Ninghuan smirked. My question may be slightly offensive. Qiao teacher, please bear with me. Chapter 48. If you insist, let us give it a try. How coincidental, isn't it? Qiao Xi gently beckoned with her finger. Father loves to be provoked. Come, child, voice your wish loudly. Zhou Ninghuan gritted her teeth. All right, I hope you can still laugh after this. She narrowed her eyes and posed the question. Qiao teacher, is your frequent kindness towards Brother Lin a sign that you wish to reconcile? As the words fell, several pairs of eyes turned sharply. Yusinian narrowed her eyes further. Is that even an appropriate question to ask? Frequent kindness? When did that happen? Only when the cameras weren't rolling. Indeed. A dog cannot change its way of eating. Filth is filth. Zhou Ninghuan reminded, You can't lie. Duan Feline puffed out his chest, ready to accept the confession. Qiao Xi smiled and replied, Yes. Shock level, 2000. In an astonishing turn of events, the shock value skyrocketed to 30,000 within mere seconds.
Ding.
The system has surpassed level 16. Exclaimed the narrator. What nonsense. We have never been together. How can one speak of reconciliation? Teased Qiao Xi. How is that possible? Zhou Ninghuan shouted. You are lying. Even if your fondness for cow dung cakes is fabricated. My claims are indeed true, Qiao Xi retorted. Duan Feline's expression darkened as well. The only person in the room wearing a smile was a certain young master. Yuan Xinian. Might you consider tempering that grin? Another remarked. This is outrageous. Look at his face. It seems he has no intention of hiding his delight. Nian Nian enjoys fruit juice. Please refrain from overanalyzing. I am truly exasperated by you fans. After a brief pause, Zhou Ninghuan's inquiries became increasingly challenging. Name the woman present whom you despise the most. Qiao Xi promptly replied, Old Huang, referring to a female dog belonging to Li Dazhuang. Zhou Ninghuan gritted his teeth. When was the last time you kissed? In the lake at the small grove, she answered. The room erupted in shock. Where? In the small grove's lake. Yuan Xinian paused mid-sip, casting a sideways glance. Ah, is that the day? The day Qiao Xi and Nian Nian emerged from the lake. Another gasped. No way. I refuse to believe it. Keep asking about the time. Inquire about the time. With just a few words, the shock value entered a soaring mode.
Ding.
The system has surpassed level 17.
Ding.
The system has surpassed level 18. The system has reached level 20. Can we continue playing like this? Director Jean signaled Zhou Ninghuan from behind the camera to persist with his questioning. Qiao Xi noticed as well. She checked her package, having just acquired 5 items, one of which was a game master that ensured a proficiency of 100 in all games. After utilizing it, Qiao Xi grinned mischievously and placed her hand on the spoon. It's my turn now. Are you ready, Huanzai? The crowd gasped collectively. In the next moment, the spoon spun around and pointed directly at Zhou Ninghuan. Qiao Xi's gaze shifted to his trousers. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Ninghuan interjected, I choose a dare. Oh. Qiao Xi narrowed her eyes. The crowd inhaled sharply. Gravestones at 50% off. Anyone interested? Complete funeral services starting at 20% off. Available for fans to purchase for their idols. Are you cursing Huanzai? Someone questioned. Is there even a need for curses? Qiao Xi's expression clearly conveyed. Hunting season. 5 minutes later. Zhou Ninghuan stood at the only convenience store at the village entrance. His face flushed as he looked at the store clerk. Ergo. What do you want to buy? Ergo inquired. Zhou Ninghuan swiftly pointed towards a small square product in the shopping area. Ergo's eyes widened, and he cleared his throat before promptly handing it to Zhou Ninghuan. Do you have anything smaller? Zhou Ninghuan gritted his teeth after a long pause.
Ergo was left bewildered.
He could only retrieve a slightly smaller item from beneath the counter and handed it to Zhou Ninghuan. Zhou Ninghuan's face turned crimson, insisting that he needed something even smaller. Ergo looked on in sympathy, exclaiming, Brother, given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best to refrain from purchasing and hasten to the hospital instead. Laughter ensued. I am utterly flabbergasted. Punishment. Procure contraceptive items. Regardless of what is presented, you must declare, I need something even smaller. I shall document this for tomorrow's gathering. My friends shall rue the day. Qiao Xi. The grudge against my brother shall not go unpunished. Upon returning, Qiao Xi awaited Zhou Ninghuan at the entrance, whistling as he walked. He sang, Oh dear brother. Shall we catch loaches together? Let us embark on this delightful quest. Zhou Ninghuan erupted in tears, exclaiming, Qiao Xi, you are being excessively cruel. Zhu Feng locked himself in his office, as phone calls rang incessantly. He lamented, Heaven above, will this never cease? Dear aunt, grant me a moment of respite. Everyone promptly packed their belongings. The swiftest among them was Zhou Ninghuan, moving with a speed surpassing Aunt Zhao racing for eggs in the market. Let her recuperate. Yu Xin pondered, recalling how she had been caught in the rain today, and had caught a chill. Cheng Shi interjected, recalling what Qingdong had instructed him earlier.
Promptly pulling Yu Xin aside.
Young master, my brother mentioned that the young mistress may suspect you of having an affection for men. Evidence? She does not permit you to interact with Yi Han and the poetry from before. Furthermore, during the truth-telling game, she inquired about your feelings for Yi Han. Yu Xin nodded, finding it plausible. Cheng Shi pressed on, so, does that imply she is so insecure as to be wary of men? Cheng Shi. That is not my intent. My brother suggested that his judgment may have been flawed. The young mistress does not like you. She is merely toying with you.
Yu Xin scoffed coldly.
You are still too young. He patted Cheng Shi's shoulder. If she truly liked me, she would not be toying with me. Otherwise, why would she not toy with you? Cheng Shi? It is merely a pretense to appease her. As Yu Xin spoke, his ears flushed with warmth. Cheng Shi maintained a serious demeanor, saying, Young master, how many times must I reiterate? I am merely naive, not foolish. You appear eager to acquiesce to her. The young master suddenly feigned deafness and turned away. Cheng Shi slowly extracted his journal and began to write fervently. 72. Torrential downpour. It seems I was right about the young mistress. Lady of the heavens, please forgive me. I've tried my utmost, yet the young master remains unhinged. Meanwhile, Yu Xin collided with Qiao Xi, who, displaying remarkable initiative, seized the moment. I have something to say. Qiao Xi inquired. What is it? Just as I was about to express my thoughts, Qiao Xi's accent caught me off guard. She is not merely allergic to romance, she is a romance assassin, vanquishing it wherever it emerges, leaving no trace behind. The youth edged closer, the familiar scent of his body wash wafting pleasantly. If you insist, let us put it to the test. Chapter 49. When a man says no, he means yes. Qiao Xi turned her head, bewildered. What did you just say? Is there anything my worth cannot hear? Reveal the truth to me. What are you getting so close for? Yu Xin's dark eyes remained fixed on her. His ears slightly flushed, yet his courage was unwavering. Ah, that matter. Qiao Xi finally comprehended and asked again, really? Yu Xin tilted his head. Let me clarify. It is not my desire. It is your sincerity that has moved me. How wonderful. I knew you would be agreeable.
Qiao Xi seized his hand.
Yu Xin trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. What a surprise. What are you two up to? Qiao Xi, do you dare bring him into the room?
Goodness.
To be honest, he is quite adorable. I want to raise my own Yu Xin. Are you sure about that? He may look cute, but he devours his master. Come in. Qiao Xi beckoned gently as she opened the air-conditioned room's door. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xin stepped inside. Young master, She exclaimed. What are you thinking? We are still live streaming.
Get a grip.
He began frantically dialing Yu Xin's number. The phone rang incessantly. Your phone is ringing. The foolish bodyguard is looking for you, Qiao Xi reminded him. Yu Xin powered off his phone and discarded it. Oh, you must be mistaken. No one is looking for me. I am quite free at the moment.
Huh.
Xiao Lu remarked. The antagonist is quite peculiar, yet he is truly both charming and handsome. Master, do you really intend to do such a thing to him? Isn't that rather inhumane? When the opportunity presents itself, one must seize it, Qiao Xi declared. Lunging towards Yu Xin. Outside the door, sounds of collision resonated, followed by Yu Xin's cries. Let go of me. I don't want this anymore. Stop. The onlookers' mouths hung agape in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Wait, are they really daring to do that? I am heartbroken. Does Yunyan's team not know how to protect their artist? He is being overwhelmed. Hurry and rescue him. He has already said no. Yet Qiao Xi is forcing him. When a man says no, he means yes. You all wouldn't understand. Yes, no means yes. Dislike means like. Stop means don't stop. Who the hell taught you to interpret it this way? Our director's assistant inquired, should we go in or not?
Bang.
The door flew open. Everyone instinctively covered their eyes, then quickly parted their fingers to peek through the gaps. The first to emerge was Qiao Xi. She had donned her coat and called inside. Come on, Yan, come out, don't be shy. Qiao Xi. Yu Xin's voice echoed in despair. In the next moment, Qiao Xi reached out and pulled him out directly. Let us go. Suddenly, a figure clad in a pink pig costume was propelled out, colliding with the door frame and tumbling about. Only the eyes peering from beneath the costume were still recognizable. Everyone? Director Jean was left utterly speechless. Was that just you dressing him? Well, then, it's nothing. Nothing? Is that what you call nothing? Oh my dear. This outfit is utterly hideous. Ultimately, this pink pig was taken to various villagers' homes, where it sang and danced before producing a QR code. Lifelessly. It declared, purchasing agent from the capital. Purchasing agent from the capital. Snack and milk tea gift packs, furniture, daily necessities, skincare products. All available for purchase. If interested, add this contact information with first-order discounts. Dear villagers, please lend your support. Goodness. Qiao Xi, are you engaging in purchasing services in the village? Not just that. She even brought along a truckload of local specialties, presumably to sell in the capital. Until the truth is revealed, please do not easily believe Qiao Xi. We, Lin, are not like that at all. Qiao Xi is a master of deceit. Get out of the entertainment industry. Qiao Xi sat in the car, looking at the purchasing list sent by her fellow villagers, sighing. Life is not easy. Little Qiao sighs. The little one thought, the true villains have it the hardest.
Indeed.
When Yu Xin changed his clothes and got back in the car, he completely ignored Qiao Xi. She poked and teased, but all he offered her was the back of his head. The bus entered the capital, and the cameras were withdrawn. Simultaneously, Cheng Shi's vehicle came to a halt. After Yu Xin boarded, Cheng Shi hesitated, glancing at Qiao Xi, unsure whether to proceed. Qiao Xi cheerfully called out, Nian, get in. Yu Xin merely uttered 2 words. Oh yeah. She jumped in. The production team? The other guests? Only Yi Cixi allowed herself a quiet chuckle. Duan Fulin keenly noticed and inquired, what is going on? Yi Cixi was taken aback. What was going on? Sure. Don't tell anyone. This is insider information.
All right.
He barely contained his gaze, but as he turned, his entire face suddenly twisted. No wonder he wanted to expose Qiao Xi's secrets, yet they were all suppressed. Apparently, she had genuinely climbed the social ladder. Want to rest easy?
Dream on.
Duan Fulin moved into the shadows and called his assistant. I've discovered who Qiao Xi's backing is, thus. You need to retrieve something from the hidden folder on my computer and send it to the Yu family. In the car, Qiao Xi's ringtone blared. Makabaka, Akawaka, Mikamaka, Cheng Shi remarked. Young master, Your singing is dreadful. It's affecting my driving. Distracted driving leads to tears from loved ones. I don't want my brother to cry.
Bang!
Yusi Nian kicked the seat. It's not me singing, he shouted angrily. Qiao Xi grinned. It's my ringtone, what do you think? Chengxi. Difficult to assess. Qiao Xi answered the call. Instantly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the other end. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her grandfather. She instructed Chengxi to pull over, leaping out. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Where are you going? The window rolled down, revealing Yusi Nian's face, his peach blossom eyes fixed on her. Adult matters. Children shouldn't pry. Chengxi. What's the rush? I need to talk to Yi Han, Yusi Nian said softly. Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi. Chapter 50. In the bowl of ribs, one dies. Even as a ghost, one remains charming. Half an hour later, Qiao Xi stood at the entrance of the Qiao family home with a smug expression on her face, accompanied by the young master. Despite her attempts to coerce and entice him along the way, she had failed to alter his resolve. Regardless of her efforts, Yusi Nian remained steadfast, uttering but a single phrase, I want to go. Just before entering, Qiao Xi sighed, lamenting the fact that at such a tender age, rather than focusing on learning, he was intent on navigating such complex social situations. Yusi Nian scoffed, questioning how complicated it could truly be. However, the moment Qiao Xi stepped inside, a kitchen knife came hurtling through the air.
Clang.
It embedded itself into the wall beside her.
Qiao Xi.
Get up here and face your doom, bellowed her grandfather, Qiao Guanjun, from the second floor. The protagonist had lived with her parents and grandfather, yet in the narrative, this entire family ultimately met with tragic fates. Grandfather Qiao Guanjun, a research fanatic, had perished in an explosion, while her mother, Li Lianrong, choked to death during a meal, and her father, Qiao Degang, committed suicide out of despair. It was evident that the author's mental state at the time was rather bleak, suggesting a sense of collective demise. Amusingly, if not for the context, I might have believed this tale was penned by the protagonist herself, remarked Xiao Six. Are you going to continue berating me? Qiao Xi retorted. Xiao Six quickly silenced herself. Qiao Xi raised her head and admonished grandfather. We have guests present. Please temper your words. As she spoke, she turned to ceremoniously introduce the young master, only to discover an empty space beside her. Upon further inspection, she realized Yusi Nian had already leapt into the car, urging Chengxi to hasten, claiming that they might perish if they were late. Qiao Xi could only watch as the vehicle sped away, leaving nothing but exhaust fumes swirling in the air. Entering the house alone, she was delighted to find it was mealtime. Oh no, it can't be that they added something to the ribs, can it? Well, I suppose I must eat it, she mused. As soon as she took her seat, footsteps echoed behind her. A captivating figure approached, gracefully sitting beside her. Qiao Xi lifted her gaze to behold a classically beautiful face, adorned with almond-shaped eyes and a delicate oval visage, smiling warmly at her. You must be starving after being outside, Qiao Yui remarked, nudging the ribs towards her. Eat more. Qiao Xi licked her lips and eagerly reached for the food. Master, even in death, the ribs are still alluring, Xiao Six exclaimed, before taking a hearty bite. Cici, your actions this time have indeed been reckless. Qiao Degang's grave voice interjected. Prepare yourself, master. A fierce battle lies ahead. The true heiress will undoubtedly wield her silver tongue to distort truth and justice, diminishing your standing with your parents. Let the battle commence, Qiao Xi declared. Wait, what is happening? Are you advocating for her? Soon after, Li Lianrong added. Regardless, we cannot allow anyone to insult us. But that person has been targeting my sister, Qiao Yui countered. He has even taken her resources and issued black announcements against her. Xiao Xi was taken aback. What on earth? Xiao Guanjun responded, however. As a family of literary distinction, we must not resort to name-calling. Even families of literary distinction must possess the ability to protect themselves. That is the nature of the entertainment industry. Show respect, and you may be met with a blow in return, Qiao Yui asserted. Qiao Xi interjected, Xiao Six. I believe you might be mistaken. Could it be that the antagonist is changed, as has the true heiress? Xiao Six replied, It is indeed possible. The temporal fabric of this world has shifted, and it is natural for certain characters to undergo transformations. Xiao Xi's principle in life is to forget what she cannot comprehend. Thus, she quickly found herself enjoying a second plate of ribs. As she savored her meal, she observed Xiao Yui, who appeared to wear a mask of feigned cheerfulness, revealing nothing of her true feelings. Suddenly, the sound of an engine echoed from the entrance. What is happening? Li Lianrong peered out. Butler Wu entered, clearing his throat. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The young master of the Yu family has arrived. You see, Nian has come? Qiao Xi turned, a cold smile gracing her lips as she chewed on the ribs. Just moments ago, she had been terrified. Now, she felt a surge of confidence. Abruptly, she paused, wiping her eyes. In the next moment, the ribs were expelled from her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Outside, Yu Nian had styled his hair in a mature fashion and donned a dashing suit. He held 8 gift boxes in one hand and a keychain hung at his waist, his hair meticulously sculpted with mousse. Completely relying on his striking features to make an impression. He flashed a confident smile at Qiao Xi in the tree. Qiao Xi nodded vigorously, mouthing, exactly, the charm of a mature man. I checked online myself. Young master, cheers, he exclaimed. Greetings to the in-laws and to grandfather. He grinned. I brought some modest gifts. I hope you all find them to your liking. Qiao Xi, 5 minutes later. Li Lianrong was in stitches, laughing heartily. Oh my. Nian Nian, your words are truly sweet. Come, come, let us have tea. He declined the offer. Qiao Xi shot a sidelong glance. Noting his air of distinction, he preferred water at a precise temperature and was disdainful of such tea leaves. Slurp, slurp. Yu Nian downed 3 cups in quick succession. Qiao Xi. Delicious, he beamed sweetly. May I have another cup? Your tea-making skills surpass even that of my family's tea master. Xiao Degang was instantly pleased. How rare for you to take a liking. Come, come, there's plenty more. Sit here. Qiao Xi added. He won't sit on that stool. He fears it's dirty. Before she finished speaking, Yu Nian elegantly wiped the chair with his sleeve and took a graceful seat. He added with a pitiful expression, perhaps Shi holds a bias against me. Li Lianrong immediately turned and scolded. Look at what you've done to the child. Be quiet, no more talking. Qiao Xi.
Ultimately, Li Lianrong guided Yu Nian,
personally leading him to Qiao Xi's room. The space was somewhat modest, certainly not comparable to the Yu residence. If you don't mind,
you can share with Shi tonight. Qiao Xi scoffed.
She remarked to Xiao 6, everything can be faked. But this princess and the P is always complaining about the mattress. How could she possibly appreciate my bed? Xiao 6, but he has already laid down. Qiao Xi? She turned her head. Yu Nian was reclining on the bed, bouncing lightly, and said to the anxious Li Lianrong, it's just right. My spine isn't great. I prefer a firm bed. Then, do you enjoy harder fists? Qiao Xi's gentle voice came through.
Yu Nian pouted, falling silent. Qiao Xi. Li Lianrong shouta.
Qiao Xi. Heavens. Is this person here to vex her? She promptly ushered everyone out and slammed the door shut. In an instant, only the 2 of them remained in the room. Turning back, Qiao Xi saw the young master dutifully sitting on the bed, gazing up at her with sincerity. Yu Nian clutched his pillow and declared, no, I intend to stay here. My in-laws want me to stay here. So you have a rebellious spirit, do you? Qiao Xi suddenly chuckled and instructed Xiao 6, open the props panel. Aside from the Game King, the remaining items included a shrinking capsule, 1 hour, an arousal pill, a truth serum, and the skill of animal affinity. Xiao Xi smirked. What if we were to place that shrinking capsule in his trousers? Xiao 6 gasped. Oh no. His ears are dirty. They're dirty. Xiao Xi leisurely retrieved the capsule. Just 1 hour, the shadow of a lifetime shrinking capsule. Sending. Chapter 51. Call him father. Live as a turtle for life. No. Master, please don't. This can't happen. Don't adopt a villainous mindset. After much persuasion, Xiao 6 finally managed to calm him down. Meanwhile, Yu Nian, oblivious to the chaos he nearly faced, rose with a blush on his ears and said, I'll go take a shower first. Xiao Xi flopped onto the bed, propping her legs up, and asked Xiao 6, having reached level 20. Can we check his affection points now? Yes, indeed. Every 10 levels allows for an additional inquiry. This time, the master can check too. Xiao Xi examined Yu Nian's affection points for Yi Cici, revealing 0. She then checked for Yi Han, which displayed 100. Xiao 6 remarked, that's strange. I detect fluctuations in the villain's affection points. It's neither Yi Cici nor Yi Han nor Qingxi. Could it be? In unison they exclaimed, Zhou Huan. No, that's impossible, Qiao Xi replied. Zhou Huan? Not even a dog would entertain him. How about this? I'll use a truth serum and ask directly. She casually tapped a button. The capsule flew out and shot into the bathroom. Inside, the water ceased. Qiao Xi knocked on the door and called, come out, we need to talk. After a lengthy wait, the door finally creaked open. I ask you, who do you really have feelings for? A tall figure lunged at her, collapsing onto her shoulder. Qiao Xi extended her fingers to firmly hold him in place. What are you doing? He lowered his gaze, his expression drastically different from usual, imbued with a fierce intensity. He slowly raised a hand, pulling Qiao Xi into his embrace and pushing her onto the bed. Xiao 6. Have you gone mad again? Does this thing have the side effect of inciting desire? Xiao 6 was equally frantic, quickly checking the situation. Upon seeing it, it trembled. Oh no, this is bad, master.
Speak.
Used incorrectly. Qiao Xi exclaimed, used. Incorrectly? She glanced at the used section, where a glaring arousal pill was prominently displayed. Function. Causes a blend of human and animal instincts. Qiao Xi screamed. Human and animal instincts. This is terrible. Not only humans, but I am also in danger. Xiao 6 cried out, Master, your self-awareness is alarmingly clear. With a quivering voice, Xiao 6 lamented, I am a romance-exclusive system. Perhaps other capsules lack potency, but this one is undeniably powerful. What shall we do now? Yu Shernyan was already kissing her neck. In a frenzy, Qiao Xi struggled, a sudden idea sparking in her mind. She produced a voice changer, seamlessly transforming her voice into that of Zhou Ninghuan. The soft, bashful tone emerged. Is this really appropriate? Xiao 6. To her astonishment, it proved effective. The person beside her froze, seemingly on the verge of retching. However, Yu Xiyuan looked up to see Qiao Xi, his clear gaze once again clouded. He leaned down, kissing along Qiao Xi's neck. Qiao Xi's eyes widened in shock, her temper flaring. She struggled, yet a hand firmly grasped hers, pinning it above her head. Don't move. Yu Xiyuan murmured in a husky voice by her ear, I feel unwell. Help me. His lips brushed against her chin, slowly moving upward. Qiao Xi frantically tugged at her clothing. Calm down, Yu Xiyuan. Look closely. I am not Ihan. Xiao 6. Shrink pill? Stacking? Be a decent person. Qiao Xi had no time to think and clicked it directly.
Ding.
Shrink pill successfully used. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. The next morning at the breakfast table, the entire family sat together. Yu Xiyuan bore large dark circles under his eyes, while Qiao Xi buried her head in her food, stifling laughter. Upon seeing their appearances, Li Lianrong chuckled softly. Little Yer must be exhausted, right? Here, Mom specially made you nourishing soup. She pushed the bowl towards him. Yu Xiyuan replied, indeed. I was quite tired. I spent the entire night dreaming. Qiao Xi paused, her ears perked up. Li Lianrong inquired, what was the dream about? It seemed like I was searching for something but couldn't find it. Yu Xiyuan expressed his confusion. He had no recollection of the events after leaving the bathroom the previous night, only that he had been looking for something for a long time. Qiao Xi buried her entire face in the bowl, trembling with laughter. Xiao 6 exclaimed, Master, you're still laughing. This matter must not reach the antagonist. What if he finds out he lost an hour of his vigor? What will he do? Oh, if you don't mention it, who will know? Qiao Xi comforted it, then waved her hand, rising elegantly. Sister, you're headed to the company, right? Qiao Yui joined, I'll go with you. I need to go today too. Qiao Xi recalled that Qiao Yui had also signed with Tianhua Entertainment. Nodding, the two of them boarded the car one after the other. Qiao Yui handed over her phone. We haven't added each other on WeChat. You skin me.
Oh.
Qiao Xi opened her phone. The video, which she had forgotten to close, abruptly began to play automatically. Huh. Where did it go? Yu Xiyuan's soft voice echoed. Qiao Yui. Qiao Xi. This is a mistake. A mistake. Qiao Xi frantically exited. However, during her exit, her own voice could be heard. Come, call me daddy. Just one utterance, and you'll be mine forever. Yu Xiyuan chuckled softly. After a moment his low, magnetic voice resonated, wife. What the hell? I said daddy. The video abruptly cut off. The car was engulfed in a heavy silence. Qiao Yui.
Qiao Xi.
The ever-alert Wu butler continued to drive. After a while, Qiao Xi slowly leaned towards Qiao Yui, whispering in her ear, if I beg you, can you keep this a secret for me? Qiao Yui. Xiao 6. Master, you are not trustworthy. No wonder you tricked me into hiding yesterday. It was all for the sake of recording a video. Qiao Xi mumbled, I just wanted to capture a thrilling moment, yet Yu Xiyuan remained oblivious, even contemplating fatherhood. This video must never be leaked. Even if she were to meet her demise by a car today, she would format her phone before losing consciousness. It must remain confidential. Qiao Yui suddenly interjected, however, I require compensation. Qiao Xi? How delightful a threat, is it? With a swift turn, Qiao Yui instantly adopted a defensive stance. The next moment, Qiao Xi's voice resonated throughout the carriage. Your words compel me to brave mountains and seas for you, without hesitation. Qiao Yui, is this truly her sister? Although oblivious to the events of the previous night, it must have been a romantic evening. Young master, I wish to divorce. Cheng Shi declared succinctly. Yu Xinyan shot him a sidelong glance, cursing me daily. How long do you expect to live? Cursing. Cheng Shi felt utterly wronged. Heaven bears witness. It was the young master who requested the reminder. He gritted his teeth and produced his diary. Yu Xinyan was summoned to the study by Yu Zheng. Did you stay at the Qiao residence last night? Yu Zheng inquired, his expression grim.
Yes.
The next moment, Yu Zheng tossed a document over. Take a look. Too many words. I shan't read. Yu Xinyan glanced at the thick file.
Yu Xinyan.
All right. I'm in a good mood today. For once, Yu Xinyan refrained from further provoking him, opened the document, and frowned the next instant. Draft of divorce agreement. Yu Xinyan, you wish to divorce? Have you regained your senses? When did this occur?
Yu Xinyan.
Speak another word of nonsense and get out. 5 minutes later, Yu Xinyan grasped the full context. Someone had sent Yu Zheng an anonymous message, and Yu Zheng stubbornly refused to disclose its contents, only revealing it concerned Qiao Xi and led him to believe she was unworthy of being the Yu family's young mistress, prompting him to expel her. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyan let out a cold laugh. Cheng Shi, it's over. Oh Lord, after all these years, you still don't understand the young master's nature. This fellow always acts contrary to your intentions. The more you try to expel her, the more certain this marriage becomes. We shall proceed with the divorce this afternoon. Yu Zheng stated solemnly.
No.
On what grounds? I love her.
Cough.
Yu Zheng spat out his tea. Opposite him, Yu Xinyan promptly changed his phone wallpaper to a picture of Qiao Xi wearing a face bikini, kissing the screen fervently 30 times, declaring earnestly, Wow, I am utterly entranced. Yu Zheng. Cheng Shi. After nearly driving Yu Zheng to the brink of madness, Yu Xinyan exited and instructed Aunt Zhao. Please change the sheets in my room with Qiao Xi to a heart shape, and make the hearts large. However, the moment he stepped out of the Yu household, Yu Xinyan's expression darkened. Investigate, he commanded. Cheng Shi immediately understood. Yes. He promptly set out to gather information, subsequently reporting back to Yu Xinyan. Yu Xinyan raised an eyebrow. What content was shared? It must not be trivial, given that it compelled Yu Zheng to demand my divorce. Explicit? Yu Xinyan narrowed his eyes. Shall I retrieve it for you, young master? Cheng Shi's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. His little master had finally matured. Then,
please send it to me.
As Yu Siren spoke once more, he prepared to back up his data. Cheng Shi turned to fix his gaze upon Yu Siren. Anxiously, Yu Siren questioned, Why do you look at me like that? Do you truly believe I care about their vows of undying love? Do their sweet nothings concern me? Or perhaps their intimate photographs? 5 minutes later, Yu Siren found himself squatting in a corner, muttering curses under his breath. Yu Zheng, having gathered the messages, remarked, Perhaps a little provocation will help him realize his true feelings. Otherwise, they both behave like children. When will I finally hold my grandson? The butler suddenly understood. So you are intentionally pushing him towards divorce. You wish for the young master to recognize his own heart. Yu Zheng scoffed, tossing aside the chat logs and intimate photos. In our youth, who hasn't he loved a few scoundrels? Is this considered scandalous? They underestimate the resilience of the Yu family. The butler cleared his throat. Indeed. In his younger days, the master was quite the romantic, much like the young master now. However, every affair ended in betrayal, leaving him disillusioned with love. If we speak of scandals, the master's revelations would far exceed the young lady's in intensity. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi was led to the makeup room by Qiao Yui. She opened her mouth, reiterating, So you mean to say that you and Olan are collaborating on a short video series? And she is targeting you by usurping your makeup room? You want me to help you out? After a brief pause, Qiao Yui asked, Will this be too much for you? Yet, in the next instant, it seemed as if the person beside her had been fitted with roller skates, darting inside with excitement. Little Olan, where are you? Don't hide in there, I know you're home. A few seconds later, Olan's shrill scream harmonized with Qiao Xi's boisterous laughter. Come here. Dear, let me braid your hair. What style do you prefer? Moments later, Qiao Xi emerged, and upon Qiao Yui's entrance, she was greeted by utter chaos. Her gaze fell upon the makeup room, and she gasped in horror. Inside, Olan and Zhang Shu were ensconced among the potted plants in the changing area, their calves buried in soil, sporting sky-high braids. Their makeup was ruined, and hanging around their necks was a plant identification tag. The original label for the money tree had been obscured and replaced with rare plant, twin tea arts. Xiao Yui couldn't help but applaud. Impressive. Truly impressive. As Qiao Xi exited, she fortuitously encountered Yu Siren's car, which passed right before her. Yu Siren remained composed, nodding in acknowledgement. However, once Qiao Xi got into the car, she began fiddling with her phone, only to suddenly exclaim, "It's here. The funds have arrived." She beamed at her bank balance. The payment for the first 2 episodes of the variety show had come through. Being a lesser-known celebrity, it amounted to a mere 60,000 yuan. Just enough to alleviate her urgent need to repay debts this week. The road ahead was long. She needed to devise a plan to secure more funds. "Are you in need of money?" Yu Siren glanced at her. Qiao Xi, taken aback, replied, "Am I that obviously struggling?" Yu Siren smirked. What a coincidence. This matter. His slender index finger pinched the wallet and waved it in front of her. "I have plenty," he remarked, casting a suggestive glance at Cheng Shi. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Shi exclaimed, "Indeed. When the young master is in high spirits, he loves to shower money. He gives generously everywhere. He has done quite a bit of charity. There's simply too much money, with no place to spend it. This should be clear to the young madam, right? As long as the young master is happy, money is of no concern." In the next moment, a loud shout erupted from the back seat. Chapter 53. The business you mentioned, is it about recycling waste? Cheng Shi abruptly turned her head, only to see Qiao Xi tugging at Yu Si Nian's ear. The young master grimaced in anger. "What are you doing? Showing off here, huh? You have so much money. Is it just for fun? Go on. Show off again if you dare."
Yu Si Nian.
Cheng Shi. Yu Si Nian rubbed his ear, hesitant to bring it up again, fearing that directly offering money would make Qiao Xi feel insulted. He paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "I have a way to make money. Do you want to join?" Yu Si Nian. Though he spoke otherwise, his body was quite honest. Half an hour later, Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian alighted from the car, arriving at the front of a dilapidated office building. She raised her gaze to survey the surroundings, then looked at Yu Si Nian.
Yu Si Nian?
His anger flared once more. "This is a company. A company. Can't you see?" The question mark shifted from Yu Si Nian's face to Qiao Xi's. "A company?" Qiao Xi was astonished. "They have grown so large in the recycling business." Yu Si Nian. Cheng Shi stepped in to explain. This was the small company that Yu Zheng had prepared for Yu Si Nian. Not only was it situated next to an abandoned factory in the suburbs, but it also had hardly any employees left. It was operating as a platform for internet celebrities. And even the few remaining influencers were on the verge of leaving. After listening, Qiao Xi could only offer one comment. "Cheng Shi. That won't do. Young madam. He might take it seriously. You mustn't say such things." Cheng Shi. "At this rate, will old Master Yu even make it to his 50th birthday next year?" Qiao Xi followed Yu Si Nian as he conducted a tour of the company. It was merely one floor, and upon hearing their boss's arrival, the workers merely lifted their eyelids briefly before letting them fall again. Their faces etched with resignation as if to say, "Let me be. What does it matter if I starve to death?" Qiao Xi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such spirit is worth emulating by every early riser. The young master followed behind her, his voice haughty. "I will make this company thrive. Do you want to join or not?" "I have a question." Qiao Xi turned around. "Why do you want me to work with you?" Yu Si Nian paused, then replied candidly, "Because I want to." Cheng Shi. This wretched romanticism. "Is this how you intend to provoke your father?" Qiao Xi exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Fine, I shall join." Yu Si Nian. He had no time to react before her delicate white hands reached out. "From today onward, I look forward to working with you, boss Yu." The girl's radiant smile was captivating. Yu Si Nian hesitated, then extended his hand. Their fingertips brushed coolly, and only then did he clasp her hand. Before the corners of her lips could even curl into a smile, Qiao Xi was abruptly pulled forward by Qiao Xi. "Let us go." After living so many lifetimes, she had never played the role of a boss. "Someone, bring me 2 employees. I wish to exert my influence." At the Yu family estate, Li Cheng's eyes twinkled with amusement. He eagerly awaited the moment when Yu Si Nian would falter, and as his own company flourished, Qiao Xi would inevitably realize who the truly charismatic man was. For 2 consecutive days, both Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian immersed themselves in organizing the office. Outside, Cheng Shi perched on the branches of a sycamore tree, perfectly positioned to observe the president's office. His diary was filled with entries chronicling their endeavors. On July 16th, the young mistress suggested a celebratory dinner for their entrepreneurial venture, spending 150 yuan on barbecue, incurring a debt of 150. On July 18th, the young mistress and young master met with an investor. The investor attempted to exploit the young mistress, only to be interrupted by the young master, who broke the man's leg. This resulted in a debt of 80,000 yuan, including compensation and the cost of the patient's nutritional supplements. On July 19th, the young mistress posted a recruitment announcement, attracting 10 applicants, 9 of whom were from U Group. Clearly, the elder was unable to sit idly by and sent help. On July 20th, the young mistress was fatigued and took a day off. On July 21st, the young master, too, was exhausted and rested. On July 22nd, the company was on the brink of collapse. However, on July 23rd, they secured an investment. Oh my heavens! The young mistress was indeed correct. A girl who smiles is seldom unfortunate. The final page was evidently penned with fervor, stained with tears. What? An investment secured? He Xuefeng could hardly eat breakfast. Who would invest in them? Li Chung furrowed his brow, setting down his coffee. It remains unclear. I have investigated, and the investor is not from the capital, lacks any significant background, and his surname does not belong to a prominent family. He Xuefeng clenched her teeth, truly a stroke of luck for them. To think that ruining one investor wasn't enough. What was that investor's name? I shall negotiate and see if I can persuade him to withdraw his investment. The assistant presented the information and contact details. The name inscribed was Li Dazhuang. The two were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. You? Investing in us? Qiao Xi inquired. Li Dazhuang nodded vigorously, affirming, yes. I have brought the money. Ergo, bring it in. Ergo entered, carrying a woven bag. With a flourish, he emptied it, and stacks of renminbi cascaded like mountains. After emptying one sack, there was a second, and then a third. Qiao Xi's eyes sparkled, her body trembling with excitement. Ultimately, she exerted immense self-control, stating Li Dazhuang, this pitiful company is bound to squander the funds. Our final bottom line must be that if we are to lose, let it be the money of others, not our own. Li Dazhuang, a conscience, albeit a modest one. Qiao Xi, you see Nian. Li Dazhuang lit a cigarette, squinting. Money? I have plenty. After flaunting a bit, he exited under the respectful bows of two individuals, pulling out his phone to make a call. Hello, Brother Liu. It is all set. Rest assured, she remains unsuspecting. Who made me so charming and generous? The voice on the other end fell silent before the call was abruptly terminated. Hello, Brother Liu? Hello? As the two individuals received an unexpected influx of funds, they exchanged a glance and promptly commenced their planning. Cheng Shi remarked, according to the information gathered by my brother, the prevailing trend over the past 2 years has undoubtedly been the influencer economy. Therefore, I propose live streaming. The two spoke in unison. Indeed, within 2 years, Tianhua Entertainment will collapse. He continued, at that point, a plethora of live streaming industries will emerge, providing us with an opportunity. Qiao Xi nodded in agreement. Exactly, once Tianhua falls, live shopping will rise. You see, Nian interjected, once live shopping gains momentum, self-media will also flourish. Qiao Xi affirmed, precisely, by then, establishing an entertainment company will yield certain success. With a resounding clap, they celebrated their agreement. Cheng Shi, however, was taken aback. What is this live streaming? What media are you referring to? I can't comprehend. The office fell into a sudden silence. Qiao Xi suddenly realized Tianhua's downfall, the rise of live streaming, the influencer economy, these were all events that would transpire 2 years hence, as depicted in the book. Xiao Six exclaimed, oh my. Qiao Xi turned sharply to Yu Si Nian, their intelligent gazes meeting in the air. Chapter 54. This is not packaging, it is fraud. Just as their voices began to rise, they were interrupted by a staff member bursting in. Bosses, the interview candidates have arrived. Qiao Xi suddenly remembered the interviews she had scheduled a few days prior. These were all exceptional talents. Let us go and take a look. She grabbed the resumes from the table and, along with Yu Si Nian, took a seat in the conference room. Look at this, how impressive. Qiao Xi shook the resume in her hand and read aloud, with 20 years of horticultural experience. This individual is a technical engineer in the field of biological industries combined with high-nutrition organic products. Yu Si Nian nodded. Indeed impressive. The door opened, and their eager faces turned toward it. In the next moment, their resumes slipped from their hands and fell to the floor. At the entrance stood Aunt Zhao. Wearing a warm smile, young master, young mistress. The two responded, who taught you to introduce yourself like that? You have 20 years of horticultural experience? Yu Si Nian asked through gritted teeth.
Yes.
Aunt Zhao replied, isn't that what it takes to grow those crooked little trees for 20 years? Yu Si Nian was speechless. Qiao Xi still held onto a glimmer of hope regarding the biological industry and high nutrition. Aunt Zhao proudly declared, I have raised chickens. Qiao Xi was left speechless. Yu Si Nian commanded, get out. Next. Qiao Xi shouted. Yu Si Nian picked up the next resume. Noting that this candidate could be promising, an area safety system inspector who had once battled a champion and emerged victorious, clearly a skilled individual. 5 minutes later, Cheng Dong lifted his round face and chuckled, young master. Suddenly, Yu Si Nian erupted, slapping the resume against him furiously. Oh no! Please don't be angry, young master. What about the resume? Shouldn't T1 embellish themselves a bit? Qiao Xi retorted, this is not embellishment. This is outright fraud. Unsurprisingly, the subsequent candidates were all familiar faces. A public transport system automation management personnel who had driven a taxi, a high-temperature control technician who had sold fried potatoes, a shared computer network director who had worked as a network administrator, and a basic human survival material assurance who had delivered food. Ultimately, Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian exchanged handshakes. No worries, let us persevere a little longer. The company shall soon meet its demise. A soft knock resounded at the door. A cheerful voice broke the silence. As Qiao Xi looked up, she was greeted by the sweet smile of Qiao Yui. Qiao Xi, she began, I wish to speak with you privately. Moments later, the two found themselves seated in a secluded office. Qiao Xi, while picking her teeth, cast a sidelong glance at her sister. I joined this company to fulfill my dreams, Qiao Yui asserted. Qiao Xi, skeptical, retorted, your dream is to witness a company go bankrupt in 3 days? I assure you, I will not allow it to fail. Trust me.
Qiao Yui insisted.
Moving closer to grasp Qiao Xi's hand, only to have it forcefully brushed away. Do not attempt to seduce me. It will not work, Qiao Xi warned.
Leave.
Qiao Yui exclaimed, as Qiao Xi attempted to dismiss her. I genuinely wish to work here, sister. No matter how much Qiao Yui pleaded, her fate remained firmly in Qiao Xi's grip. She desperately clung to the doorframe. Listen to me. I possess the capability. I must confess. I had a prophetic dream, in which our family perished. Qiao Xi paused, taken aback. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yui continued, grandfather would be killed by his own research. Our parents would pass away one after the other. In the dream, I was quite unreasonable and often targeted you. Qiao Xi was left bewildered. Little Six, she mentally shouted. Am I the one who has traversed into a story, or have they all done so as well?
I
do not know, Little Six replied. But it seems you are the only one who has crossed into a narrative. Given this description, it is highly likely she has been reborn. Reborn? A flash of realization struck Qiao Xi. She recalled Qiao Yuyi's peculiar behaviors, which indeed suggested such a possibility.
Yet,
she began to doubt whether she had been too extravagant in her remarks. Surely, she could not reveal the truth and claim that Qiao Yui had been reborn. Thus, she had been attempting to ingratiate herself with Qiao Xi upon learning of Qiao Xi's partnership with that man, leading her to seek an interview. However, she feared Qiao Xi's animosity would prevent her acceptance. Very well, Qiao Xi suddenly exclaimed, clapping her hands with exuberance. You are hired. She rose and announced to everyone outside. All others are also hired. With such a golden opportunity at hand, who could doubt their financial success? In the corridor, several faces turned in unison. Aunt Zhao Mali, Uncle Lu, Cheng Dong, Cheng Shi, Yi Cixi, and Fan Jiying. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wow. Qiao Xi emerged, declaring, come, let's feast. Today we will refresh our FA and tomorrow we officially open. Young lady, you are remarkable. Long live the young lady. Yu Si Nian interjected, what about me? The crowd replied, the young master is quite admirable too.
Yu Si Nian retorted,
A procession of individuals strode forth, heads held high, their garments billowing in the breeze. Leading the way, Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian donned sunglasses, exuding an aura of confidence. Behind them, the sound of triumphant bells seemed to echo. He Shuefeng scoffed coldly, just a bunch of inept fools, creating a ruckus. Tomorrow, we shall see what waves they can stir. The company underwent renovations, repainting, repairs, and cleaning, with everyone busily engaged throughout the day. As night fell, Qiao Xi was still diligently polishing the table. As she continued her task, her face gradually leaned against the surface, and she succumbed to slumber while maintaining a bowing posture. I understand you are weary, but could you not sleep in such an awkward manner? In the next moment, a slender hand reached over to cover Qiao Xi with a garment. Her eyes fluttered open in an instant, and she found herself locking gazes with Yu Xian. Suddenly, she extended her hand and swung the cloth towards his face, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. How could there still be a statue left unpolished? Yu Xian firmly grasped her hand, the texture delicate, reminiscent of a boneless chicken claw. His heart raced as he subtly leaned closer. Outside, two heads huddled by the glass. Wow, how romantic! Aunt Zhao, positioned at the window, sought the perfect angle for a photo, thinking to herself, after waiting an entire day, I can finally fulfill Master S task. Cheng-Shi squatted nearby, nodding in agreement. I can finally report back to my brother. The two, filled with excitement, turned a high five, but the distance was too short, resulting in a sudden kiss. Their eyes wide with shock. In that moment, the world fell silent. Moments later, Aunt Zhao's piercing scream echoed throughout the building. Inside, Qiao Xi jolted, abruptly lifting her head and springing up to search for something. What? Where is the water boiling? Chapter 55. She harbors feelings for him. Indeed, she is quite clingy. Yu Xian gritted his teeth, casting a glance towards the door. Cheng-Shi, having been smacked several times by Aunt Zhao, hopped around, shouting, I didn't mean to. Aunt Zhao, her face flushed, retorted, You still claim it was unintentional. Do you have any idea who is pursuing me right now? What if the young master finds out? He will surely kill you. Cheng-Shi was taken aback. What? On the journey home, despite there being 4 individuals in the car, only 2 breaths could be heard. Aunt Zhao held her breath, her fingers swiftly moving over her old phone to message her longtime friend Li Ma. Aunt Zhao, you won't believe it. My first kiss, which I guarded for 10 years, is gone. The last time the young master lunged at me, I held my ground. Li Ma, what? Your first kiss? You, an old hag. You've already given everything to Daniel, and you still speak of a first kiss. Aunt Zhao, did you not know? The death of a man signifies a woman's rebirth. I was reborn on that day. Is that not sufficient? As they exited the car, Qiao Xi inadvertently caught a glimpse of Aunt Zhao's chat history, nearly blinding herself. Determined not to suffer alone, she beckoned Yu Xian closer, saying mysteriously, I advise you not to look at Aunt Zhao's phone screen. Yu Xian, perplexed, leaned in curiously. The next moment, he shuddered in surprise. Qiao Xi erupted into a hearty laugh, reminiscent of the clang of a barbell. Minutes later, Yu Xian guided Qiao Xi into the cloakroom. What is this? She inquired, touching a bracelet. Tomorrow is the grand opening of the company, and those old-timers from the Yu family will be attending. He paused before adding, if you wear a bedsheet, they will recognize it as ours, which would be inappropriate. Qiao Xi responded with an O, as she adorned her wrist with the bracelet, remarking, this is rather nice. It must not be cheap, right? How much is it? I will transfer the money shortly. Not expensive, just over 2 million. Sending blessings of good fortune. May they guard you. She initially intended to say she would transfer it to you, reluctantly paying within 200. But how much did it turn out to be? 2 million. She thought it was just 250. Qiao Xi lamented. Damn, why is it that people can be so incomparable? Yu Xian, however, paid no mind, his eyes merely flickering as he asked, I have a few sets as well. Could you lend me your opinion? With that, the young master hastily entered the changing room. There stood a tall man clad in a vintage suit, complete with middle-aged sunglasses and a watch. What a sight! Qiao Xi grimaced, questioning if he was deliberately trying to irritate her, perhaps harboring resentment for her repeated disruptions of his dates with Yihan. Quite possible. Xiao Lu replied. Yu Xian blinked, proudly inquiring, what do you think? It's a mature man's outfit I just purchased. Qiao Xi responded, not bad. You look quite dapper. Yu Xian was about to ask more when suddenly a frantic voice echoed from the entrance. Yu Xian. Yu Zheng shouted angrily. What are you doing stealing my clothes? Don't you have any of your own? Qiao Xi was taken aback.
Yu Xian bolted. Soon.
The sounds of mutual cursing erupted outside.
Yu Xian.
Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you wish to seduce your wife, buy your own clothes. The outcome was that Yu Xian was caught, losing the chance to embody a mature man. Cheng-Shi purchased a new stylish suit to placate the young master, ensuring he would wear it on the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony. On that day, Qiao Xi set off for the company ahead of time. Cheng-Shi cheerfully announced at the door, the young mistress said our company's vehicles are limited. The one good car is reserved for showing off today. And she will send another car to fetch you shortly. Yu Xian smirked, scoffing slightly, adjusting his tie. Look at that. She holds him in her thoughts, always thinking of him. Qiao Xi is truly clingy. Half an hour later, Yuxin Yan arrived at the company entrance in an electric tricycle. $10. The driver turned to extend his hand. Yuxin Yan scowled, shouting at Qing Shi, "Scan the payment for him." "Oh dear," the driver frowned, sidestepping, "just scan it." "Young man, you're quite young yet have such a temper." Yuxin Yan remained silent. Once he disembarked, all the employees stood neatly at the entrance. "President Yu is here," Yi Cece called out first. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward him. Yuxin Yan caught sight of Qiao Xi and promptly adjusted his bow tie, only to find it too loose, so he bent down to tug at it. "Let me help," Qiao Xi offered. Yuxin Yan's ears flushed red as he released his grip, allowing her to arrange him like a delicate doll. As she worked, she remarked, "The Yu family's car will be here soon, and He Xuefeng and Li Cheng are coming. We need to make a grand impression, understand?"
Good.
She released him, leaving behind a perfectly tied bow. Yuxin Yan questioned, "Young mistress." Cheng Shi exclaimed, "That's not how you tie it." "How adorable," Qiao Xi remarked lazily. Because of that comment, Cheng Shi wanted to help Yuxin Yan retie it, but the young master refused vehemently, insisting on strolling around with the bow. The Yu family's car arrived promptly. It was a luxurious convoy, exuding an overwhelming presence upon arrival. The first to descend was Yu Zheng, clad in the suit he had appropriated from Yuxin Yan the previous day. He surveyed the company as Fa with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Next came Li Cheng and He Xuefeng, both alighting from the vehicle with furrowed brows. The final arrival left everyone astounded. It was Director Jean. Accompanied by a throng of photographers, she commenced a live broadcast. "What is happening here? Sister Xi is starting a recycling company? Selling herself? Am I seeing things? Ying, what are you doing here? And CC? Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Have they all started a company? What are they selling? Agricultural products? Let us first showcase Sister Xi's sun protection headgear. It's quite essential." He Xuefeng smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with Director Jean. She had specifically summoned Director Jean for the live stream, intending to ensure that the company would collapse on its very first day. Initially, she thought Qiao Xi would oppose this, but to her surprise, Qiao Xi beamed with delight. "Welcome, welcome." Qiao Xi took the stage and proclaimed, "I shall keep it brief. The weather is splendid today. The birds sing sweetly, and flowers bloom beautifully. May our fortunes overflow, and may our competitors lose all their hair. That concludes my remarks. Next. Brief. This is the most absurd speech I've ever heard. So, you're switching tracks to continue your madness? Fine. Don't force me to become your fan." One by one, everyone delivered their speeches. Below the stage, Li Cheng stood beside Yuxin Yan, smirking. "That bow tie of yours is quite unique." "Is it?" The young master replied calmly, "I find it rather ordinary, merely a standard beauty. You'll need to have Shi practice more tonight." Li Cheng hesitated, his expression shifting. To his surprise, it was indeed tied by Qiao Xi. Yuxin Yan, intrigued, asked, "Why the shock? Is it because no one has tied a bow tie for you?" He winked playfully. "You should ask Aunt Zhao to learn."
Yuxin Yan.
Li Cheng ground his teeth. "My relationship with Aunt Zhao is entirely innocent. Oh, and mine with Shi too. Although we embrace each night and refuse to part, we remain completely innocent." Li Cheng. On stage, it was He Xuefeng's turn. As she stepped up, her gaze darted toward the shadows. Suddenly, several individuals surged forth, brandishing paint and banners. They charged directly at Qiao Xi. In unison, a deafening uproar erupted. "Heartless boss. Withholding wages. Shameless. Return my money." Upon finishing their chant, they hurled paint in Qiao Xi's direction. He Xuefeng smirked and swiftly retreated to the side. However, as she attempted to escape, she was unexpectedly seized from both sides. He Xuefeng. In the next moment, she was hoisted into the air.
Slap. Ah.
The paint splattered directly onto He Xuefeng's face. Everyone. And peeking out behind her was none other than the grinning Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi taunted. "Oh, what precision. You couldn't even aim properly, could you? Is it left or right when you need to relieve yourself? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a spectacle. What a spectacle. Sister Xi, look at me, I'm going left. Is this your preferred style?" Which man could possibly endure such provocation? I never anticipated that after the whirlwind technique, a human shield would emerge. Indeed, the leading man was momentarily taken aback. But his gaze hardened, drenched them again. Everyone attacked together. Paint and fireworks surged from all directions. "Cece, proceed." The voice of Yusinian echoed. Li Cheng exclaimed. What? Qiao Xi caught the two with a mighty shout. Double-sided shield. In the next instant, she lifted both of them high. In her left hand, a chicken, in her right, a duck. Wherever there was paint, there were the faces of the two. Smack, smack, smack. The paint splattered across Li Cheng's and He Shuefeng's faces in rapid succession. Cheng Shi cried out. Ah, this is a breakdown. He Shuefeng shrieked. Ah, this is fury. Yu Xinian exclaimed. Ah, this is adoration. Xiao Lu added. Ah, this is a shock level surpassing 21.
Ding.
Level 21 achieved. Skill acquired. Clipping sound. Proficiency 30. Qiao Xi pondered. What did I just gain? Before she could contemplate further, He Shuefeng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and trembling as she screamed. You little wretch. Qiao Xi replied. You're just speaking out of anger, I won't listen. He Shuefeng fainted, only to be caught by Li Cheng, who glared at her. Woman you. Qiao Xi retorted. Rebound. Li Cheng remained silent. In the chaos, the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded hastily, and the incident even trended briefly online. As they reached the doorway, Qiao Xi paused and beckoned Yusinian with her fingers. Your father must be quite furious. Go create a diversion and draw him away. She remembered that the Yu family had specific disciplinary measures for this young master. What if they were directed at her? Xiao Lu discovered a new revelation. Master, you actually fear family discipline? Qiao Xi clarified. It's mainly that I'm concerned my resistance might inadvertently lead to Yu Zheng's demise. It would certainly be illegal to cause a death here. Otherwise, Yusinian would have dealt with Yu Zheng long ago. Xiao Lu fell silent. The young master, still wide-eyed, raised his hand and made a gesture. This is my forte. Cheng Shi remarked. We're done for. This is his area of expertise. Their gazes clashed fiercely before they turned away. Meanwhile, as Qiao Xi stepped inside, she heard Yu Zheng's furious roar. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. There was only one troublesome brat before. And now there are two. Kneel. Family discipline awaits. Qiao Xi felt exhilarated. Xiao Lu, see? Tell me, is my prophetic ability not remarkable? Xiao Lu remained silent. Darling, don't. He Shuefeng's cries erupted. She's just a child. She doesn't understand. Qiao Xi promptly pulled out her phone. Hello, 110? I wish to report an incident. Last month, the amusement park charged me full price, yet someone claims I'm still a child. Surely, I should be charged half price? He Shuefeng. Yu Zheng. Xiao Lu couldn't contain himself anymore. Master, please don't stir up trouble. Can't you just patiently wait for the villain to rescue you? Qiao Xi replied. I'm not causing trouble. I'm merely waiting, aren't I? You've seen me stir up trouble before. How could you misunderstand me like this? Xiao Lu. You've wounded my heart. Xiao Lu. Could it possibly be the first self-destructing system in history? He Shuefeng seethed, raising her head and saying, Qiao Xi, I shall refrain from stooping to your level, considering you are my daughter-in-law, but you have truly gone too far today. Just as Qiao Xi was about to respond, a sudden horn blared from across the room. The entire Yu household was equipped with a surround sound system, convenient for playing music in the morning and alerting the servants for assembly. At that moment, a languid voice emanated from the speaker. Attention, old man across the way. Attention, old man across the way. Yu Zheng exclaimed, What is that noise? Uncle Lu, looking rather troubled, stood at the door and replied, It's the master. You should come see for yourself. He opened the door. Yu Zheng turned, his body jolting in shock. The young master was seated in a swiveling armchair, with Cheng Shi trembling beside him, eyes closed, while he held a familiar clothes-drying pole, draped with a tattered piece of cloth. Qiao Xi gasped, You see, Nian, what are you doing? Yu Zheng was furious. Yu Si Nian raised the horn, leaning casually against the armrest, and declared, Return my wife to me without delay. My patience is limited. I shall give you 3 seconds. 3. Yu Si Nian, are you asking for a beating?
2.
This is outrageous. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall take your surname. 1. With a flourish of his hand, Yu Xinian summoned Qing Dong and the other servants, who swiftly arranged reflective panels and a backdrop, setting up a live-streaming phone in an instant. Yu Zheng paused in his tracks. He watched as Yu Xinian lifted the clothes pole, revealing a pair of undergarments. Not for 998. Not for 98. Just 28 cents. Qiao Xi stared in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, the patterns, the style, and the well-worn fishnet design were unmistakable, practically emblazoned with the name of a middle-aged man. The entire family gasped in shock. That's it. It hasn't even been quiet for a moment, and he has said it again. You see Nian. Yu Zheng roared, rushing forward with a stick to strike. You see Nian evaded with remarkable agility. With his left hand, he produced a pair of black cotton underwear, proclaiming, "Wear this, and you shall have no fear of failure in your career." Qiao Xi exclaimed, "Goodness." She slowly clasped her fists, offering a salute to the young master. "Underwear hero, I salute you." She then dashed out, the two pairs of underwear fluttering in the wind. Bo, Yuan Xiao Noah, welcome to play. Chapter 57. Has the young madam got lice? Indeed, Yu Zheng charged out with a group of bodyguards, prepared to chase him down as if he were sprinting 1,000 miles. Capture him. Qiao Xi clapped her hands. Wow, he really was diverted. Impressive, impressive. It will inevitably perish amidst this fragmented plot. The host and the task target must have at least one normal person, right? Otherwise, how could the system survive? Qiao Xi watched the spectacle with satisfaction, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a sharp voice commanded, "Stop right there." She turned to see He Xuefeng glaring at her with a nose that was neither here nor there and eyes that were equally bewildering. Without Yu Zheng present, her true nature was laid bare. Qiao Xi, uninterested in engaging, made her way to the door. He Xuefeng immediately pursued, shouting, "I said stop. You. Aunt Zhao." Qiao Xi called out loudly. At the corner, Aunt Zhao rushed out, exclaiming, "What is the matter, young mistress?" She conveyed that she had agreed to the marriage between you and Li Cheng. Qiao Xi pointed a finger at He Xuefeng, saying, "Congratulations to you. May you have a blissful wedding. Let Yu Xinian handle the monetary gifts." Aunt Zhao looked puzzled, while He Xuefeng, bewildered, exclaimed, "When did I ever say that?" She shouted angrily, but Aunt Zhao swiftly intervened. With her toes turned inward and fidgeting, Aunt Zhao said, "I wish to speak with you. I know you have a fondness for me, but I inquired, and my son truly does not agree." After finally sending Aunt Zhao away, He Xuefeng screamed in her room, "I will eventually deal with that little vixen, and Yu Xinian as well." She turned to Li Cheng, stating, "Did you not notice that ever since she arrived, Yu Xinian has become increasingly arrogant? It used to be a ruckus once a week, now it's twice every 3 days." Li Cheng replied, "There's nothing we can do about it." "What do you mean there's nothing we can do? Don't think I can't see it. Your gaze has been fixated on that little vixen all day." Li Cheng pressed his lips together. "Remember, do not show mercy. Root it out completely and create an upheaval." Outside the door, he had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. He summoned Chengdong and Chengxi, pacing in the courtyard for 5 minutes. "Young master," Chengdong remarked, "we know you can walk the catwalk quite handsomely, but how much longer do you intend to do so?" Chengxi yawned, "Young master, I still have to report for night duty." Yu Xinian squatted down. "There is something I'd like to ask you both." The two looked at each other, puzzled. Chengdong's eyes lit up as he quickly deduced, "Are you worried that after you leave, we won't be able to safeguard the company? Rest assured. With me here, why hasn't Tishi invited me to sleep together?" Yu Xinian inquired, chewing on a snack. The two exchanged glances, perplexed. "It's been 3 days. And she hasn't brought it up." Yu Xinian kicked a stone with his toes, his gaze drifting. "I'm not particularly eager to sleep with her either. I just saw online that if a woman likes you, she will take the initiative. I'm just curious, that is all." Chengdong spoke seriously, "Young master. It's time for me to give you a lesson." 5 minutes later, the three sat on the ground, with Chengdong drawing with a twig. "First and foremost, we can ascertain one thing. She loves you," Chengdong stated. The other two nodded in agreement, one of them particularly elated and blushing. Chengdong continued, "Secondly, girls are generally quite shy. Each person has their own quirks." Suddenly, a discordant melody broke through the air. The three raised their heads in unison. On the rooftop, Qiao Xi was digesting her meal, dancing from the left side of the rooftop to the right. As she sang about the hair beneath the arms, knowing it as armpit hair, she wildly waved her hands, shaking all about. Chengxi remarked, "Has the young mistress caught lice?" Yu Xinian slapped him. "Can't you just speak the truth?" Chengxi rubbed his head. "Oh." Chengdong opened his mouth, then closed it again, his lips trembling as he silently crossed out the second point he had just written. He concluded, in summary, men must take the initiative. How do you take the initiative? Young Master Yu Xinian took another sip of his snack. Chengdong leaned in, about to speak, when he noticed Yu Xinian had retreated a considerable distance away. "Why are you so close to me? I am a married man now. Please be mindful." Chengxi interjected, "Indeed, the grape wine in the luminous cup. Young men will sacrifice their youth. Are you not familiar with this line of poetry?" Chengdong remained silent. Ultimately, He penned down a method on a piece of paper and handed it to Yu. The young master clutched the note and drifted into slumber. Feeling that the moonlight of this night was particularly sweet, he rushed through the door, gasping, "Where is Yu?" Lu Bo had long been waiting at the entrance. Yet, could Lu Bo voice his thoughts? He dared not. After all, he had a 95-year-old mother to care for. He could not afford to lose this job. However, even a single utterance was enough to provoke Yu Zheng into a faint. Lu Bo expertly waved his hand, calling out, "Bring help. The master has been angered by the young master again. Oxygen machine, quickly. Quickly. The whole family, mobilize. Assembly line operation. Soon." They transported Yu Zheng to the third floor for professional healthcare. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi and her companions disembarked from the vehicle, but did not enter the village. Instead, they were led into the mountains by the production team. Director Jean remarked, "Shizuan has not experienced such heavy rainfall in years. The villagers, being farmers, rely on the heavens for their sustenance. Thus they honor the mountain god. Today, we shall join the villagers in their worship. Good morning. Did everyone catch Yu's live stream yesterday? I placed my order overnight and eagerly await delivery. Who knew such a grand CEO would wear fishnet stockings? What a devoted son. I nearly choked when I watched the live stream yesterday. In just 1 hour, it had over 100,000 shares. Although the Yu family hastily removed the trending topic, my sleepless night was not in vain, as I finally got to savor the first bite of the gossip. Upon arriving at the temple, the individuals at the back had yet to ascend when the young master stealthily approached. He pulled out his notes and glanced at them. Chapter 58. The young master smiled like a chrysanthemum. He set down the notes, brimming with confidence, and asked, "Which do you prefer, winter melon or watermelon?" Yu responded with a puzzled expression. Chengxi anxiously observed from the shadows, thinking, the young master does not merely wish to inquire which is tastier. Yu glanced at the note and flipped to the next page. "Do you know which day of the week I cherish the most?" "Which day?" "Every day spent with you." Yu replied, "Do you know which day of the week I cherish the most?" "Friday." Qiao Xi blurted out. Yu asked, "Why?" Instantly, the young master's face flushed with emotion. He turned to Chengxi, who was perched in the tree, and formed a silent expression. "Did you see that? She understands me so well." Chengxi continued to write fervently. July 29th, overcast. "Lady in the sky, do you see? The young master smiles like the chrysanthemums at your grave. Well, as long as he is happy. When you are not playing mahjong in the heavens, please bless him." Through these two inquiries, Yu realized that the art of sweet talk was ineffective. Hence, he turned to the second page. The second tactic, physical contact. It required no finesse. It was simply to embrace her. The young master snapped the paper shut and surveyed the scene ahead. Qiao Xi was examining the face of the mountain god. "Little Six, do you find this mountain deity's sculpture somewhat familiar?" Little Six replied, "Indeed, it is a bit. However, it's placed too high to see clearly. Allow me to take a closer look," Qiao Xi said, climbing up with a sense of warmth. Just then, a sudden crash resonated from below. She glanced down to see the young master leaning against the base of the deity, causing it to shake violently.
Yu Xinyan,
exclaimed Qiao Xi. "Why did you push it? I didn't intend to push her. Weren't you just there?"
Yu Xinyan retorted.
Qiao Xi quickly deduced. "Did you actually want to push me?" Yu Xinyan was left speechless. Qiao Xi swiftly descended, managing to catch the falling sculpture, rolling with it as she did so. In that moment, she finally beheld the face of the statue, and her expression turned to one of confusion. "Master, this mountain deity's sculpture resembles you strikingly," Little Six exclaimed, noting the identical features, from the eyes to the nose. Upon closer inspection, it even bore a toothy grin, making the resemblance even more uncanny. Qiao Xi pondered deeply. "I don't recall ever being assigned the role of a mountain deity." Throughout her years in the Temporal Management Bureau, she had encountered peculiar tasks, having taken on various forms and traversed realms of fantasy and comics, yet never had she embodied a mountain deity. Suddenly, Little Six interjected, "Wait.
I've just realized.
This is a world from a book, and the creator of this world is the author. So, the statue's appearance must be reminiscent of the author, right?" Qiao Xi responded with a bewildered expression. "What?" Little Six continued, "The more I think about it, the more plausible it becomes. Master, have you ever written such a book? I've traversed through over 20,000 experiences. How could I possibly remember them all?" Before they could delve further into discussion, footsteps echoed from the entrance. "They've finally arrived," came Zhou Ninghuan's breathless voice. Qiao Xi exchanged a glance with Yu. "Quick, let us move," she urged. "If the villagers catch sight of this, We might be in serious trouble. They strained to lift the statue, but its weight proved daunting. The footsteps grew ever closer. We're running out of time. Little Six cried out. Qiao Xi halted abruptly, her gaze darting to the corner. The door creaked open. Zhou Ninghuan, catching his breath, looked up to see the young master's devout silhouette. In the hall, only Yu Si Nian stood stock-still, hands clasped, his expression grave and serious. Yu Yingdi, you've arrived quite early, Zhou Ninghuan remarked, his demeanor shifting. He must be secretly praying for the mountain deities' blessing upon their fields. We cannot allow them to prevail. You must have finished your prayers by now, right? Zhou Ninghuan pressed forward. It's my turn. Not yet, Yu Si Nian frowned. I still have one last step. I have yet to kneel. Suddenly, Zhou Ninghuan knelt first, a triumphant smile gracing his lips.
Ha!
Mountain deity, I kneel faster. Bless me first. Their prayers do not count. Unbeknownst to them, the statue trembled slightly. Covered in mud, Qiao Xi exclaimed, Little Six, I adore this world. Please assign me to such tasks in the future. I beg you. Little Six remained silent. In the depths of despair, Yu Si yearned for solace, feigning movement to the other side.
Splash!
Duan Feline knelt first, a smile gracing his lips. The two clever souls exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, Great mountain spirit, bestow your blessings upon us. Why do you push us aside every year? It appears that our dear Nian Nian is not particularly eager to kneel, merely pretending to do so, only moving his lips. Is it just me? Or does that mountain deity seem oddly familiar? Did it just move? Am I hallucinating? Is it truly manifesting its powers? From the trees, Chengxi observed the entire spectacle, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Oh heavens! It is fortunate you departed early, unaware of the peculiar offspring you bore, and even more oblivious to the strange companion it has chosen. Such misfortune, such wretchedness. Zhou Ninghuan mocked. Everyone is paying homage to the mountain deity, yet you choose to slack off. Qiao Xi smiled broadly, Huanzai, no matter what flavor of nonsense escapes your mouth today, Father will forgive you. Zhou Ninghuan retorted. You're insane. He tossed his head and walked away. Qiao Xi paused, beckoning Chengxi. How fares the situation at the company? Upon hearing this, Chengxi straightened with respect. Indeed, just as you predicted. The opposition is bound to interfere, either sending young Master Li or someone else from the company. Today, it is indeed the young master who has come. Thus, as per your instructions, we dispatched the capable Zhao Yi. As he spoke the last two words, a hint of suspicious crimson appeared on his honest visage. At the company, the battle was fierce. In the office, Li Chung sought trouble, insisting on auditing the accounts, while Zhao Yi sat silently with her head bowed. I am not jesting. This is a subsidiary, and as the general manager, I possess the authority to inspect your company's finances, Li Chung asserted. Zhao Yi, with a defiant demeanor, replied, having chased me to the company. How could I possibly think you were joking? However, young master, we are truly incompatible. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Chung exclaimed. I said I want to audit. Zhao Yi gritted her teeth and, without hesitation, dialed her son. I refuse to accept this, he declared from the other end. I cannot utter the word father. If you insist on marrying him, I will leap from the second floor and end my life.
Clap.
The call ended abruptly. Young master, I have repeatedly expressed my refusal. Please do take your leave. Li Chung clenched his jaw, barely restraining his urge to curse. Turning around, he spotted Mama Li, Uncle Lu, and several familiar faces, servants who worked for the Yu family. Their faces gleamed with excitement, eyes sparkling with mischief. Any one of them could, in a matter of minutes, ruin an innocent person's reputation. Li Chung took a deep breath. Having navigated the business world for years, he was well aware this battle was lost. Chapter 59. On the surface, one may seem disheartened, yet the lips may still draw near. After Li Cheng's departure, several servants gathered, chattering excitedly. Madam truly possesses remarkable influence.
Just as you said.
Li Cheng would come to bother you. And indeed, he has.
Bah.
All men are the same. Does he still wish to forcefully take what is not his? I've recently read that such CEOs are quite fearsome. On the surface, one may appear indifferent, yet their lips may still draw near. Exercise caution. Aunt Zhao nodded seriously, declaring, I will certainly protect myself. Thank you all. In the village of Shi, Xiao Lu suggested we could explore the other statues. If they all resemble you, then it's nearly certain. Then why can't I remember? The master pondered. The books you write constitute a world unto themselves. They become independent. Thus, The Management Bureau will erase your memories. This is stipulated in the regulations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu understood. Regulations? How could the master possibly retain such details? Qiao Xi gasped, covering her mouth. If it truly is my creation, then my connection with the antagonist, Yu Xian, is quite profound. A mother-son relationship? Xiao Lu inquired, bewildered. Qiao Xi glanced momentarily at Yu Xian, who immediately puffed out his chest and nudged Qingxi. Describe her gaze, he commanded. Yu Xian tilted his head, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Qingxi contemplated. It exudes tenderness. Love? The young master chuckled. Ah, I see. Qingxi questioned. Shouldn't he have said something more definitive? Ahead. Qiao Xi abruptly halted, gazing towards their residence. Everyone came to a standstill. Moments later, a chorus of protest erupted. Director, is this truly our lodging? How can the walls be in such disrepair? This is uninhabitable. It's utterly outrageous. Are you not going to make repairs? The previous dwelling had become a ramshackle structure, entirely unfit for habitation. However, Director Jean remarked, most of the houses in the village have sustained damage. Henceforth, you must construct your own shelters. Construct our own? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Why did Sister Xi hurriedly move the air conditioner to the Zhuang's house before leaving? Every action she takes is deliberate. Next, please enjoy Transformation Chronicles, Survival in the Wilderness. How can they treat our Huanzai this way? He didn't cry when he was feasting on excrement. So why is he crying now? The production team disregarded the uproar and distributed axes along with maps of the forest. All guests divided into 4 groups, determined by the results of a draw, to establish their teams. Yu Xian drew number 3 and was assigned to gather fruit, with teammates Fan Jiying and Yi Cixi. Qiao Xi exclaimed with excitement, this is wonderful. Gathering fruit sounds splendid. A spark will surely ignite when our hands meet. The remaining group, comprised of Zhang Shu, Luo Xiang, and Yi Han, ventured to borrow necessary tools from the villagers. Su Yijin, Zheng Yi, and Li Xiao formed another group to prepare meals. I predict that in Yu Xian's group, Fan Jiying will uproot a weeping willow, and Yu Xian will end up on the ground, groaning. Let us set off. Qiao Xi casually tossed a piece of paper aside and continued on her way. Behind her, Yu Xian swiftly caught it, feigning to discard it while actually slipping it into his pocket. Qingxi remarked, did he not see that? This pretense is far too transparent. Yu Xian, you must reveal that. I saw it. Oh dear, perhaps Nian Nian simply likes the color of that paper. What color? Green? Do you think he would fancy green? Qingxi pulled him aside. Young master, if you continue like this, your secret will surely be exposed. Yu Si turned his head. What's wrong with me? I enjoy collecting pairs. Aren't numbers 2 and 3 a couple? Mind your own business. Qingxi listened and found some merit in the statement. He quietly noted in his diary, 2 and 3 are couple numbers. Purchasing cups with these numbers to gift to others. The last character even had a heart drawn beside it. He touched his lips and smiled shyly. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi ascended the mountain and reached the woods. The 2 behind her were in low spirits, grumbling about this ill-fated trip while covertly communicating about watching Qiao Xi do all the work. They were slacking off. Wasn't he that delightful? Qiao Xi swung her axe a couple of times, then turned to see the 2 idling about, sneering. Don't be lazy. I will make a fuss. A chilling voice came through. The 2 exclaimed. What? We've never found those words so terrifying. Or else, would you 2 prefer to continue? Such blatant idleness.
Can you endure it?
It would be a miracle to survive today. Still causing trouble. Who is slacking off? We haven't even started yet. It seems that prejudice is indeed a mountain. I'm not sure if prejudice is a mountain, but I know that if they don't start working, Qiao Xi will unleash a 5-fingered mountain on their faces. Zhou Ninghuan hesitated for a moment, but still retorted, I am working. I injured my back a couple of days ago, and it hurts now. My movements are slow. Qiao Xi set down her axe and gazed at them. No matter what Qiao Xi did, these lazy ones had declared their idleness today. Could it be that Qiao Xi would dare to hit them? In the next moment, Qiao Xi grinned with a fearsome expression, yet her words were sweetly spoken. Brother, I'm quite exhausted too. Could you please help me? The 2 responded. Comments. Xiao 6, Master. When did you use that voice prop? Didn't you say you wanted to practice? Qiao Xi noticed and exclaimed, Oh, indeed, my proficiency has increased. It is now at 40. But will it truly be effective? Zhou Ninghuan shouted from across. I'm chopping. Is that not enough? Shut your mouth. Although Duan Feline remained silent, he swung his axe in a hurry, fearing that Qiao Xi would utter another word. Qiao Xi's eyes sparkled. It truly works. Will your hands hurt? Shall I blow on them for you? Qiao Xi leaned closer.
Ah.
Zhou Ninghuan swung his axe even more vigorously. 5 minutes later, with Qiao Xi's proficiency at 100%.
Ah.
How can one chop down trees? Trees are so adorable. My boyfriend wouldn't he blame me for saying this, would he? Oh, the rain is so refreshing.
What?
My ears. I've gone deaf. She is terrifying. This is the most fearsome skill I've ever seen. I thought she would punch them, but she has unleashed her secret weapon.
Wait.
She calls Zhou Ninghuan's sister and then mentions Zhou Ninghuan has a boyfriend? Is that a coincidence? In just half an hour, the wood below had piled up like a mountain. Qiao Xi stood atop a tree, gazing into the distance. Whenever the two paused, her mouth would move. Her gaze flickered briefly over Qiao Xi's silhouette before blinking. Duan Feline, the height here is not significant. The worst that could happen is a bit of pain, sparing her from unleashing that torturous sound upon them. In the next instant, Zhou Ninghuan rose, feigning dizziness, and lunged forward. A figure ahead suddenly stirred. Qiao Xi swiftly turned, reaching for a branch. Zhou Ninghuan missed her target and plummeted downwards. Let go. Duan Feline roared, gripping the branch with both hands, while Zhou Ninghuan collided with his midsection. At that moment, she began to tug at his trousers, slowly sliding down. The edge of his underwear gradually became visible. Zhou Ninghuan. Duan Feline howled, desperately attempting to perform a split to hoist up his trousers. Zhou Ninghuan, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, I'm sorry. As she spoke, she slipped down another inch. Ripping sound.
Ah!
Zhou Ninghuan clutched his trousers and tumbled to the ground, her legs flailing in the wind. Chapter 60, Reward Item, Mother's Kiss. A 2-second silence was broken by a cacophony of screams.
Ah!
Duan Feline's legs kicked helplessly. In the next moment, a hand reached out. Qiao Xi, seemingly having pulled out her phone unbeknownst to anyone, switched to selfie mode and snapped a picture of his rear. Duan Feline. Qiao Xi. What are you doing? You family. Qiao Xi slid down the trunk, landing steadily with her legs apart. She shouted, the boss has run off with his sister-in-law, leaving behind a photo for posterity. Clear out the stock. Bidding starts at 9 yuan and 9. In the live stream, Qiao Xi's large head popped up from the left, pointing at the camera. You, a loyal fan for 3 years, have diligently edited photos, tirelessly fought against detractors. Yet you have never seen your idol's true appearance up close. Don't you wish to discover the truth? She turned around and you...
Damn.
Don't point. It's so scary. You actually want to buy it. You are the rival who has attacked him for 3 years. You have secretly poked and prodded, schemed and undermined, yet you have never been so close to a formidable weapon of victory. Don't you want to possess it? Ah, I want it. I'm going to get her. Ah, this is outrageous. Don't buy it. You're all crazy. Has the bidding already started? Shock value 10, 0, 0, 0. Shock value 20, 0, 0, 0.
Ding.
System level 22 achieved. Acquired skill, Mother's Kiss. Skill description. After using this item, the recipient will experience the boundless warmth akin to maternal love. Qiao Xi. Little 6, has the skill become increasingly outrageous? What's next? A father's slap and a grandfather's cleaver. Little 6's voice, devoid of enthusiasm, replied, Master, our items are tailored to the Master's personality. Do you think I bear no responsibility for my current form? Qiao Xi paused for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. Wow, what beautiful clouds. Little 6. Director's team. Who posted the link? Director Jean has gone mad. The assistant cried out, How could we dare? Indeed, it is the illustrious you. Director Jean exclaimed in shock as she dashed towards the monitoring room. However, before she could reach it, a brawny figure resembling a bull burst forth, none other than Qiao Xi. Director Jean was knocked to the ground with a grunt. Oh no, Director. Are you alright? Qiao Xi, with his unrefined acting skills, strode forward and pinched Director Jin's philtrum, declaring, I shall administer rescue. No, please no. Director Jean protested. Inside, the young master lounged lazily in his swivel chair, spinning around with a flourish. His long fingers delicately reached for the mouse.
Click, click, click.
With each sound, the bid escalated by 1,000. A small photograph cast a significant stone into the murky waters of the entertainment industry. Shoot! Capture it! Shouted Agent Li Tao in a fit of rage. That scoundrel Qiao, she must not let this photo fall into the hands of our rivals. The assistant jabbed at the screen, pressing rapidly. There's a bidder named Fashion Parasite. What? Li Tao leaned in. Gather more people to join in. Ultimately, a studio, drenched in sweat, concluded the bidding war at a staggering 80,000. Investigate this fashion parasite. Li Tao commanded, convinced it was their adversary. No need to investigate, the assistant timidly interjected.
What? Li Tao inquirat.
The assistant turned and handed over a recent message, revealing their dialogue with the fashion parasite. An image accompanied it, a selfie showcasing fair skin and glassy, luminous eyes, set against a mountainous backdrop, radiating warmth and elegance. It was none other than Yu Xin. Realization struck Li Tao, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness enveloping his vision.
Li Ye.
The assistant rushed forward to catch him. The ambulance arrived, whisking Li Tao away to the hospital. As he slowly regained consciousness, he clenched his fists tightly. This is a trap. Qiao Xi is stirring up trouble, and Yu Xin is aiding in the bid to inflate the price. Surely, this is in retaliation for the debt owed to Fu Lin. I wish to repay it too, but can I make that decision? That little brat refuses. Li Tao paused, closing his eyes. Let us contact Qiao Xi's manager first. They must be in disarray as well, strategizing how to manage public relations. At that moment, the curtain beside him was drawn aside. The adjacent bed held Zhu Feng, connected to a respirator, who looked over. He weakly inquired, "Are you looking for me?" After being rescued, Duan Fu Lin donned trousers provided by the villagers, seething with rage. That wretch. She will eventually perish beneath me. His stomach growled audibly. Qiao Xi halted, just in time to announce mealtime. After a long day's toil, dining was of utmost importance. Yet the next second, Qiao Xi produced a few steamed buns. The other two exclaimed, "What? Just steamed buns? This is too dismal." Isn't Qiao Xi the captain? Even every year they are treated to a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. You better clarify what you mean by even. What's wrong with us every year? Is it so unusual that we can't compare to Qiao Xi? You shouldn't be so harsh. I am truly amazed by the fans of Yu Xin. It's as if they're just a bunch of haters, haha. How despicable. Lin has been tormented to this extent, and still isn't allowed to enjoy something good. Is this lunch? Zhou Ninghuan exclaimed in dissatisfaction. What difference is there from eating excrement? Really? No difference? Qiao Xi nodded in surprise. Fine, you've tasted it, you have the final say. Zhou Ninghuan. Duan Fu Lin pulled him back, gritting his teeth, saying, "Forget it, we have nothing else to complain about." He then extended his hand. "Give it to me." Qiao Xi placed a bun in his palm. Duan Fu Lin waited for a second one, only to find there was none left. Qiao Xi glanced at him and gave Zhou Ninghuan 2, keeping 3 for himself, distributing according to labor. Who told you to spend all your time posing for the camera today, while Xiao Huan worked diligently during the tree cutting? Duan Fu Lin could no longer restrain himself. Isn't this unfair? Are you implying that Zhou Ninghuan does not deserve to? After being taken aback, Qiao Xi looked at Zhou Ninghuan, anger bubbling within. How could he say such a thing? I've seen how diligent you were today. Chapter 61. In just a second, Zhang Fei transforms into Lin Daiyu.
Duan Fu Lin.
That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Zhou Ninghuan asked with a sulky face. Duan Fu Lin, having suffered a series of setbacks, could no longer hold back. Whatever. Interpret it however you wish. I can't possibly be a useless person, incapable of anything. You, Qiao Xi, while munching on a bun, pulled Zhou Ninghuan along. Just let it go. Don't be upset. He merely expressed 1/10 of his true feelings. If he were to voice the rest, wouldn't you just shove your foot in his mouth? As we approached our residence, a small figure suddenly dashed out from a side path and straight into Qiao Xi's arms. Qiao Xi caught the child, discovering it was Lu Bai.
Auntie.
Bai immediately cuddled up to Qiao Xi, her little face cold to the touch. Oh my goodness. Quickly come into my sack. I must be the mother of either Nian or Bai, otherwise I shall have regrets in this life. Suddenly, a wailing sound arose from behind. Qiao Xi turned to see a small boy standing at the intersection, bare-bottomed, with one side of his head shaved, crying inconsolably. He pointed at Qiao Xi and yelled, "Lu Bai, you bully people." Bai immediately turned around, her big grape-like eyes glaring. "Why are you crying like that? Stay away. If you follow me again, I'll hit you every time I see you." Qiao Xi. The comments. Isn't this all too familiar? Qiao Xi. Just confess, did you give birth to her? I apologize for my earlier recklessness. It is up to you and Nian Nian's mother to assume the roles you desire. Lu Baibai turned around and nestled into Qiao Xi's embrace, her voice sweet and innocent. Auntie, next week is my birthday. You must come to my house for dinner. Qiao Xi nodded eagerly. Can I bring someone along? Is it that uncle? She mimicked a hanging gesture, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes. Qiao Xi affirmed. That's him. If we leave him at home, he will cause a ruckus. Oh yes, Grandpa Dezhuang said he is your son. Bring him along. But make sure to tell him not to hang himself in my house. What?
Li Dashuan. Who told you that? Who else could it be?
Where do you think Dezhuang gets his information from? Speak up. No wonder Qiao Xi was chattering away with Dezhuang, and he was so amiable towards our Nian Nian. Qiao Xi, I have noted your grudge. What? Did I suddenly become a generation apart? Having delivered her message, Lu Baibai happily tugged at the little boy and departed. Qiao Xi called after her. Make him put his pants on. Duan Fuluan. Qiao Xi either pointed to the sky, saying that cloud resembled pants, or suggested that the old cow shed some hair, as his legs were covered in fur. Alas, what can I possibly ask for? Qiao Xi waved her hand. I must take either your life or your money, right?
With that, she left.
Duan Fuluan clenched his teeth. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give. The money had already been spent. Frustrated, Duan Fuluan hung up on his agent's call and turned to look at Yi Cici in the residence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi learned that Yusinian was with the director's team and headed over. At the director's team, Yusinian smirked, just about to speak when his ears perked up at the sound of familiar footsteps. The next moment, a low voice resonated. Indeed, I have gone too far. Director Jean paused and looked up, only to see that exquisite face adorned with little pearls. Director Jean? The entire crew.
Oh!
Wait, has this thing mutated? Just a moment ago, he was arrogantly declaring that he would strike you. And now he seems to be picking a date. The next moment, a sinister voice echoed. Oh, quite the gathering here. What are you all doing? Director Jin's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. Qiao Xi, you must come and manage your team member. This is simply. Before he could finish, a stick pressed against Director Jin's head. What did you tell him? Director Jin protested in innocence. I said nothing. They bound me with ropes. Look at this rope. She looked down. And where's the rope? Chengxi stood behind, gently kicking the ground, then straightened up, pretending nothing had happened. Director Jean. Moments later, cries of agony echoed from the director's team. Subsequently, as Yusinian followed Qiao Xi out, tears in his eyes. Qiao Xi shouted, Can't you even run away if you can't fight back? Do you just let them bully you? Yusinian whimpered, but she is very fierce. I always feel scared when you're not around. Chengxi, trembling as he clutched his diary, scribbled in a haphazard manner. July, I cannot recall the date.
Oh.
Celestial Lady above, I wish you would blind yourself. At this moment, ignorance serves you best. Qiao Xi bellowed, what's so fierce about it? I am far more formidable when it comes to counting. Behind him, someone muttered in grievance fine. How dare you? You absolute scoundrel.
Yusinian.
For heaven's sake, act normal.
Who understands?
Who comprehends? I witnessed the live broadcast in its entirety. I saw this man transform from Zhang Fei into Lin Daiyu. Lin Daiyu, you truly understand the art of performance. Why aren't you expressing your admiration? Are you waiting for a child to be born? Or for Qiao Xi to finish her confinement before you show your enthusiasm? Qiao Xi cast a glance at him, retrieving a bottle of Waha from his pocket and tossing it over. Yusinian caught it, momentarily stunned. I got it from Bai Bai. Didn't you love drinking this? Qiao Xi remarked. Once you've soothed someone, they can indulge in romance without incessantly yearning for Ihan as a means of healing. Yusinian's pupils contracted. Chengxi interjected from behind. She adores you, doesn't she?
Yusinian nodded vigorously.
Chengxi gritted his teeth, turning away to write fervently. However, his phone rang soon after. Chengxi pulled out his phone, his expression shifting, and promptly called the two over. The three stood beneath a tree. Chengxi whispered, We received news. He Shuefeng has sent people to create a scene at the company. The real business, war has commenced. Indeed. Qiao Xi smirked coldly. Where are our people? Yusinian replied, Rest assured, preparations are complete. This time, in addition to Aunt Zhao's foundation, we have recruited even more talent. In the company, Aunt Zhao asked the person beside her, Are we ready? Aunt Zhao shouted to her son, Let us go. We fight for our innocence. Chapter 62. They are married, and I care not. In Shizuan, Qiao Xi settled onto a wooden seesaw. He casually patted beside him. Nian Nian, sit here. You seen Yan? Qiao Xi, young master. We are filming. Yet, the young master seemed as if wound up like a clock, persistently darting forward, kicking Qiao Xi aside as he dashed toward the chair. They are together. Oh my, upon seeing Qiao Xi, he resembled a dung beetle encountering its ball. I have already conceived a name. Bathing? Dashing? Absorbing years? Out of the hundreds of thousands of Chinese characters, you have selected the most absurd 6. They are married. I do not care. They are married. Ridiculous. My husband shares the same certificate with me. Silence, you foolish clods. However, as soon as Yusi Nian sat down, Qiao Xi let out a gleeful chuckle. Qiao Xi sensed impending disaster. It was too late to intervene. Whoosh. Qiao Xi sprang 3 meters high, forcefully leaping onto the seesaw. The young master transformed into a human projectile, soaring into the air. He then descended, only to bounce back up again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Ha ha ha.
Qiao Xi played for a while, lying on the ground in fits of laughter.
Yusi Nian.
Bullet comments. I was overly concerned. I have succumbed to infatuation. I have been overly sentimental. I have acted recklessly, hastily, and unreasonably. 5 minutes later, Qiao Xi playfully kicked the chair next to Yusi Nian, stifling her laughter. Come on, don't be upset. Isn't this rather amusing? If Qiao Xi were any lighter, I would have already toyed with him. What choice did I have? Qiao Xi remained silent, his back turned to her, fists clenched. Little Six chimed in, you've made him angry. That's too much. He has already said he wants to come down, yet you've shot him up the tree. Master, you ought to maintain a good relationship with the antagonist. He certainly won to forgive you. Qiao Xi kicked the chair again. Yusi Nian, I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Before she could finish, Yusi Nian turned around, as if nothing had transpired, and asked, are you thirsty? I'm going to sneak some drinks from the production team. Would you like me to bring you a bottle of Wangzai? Qiao Xi responded with a gesture. Little Six remarked. Qiao Xi exclaimed, damn. When did I become so spineless? Yusi Nian replied, what does it matter? If she truly gets angry, will you take my place? Was there a hint of a love-struck trend emerging? I can't breathe. Return me to that fierce Yusi Nian. Fierce? You'll see when he goes to steal drinks. After a while, the two leaned against a tree, 1 bottle of Wangzai and 1 bottle of Waha, a serene scene indeed. Qiao Xi reported, the Zhao family army has reached the enemy's battlefield. At this moment, in the U Group's break room, a crowd had gathered. What? The cleaner exclaimed in shock, clutching herself. You mean Manager Li would act lewdly? He only likes mature beauties of our age? What? Employees gasped, coffee trembling in their hands. You mean Manager Li has peculiar habits? He picks his feet at home every day?
What?
The manager sputtered, coughing. You mean Manager Li has been exploiting the maid at home just to get a couple of extra pieces of meat for breakfast? Behind them, the discussions were rampant. Aunt Zhao, clad in employee attire, exited the break room with a graceful smile, pulling the power switch for U Group before leaving. She took out her walkie-talkie, son. I'm all set on my end. You can proceed. In sheepskin, Qiao Xi stated, Madam He's people have also reached our company. But she was astonished to find that no one was working overtime. It was a futile effort. She will surely take further action. Yusi Nian languidly leaned against the tree. No worries, activate the backup plan. In the general manager's office, the secretary burst in, breathless. Manager Li, it's bad. Li Chun looked up, his gaze sharp as an eagle. 5 minutes later, he led his team down with great fanfare, and even before reaching the scene, they could hear the clamoring cries. Manager of Li Group, return my mother's honor. A man clung to a utility pole, hoisting a banner high. In his hand, a loudspeaker blared repeatedly. On that fateful morning at the breakfast table, my mother, Aunt Zhao, was diligently fulfilling her duties at the Yu household. She thought it was just another ordinary morning, unaware that a pair of sinister claws were already poised behind her. And there was Manager Li, charging straight at her. As the moment arrived, she struggled fiercely. Yet, the disparity between their strengths was undeniable. General Manager Li's infatuation was profound. He embraced her tightly. Even lowering his voice to produce a husky tone, he whispered in her ear that to know what would transpire next, one must scan the QR code to follow the official account. Within it lay the entirety of his mother's emotional journey regarding this matter. The crowd below erupted in a frenzy of scanning. Someone shouted, hey, little brother.
Turn the banner this way.
We can't scan it from here.
Li Shen Baluba.
Get him down. His secretary hurried over. while an assistant handed over a phone, saying, Manager Lee, after scanning, they follow their company's official account. In just the last few minutes, their followers have surged by 20,000. Li Chung trembled with rage, turning to enter the building, commanding, everyone meeting. Yet, the meeting proved futile. The sun blazed overhead, and Qiao Xi laughed heartily. With a hoe in hand, she swung it in the field, initiating her third wave of assault. The U group was back. They had returned. The secretary was drenched in sweat. Li Cheng's face turned pale. He Xuefeng also arrived. But the car was caught in the throng at the U group's entrance, where elderly folks crowded the area, making entry impossible. There stood a plainly dressed uncle at the entrance, struggling with Mandarin. Line up. We have plenty. A flyer floated into He Xuefeng's hands, bearing shocking headlines for her entire family. Little Li fell in love with Little Zhao. On a starless night, follow the official account for details. He Xuefeng. He Xuefeng. Trembling, she followed the official account. The notifications that popped up were filled with products for sale from the Little Earn a Billion company. Thanks to this promotion, the elderly pure cotton underwear sets had sold a staggering 10,000 pieces. He Xuefeng nearly fainted from anger. How despicable. Upon returning home, she flung herself in tears, exclaiming, Husband, they have gone too far. I know they want to win. Yu Zheng, sipping tea, listened throughout, casting her a profound glance. In the village by the stream, the workers finished their tasks and walked along the path. Cheng Shi reported the progress, and both Qiao Xi and Yu Nian wore satisfied smiles. During dinner, they joyfully finished 5 extra bowls. As they exited the dining hall, Qiao Xi patted her pocket and flashed a mysterious smile at Yu Nian. Nian, come with me into the room. In again. And again. What are you up to this time? Last time you dressed him in a pig costume. Don't you know Qiao Xi's nature? No matter where she goes, she won't let him in her body. Why the urgency? Nian fans currently, the most trustworthy woman in the world is Qiao Xi. Fans, the one most worried is also Qiao Xi. Inside the room, the door closed. Qiao Xi turned and began rummaging through her pants. Chapter 63. Let us kiss. Young master. The next moment, Qiao Xi declared, found it. She pulled out a notebook from her waistband, only to see young master already lying on the bed, his expression clearly stating that no matter what she did today, he would not resist. Qiao Xi? She gave him a light tap and asked, What are you doing? Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Qiao Xi picked up the notebook in her hand and said, Here, take a look at this. The cover bore the title Daily Life of Shi, Volume 28. I found it under a tree, and I suspect the production team has sent a spy to impersonate your bodyguard and slander us. She flipped to the last page and handed it over. The two of them leaned in to read. August 1st, sunny. The sun is nearly scorching me. While the young lady was weeding, a stone accidentally hit the young master, and the bruise turned out to be heart-shaped. He has been mumbling about it all afternoon, declaring it fate, and that he must accept it. Haha, it's so funny. He has been resigned for half a month now. Yu Nian remarked. This is still somewhat normal. As she spoke, she flipped several pages back. July 1st, the young master was sneaking about, shaking in bed, and after about a minute, it was over. Yu Nian exclaimed, What? He snatched the notebook away and stormed out, teeth clenched. Qiao Xi attempted to stop him, but failed. When she stepped outside again, she heard Cheng Shi wailing in the corner. Accompanied by the sound of slaps, the diary was being smacked against Cheng Shi's backside. You're supposed to write a diary, not spread rumors. What do you do up in the tree, every day? Ah. Young master, woo. Cheng Shi clung to his leg. I didn't spread rumors. I recorded everything truthfully. Smack. After finishing, Yu Nian leisurely adjusted his attire, just about to leave when his gaze suddenly fixed on the notebook lying on the ground. It had flipped to the last page. The top 10 benefits of dating a younger partner. 1. The other party is mature and gentle, more capable of tolerating all your flaws. 2. You can die together. Studies show that women's lifespans generally exceed that of men. Yu Nian raised an eyebrow. Are you in a relationship? He turned to Cheng Shi, whose face instantly flushed crimson. He reached out to snatch it back, but Yu Nian was quick, flicking it up with a branch and taking off. Reciting as he ran, Is it easier to find happiness with an older woman? Yes, studies indicate so. Young master. Cheng Shi sprinted after him. Yu Nian continued, after an accidental kiss. What is the probability that the woman will develop feelings for the man? Cheng Shi shouted, Stop reading. Yu Nian added.
Kissing technique?
First hold the other person S. Yet, the moment he saw the expression on Yu Nian's face, He realized that although he had obtained the notebook, he had sacrificed his reputation for the rest of his life. Woe is me. Nian felt satisfied, his vendetta fulfilled, and turned to leave. Just before departing, he tossed something behind him. Shi instinctively caught it, only to find it was a bank card. You wrote in the notebook that dating requires spending money. Heiress your raise. Shi's face lit up with joy. In that fleeting moment, as Nian turned away, he began to ponder. There are 8 techniques for kissing? Perhaps tonight. He glanced back at the room, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after a day of intense business battles, Li Dazhuang turned off the lights in the office. Are there any eggs left? Suddenly, he heard Aunt Zhao's voice from behind, startling him, causing him to slip and fall backward. Hey, hey, hey. Aunt Zhao lunged forward, extending her hand. In an instant, her solid arms enveloped Dazhuang. Their gazes met at that moment, and the ambiguous lighting illuminated Dazhuang's face. Aunt Zhao was momentarily stunned, and within the next second, a blush crept up her cheeks. Downstairs, Aunt Zhao's son shook his head at a group of gossiping servants. Do you really think my mother and Li Cheng are involved? Absolutely impossible. She does not harbor feelings for Li Cheng. She is a woman of the new era. When faced with love, she will bravely seize the opportunity. Moreover, in matters of love, the most crucial element is timing.
The crowd suddenly realized. Oh.
In Shizun, the wooden house was completed. Before Han became a celebrity. He was a carpenter, thus he accomplished the task with remarkable skill and even arranged single rooms for everyone. Compared to their previous accommodations, it was nothing short of luxurious. The group joyfully dragged their pillows and blankets to bed. In the director's team, Director Jean sneered. Are you all prepared? We must create some excitement. Otherwise, I would be remiss for the indignities I endured at the hands of those 2 little deviants today. An assistant brought over a basin of caterpillars and said, We are ready. From my observations, this is what Qiao Xi fears the most. She even avoided them while hoeing the fields today. Director Jean grinned wickedly. Tonight, remove the live broadcast from her doorstep and place it in her room. It just so happens that now it's a single room, and it won't disturb the other guests. Let her cry out for help without anyone to hear. The moonlight climbed the branches, and the sounds of birds and insects filled the tranquil night in sheepskin. The production team stealthily crept along the corridor. Director Jean sipped herbal tea, reclining in his chair, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the monitor. Director Jean exclaimed, Huh? Producer, what is this? Aren't our people supposed to enter through the window? Upon closer inspection, both gasped in shock. What the heck?
Nian.
Nian opened Qiao Xi's door and stepped inside. The room was devoid of surveillance, and the footage abruptly ended there. Director Jean pondered for a moment, then commanded, Continue with the plan. Ignore him. Add 2 more mice. Nian is terrified of those things. We must not ruin our scheme. The voice on the intercom replied, Received. Inside the room, the young master crouched on the floor, shaking Qiao Xi awake. Qiao Xi, drowsy and barely coherent, opened her eyes, feeling as if she were in a dream. I have a drama to film soon, but I've never acted in a romantic role and lack experience. I need to practice. Plus, my father is quite strict. With that, Qiao Xi turned over again. So, adhering to the belief of family unity, and knowing your feelings for so long, spit it out quickly. Qiao Xi mumbled, utterly exhausted. The young master suddenly leaned closer, his ears flushed, speaking softly. Let us kiss.
She.
Chapter 64. Who understands? She is truly cherished. Qiao Xi dozed off again, not catching what was said.
What?
The young master whispered in her ear. Kiss, kiss.
Kiss. Fine.
If we kiss, will you be quiet? Yes. Qiao Xi reached out, her hand searching in the air until it grasped his ear, pulling him closer. Nian exclaimed. Wake up. Open your eyes. Qiao Xi leaned in directly. The moment the lips had yet to touch, Nian's pupils abruptly constricted. Outside, the director's team exchanged perplexed glances, furrowing their brows. Why was there no sound? With such a sizable bucket of caterpillars, could it be that our judgment was flawed? Is she not afraid? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, and the wooden cabin before them trembled violently. Crack. The door had split apart. The director's team was left in utter bewilderment. Then came Qiao Xi's frantic cries. Caterpillars. Oh my goodness. The cacophony of chaos ensued. Bang.
Bang. Bang.
Crack. Crack.
Crack.
The door exploded. The walls tilted. The house collapsed. Qiao Xi burst forth, paused momentarily, and dashed back inside. When she emerged again, She was cradling the shrieking Usinian, who clung to her like a koala. The house crumbled right before their eyes.
Boom.
Dust billowed in the air. In the next moment, with her peach blossom eyes narrowing, she declared, charged towards the director's team. There are more pests there. We must act on behalf of justice.
Hey, hey, hey.
The director's team could not intervene in time. Qiao Xi shot out like an arrow. It's over. The assistant yelled. Heavens! The producer cried. The director's house cannot be saved. Amidst the clamor, the two dashed through the director's abode, ultimately securing a lavish lunch for the following day and leaving Director Jean in tears, begging for forgiveness. Once outside, Director Jean collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The director's house had split in half, and tonight, they would have to sleep in hammocks. What kind of monster was this? Others screamed in fear, but she demolished houses instead. How absurd. She declared to everyone that caterpillars must never appear in this village again. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi exited, still carrying someone on her. It dawned on her, and she shook slightly, realizing there were no more mice. Let go, she insisted. Usinian clung on, resting his chin on her shoulder. My legs are weak. If your legs are weak, can't you walk without kneeling? Usinian retorted, choosing instead to sleep on the adjacent hammock. Wait, why are you two here? What are you doing? If I hadn't woken up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, I would have never known you were hugging each other. Upstairs, you would know. It's all over the trending topics. Rounding it up. They slept together. They slept together. They slept together. The trending topic soared to third place. Qiao Xi and Usinian's koala hug. Zhu Feng, with dark circles under his eyes from staying up late, was on the phone with Usinian's public relations team. After quite some time with no response, he finally reached someone on the fifth call. Hello? Came a languid voice from the other end. What's the matter at this hour? Is this Usinian's agent?
Yes.
I'm Qiao Xi's agent. Qiao Xi and U's trending. What? Did he beat someone up again? Or did he flip the entire crew?
Goodness.
He hasn't paraded the director he wants to exploit in the streets again, has he? Agent Pan Ping exclaimed, exasperated. No. Zhu Feng hurriedly explained the trending topic. Pan Ping exhaled in relief. Oh, it's merely a rumor. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's a trivial matter. Zhu Feng replied, nothing to worry about. I'm hanging up now. Don't bother me with such trivialities in the future. I need to get some sleep. With that, the call ended. Zhu Feng turned to the mirror and removed his hat, revealing a shiny patch of thinning hair atop his head. Moments later, he broke down in tears, racing towards the statue of the Bodhisattva. Please, grant me your blessings. As a young man of suitable age, I am on the verge of becoming Kappa. Outside, the commotion had no bearing on Qiao Xi's slumber. She drifted off to sleep beneath a canopy of stars and the chirping of insects, awakening revitalized the next morning. Upon rising, she noticed that everyone except the young master bore dark circles under their eyes. Zhou Ninghuan murmured to himself, though he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Fortunately, it was the day of sowing. Their team had eagerly awaited this day, for they possessed a seed drill. Today would serve as a chance to redeem their previous failures. Director Jean announced, due to Zhou Ninghuan's team having a seed drill, the other two teams will merge into one for the competition. Additionally, De Zhuang is on leave to obtain his certification, so Xiao Chui will fill in for him today. Certification? An accountant's license? A chef's certificate? A fieldwork permit?
Ha ha ha.
The director loves to joke. I would have thought it was a marriage certificate. Director Jean continued. He mentioned he tried calling you, but you didn't answer. Qiao Xi recalled that her phone had been crushed beneath rubble the previous day, and since new phones were unavailable in the village, she had opted not to replace it. It must be some business license, she concluded, but let's not dwell on that. Let's get to work. Last night, they had reconciled, determined to confront Qiao Xi together, which was the most crucial matter at hand. Thus, as they set to work today, they had prepared a grand surprise for her. Across the way, Zhou Ninghuan gleefully showcased his seed drill. Look, Qiao Xi. With the push of this button, I can sow 10 seeds simultaneously. TSK, with your 8 members, you can only plant 8 seeds. Truly, technology changes everything. He stepped forward, while Qiao Xi remained silent, focused on her task. She instinctively pulled Yuan back from tripping over a stone in front of him. The young master immediately turned, his eyes sparkling. Cheng Shi, perched in a tree, narrated the scene. Oh, she helped me avoid the stone. Did you see that? She cares for me so much. A moment later, Zhou Ninghuan approached again.
Oh.
You've only sown 3 rows? Meanwhile, we've inadvertently completed 12 rows. I'm so efficient that I feel a bit embarrassed. Director's team. What is the reward for the first place today? I'm worried I'm sewing too quickly and might disrespect our opponents. Zhoninghuan, if you cry later. I promise I won't feel any sympathy, someone retorted. How many seasons has it been? Have you learned nothing? What on earth am I even following? Is Zhoninghuan sent by Qiao Xi's team to garner her fans? So now we can't even speak the truth? Can't handle the heat? Qiao Xi's antics aren't new. Zhoninghuan is merely seeking revenge. So, what if he's using a machine? It is inherently faster than humans. Qiao Xi was determined to win. And the only way to achieve that was to hold the seeds in her mouth and spray them out, much like how she often cursed. This is simply excessive. Winning like that would be far too easy, and sister, she would never agree, someone remarked. Duan Fuline interjected, Qiao Xi, you should manage your team. We are all on the same side here. Even if you dislike me, we must work together. Your team is slacking. It has taken them far too long to accomplish so little. With a swift motion, Qiao Xi tossed the bag of seeds aside. The others chimed in as tension mounted. In Chapter 65, Yusinian warned against the impending chaos. Duan Fuline squinted, casting a challenging glance at Qiao Xi when the cameras were not focused on them. Oh dear. Someone is upset. Another voice quipped. The pair of them certainly have a knack for sarcasm. Who wouldn't be irked? Someone else added. It seems they have a mutual understanding. As I see it, the tides of fortune shift. One mustn't be overly arrogant. Just look at the consequences. Do I really need to remind everyone what Qiao Xi's demeanor was like before? You can find the evidence on my homepage. Are you taking advantage of Sister Xi's lack of fans? Gather around, sisters. Let's storm his homepage. Another voice declared. Fans of Yusinian, unite. We also wish to see what this fellow has on his page. Let's defend our little master's captain. At Duan Fuline Studio, it became evident that a clip disparaging Qiao Xi had been thoroughly dismantled by the fans of both her and Yusinian. The fans from all three sides were embroiled in a fierce battle. With the addition of Yusinian supporters, the situation grew overwhelmingly intense. Li Tao panicked. Hurry. Prepare the car. Call for Qiao Xi and Zhoninghuan's agents. We must head to the village. Something big is bound to happen today. In the village, Zhoninghuan reacted as if he had heard a joke. You? Compete with us? If I lose, I shall bow 3 times before you. Qiao Xi retorted. If you lose, you must wear my clothes and run around the village. Don't agree to that. That sounds suspiciously advantageous. How could such a deal exist? Oh dear. Zhoninghuan's mind clearly didn't foresee this twist. But what kind of clothes are we discussing? Did Qiao Xi bring something risky here? Unexpected. I could never have guessed what she would pull. Zhoninghuan immediately replied, all right. Suddenly, the world spun around them. Qiao Xi shouted for Sinian, who promptly mobilized with Fan Jiying and others rushing over. They, along with Yi Sisi, trembled at the sight. Duan Fuline held a bag of seeds in each hand, one even clenched between his teeth. Qiao Xi shook and released 3 rows of seeds. Thus, she shook, scattering seeds everywhere. Duan Fuline was overwhelmed by the speed. 6 seeds in a second was merely a warm-up. Aha! Qiao Xi, what on earth are you doing? What the heck? Ying has voluntarily joined the fray. Are you all out of your minds? Qiao Xi's team, it's nothing but a desire to see Hua Huan in those little clothes. Zhoninghuan turned pale. Trembling, he urged his teammates, quick, hurry, let's give it our all. Yet his composure had completely unraveled. A shadow trembled around them, impossible to ignore. Moreover, Qiao Xi's voice occasionally floated by. Lin, just hold on a little longer. Don't be afraid. This lifetime will pass swiftly. Lying beside him, he gasped for breath alongside the old Huang on the ground. At that moment, the young master elegantly descended from the tree and exchanged a high five with Qiao Xi.
Clap.
Director Jean couldn't help but cover his eyes, sighing as he announced, the result of the competition is that Qiao Xi's team wins. Zhoninghuan instantly tossed the cedar aside and collapsed onto the ground in despair. Yet he quickly reassured himself, it's just wearing a costume. This punishment is virtually non-existent. Qiao Xi informed, tonight at 8, come collect your outfit. As she turned to leave, the young master beside her suddenly swayed. The sun is too bright, Yu Xian remarked. Feeling dizzy, he leaned towards Qiao Xi. In the next moment, Qiao Xi took a step aside, narrowly avoiding him.
Bang!
He fell directly to the ground. Director Jean. The entire team. The comments. Fan Jiying couldn't bear to watch and attempted to help him. But the young master dodged her grasp. Don't touch me. Fan Jiying. Unable to bear it any longer, she whispered. What a disgrace. Hurry and get up. The captain has already left. You Cyan, don't act dead here. I know him too well. He's just feigning it. Here it comes. Here it comes. He's pulling a fast one. It's begun. Qiao Xi, how can you bear to leave him like this?
Help him.
Embrace him.
Ah.
I'm going insane, ha ha ha. Yu Cyan has a bit of a comedic talent. Does he not realize there are cameras filming him? Seeing that Qiao Xi truly would not help him, Yu Cyan clapped his hands to rise. In the next instant, the sound of wheels rolling through the air could be heard. Rumble, rumble. A bullock cart came to a halt. Yu Cyan looked up to see Qiao Xi gazing down at him, extending her hand. Come up. The crowd. Fan Jiying's mouth twitched. She wanted to remind Qiao Xi he has a cleanliness obsession. Before she could finish, Yu Cyan pulled Qiao Xi's hand and hopped onto the bullock cart, steady and secure. What cleanliness? Don't spread rumors. As Yu Cyan spoke, he flung all the cushions beside the cart onto the ground with a flourish. The entire team. Chapter 66. This kiss would be explosive even in the animal kingdom. Fan Jiying could no longer contain her exasperation. She thought witnessing that green arrow hanging on the captain's body last night was the pinnacle of absurdity. Little did she know, it could be surpassed. Oh my. This time it's truly beyond explanation. You Cyan's loyal fans, it's your turn to speak up. Let me. He simply likes bullock carts. I'll join in. He was tired from cheering for Qiao Xi just now, wasn't he? Whoa, I can't come up with anything more. It seems he genuinely likes Qiao Xi. But I don't want this sister-in-law. Whoa. Can't we have someone who 1T eat people, doesn't T wear a face kini, and isn't swinging from trees? My wish isn't that difficult, is it? The bullock cart started moving. Qiao Xi leaped up, sitting beside the old bull, with Yu Cyan standing tall behind her. His face radiated such pride that one might mistakenly believe he had brought glory to the nation. Duan Feline, limping nearby, cast a cold and piercing gaze at Qiao Xi's back. Duan Feline paused, then replied no. Oh, you've never even ridden in an ox cart? Yu Cyan chuckled. How can that be considered love? Duan Feline. The crowd. In the tree, a page turned. August 3rd, sunny. The young master is truly handsome. The young master is truly handsome. Wishing him and the young mistress a love that culminates in union. After Qing Shi finished that page, he flipped it over, took a new invisible ink pen, and began to write anew. He returned to the wooden house and forcefully pushed the door open, only to lock eyes with Li Tao, who was hanging in 4 drip. Brotherly? The door shut. Li Tao couldn't help but scold him for a few moments before saying, the public opinion outside is very unfavorable for you. I don't know who bought your negative trending search, but it has only served to elevate Qiao Xi's popularity. Listen to me, quickly return the money. Duan Feline's face darkened. Who else could it be but her? Brotherly, please don't say any more. I can't pay it back. I've spent it all. I'm in deep debt from gambling. But that BTCH has forgotten how she once fawned over me. Now that she has climbed up to Yucinian, she thinks she can cast me aside?
Dream on.
Li Tao, I've already called her here. Duan Feline. At the door, a voice filled with mirth rang out. Lin, are you whispering?
Burp.
Li Tao.
Despair.
Duan Feline gritted his teeth and coldly laughed. You heard, didn't you? Let me tell you, Qiao Xi, don't drink the toast and refuse the punishment. I have no money, but I know plenty of people in the underworld. Think carefully about whether you want to continue opposing me. The underworld? Do you think I don't know anyone? Qiao Xi turned to the doorway and said, Look, that is old son, that is de Zhu. And those two kissing are Ergo and Xiao Cui. Duan Feline opened his mouth. I'm not joking with you. He could not continue the conversation, gritting his teeth to threaten her again. Of course, if you were wise, I could continue to work with you like before. The profits could be yours. Li Tao wanted to intervene, but he was already unable to hold back. Qiao Xi let out a laugh. Work together? If I remember correctly, the original owner ended up losing everything while working with him. Does he think he can repeat that trick? I would like to. Duan Feline's expression brightened. Qiao Xi, but the species are different. How can we work together? Duan Feline. Qiao Xi had already taken a step back. Old Huang, come here. The large yellow dog on the ground suddenly barked excitedly and dashed over. Go on, give him a motherly kiss. Xiao 6. Xiao 6. Master?
Ding.
Item sent successfully. Qiao Xi turned and left, her movements of sucking milk becoming smoother. Li Tao dashed forward, disregarding the 4 drip in his hand, frantically trying to separate the person from the dog. Feline? Are you alright? The next moment, old Huang extended his tongue and licked Duan Feline froze. In an instant, the world blossomed with warmth and beauty. A surge of heat filled his heart. This familiar sense of security. This selfless feeling of devotion. This overwhelming sense of reliance. This is a mutual, heartfelt bond. This is an unwavering maternal love. This is what a mother embodies. Duan Feline could not help but emit a cry reminiscent of an infant's wail. Li Tao? He attempted to reach out to pull someone, exclaiming, "Mom, I love you too." Li Tao? The barrage of comments? The recently awakened Lao Huang. What on earth? This kiss would be utterly explosive even in the animal kingdom. Lin, what is wrong? Did Qiao Xi hit you? I knew her heavy-handedness would eventually leave someone dazed. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Screenshot. Those in need of emojis may take from the homepage. The tale of Duan Feline clinging to Lao Huang became widely known. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huan erupted in laughter. A dog as a mother?
Ha ha ha.
How is that different from eating excrement in public? Team member. Zhou Huan. Comments. He feigned ignorance of his previous statement and headed to Qiao Xi's cabin to retrieve his clothing. Before departing, his manager called him. Dressing as a woman is fine as long as it garners attention. We've already arranged for trending topics, with 500 marketing accounts ready to release videos. Our photographer is also in hiding among the villagers, so don't worry. If you maintain your composure, this will undoubtedly become a sensation. Excellent. 5 minutes later, Zhou Huan, in tears, called his manager. No. I cannot earn this money. Don't let the photographer drag me in. I refuse to wear it. I'd rather die than wear it. In front of Qiao Xi's cabin, Fan Jiying and Yihan each took hold of Zhou Huan and forcibly dragged him inside. When he finally emerged, Zhang Shu was the first to see him, and his entire being sprang to life. You, she exclaimed, you are crossing the line. Regardless of the circumstances, hurry and let Daddy take a look. What on earth is that outfit? Is there something Qiao Xi won't let others wear? I told you it's a playful outfit, but you didn't believe me. I'll blindly guess lace. Blind guess thong? Blind guess uniform? I'm ready with my wooden fish. No matter what it is today, I will do my utmost to preserve this merit. You Sinian, you better conceal that excitement on your face. The child has gone astray. The child is utterly lost. At this moment, Qiao Xi emerged with a demeanor as if she recognized no kin. Turning her head to beckon. Bring forth the new skin for Huan's eye. Chapter 67. A pink bough, fluttering in the breeze. Zhou Huan was forcibly dragged out. Initially, everyone only saw pink. Piggy outfit? Oh, what is there to be embarrassed about? It shouldn't be piggy. The fabric seems a bit scant. 2 seconds later, Zhou Huan fully emerged. He trembled uncontrollably, howling, desperately clinging to the doorframe. His upper body was bare. His lower half donned a short-sleeved shirt. The shirt itself was not the issue. The critical point was that it was worn inside out. The sleeves were wrapped around his thighs. The fabric enveloped a mysterious triangular region. Before us, a modest hiding place was adorned with a delicate, pink bough. The crowd gasped in unison, voices echoing, ah, ah, ah. Fan Jiying, exhilarated, clutched Yihan's arm, exclaiming, please tell me, am I seeing things? Is my vision impaired? I can't see it either. Yihan shouted back. In the next moment, dozens of villagers halted, turning simultaneously. Oh dear. Old age is catching up, my eyesight is failing, Aunt Li remarked. Uncle Yen beside her agreed, indeed. Did we eat the wrong mushrooms today? Are we hallucinating? Did you see it too? Yes, but could it be that you? The villagers gathered their courage and turned their heads once more. 3 elderly individuals could not withstand the shock, dropping their canes, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Oh my, this is beyond my comprehension, one exclaimed. In my younger days, when I fought, I could withstand cannon fire overhead. But today, I must take my leave. Uncle Yen called his daughter in the city. Dear, at your young age, do indulge in some fine attire. I've already sent the money. Buy plenty of fabric. Don't hold back. Meanwhile, Zhou Huan had no time to catch his breath as he was hastily ushered onto the village path. Qiao Xi waved his hand, proclaiming, the inaugural marathon of Shitsuan village begins now. Contestant, Huan Zai, the young master, impeccably dressed, stood by the roadside, directing the event. Claps of applause echoed. Yushun Yen, are you aware of what you're doing? I've lost my mind. The wooden fish has been struck 200 times. My stick broke and alas, my merits are lost. Merit ID number. Enough. My mother just asked what I was laughing at, I showed her. And now my father wants us both to leave. Zhou Ninghuan gritted his teeth and began to run. As he took his first steps, he saw Yusher Nian banging drums, luring everyone out of their homes. 3 minutes later, he witnessed Qiao Xi, having borrowed a grand suona, performing a majestic tune that sent the birds fleeing the forest. 5 minutes in, Yusher Nian brandished a pair of red underwear worn by Yu Zheng, performing a mock bullfight before him. 8 minutes later, Old Sun and the villagers raised a red ribbon at the finish line, cheering him on for the final stretch of his journey. Almost there. Almost finished. Zhou Ninghuan urged himself with all his strength. He dashed across the finish line. 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Congratulations. Qiao Xi stopped the timer. Old Sun presented flowers, Ergo hung the medal around his neck, and applause erupted all around. He did it. I am so proud of him. Calm down, this is not the Olympics. I just tuned in, couldn't believe it, left, came back. And now I'm wondering, is this a cult gathering? In the agency, the manager spat water onto the screen. Cough, cough, cough. Quickly notify the marketing team. We must avoid trending. Suppress it. Suppress it. The public relations team, pale as a ghost, turned the tablet around. It was too late. They were already number 1 on the trending list. Zhou Ninghuan's pink bow fluttered in the breeze. Beneath, the comment section buzzed. I've heard that if the name is too long, people will read along. I, who possess the same shirt, am instantly rendered speechless. Vowing to endure the trials of Yusinian, the punishment we thought we faced was wearing women's clothing. What Qiao Xi believed was the punishment, the eternal loss of the right to choose a partner. Bathing is akin to dangling in despair. It made me laugh until the mountains crumbled and the heroes perished, then the heavenly ladder and stone pathway intertwined. I cannot coexist with Qiao Xi. Huanzi, oh dear. Let us not oppose Qiao Xi, shall we? Eggs cannot contend with stones. I aspire to be Huan's confidant. The clothing receives poor reviews. It keeps slipping down while I run. I despise you, Qiao Xi. Manager, public relations team. At that moment, Zhou Ninghuan lay feebly on the bed, exhaling without inhaling. What did you say? He forced himself to lift his head. Collaboration? Tomorrow? Duan Feline squinted and nodded. Zhou Ninghuan lowered his gaze. Fine. Write the plan on this paper. I will review it shortly. As Duan Feline exited, Zhou Ninghuan followed closely behind. He turned and knocked on Qiao Xi's wooden cabin. Qiao Xi glanced at him. What is it? I have something to discuss. Zhou Ninghuan replied sternly. Inside, the young master immediately rose from his chair, his peach blossom eyes narrowing. The door creaked shut. In the next moment, Zhou Ninghuan stepped forward. Yusinian promptly stood up.
Bang!
Zhou Ninghuan knelt down. Yusinian halted, and Qiao Xi stumbled backward. The person on the floor yelled thrice. Father, I was wrong. From today forth, I sincerely surrender. This is my letter of allegiance. Please review it, Father Qiao. He presented the printed plan in his hand. Chapter 68. Couldn't he sleep last night? Are there burdens on your mind? That evening, Duan Feline lay in bed, activating his phone screen. On the display, the surveillance footage from the public bathing area unfolded. He sneered coldly. Qiao Xi, I gave you a chance, yet you turned your back. As he pondered, a figure suddenly appeared on the screen, sliding into the bathroom. Duan Feline immediately narrowed his eyes, preparing to take a screenshot. I'm about to undress. Qiao Xi feigned a twist, gripping the edges of her clothing. Duan Feline thought, now's the moment. In the next instant she halted. Duan Feline gritted his teeth, waiting.
Oh.
I really have to take it off. Qiao Xi began to talk to herself again. Duan Feline readied himself for another screenshot. In the next moment, she paused once more, pacing back and forth, sliding around. Duan Feline, little six, it yearned to poke its own eyes out. Why was it assigned to serve such a master? Suddenly, Qiao Xi murmured, stealthily retrieving something from the cupboard. This absolutely must not be seen. Duan Feline's interest peaked. Must not be seen? That must be Qiao Xi's leverage. Indeed. Qiao Xi held a piece of paper, heading towards the male squat toilet in the bathing area. The more Duan Feline thought, the more excited he became, trembling with anticipation. He continuously magnified the lens. Zoom in further. May everyone find their aim each day and navigate life's path with ease. She clasped her fists and departed. Duan Feline immediately magnified the situation. His eyes, bloodshot, his hands trembling, heart racing. In the next moment, the object that Qiao Xi had affixed to the toilet bowl commandeered the entire screen. It was, astonishingly, a photograph. Focus here. Duan Feline. Duan Feline. Ah, Qiao Xi. The phone was brutally hurled to the ground. This was intolerable. He must avenge this grievance. The following day, after completing the farm work, the guests were dispatched to Old Sun's residence to craft pottery. As Shitskin began to develop its tourism sector in recent years, the village gradually saw the emergence of unique shops, with Old Sun independently running a pottery studio dedicated to teaching others the craft. She smiled. Linlin, couldn't you sleep last night? Do you have something on your mind? Clearly, this provocation ignited the fighting spirit of all the men in the village, as they fiercely aimed their comments at him. Opposite them, the young master, just awakened, strolled past, yawning, then suddenly halted. Did you go steal chickens last night? Duan Feline. You two are absurd. Targeted, right? This round is all about targeting, isn't it? The battle intensified immediately. The bathing area reignited. Ahead, the husband and wife sing in harmony, together restoring their home. Look at him in this state. Only Qiao Xi can handle him. Even I am starting to waver.
No.
Sisters, I am still holding on. Absolutely cannot abandon my principles. At this moment, Old Sun, sporting his Mediterranean hairstyle, stepped forward to demonstrate to everyone. It required two people to collaborate. Together they would complete one pottery piece. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xinian walked toward the seat opposite Qiao Xi. Zhou Ninghuan was just about to take a seat when he lifted his head and met the young master's dangerous gaze. Their eyes locked in silence. Everyone, wow. It's about to get physical. In the next second, Zhou Ninghuan bowed his head, adopting a leaning posture to wipe the chair. He then looked up with a servile grin. Hee, master you please after you. Question mark. If aliens were to invade Earth, Zhou Ninghuan. Alien generals, they are here. Indeed, those who have experienced new skins are simply different. Do not mention this matter again. Pink, 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 pink. Bow tie, bow tie, bow tie, bow tie. Yu Xinian settled contentedly into his seat. Old Sun. The first step, both partners must work together to mold the clay. The young master turned to repeat. Old Sun says, the first step, you must touch my hand first. Old Sun? Beside him, Fan Jiying? Old Sun. You think bullying me for not knowing Mandarin is acceptable? Is it? Qiao Xi, not paying attention, responded with an O, and directly grasped his hand. Then what? The young master stared at the spot where Qiao Xi had touched, his entire being turning a shade of pink. Wow. Screaming, twisting, self-harm, reviving, crawling, disemboweling, reviving again, twisting himself into a braid, sneaking under their bed to eavesdrop. Please, don't leave just yet. I am your neighbor from the next room. What a coincidence. Have you also gone a bit wild online? Yushir Nian, when did you transform into this ridiculous state? You merely bumped your hand. For heaven's sake. Bathing. 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 Someone, please. Today let me be devoured like a shark and scatter my ashes to celebrate.
And me. And me. Tonight.
Everyone is invited to dance on our graves. The comment section is terrifying. Were we supposed to prevent Qiao Xi from becoming the sister-in-law? The young master's delight was short-lived. As soon as the director's time limitation was announced, Qiao Xi swiftly completed her task. She then tossed the finished cup to Yushir Nian. It's too ugly, you keep it. Yushir Nian halted in his tracks, pointing at the cup cradled in his arms. He inquired, do you know what this is? Duan Feline, in utter despair, replied, I don't want to know. It's a gift. Yushir Nian disregarded his protests, offering consolation. It's fine if you've never received a gift before, just make do with living. Duan Feline. Yes, infuriating. He turned to leave. The young master exited, thoroughly satisfied. Chengxi was puzzled. Young master, why are you clinging to a mere cup? Yushir Nian tilted his enchanting eyes. A common cup. Yet she can bestow it upon me? He gestured towards a handle. A minuscule fingerprint was imprinted upon it. Chengxi trembled. A fingerprint? Yes, yes. I recently stumbled upon a similar confession plan. This must be the young lady's declaration of love. She intends to gift you her unique mark. The young master's ears flushed crimson as he scolded. Why speak so loudly? Does she not value her dignity? Chengxi immediately covered her mouth. Everyone, prepare to head out for the airdrop. The director's team announced that today's airdrop location was in the lake, and they had provided everyone with beautiful swimsuits. Please choose your own. Upon hearing the word swimsuit, Yushir Nian paused momentarily before accelerating his pace like a rocket. You rascal! You rascal! What's the matter? Nian is simply curious about the styles of swimsuits. Nian fans, stubborn version, he just wants to wear a skirt. Nian fans, stubborn version 2, 0 indeed. After seeing Zhou Ninghuan, who wouldn't he shed envious tears. I'm in stitches. I'm getting nervous for the fans. I hope this brother holds his ground and doesn't he turn the transformation project into a dating show. Along the way, Yushir Nian encountered several team members. First was Fan Jiying, donned in a modest white swimsuit. Ah, darling, you look exquisite. Fan Jiying, put your pants on properly. Who told you to expose your legs? Next was Zhang Xiu, in a black, seductive attire. Wow, the body management of female celebrities is truly impressive. Then there were Zhou Ninghuan, Zhang Yi, and Li Xiao. Yushir Nian asked Zhou Ninghuan, have you seen Xi? Before the words left his mouth, both of them jolted. Chapter 69, Inflict a minor injury. Self-inflict 8 million. Ahead, a figure clad in an octopus bodysuit approached. Upon hearing that, Yushir Nian felt a weight lift from his heart and began to smile freely. Zhou Ninghuan, how dare you laugh so joyfully? In the comment section, a picture from yesterday was posted. Do not blame me for not sparing your dignity. Laughter erupted. Could it be that Sister Xi is behind this? We demand the surveillance footage. In the next moment, the octopus lifted its lid. Qiao Xi's face emerged from within. Gasping for breath, I thought I was going to suffocate. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Bullet screens read. Zhou Ninghuan? Yucinian's smile froze on his face. He turned abruptly and leaped into the lake. Farewell, world. Oh no, this cannot be. Young master, do not act impulsively. It was merely an illusion. Just moments ago. It was an illusion. Chang Shi frantically grasped him. Listen to me. Take a deep breath. Breathe and envision the young mistress in that alluring black dress. Yucinian attempted to calm himself. Chang Shi enveloped him in an embrace, striding forward. Let's go, yearling. Let's seize the airdrop. Let go of me. Yucinian shouted. Behave yourself. Chang Shi exclaimed. The bullet screens erupted. What on earth are you doing? A tremendous pervert is lurking upstairs. I'll raise the stakes. I offer 100,000.
What?
Are Yucinian's fans this affluent? You are mistaken. We are not only wealthy, but we are also somewhat unhinged otherwise.
Who would support such a thing?
I'll bid 150,000. So how extravagant can it be? It has been 3 entire episodes. Can no one enlighten me? I'll bid 180,000. Simultaneously, the shock value surged dramatically.
Ding.
The system has surpassed level 23. Acquired item. 1 stone, 2 birds. Qiao Xi glanced at the item description. Functionality. 1 stone, to strike 2 birds. Qiao Xi. Birds? Strike birds? Xiao 6. Master. Please do not misinterpret. The one who provided this item, are they truly innocent? Xiao 6. This statement has shaken my confidence. Oh no, is it truly tainted? The items given by the system are gradually leading the host astray. Meanwhile, Yucinian was silenced after being hit twice. He was led to the lakeside at the mountain's peak, not uttering a word. Director Jean and others stood by the shimmering lake, announcing, the airdrop location is in the lake. Each team will have 1 boat. Please prepare yourselves. Zhou Ninghuan, with a solemn expression, reassured, fear not, boss. I'll take care of everything. Acting is my forte. Beside him was Yucinian, with cameras hovering nearby, capturing every moment without a hint of evasion. I understand now. This is an affront to us. They are openly trampling our intelligence, testing how many of us dare to resist.
Ha.
Qiao Xi, let me tell you, if you treat Yurnian kindly, everything will be negotiable. Do not strike his backside. Woe is me. Zhou Ninghuan, are you out of your mind? What do you think this is, a spy game? When did this happen? It must be a hater upstairs. This is excessive. Everyone supports Hua Huan in turning to the light. Will you be the one to endure for him, or to dress him in a new skin? Or to have him participate in the Second Creek Village Marathon? Thus, the team took their positions on the boats. The preparations for the airdrop activity commenced. In an instant, all the small boats surged forward at great speed. Squinted his eyes and commanded Zhang Xiu, make your move. The two turned the boat towards Qiao Xi with a collision course. Qiao Xi immediately signaled Zhou Ninghuan with a glance, swiftly producing 8 cow dung cakes. Qiao Xi exclaimed, what is this? What on earth is happening? Zhou Ninghuan, do you even realize what you're doing? Zhou Ninghuan replied, just watch. As the words left his mouth, the cow dung cakes scattered in all directions, creating a cacophony of slaps. None landed without consequence. Abruptly turned, clutching the back of his head, and shouted at Zhou Ninghuan. What are you doing? Zhou Ninghuan's gaze grew stern as he recalled his earlier promise to conceal his identity as a spy. He quickly picked up a cow dung cake, inhaled its aroma and mused, "What can I do? I'm merely hungry," savoring the scent. "Why do you look at me like that? Don't you trust me? We are allies. How can you distrust me?" In the midst of the chaos, a desperate plea emerged. Crowdfunding information. My son, 24, has suddenly fallen ill with cerebral palsy. Seeing no hope for treatment, I hope kind-hearted individuals can offer some financial support. Alpay, 109286. No contributions yet. Wishing for recovery. Qiao Xi interjected vehemently, "I cannot coexist with this madwoman. Huan has been with her for just one day, and look at the result. The cow dung cake assassin. Farewell on your journey." Zhou Ninghuan inflicted minimal damage to the enemy while suffering immense self-damage, ultimately retreating in defeat. The teams found themselves once again embroiled in a stalemate. Meticulously laid plans crumbled one by one. For the first time, he tampered with the boat's oars. Qiao Xi decisively directed team members Fan Jiying and Yi Han to enter the water as makeshift oars, both proud and upright as they splashed vigorously. In a second attempt, he endeavored to intercept the vessels. Qiao Xi has entered the drop zone within 300 meters. Jin Dao shouted as the helicopter descended, hovering in the air. She truly resembles an elderly woman donned in a cotton-padded coat, always clad in layers. I too am like a tortoise on a field trip, unable to contain my laughter. The sparrow pecked the cow's rear, and the sparrow feasts on the cow's might. Chaos ensued in Fan Jiying's studio. An assistant lamented, but Yingying has already blocked our calls, forbidding us from disturbing her to recognize her elder brother. At that moment, a sudden shout erupted from the screen. "There's a whirlpool. Be careful, Shijie." However, it was too late. The figure vanished beneath the surface. Chapter 70. Qiao Xi, return my brother's hook. Lips curled into a smirk. The director's team was in a frenzy, urging, "Hurry. We cannot afford any casualties." As he took charge, the knot of desperation tightened. Suggesting to seize the airdrop in the lake was his idea.
Ah.
Yuingdi, young master, it's dangerous. Suddenly, shouts echoed around them. Yu Xinyan, tall and slender, plunged into the water, heading toward Qiao Xi. Cheng Xi's face paled, and he too leaped in with a splash. Following suit were Fan Jiying and Yi Han, diving in like dumplings cascading into a pot. Oh no, it's all over. This is madness. We truly have entered the whirlpool. Having not surfaced for so long, could it be? Is the calamity that has plagued us for 1,000 years merely a deception? In the next moment, the assistant abruptly tapped Director Jean on the shoulder. "Director Jean, look, it's coming up." Director Jean gasped in astonishment. "What?" "The corpse is rising." She trembled as she lifted her gaze, and in an instant, her mouth fell agape. The smile on Duan Felin's face froze instantly. Before them, the fish in the lake began to surface, large and small, frantically rushing towards the whirlpool. What on earth? Is that a school of fish? And there are crayfish.
Goodness, even the old turtles are out.
Is every creature in the lake coming forth? I knew Qiao Xi was the king of beasts. The last time I witnessed such a scene was the day Xiang Fei was resurrected. I command you to bring her back to life, little turtle. In the next instant, the fish leapt skyward in a cacophony of splashes. Alive. Still alive. Director Jean let out a piercing scream. Cheng Xi and the others burst forth from the water, ecstatically shouting. Splash, splash, splash.
Ah!
Duan Felin, jumping on the boat, found himself unable to evade and fell directly into the lake. Gritting his teeth, he clambered back onto the boat, narrowing his eyes menacingly at the lifeguard. His lips formed the words, "Make a move." To prevent the first plan from failing, he had a second plan in mind. He sought two burly men adept at swimming, who were now lying in ambush, waiting to drag Qiao Xi beneath the water. Excellent. The lifeguard dove in with fervor. A swift kick sent him flying. You wretched creature. Still trying to take my life. The scene erupted in chaos. Shocking value 20,000. Shocking value 80,000. The system broke through 3 levels. Qiao Xi, consumed by fury, paid no heed to what she had gained. As she raised her fist, Director Jean was about to seek out the cameraman. Turning around, he beheld the sole cameraman pinned against a tree by Cheng Xi. At that moment, Yusinian, holding the camera, turned to the forest. Welcome, everyone, to the picturesque Shitsun village, where the mountains are clear and the water is pure, and the air is abundant.
Ah!
I can't hear Linlin calling. Family who understands. I am in tears. If she were to pass gas, he would help her remove her trousers. Duan Feline exclaimed, "Stop hitting."
Ah, no, no, no.
Yusinian remarked, "Look. This is a carp, this is a mushroom, this is my bodyguard Qiao Xi, and this is Qiao Xi's diary," which states that the young master mentioned fingerprints on the cup. To please him, and to express my gratitude for the raise he granted me, I specifically learned some acting skills and brought them to life. Yusinian paused, delivering a swift kick to Qiao Xi when the camera was not focused on them. He then smiled and added, "My mistake, that was just trash carelessly thrown by Qiao Xi." Finally, the noise subsided. Qiao Xi pretended to rise. Duan Feline, gasping for breath, exhaled in relief. She slowly extended her hand, picking up a pebble the size of a pearl. Duan Feline questioned, "What is this? Such a tiny stone. And she thinks to use it against him?" "Here." Little Six replied. "That person nearly caused the master's demise. The entire system agrees to eliminate him. Had it not been for the master's affinity with animals, today's events could have turned perilous." Utilizing a strategy of 2 birds with 1 stone, Qiao Xi swiftly cast the stone. Little Six, inexplicably exhilarated, exclaimed yes. Mere moments later, 2 anguished cries reverberated across the scene. At the hospital, Duan Feline awoke to find several doctors gathered at his bedside, their gazes fixed upon his lower half. After a prolonged sigh, they shook their heads, murmuring, "We did our best." Just as Duan Feline regained consciousness, a sudden jolt caused him to faint once more. It wasn't long before the news spread like wildfire. Qiao Xi's Weibo was soon inundated with fervent outrage, the latest post filled with a torrent of vitriol. "Qiao Xi, leave the entertainment industry. Can such a violent woman truly remain in this sphere? Return my brother's hook. Qiao Xi, how will you repay the debt to my brother?" Li Tao contemplated visiting Zhu Feng, but upon reflection, he hastily retreated. In Shitsuan, Director Jean, gripped by fear and external pressure, had no choice but to terminate the contract with Qiao Xi. With the settlement in hand, Qiao Xi readily agreed, swiftly packing her belongings. As she emerged, she unexpectedly encountered the young master, also dragging a suitcase. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "I'm coming with you," Yusian replied, kicking a stone. "What is there for me to record in your absence?" Chapter 71. While the program unfolds in Shitsuan, my heart plays in the Yu household. Qiao Xi squinted and leaned closer to observe him. Under the moonlight, the young master's face was flushed. His porcelain-like skin bore no blemishes, and his peach blossom eyes shimmered with emotion, his eyelashes quivering with anticipation. The young master, brimming with excitement, thought, "She looked at me. She understood my words. I am truly a genius of directness. Was such fervor truly necessary?" She tossed a remark over her shoulder, hefting 2 suitcases and dashing away. The wind swept past, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Yusian kicked a stone, grunting slightly, feeling a twinge of grievance. Looking up, Yusian met Qiao Xi's sparkling gaze and beckoned him closer. Qiao Xi approached with eager anticipation. "Turn around," Yusian instructed. Qiao Xi, filled with hope, complied. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as he was unceremoniously shoved into a tree.
Ouch.
As Yusian entered the vehicle, Qiao Xi, rubbing his backside, remarked, "Young master, I fear you still lack an understanding of love." "You, be quiet. Do you think I don't understand?" Qiao Xi's cheeks flushed a bright red as he fidgeted. "Well, I have some knowledge." At that moment, the village loudspeaker suddenly blared to life. Qiao Xi's foot halted mid-step.
"What? De Zhuang?"
His wife. Did I hear incorrectly? She exchanged a glance with Yusian, and in an instant, they both sprinted in the same direction. Qiao Xi, trailing behind, called out, "Wait for me." Qiao Xi urged, "Don't look, don't look. It's not a pretty sight." Yusian concurred, "Indeed. Why should we concern ourselves with others' love lives?" Qiao Xi protested, Hey, why are you dragging me along? I want to see De Zhuang too." Suddenly he halted, staring ahead, utterly stunned. There was De Zhuang, proudly walking alongside Aunt Zhao, who had donned a new outfit and makeup, appearing transformed from her usual self. Yet, even if her thick red lips were turned to ash, he would still recognize her. A few moments later, the anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig resounded throughout the village.
Ah!
Qiao Xi turned and leapt into the lake. Yu Xinyan gritted his teeth and yanked him back, exclaiming, "It's merely an illusion. An illusion. Trust me, take a deep breath. Imagine that is not Aunt Zhao, but rather Uncle Dai, wearing Aunt Zhao's mask. Feeling better?" Qiao Xi, eyes shut, nodded. "Much better." However, no sooner had Yu Xinyan released him than a voice rang out behind them. "Young master!" Aunt Zhao exclaimed with delight, You've come to witness my love. Love. Qiao Xi's cheeks were stained with tears, and in an instant, he transformed into a firecracker, propelling himself directly into the lake.
Splash.
The water erupted wildly. Old son, groggy from sleep, open the window on the second floor. Who is it? Who has cast a boulder into my heart's lake? Qiao Xi was pulled from the water, his face reflecting utter despair. The car departed from Xi village. Director Jean cautiously leaned out to confirm that Qiao Xi had left before finally exhaling in relief. At last, the plague had been sent away. Director, at the entrance,
Yihan stepped in.
he was clad in work pants, exuding an impressive charisma, and immediately threw down a contract, declaring, I wish to terminate my contract. Following him were Fan Jiying, Zhou Huan, and Yi Cixi. In unison, they voiced, we all wish to terminate our contracts. Director Jean was taken aback, hesitating as she contemplated how to retain them. Yet Fan Jiying, fueled by rage, declared, my boss has left, hence I shall follow her. Stop the prattling. Just sign it. I can afford this termination fee. Yi Cixi added softly, I think sister she is quite wonderful. I despise you all. Without anyone pressuring me, I fear I might not adjust. Director Jean remained speechless. Ultimately, the group exited with their termination contracts in hand. Finished? Who can say for sure? That evening, 6 guests officially announced their participation in the transformation of celebrities, causing a stir. Among them were top influencers, A-list stars, and high-profile singers. The lineup far more glamorous than before, instantly igniting the interest of netizens. Xiao Yuyi's darling. Humph. Since Yi isn't here, I shan't watch anymore. My little darling Mo. Anticipating Mo's performance. Our Mo is a top influencer. What is there to fear? Let us boost the numbers. Sister Xi's octopus ensemble. Without this woman, I truly cannot bear to watch. I have relied on Qiao Xi for my daily entertainment. Director Jean observed the overwhelming majority of comments, filled with anticipation, and smiled smugly. Just wait and see. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the Yu residence. Instantly, bodyguards surrounded Yu Zheng's study. Yet Yu Xinyan did not rush into the study. Instead, he beckoned Chengdong over. Chengdong approached, startled. Brother, he cried out, rushing forward to embrace Qiao Xi. What happened to you? I told you not to be so foolish all the time. Look what has happened now. Someone couldn't hold back and finally splashed you with water in person. Qiao Xi glanced at Chengdong. The next moment, he burst into tears. His fingers trembled in the air, forming a square. Chengdong shouted, someone, go buy a coffin. Qiao Xi. Huh? Yu Xinyan what? Yu Xinyan kicked Chengdong, declaring, he needs a diary. Qiao Xi nodded frantically. As he grasped the diary, his entire being was drenched, and he trembled as he inscribed the words final note beside him. What final note? Exclaimed a young master nearby. Look at your pitiful state. You wouldn't understand, young master? This feeling is akin to the despair of Qiao Xi when words elude him. As Qiao Xi strolled by, he languidly remarked, have you realized that not only have you lost your love, but you are also illiterate?
Ah!
Qiao Xi howled, turning to leap into the lake by the artificial hill, only to be thwarted by Chengdong's desperate intervention. Once Qiao Xi departed, Qiao Xi recalled how to articulate his feelings and declared, young master, I've figured it out. It feels as if one day you discover that the young lady has never harbored any affection for you. How utterly despairing that would be.
Yu Xinyan sneered coldly.
Impossible. Chapter 72. The young lady declares that the young master is a treasure. Chengdong exclaimed, what the hell? Brother, are you not awake? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Indeed, Yu Xinyan's countenance darkened immediately. Old Liu, observing from upstairs, although unaware of the unfolding events, promptly instructed the bodyguards. Protect the master. Gather around. Prevent the young master from venting his frustrations on the master. In the room, He Shuefeng had just completed her skincare routine and emerged to find Yu Zheng crouched by the door, peering through the crack. Darling? You. Yu Zheng instantly straightened up, cleared his throat, and walked over while sipping hot tea, just getting some exercise. Downstairs. Chengdong attempted to seize the young master, but was too late. Suddenly, Yu Xinyan, wielding a loudspeaker he had seemingly conjured from thin air, proclaimed at the top of his lungs, the Yu family of the capital. The Yu family of the capital. Love has collapsed. Li Dazhuang has run off with Aunt Zhao. Li Dazhuang has run off with Aunt Zhao, burdened by a mountain of emotional debt. Now, couple mugs are on sale for just 9 yuan and 90 cents. He brandished 2 mugs adorned with lip prints, shaking them about. These were indeed the gifts Qiao Xi had intended to present. Ah! Qiao Xi howled, leaping once more toward the lake. After considerable effort, Cheng Dong managed to steady him. To prevent further retaliation from the young master, he pulled him aside. Young master, I just had Aunt Li give the young lady some fruit wine. You see, Nian inquired, oh? Is this an early celebration for Qiao Xi's return to singlehood? Cheng Dong replied, don't you wish to hear the young lady confess her feelings? The young lady is shy and finds it difficult to articulate such sentiments. However, after a drink, it could be a different story. When a woman drinks, she can transform into.
Yu Xinyan, intrigued, leaned closer.
Cheng Dong formed his hands into claws, let out a playful growl, and balanced on one leg, sporting a mischievous smile that was utterly terrifying. Yu Xinyan instantly wrapped his arms around himself. No way, a mouse? Cheng Dong retorted, it's a wolf. A wolf. He pushed him forward, go on. The alcohol has already taken effect. You need do nothing but stand before her. I've inquired, and the young lady gets tipsy after just one glass. It will undoubtedly work. Yu Xinyan immediately readied himself. Just as he took a step forward, he hesitated. What's wrong? Cheng Dong asked. In front.
Oh.
Isn't that just old Lu with the bodyguards on alert? Young master, trust me, hurry, it's foolproof. Wait. Did something just fly past us? The two men tensed in alarm. Ahead, Qiao Xi dashed out, her face flushed with excitement, dragging along a person wearing a facial mask, none other than the wildly screaming He Shuefeng. Robot vacuum, activate. Clean the entire house.
Ah, Qiao Xi.
Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. What are you doing? Li Ma hurriedly approached with a report. This is bad. Just now. Madam, he uttered a few words about the young mistress. The young mistress has had too much to drink and is using her as a mop. Behind Cheng Dong, a fair hand waved dismissively. Let her be. Li Ma exclaimed, young master, aren't you going to stop her? Yu Xinyan's face appeared. Do you dare to intervene? Li Ma replied, do you know why I came to urge you to stop? The three exchanged glances, opting for a momentary blindness amidst He Shuefeng's piercing screams. Suddenly, the screams ceased. Has it stopped?
Li Ma muttered.
Is she looking for another target? Instantly, the faces of the three turned pale.
Run.
Before they could escape, Yu Xinyan was seized by the neck.
Qiao Xi inebriated visage émerged.
Hee, who do we have here? Yu Xinyan. The entire family. Cheng Dong retreated while pulling the sobbing Cheng Xi along. All right, I'll go find reinforcements. Lu Bo exclaimed, creak. As the door swung open, Yu Zheng stepped out, his expression cold as ice. I must intervene. After all, he is my flesh and blood. I cannot stand by and watch my son perish. The entire family wept. Whoa, is this paternal love? Truly as heavy as a mountain. The family... It's over. It's over. The countdown for the young master's life has begun. Lu Bo began to pray, while Cheng Dong rushed to the wishing pool to toss in coins. Li Ma took out her divination, and her granddaughter squatted nearby, calculating tarot cards. The lover's card. Li Ma's granddaughter exclaimed, a surprise at first sight. Love is in the air. Li Ma shot her a sidelong glance. You might want to practice a bit more. Even my poker hand has better odds than that. Meanwhile, Yu Xinyan resolved to save himself. He seized the moment, preparing to flee. In the next second, Qiao Xi swept him up in a princess carry. Oh, isn't this my darling? She inquired, lowering her head. The family fell silent. Yu Zhang at the door asked, what did she say? Thus, the closest Cheng Dong began to relay. The young mistress said the young master is her darling. Cheng Xi added. The young mistress said darling.
Lobo remarked.
The young mistress said, he is truly a big darling. Finally, Li Ma stammered, and under Yu Zheng's urging, she finally said, the young mistress said the young master has a big darling. Yu Zheng fell silent instantly. I will pretend I did not hear that.
Li Ma nodded hurriedly. Yes.
I will tell everyone not to spread it. No. Yu Zheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly changed his mind. It must be spread. Li Ma. On the other side, Yu Xinyan had already gone limp, collapsing into Qiao Xi's embrace, no longer struggling. Cheng Dong and Cheng Xi covered their mouths. She loves him so much, using He Shuefeng as a mop, yet calling him her darling. Isn't our young master just a darling? What else could it be but love? In the next moment, Qiao Xi shook Yu Xinyan, beginning to sing, sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Cheng Dong felt something amiss. Yu Xinyan remained lost in the melody. Little bunny, be good, open the door. It continued until the third familiar tune emerged. This was the first time. As your mother. Our emotions were somewhat complex. Suddenly, The faded memories of Yu Si Nian were awakened. He abruptly stood up, pushing Qiao Xi away. You, child, darling. Qiao Xi patted his head, saying, Come, Mama will take you out. She took Yu Si Nian's hand and began knocking on doors, cheerfully inquiring, Do you want a child? A boy will do.
Ah?
You don't want it? Would you prefer a daughter? She could wear dresses. As she spoke, she pushed Yu Si Nian into the wardrobe, meticulously searching for a dress to put on him. Yu Si Nian firmly grasped her hand. In the dimly lit room, only their breaths were audible. After a pause, the young master pulled her closer, asking, Do you like children? Shall we have one? Qiao Xi's intoxicated gaze faltered for a moment. What? You? With me? Have a child? What nonsense are you talking? Qiao Xi playfully patted the young master's face. Be good, you should have a child with Yi Cc. Chapter 73. She kissed me, just like De Zhuang kissed Aunt Zhao. Yu Si Nian was taken aback. His beautiful pupils suddenly reflecting a fan-like pattern. 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, 2 parts hurt, and 2 parts disbelief. With whom shall I have a child? He asked again. Little Six exclaimed, Ah. Master, wake up. You're about to expose yourself. You must not reveal the original plot to the antagonist. Qiao Xi was in a daze, only hearing little SX's directive to silence him. Yu Si Nian persisted, ready to cause a scene. Who do you want me to have a child with? Speak clearly. Suddenly, soft lips pressed against his. A quick peck. They separated. Qiao Xi held his chin, laughing mischievously. Oh dear, now you can't speak, can you? Little Six. Young master. You.
Peck.
She kissed him again. Before the pink hue could spread to Yu Si Nian's ears, Qiao Xi stumbled forward, pushing him straight into the wardrobe. Bang, they fell. She propped herself up on her arms, squinting at him. Then, like a chick pecking at rice, she kissed him every 2 seconds. Still talking?
Huh?
Is your face allergic? So red?
Huh?
Did you think that hiding your face in the clothes would make you invisible to me? I must say, that face is truly delightful. Little Six. What a scene. What a scene. Don't mention the young master. If it had a face, it would be blushing for half an hour today. Master, are you really this bold? Little Six frantically requested to format itself from its superiors. Please, let it forget. Outside the door, Cheng Dong and Li Ma were pressed against the door gap, listening. What is happening? There's no sound.
Ah.
Did they die? The two fell silent. Then Li Ma suddenly cried out, My young master, the adorable baby I watched grow up. Despite your incessant dramatics and tendency to collapse at the slightest provocation, each fall necessitates a laundry session for you, which is truly exasperating. Yet, this collapse seems to last a lifetime. How is Li Ma to survive? Suddenly, a flurry of servants rushed in, some weeping, others gossiping in hushed tones. Abruptly, the door swung open, and a hush fell over the crowd. Everyone turned in unison to see the young master, his mouth covered, emerging as if he had been thoroughly steamed, swaying slightly. He shot a fierce glare at Cheng Dong. Cheng Dong, startled, immediately braced himself for an impending onslaught. However, Yu Si Nian disregarded him entirely, darting past in search of something. Upon spotting Cheng Xi beside the artificial hill, his eyes sparkled with recognition as he hurried over. Cheng Xi, startled, exclaimed, Young master, are you all right? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yu Si Nian swiftly removed his hand from his mouth. Cheng Xi caught sight of his glistening lips, only to have Yu Si Nian cover them once more in an instant. Cheng Xi was perplexed. What does this mean?
Then,
he observed the young master's hand opening and closing, revealing and concealing again. Cheng Xi's expression turned serious. Young master, she has distorted your lips. This cannot be allowed. A playful exchange would suffice. Your face is your only asset, he declared angrily, rushing inside. For the first time, Yu Si Nian was unfazed. Whispering in Cheng Xi's ear, she kissed me, pausing before breaking into a laugh, 28 times. Cheng Xi was bewildered. Yu Si Nian continued. Just like how Li Dazhuang kissed Aunt Zhao. Cheng Xi was utterly flabbergasted. Yu Si Nian sighed. Ah, love, I only possess a fleeting understanding of it. Cheng Xi, overwhelmed, dashed out and leapt into the lake within the artificial hill. Brother! Cheng Dong rushed to rescue him. The young master quickly grabbed the diary that had fallen to the ground. The latest page was utterly unrestrained, declaring, Cloudy, 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 cloudy. I detest couples. I abhor love. If the heavens can hear me, please restore the order of singlehood, especially in the presence of those flaunting their affections. Yu Xin snatched the accounting pen from Li Ma and scribbled energetically. He then tossed the pen aside and departed. Li Ma peeked in astonished. There, vividly illustrated, were two figures locked in a kiss, accompanied by the note, August 5th, sunny. Wishing Aunt Zhao and Li Dazhuang a century of happiness. Attached is their love story. That night, the young master was excessively exuberant and could not sleep. Unlike before, he found comfort in the coarse sheets, tenderly caressing them. He didn't mind Xingdong clumsiness, instead smiling encouragingly at him. The bed felt softer, the outside noise faded, and even his father's visage no longer irritated him. In the middle of the night, when he crossed paths with Yu Zheng in the restroom, they exchanged smiles, greeting each other with warmth. Hey, you're liberating yourself too? Yu Zheng nearly thought he was dreaming. At breakfast the next morning, Qiao Xi was still asleep. Just as Yu Zheng was about to call someone to awaken her, Yu Xin playfully struck his chopsticks. Let her sleep. Yu Zheng was left speechless. After dinner, Yu Xin prepared the car to head to the company, simultaneously cautioning Yu Zheng, do not disturb her. I will go to the company first. Yu Zheng took a deep breath, summoned Li Ma, and inquired with a glance. Li Ma bowed respectfully, assuring, rest assured, sir, as per your request. It has all been disseminated. That day, the elite society of the capital was once again engulfed in a storm of scandal. The young rakes exclaimed, what? Brother Nian has a grand treasure. Incredible. Truly, he is our brother. Another added, what? Brother Nian and old master Yu performed a striptease together, competing to flaunt their grand treasures? And Brother Nian emerged victorious? Who spread such rumors? He roared.
Lima quickly apologized. I am terribly sorry.
I instructed Xingdong to circulate it. I never anticipated he would. Oh dear. It is entirely my fault, sir. Please punish me. To be honest, I foretold this morning that today would be fraught with calamity. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi awoke around noon, finally rising from her slumber. Yesterday, she murmured, touching her lips. Qiao 6. Wait, do you remember? Chapter 74. On the path to the underworld, you shall not be lonely. Qiao Xi asked, Qiao 6, did you ever dream of transforming into a chicken? Qiao 6 responded with confusion. I thought transforming into a sweeping robot was bizarre enough. But why was I pecking at rice the entire second half of the night? Qiao 6 remained silent, wanting to respond but unable to find the words. Suddenly, her phone vibrated violently. Qiao Xi distanced herself from the device and opened Weibo. Indeed, the trending topic was ablaze. The comments flooded in. What did I say last time? Qiao Xi actually hit someone. Sister Xi, how could you leave marks? You make it hard for us to cover it up. Forget it, I will try harder. She didn't hit a person. She hit a beast. Zhu Feng shouted. He really called the police. You're finished. Don't think I don't know you. Hey.
Qiao Xi.
What are you doing connecting the call? Qiao Xi directly initiated the connection. The team on Duan Felin's side immediately accepted, and their faces appeared on the live stream, gazing at each other from a distance. Duan Felin. The team. The audience.
Hello.
Qiao Xi waved, and the suspect gleefully offered herself, with a flood of astonished reactions. 111111111 what? She dares to come. Truly, the despicable become invincible. Qiao Xi. Thank you for the rocket, big brother. Qiao Xi leaned closer to the screen, engaging with the comments fervently.
What?
Dance? Flirt? How do you flirt? Left or right? She donned cleaning gloves and began to wipe the cabinet, moving left and right, up and down.
Qiao Xi.
Qiao 6 exclaimed, truth bomb deployed. Qiao Xi casually remarked, you little witch. If I don't deal with you today, I'll take your surname. In an instant, the comment section was cleared. Duan Felin and his team were left in shock. Moments later, the entire team erupted into chaos, swiftly shutting down the live stream. Qiao Xi touched her face. Wow. So this is the feeling of being compelled to speak the truth. Although I am endowed with a system, I have yet to experience this astonishing sensation. I yearn for this thrill. Qiao 6 replied, thank you, my master, for granting me the courage to face death. Cheng Shi, on the road to the underworld, I have my little 6. You must not feel lonely, right? Yu Jing took a sip of tea, raising an eyebrow. Hitting someone? My daughter-in-law never strikes anyone. She is obedient and filial. If someone speaks loudly, she becomes frightened. There's no way she would hit anyone. Cheng Shi. Did you see Nian sneak into my pure cotton pajamas? Damn it, if I catch him, I will not spare him. Outside the door, Qiao Xi roared as she stormed out. The police. Yu Zheng calmly inquired, what was that commotion just now? Uncle Lu exclaimed loudly, it was Li Ma. She has been mistreating the young master again. That's good, Yu Zheng nodded. Addressing the police, you see, my daughter-in-law is indeed not at fault. What? Lima hit someone? That's not an issue either. Didn't she say she wouldn't kill him? However, immediately after, a new trending topic overshadowed the incident. Unmistakably. It was, what did I say? I said Qiao Xi would cause an earthquake in the entertainment industry. Ha ha ha. Damn it, I'm stuffed with juicy gossip. What a glorious era in domestic entertainment. Waking up early in the morning left me dumbfounded. So Sister Xi is innocent?
Damn.
She actually didn't hit someone without reason. I was startled, thinking I would have to support a celebrity with a prison record, a bit nervous. Su Yijin is truly formidable. No wonder she's the queen of the circle. The woman I adore is flawless. You guys, are you insane? Qiao Xi got into the car at 12:30. The incident concluded at 1 o'clock. In the studio, Li Tao cursed loudly. I told you not to provoke Qiao Xi. Don't provoke Qiao Xi. And now look, you refuse to repay this money.
What are you being so stingy about?
You need a dozen people to hammer you down, and now you owe a dozen debts. Just wait and rot in jail. Duan Fu Lin opened his mouth, his face pale. No, he still had a trump card. He couldn't afford to lose. At the company, Yi Cece hung up the phone, her brow furrowed. Cece, you have to believe me. I am not as they say. Come find me tomorrow. You are the only one who can help me now. I beg you. Qiao Xi wants to harm me. I bow to you. Is that all right? Knock, knock, knock.
Did you hear that? Cece?
I beg you to help me. Then she entered the building, knocking on the president's office door, addressing Yu Si Nian. Brother Nian. That scoundrel just called me. Her face flushed. Indignantly, she played the recording. He still wants to harm Sister Xi.
Who wants to harm me?
A voice came from behind. It was Qiao Xi. The young master, who had been lounging in the chair, instantly straightened up. Chapter 75. Impossible to catch. He is exceptionally skilled at this. A pair of sparkling eyes was openly focused on her lips. The more he stared, the more the young master resembled a steam locomotive, puffing out smoke. Yi Cece's head abruptly turned towards Qiao Xi. She understood one truth. Every time Brother Nian gets close, it is invariably related to Sister Xi. Qiao Xi, casually sucking on a lollipop, strolled over. Oh, are you allergic? Your face is so red. Yi Cece, disappointed. It seems nothing happened. Yu Si Nian, astonished. Flirting. This is flirting. Last night, between the 8th and 9th kiss, she uttered those words, and now, astonishingly, she boldly expressed them in front of Yi Cece. This woman is undeniably audacious. The young master was restlessly rubbing his right foot against the floor tiles.
Kok, Nian Ye.
Yi Cece couldn't help but interrupt Yu Si Nian's fervor, pushing his phone slightly. Yu Si Nian looked up, about to speak, when a sudden thought struck him. He called out, Cheng Xi. From the tree, Cheng Dong, who was on duty for Cheng Xi, jumped down. Here, young master, why is it you? Cheng Xi went to buy a locked diary.
Yu Si Nian nodded, facing Cheng Dong.
Tell her to keep the recording safe and report it later.
Oh.
Cheng Dong conveyed to Yi Cece, who was a meter away. Keep it safe, report later. Yi Cece. Qiao Xi. Yi Cece. Do we need to make a copy? Yu Si Nian continued addressing Cheng Dong. No need. Cheng Dong relayed, no need. Yi Cece. Nian Ge. Why are you having someone relay messages? It's not like we don't know each other. The young master swayed as he walked away, his voice lingering at the door. Moreover, the fortune teller said I wouldn't have children with someone whose name has 3 characters. If I did, I would die. I believe in fate and don't wish to die. Yi Cece. Qiao Xi. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Cheng Dong casually gathered the snacks from the young master's desk and remarked,
Get used to it.
The fortune teller also mentioned that our young master is excessively handsome, a beauty that comes at a price. You both understand what I mean, right? He departed after saying that. Yi Cece hesitated for a while before asking Qiao Xi, so, Xijia, what should I do next? Qiao Xi bit into her lollipop. Sitting in the boss's chair. Can you act? She inquired.
Yes, Cece. Ojan.
Qiao Xi beckoned. My dear, come closer. Yi Cece instantly beamed with delight as she leaned in. The auction results would take some time, meaning the money wouldn't arrive so soon. She had to roll up her sleeves. Qiao Xi slammed her hand on the table at the company. I declare, we shall engage in a second round of business warfare for our little profit of 100 million. This time, I will personally take charge. The crowd cheered. President Qiao. President Qiao. Victory is ours. Soon, The first wave of soldiers arrived on the battlefield, consisting of the married Aunt Zhao, her temperamental son, and her newlywed husband, Li Dazhuang. Before setting off, the trio encountered a minor mishap. I've said it countless times. I do not agree, I do not agree, I do not agree. I do not want a stepfather. Aunt Zhao's son, Niu Jinqiang, clung to the railing on the second floor of the company and leaped down. Holy cow! The crowd gasped. Aunt Zhao nudged Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang rushed forward. Don't act impulsively. I bought your favorite game console. Fan Jiying frowned. Ridiculous. Bringing up the game console at a time like this, you should be soothing him.
Bang.
Upon seeing the game console in Dazhuang's hands, Niu Jinqiang rushed over. Really? Dad? Can it come with game cartridges? Yes. Of course. Niu Jinqiang. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Aunt Zhao shed tears of joy. I knew you would like him. The family of 3 linked arms and charged forth like a whirlwind. Fan Jiying. She posted on a certain website. Question. Am I the only sane person in the entire company? What should I do? The U family group. Here it comes again. The secretary's frantic voice crackled over the intercom. The enemy was advancing once more. Li Cheng's expression hardened as he glanced at He Shuefeng opposite him. They were both well prepared and set off. On the top floor, in the president's office, Yu Zheng elegantly extended his hand. The secretary promptly pushed forward a luxurious leather chair, while simultaneously preparing tea and exquisite desserts flown in from France. Not these, Yu Zheng narrowed his eyes. Oh, I see. The secretary understood. Retrieving a sky-blue children's telescope he had just purchased. Yu Zheng raised an eyebrow. The secretary scratched his head. This was the only one available. I even had to snatch it from a child who is now in tears. Yu Zheng nodded. Increase the salary. The secretary pushed Yu Zheng to the corner by the floor-to-ceiling window, after which he donned the telescope around his neck and leaned down to observe the unfolding scene. Li Cheng had already reached the ground floor. The secretary reported, we have prepared paints, water guns, and a team ready to launch eggs. This time, whenever they distribute flyers, we'll splash paint. When they deliver speeches, we'll unleash the water guns. If they throw eggs, we have double the eggs to retaliate. He pointed toward the warehouse, assuring that everything was foolproof. After hearing the frontline report, Yu Zheng sighed. The situation was dire. They're coming. The secretary suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, move it, move it. A loudspeaker-equipped vehicle slowly approached. The young master lounged languidly in the driver's seat, his long legs draped over the door. Beside him sat Qiao Xi, striking the same relaxed pose. Everyone braced themselves for battle. The secretary exclaimed, He's here to distribute flyers. Li Cheng's face turned ashen. Prepare the eggs. Elderly bystanders lined the street, ready to spring into action. Beep beep. Qiao Xi suddenly raised his hand, and the vehicle came to a halt. Li Cheng what? He Shuefeng, a newcomer? How new? ISN, Tihi distributing flyers? No eggs either? Have they changed their tactics? Before the words left their lips, Cheng Dong came rushing in with a string of firecrackers. Oh no! Manager Li, be careful. Li Cheng stumbled back. Cheng Dong shouted, joy is coming. Crackling firecrackers erupted. The sound was thunderous. Ahead, Fan Jiying led her band, banging drums and gongs. Meanwhile, villagers from Shizhuan unfurled a red carpet and tossed sweets. The Yu family group stood in utter shock. The secretary gaped. Are they getting married here? Li Cheng gritted his teeth. Get them out. However, it was too late. Beep, beep, beep. Qiao Xi's Suona began to play. Spectators flocked to the scene. Qiao Xi announced. Now approaching our Aunt Zhao, who failed in her pursuit of Li Cheng, and her deeply beloved current husband, Li Dazhuang. The crowd murmured. Oh. Li Cheng cursed under his breath. Stop them, he shouted. Yet the vehicle deftly maneuvered, you see Nian reversing with flair, even offering a salute as he passed Li Cheng. Upstairs, Yu Zheng savored a sip of tea. It's impossible to catch him. I've tried. He's exceptionally skilled at driving this. Chapter 76. Oh, from now on, this family will bear the surname Qiao. Secretary. Why do you take pride in this? After the Suona was played, Qiao Xi shouted, I bow to heaven and earth. May I distance myself from foolishness for the rest of my life. Aunt Zhao and a Zhuang performed the ceremonial bow. Cheers erupted from the crowd. For the second bow. To the elders, may their lives be longer than the heavens. The parents hurriedly arrived, standing by the roadside to receive the tea. The applause intensified. The couple bows to each other. Even at 40, they can still have a child. Aunt Zhao and a Zhuang exchanged shy glances, both lowering their eyes. with Aunt Zhao even stamping her foot in bashfulness. As Yu Si drove past in his car, he took a moment to share a video with Qiao Xi. Did you see that? Who would have thought Aunt Zhao's face could turn so red? Have you seen my painting? Is it beautiful? On the other end, there was a startled ah, followed by a splash of water as the call ended. He pulled Li Dezhuang to within a meter of Li Cheng, expressing with fervor, I wish to acknowledge you as my father. You are mature and charming, unlike those young managers who are still scratching their feet. Li Cheng trembled with anger. Qiao Xi's voice boomed again. I believe everyone is quite curious. What does Dezhuang possess that wins Aunt Zhao's heart? The crowd chimed in. Indeed, what is it? Qiao Xi continued. Compared to manager Li, what makes Dezhuang superior? The crowd echoed. Yes, what is it? Qiao Xi declared. Open the wedding candies. Scan the QR code inside, and follow our public account. All stories will be revealed. Li Cheng was taken aback. He Shuefeng gasped, so this was the plan all along. They hurriedly attempted to seize the wedding candies, but it was too late. The crowd swiftly tore open the packages, eagerly scanning the codes, while exclamations of excitement filled the air. This scene was live-streamed in the official broadcast room of the Earn a Billion company, with comments flying by at lightning speed. Where's the code? I ask you, where's the code? Darn, can't scan it if I wasn't there, right? Qiao Xi, you've mastered the art of hunger marketing. Notify me for the next live broadcast. I want to be there in person. Within an hour, the viewership of the broadcast room surpassed 200 million. Far away in Xi Village, Director Jean learned of the news and was infuriated. All the audience has gone to Qiao Xi's live stream, and ours only has 5 million views. The producer frowned. I told you not to push Qiao Xi away, and now look at this. These young masters and ladies won't do any work, and viewership has plummeted. At the U Corporation, the farce concluded with the departure of the car. The entire U Corporation building buzzed with a secret thrill. At their desks, several employees clustered together, heads down, scanning codes, occasionally bursting into cheers. How thrilling! Aunt Zhao and Zhuang must find happiness. Suddenly, a cough came from behind. Everyone turned in shock. Mr. Yu. Yu Zheng frowned, his expression grave. What are you all doing during work hours? Yes. Yu Zheng turned and quickened his pace after rounding the corner. Upon reaching the top floor, he spread out the confiscated candy wrappers and began scanning the codes. The secretary was perplexed. That night, her strong arms provided him a sense of security. Both felt a flutter in their hearts, yet neither dared to express it. However, on their way to get their marriage certificate, the Civil Affairs Bureau suddenly experienced a power outage. Aunt Zhao was well aware that Li Cheng would not easily relent. Whether he resorted to shutting off the power or causing the Civil Affairs Bureau's computers to lag, it could never sway her determination to obtain a marriage certificate with Dezhuang. Yu Zheng was utterly captivated. What was there to feel embarrassed about? First cohabitation, then the inevitable frictions.
What are you talking about?
How shameless. Of course, I mean emotional friction. How could it be anything else? I want to discuss it further with you. You're truly insufferable. With a decisive click, Yu Si Nian closed the door to the tea room, deep in thought. Marriage before love, indeed. The young master felt his cheeks flush. His relationship with she could also be described as marriage followed by love, right? Then surely, some frictions must arise next. For some inexplicable reason, a voice echoed in his mind, screaming, She doesn't love you at all. The young master's expression darkened, envisioning Dezhuang delivering a punch that sent the noisy Qiao Xi flying. What's going on? Behind him, Qiao Xi poked the young master. He remained silent as she pulled him away, his gaze fixated on Qiao Xi's little hand. Outside, Chengdong was filming a short video. While recording, he quietly provided commentary. It is now noon on August 8th. Let us take a look at the young master's face. If the young lady were to ask him to perform a striptease, he wouldn't even be able to manage a pole dance. In my opinion, we fear the master. The master fears the young master, and the young master fears the young lady. The food chain is quite evident. This household is bound to bear the Qiao surname in the future. In the conference room, the arrival of a new individual snapped Yu Si Nian back to reality. 3 faces exchanged glances. Zhou Ninghuan chuckled. Hey boss, I'm here for an interview. Qiao Xi replied. Our company does not employ idle individuals. I can do anything. Zhou Ninghuan declared. You're in need of a blogger, right? My agent told me that once I taste success, my opportunities will broaden. I'm open to any task. I merely wish to join this family. Qiao Xi and Yu Si Nian exchanged glances. She unwrapped a lollipop and crossed her legs. Finally, under Zhou Ninghuan's eager gaze, she inquired, Can you model? Zhou Ninghuan slammed the table. Hey, Sister Xi. That's my original profession. I'm a model by trade. My poses are exceptional. I can start today. Half an hour later, the live stream commenced. Zhou Ninghuan donned a set of elderly red thermal underwear, weeping as he struck a robust pose before the camera. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Family. Pure cotton, no pilling. Skin-friendly with elasticity. Just like Yuxin Yan's rear end. If you can't touch Yuxin Yan, then touch the pure cotton. Let us see who dares not to buy. Is it you?
Or you?
You? Even after all this, you still want to purchase." He roared, pointing at the camera. The comments exploded. The scene?
Yuxin Yan.
Chapter 77. A person without shame truly finds joy. Who penned that advertisement? The young master stormed backstage, fuming. Did the writer touch my rear? How do they know how elastic it is? This is false advertising. He halted abruptly. Staff members. Audience comments. All right, she has touched it. Listen to her. Sister, she wrote it personally? Then I'm at ease. I've ordered 10 pieces. 1 to wear, 1 to touch, 1 for the car, 1 for the office, and 1 to keep in my bag as a backup. You up there, you big pervert. What transpired? The sun has not yet risen, and I cannot even touch the pure cotton ensemble that resembles his? Do not presume we have not seen the video of Si Heisu on your homepage. Who is more noble than whom? Upstairs, certain statements should not be carelessly uttered, for there lie taboos within. You are still young, and do not comprehend the intricacies involved. Some words, once spoken, can alter the trajectory of your life. A seemingly simple phrase may impact your entire existence, and you lack the capacity to control it. Therefore, heed my advice, erase that statement and allow me to speak. In the company, the two individuals belong to the same organization. Following a previous altercation, they have been subtly competing against one another. Su Fong inquired with a smile. Oh, Li Ge, still working overtime? Li Tao shot her a glare, responding, what else can I eat if I don't work overtime? Share a prison meal with my artist? She was taken aback and clicked in disbelief.
Li Tao lauga hartili. Congratulations.
Fong Jie, your artist has entered a second spring of his career. Su Fong, gritting her teeth, stormed out. The assistant timidly remarked, I've already reminded Huan Ge. He said to leave him alone, and that one should not be shameless. He is truly enjoying himself, and suggested we give it a try as well. In the company, Qiao Xi was rallying the troops, questioning, why are 2 people missing? In the temple, Cheng Dong handed over his phone. In the frame, Cheng Xi had shaved his head and was striking a wooden fish, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. As the words fell, both Qiao Xi and Cheng Dong stared at him. After a moment, Cheng Dong asked dryly, Young master, may I inquire if you truly do not understand why? The young master rolled his eyes, suddenly leaning into Qiao Xi's embrace, exclaiming, Ah, I'm feeling dizzy again. Qiao Xi stepped back. Having gained some experience, he swiftly turned to steady himself. After failing to feign an accident, he complained to Qiao Xi. Cheng Dong glared at me. Cheng Dong responded, What? You have no shame, Yuxin Yan. Qiao Xi remained unfazed. A glare would not cost him any flesh. Cheng Dong, suddenly grinning, subtly gestured to Yuxin Yan. Yuxin Yan shifted the topic. A man who can glare certainly possesses charm. Qiao Xi exclaimed. She struck Cheng Dong on the head.
Ouch!
Young mistress, maintain some decorum and refrain from flirting with him.
Qiao Xi shouted.
Do you not realize his resolve is weak?
Cheng Dong whimpered, Wah wah wah.
I'm leaving. Qiao Xi dragged Yuxin Yan out to fetch CC. Yuxin Yan wore a smug expression as he was led away. Cheng Dong, irritated, asked what? Yuxin Yan leaned closer. I have a friend whose wife asked him to have a child with another woman. What do you think that means? What? The young mistress wants you to have a child with another woman? Cheng Dong's voice rose in pitch.
Yuxin Yan snapped,
striking his mouth with the paper bag of a nearby lollipop. Why shout so loudly? I said it was my friend, my friend. Cheng Dong howled, then cautiously asked, Under what circumstances did your friend's wife say that? Yuxin Yan pondered for a moment. She was drunk. Cheng Dong replied meaningfully, Oh.
Stop hitting. Ouch.
Young master.
Please stop.
I understand now. Cheng Dong raised his hand mysteriously. The young mistress must be jealous. She feels that you and Yi Cici are too close, akin to a dead ghost. If you like her, then go ahead and be with her. Never return to my bed again. Do you understand?
Do you?
Yu Saya nodded, comprehending. In the next moment, a fruit knife was pressed against Cheng Dong's neck. The young master remained expressionless. I told you, she is my friend. Yes, yes. She is your friend. Cheng Dong forced a smile. Once the person departed, Cheng Dong took out his phone and called Qiao Xi. Can't you renounce your vows? We agreed that you would take turns for 3 years and I would do the same. You've only completed 2 years. Can't you wait until the end of this year before heading to the temple? I truly cannot endure this anymore. On the other end, Amitabha, well done, well done. Meanwhile, Yu Xian turned off the car engine and Qiao Xi leaned her head out of the passenger seat. Surely that young girl, ISNT, wavering in her resolve. And they've even kissed by now? Qiao Xi turned her head and saw Yu Xian fiddling with a pair of silver-framed glasses. He casually put them on, lifting his gaze, his peach blossom eyes glancing through the lenses. The youthful aura instantly transformed, exuding an air of restraint. With his high nose bridge and fair skin creating a captivating tableau, the depth of his eyes accentuated by a few strokes of dark ink. Just enough to be enticing. Qiao Xi provided the ambience. Wow. The antagonist is truly handsome. In the next moment, the young master removed the glasses, covering his eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That old fool's reading glasses should not be stolen. Qiao Xi? Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi exclaimed in frustration. Master, wasn't there a hemorrhoid pill last time? Make him take it. Qiao Xi, all right.
Huh.
No, I was joking. I was joking. Qiao Xi desperately stopped Qiao Xi, and she finally ceased her actions. Beep beep. A sudden sound echoed from afar. Qiao Xi and Yu Xian exchanged alarmed glances and immediately jumped out of the car. Something has happened. Chapter 78. I have been single for too long. I want to act out. Qiao Xi dashed upstairs and had not yet reached when she encountered Yi Cixi rushing down. Yi Cixi was panting, followed by several police officers, and upon seeing Qiao Xi, she burst into tears and rushed forward.
Yeah.
Whoa, I was so scared, Jia.
Whoa.
Qiao Xi frowned, quickly assessing her. Did he bully you? Yi Cixi shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. The female police officer behind her interjected. Bully? She smashed someone's head and stomped on them several times. When we arrived, she was even stabbing a person with a vase. Qiao Xi? As they passed by, Yi Cixi glared at him fiercely. He tried to hug me. He is so filthy and still wanted to embrace me. I was almost scared to death. I was acting in self-defense.
Whoa.
Female police officer. Qiao Xi. Yu Xian. While crying, Yi Cixi handed an audio recording to the police. This contains the entire process of him harming my Shi Jia. You must ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. After completing the statement at the police station, Qiao Xi pulled Yu Xian aside. You know Yi Cixi is usually very gentle and lovely. What happened just now was an accident. Don't misunderstand her. The young master paused, recalling Cheng Dong's words. Thus, his mind began to translate this statement automatically.
Huh.
Yi Cixi is very gentle and lovely, right? That is how you feel, correct? You seem quite engrossed in observing others, if you enjoy it so much. Indulge a little longer. However, do refrain from joining me in my bed tonight. The young master suddenly looked up, a perplexed expression adorning his handsome face. What do you mean? Qiao Xi replied. It's Yi Cixi.
What Yi?
Such a lengthy name. Utterly forgettable. I must take my leave. I still have to deliver wedding candies to Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi, unable to contain herself, turned to Xiao Lu and inquired. Once the romantic subplot concludes, may I have the privilege of giving him a good thrashing? Xiao Lu was too intimidated to respond. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a sweet, childish voice chimed in. Auntie, it's bye-bye. You promised to attend my birthday party. Tomorrow is my birthday party. Qiao Xi suddenly recalled her commitment to Lu bye-bye. After hanging up, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure behind her. I want to go as well. The young master, returning, declared imperiously. Qiao Xi, you are not allowed to go. Stay home and play with your father. I insist on going. To what end? You will ruin the celebration, and I lack the funds for compensation. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, and then focused on Qiao Xi, pulling out his phone. Hello, Cheng Dong, arrange a gathering for me.
Invite Yi Hum, Sheng Shi.
Zhou Huan and yourself.
Why?
What is the reason? I have been single for far too long. I wish to engage in some audacious activities. The following day, on a bullock cart down the village path, the young master sang joyfully from the back seat, sporting sunglasses and cheerfully offering Qiao Xi a bottle of Wangzai milk. Would you like some, Shi? Go away. Xiao Lu exclaimed. You villain. Why provoke her? Why provoke her? As the cart approached the fields, a cacophony erupted. What are you doing? Seeds are not sown this way. Zhang Shu's voice rang out notably loud. Nearby stood members of a boy band, Qian Hao Xian Guiyang, and several familiar singers and actors, all of whom were well known, at least second tier. Their faces were dust-covered and fatigue was evident. Guiyang could no longer hold back and directly tossed the seed bag aside. Zhang Shu, everyone regards you as a veteran guest, and they listen to you. Yet today you are dissatisfied with this and dissatisfied with that. What do you truly want? Speak plainly. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Zhang Shu's face flushed with anger. Li Siyao pulled her back. However, good times were short-lived, as these individuals were hastily gathered, lacking time for proper preparation, and relying on their fanbase. Their arrogance was inevitable. Director Jean further exacerbated the situation, assigning them an excessively burdensome workload and placing them near a chicken coop, waking them at dawn with the roosters crowing. Who could endure such conditions? How hasn't he eaten rice for 2 days? He has lost 6 pounds, Jean Min. You are heartless. Let us create some conflict. This is Director Jin's usual tactic, but it cannot be instigated on Qiao Xi's side. It's merely one-sided aggression. Damn it. I was originally a hater of Qiao Xi, but since she left, I have begun to miss her. In the director's team, an assistant reminded them that the backstage had received several thousand complaints. Li Siyao stepped forward and said, previously, Sister Xi mentioned that there should be a certain distance when sowing seeds.
Huh.
Guiyang gestured. Bring her here, call her immediately, and have her come at once. I am eager to witness whether she possesses the ability to soar or merely to teleport. The sound of rumbling wheels approaches. On the vehicle are 2 individuals, their skin radiating an ethereal glow, a striking man and a stunning woman, both adorned with sunglasses. One is smoking a Waha drink, while the other holds a Wangzai. The crowd is left bewildered, exclaiming, am I seeing things? Could it be that my longing has conjured illusions? The person in front resembles Qiao Xi, and that one behind seems to be her devoted follower. What does that mean upstairs? Does the follower have no dignity? Are you speaking such blatant truths? They have been streaming live recently. I even purchased 3 sets during Zhou Ning's recent frog jump. How could they possibly come to the village? Li Siyao is the first to react, shouting, Sister Xi. Sister Xi. Is that really you? In the next moment, the crowd erupts in a chorus of screams.
Ah!
It truly is her. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments surges. Director Jean furrows her brow, still struggling to discern the figures on the screen. She notices the viewership numbers skyrocketing in the upper left corner. 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, 5, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000, a billion. Her eyes widen in disbelief. The producer exclaims with excitement, a village girl who resembles Qiao Xi has appeared, and the ratings have soared. How can this be? Director Jean frowns, questioning the connection to Qiao Xi. This conflict is my doing. Wait a moment, the assistant interjects. That truly looks like her. He shouts, it's really Sister Xi. Look at that face. It demands 5 million from us. It must be her. Everyone from the production team abandons their equipment and gathers around the monitor. Director Jean's eyes widen. The woman on screen stands with her hands behind her back, adopting a posture akin to the village elder, strolling down the path as if surveying her domain. That aura, who but Qiao Xi could have belonged to? And the distinctive accessory beside her, Yu Si Nian, is unmistakable. Director Jean raises an eyebrow, realizing this is indeed the case. Let us call her over. Given her earnestness, I shall reluctantly engage in conversation once more. Meanwhile, by the field, Guiyang's face pales. He has heard the legends of Qiao Xi in the world of entertainment, but never imagined she could actually teleport. Zhang Shu directly complains, Qiao Xi, they have destroyed your land. Now it belongs to us. Guiyang immediately retorts defiantly, get your facts straight. She has been released from her contract. Buddy, perhaps I was silent at birth, but you must have been destined to type. Attention all fans. Guiyang has numerous devoted followers, protect Nian Nian. Sister Xi, soar bravely. If trouble arises, bear it yourself. Let us get him. Ha ha ha, the watermelon is ready. By the way, would you like to join Qiao Xi's fan group? The reasons to support her are threefold. First, she herself is a wreck, utterly beyond repair. Second, don't worry about her being criticized, she undoubtedly will be. Third, we 1T need to handle the backlash. She alone can manage the wrath of 2 troll groups. How convenient is that? Sister Xi, can you truly resist such an allure? Action speaks louder than words. Join the fan group below.
Come.
Let us indulge in simple banter and exquisite enjoyment together. Take me along. By heavens, that makes perfect sense. I am utterly captivated. With a languid glance at him and a fleeting look at the ground, Qiao Xi took a step forward. What are you doing? Guiyang exclaimed. Are you intending to strike? Calm down. You're frightening, Lao Huang, Qiao Xi remarked, gesturing at the mess by his feet. Just look at that, it's a mess. Guiyang, bewildered, looked down, his scalp prickling with shock.
Ah!
When did this dog arrive? Lao Huang wagged his tail and, with a graceful gait, sauntered away. Cloaked in mystery. Li Xiao, bursting with excitement, inquired, Sister Xi, are you joining us now? Which team do you belong to? Ignoring the voices behind her, Qiao Xi resolutely returned to the bullock cart, taking the young master with her as they departed. In the Director S group, Director Jean donned formal attire. Surrounded by an array of snacks that Yu Xin had pilfered from her in the past, the producer sat upright, all awaiting the sound of footsteps at the door. At last, the footsteps echoed. Director Jean immediately straightened up. Director Jean, the assistant rushed in, panting, but there was no one behind. The entire crew gasped in shock. Director Jean quickly switched to the live feed. To her dismay, the previous peak of 100 million views had plummeted to a mere 1 million. The earlier excitement had indeed been generated by Qiao Xi. Even her appearance alongside a dog is more engaging than this group of individuals. Is this a slight against me or mere indifference?
Please clarify.
Never mind. I shall instead watch Juan's live stream. He is selling constipation plums this morning. He is currently by the plum tree. Everyone hurry to watch. I've nearly spat my noodles out through my nostrils. Just like that, the viewership plummeted another 500,000. Director Jean trembled with fury, nearly fainting from the frustration. Meanwhile, the bullock cart had reached the foot of the mountain, necessitating their descent on foot. Qiao Xi clutched the hand-drawn map that Bai Bai had sent yesterday, marked with paths and turns. At the end, a small smiley face adorned the map. Melting hearts, with its charm. With a determined shove, she urged, no slacking off. Walk properly. Yu Xin leaned against her, feigning fatigue. It's all stairs. I can't move. He inhaled the citrus-scented floral aroma, his nose twitching. Alas, I cannot help you, Qiao Xi sighed. Remember, I shall only demonstrate this technique once. It is my secret skill, so pay close attention. Yu Xin, still lost in the fragrance, replied. The next moment, he found himself pushed against a tree. Upon regaining his senses, he saw Qiao Xi firmly planted in a horse stance, her expression solemn. Watch closely. She spread her legs apart, utilizing her hip strength to swiftly ascend the stairs in an outward stance. With each step, she moved effortlessly, as if gliding. The scene radiated an ancient charm. Yu Xin was taken aback. Xiao 6 was equally perplexed. Hurry, mimic me. Qiao Xi called out. I'm not tired anymore. Can't you learn? I genuinely feel invigorated. With great strides, Yu Xin rushed forward, taking 2 steps at a time. Half a minute later, he found himself beside Qiao Xi, not daring to utter a word of fatigue. The moment Qiao Xi paused, he lunged forward. Fearing she might demonstrate again. What was originally a 30-minute trek, they accomplished in merely 10 minutes, collapsing beside the woods, panting like Lao Huang. Qiao Xi took a moment to give Yu Xin a thumbs up. The young master closed his eyes, unwilling to even glance in her direction. Hey, brother. Could you help me with directions? Qiao Xi suddenly stood up and approached a figure emerging from the woods. The man halted, turning to face her, clad in athletic attire. He possessed a tall, lean physique with bronze skin, a powerful buzz cut, and rugged features that radiated masculinity. The shape of his eyes seemed vaguely familiar. Just as Qiao Xi was about to scrutinize him further, a pair of hands from behind slid a pair of sunglasses onto her face. Yu Xin stepped in front of her and spoke. Could you tell me the way to the Liu family residence? The man regarded him, offering a cryptic smile. The Liu family? Well, follow me. It's on my way. 5 minutes later, a little girl dressed in a delicate white dress and adorned with a princess headband burst forth.
Auntie.
She dove into Qiao Xi's embrace, cheerfully greeting, hello, uncle. She then turned to the men behind them, exclaiming in delight, little uncle, you've come. Chapter 80. If you steal another suit, I'll knock your lights out. Little uncle? Qiao Xi glanced back, only to see the young master holding the door with one hand, showcasing his most handsome profile while completely obstructing the man behind him. Oh no. Liu Bai's small hands anxiously tugged at Qiao Xi. Uncle is going to hang himself. He was like this last time. He rolling his eyes. Quick. Save him. Liu Bai covered her eyes. Yu Yen swiftly grabbed the little rascal by the nape of his neck. A sudden light cough echoed ahead. Bai immediately looked up, remembering her mission. She kicked Yu Yen away and pulled Qiao Xi inside. As they walked, Qiao Xi observed the opulent decor and furnishings, expensive wooden furniture and classical murals exuding a rich cultural heritage. Qiao Xi pondered aloud. Sixth, is it possible that this Lu family could be my biological parents? Their taste doesn't seem to align with mine. If it were me, I'd have a grand family portrait with big-eared figures hanging on the left and a solo shot of Peppa Pig on the right. Who in their right mind would hang Chi Baisher shrimp? Thank you for the vivid imagery, but there's no need for such detail, it replied. The descriptions in the book about this family are scarce. They are simply wealthy and unpretentious. Your original role was that of a supporting character. And this segment is an automatic extension of the world. Thus, the plot requires your exploration. Before the last word could escape, Qiao Xi beheld 4 individuals seated on the sofa, men and women, young and old. Most strikingly, among the middle-aged man and woman sat a couple who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, as if it were boldly inscribed above them. I am your father, and I am your mother.
Qiao Xi gasped.
What the? Is that your real parents?
Yu Yen pulled Qiao undicesimo aside.
Is it that obvious? Perhaps you should look in the mirror, the young master mused. Their gazes met, and the young master's expression grew tense as he lowered his head to glance around. Yu Yen's voice resonated coolly. If you dare to steal another suit, do you believe I won't knock your lights out? Unfazed by the prediction, the young master whistled nonchalantly. Must be Bai's friend, right? At this moment, Lu Shibang rose, impeccably dressed in a suit, and welcomed everyone to their abode, which was steeped in culture. What culture? A man approached from behind, furrowing his brow and inquiring about the decor on the walls. Where are the Peppa Pig portraits that used to hang here? Lu Shibang strained his expression, prompting the man to pause. Oh, there were a few shrimps. I must have forgotten about them. Qiao Xi remarked. Little Six murmured, Master, it is confirmed. These individuals must be your family. Are those paintings on the wall? No, they are authentication reports. Subsequently, all the members of the Lu family, attired in formal wear, approached Qiao Xi to shake hands and introduce themselves. Qiao Xi mentally noted their identities from left to right. Grandmother Song Yuru, second uncle Lu Dingqiang, mother Liao Xinro, father Lu Shibang, and the man she encountered earlier on the road, her brother Lu Xiaoyan. By the standards of lineage, he was her niece. After the handshakes, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the gathering. While she observed her relatives, they too scrutinized her. Faced with such familiar faces, an eerie silence descended upon them. Lu Shibang inclined his body slightly and said, Please take your seats. The birthday banquet is about to commence.
Wow!
Bai exclaimed, extending her little hand. The moment her voice faded, a procession of waitstaff entered, all dressed uniformly. Within the throng, Qiao Xi recognized several familiar faces. Indeed, they were the aunties from the village. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Liao Xinro's eyes glistened with emotion as she cautiously said, I hope this suits your taste. It absolutely does. Qiao Xi clapped her hands on the table, exclaiming, It's perfect. We are family now, so I won't hold back. Let us dig in. Yu Yen was pulled along by her, hastening to the table and diving headfirst into the feast. Liao Xinro was momentarily startled, glancing at Lu Shibang. Both began to tremble, their heads meeting beneath the table. Family? She mentioned we are family. Oh no. By the way, did I manage to pretend well? I specially tailored this suit. Indeed. The Qiao family is a scholarly lineage in the capital. We come from humble beginnings. And I fear she may find us lacking. Let us maintain our composure and gauge the children's emotions before gradually revealing our identities. Yes. Remember to pace yourself with the drinks. Don't let the effects reveal our secrets. I know. I'll be very restrained. 5 minutes later. 5 champions. 6 smooth. 7 clever. 8 immortals arrive. Drink. Lu Shibang and Lu Dingqiang danced on the table, engaging in a lively game of finger-guessing. A piece of rib fell from Qiao Xi's mouth and plopped onto the table. Before long, everyone began to set off the leftover firecrackers from the new year in the courtyard. Lu Shibang, holding a lighter, swayed drunkenly, struggling to light them. Watch me ignite it in one go. Hey, don't wobble. Wow. This little firecracker can perform a transformation? 1 turns into 3. After a while, the darling Liao Xinro picked up Bai, carefully placing her on the table. What will you sing for your kindergarten year-end performance? Let your aunt hear. All right, Bai. In her little dress, skillfully grasped the microphone. Soon, a childlike voice rang out. Starting today, I will go to the bathroom by myself. Mom and Dad, do not underestimate me. Accompanied by delightful gestures, Qiao Xi closed her eyes. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoyan dodged, his expression one of utter disbelief. He had not consumed a single drop of alcohol, yet at that moment, he wished fervently to blend into the group. If only to alleviate the immense mental strain he felt. My parents usually don't act this way, Lu Xiaoyan explained, his resolve faltering. Today is an exception. Qiao Xi chuckled lightly. I can understand, truly. I'm feeling dizzy. I must take my leave. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly whisked the young master away. Yucinian, already flushed with drink, bounced on Qiao Xi's back, desperately signaling Lu Shibang to keep quiet. Sure. Don't tell anyone yet, sure. Chapter 81. The villain might like you. Be quiet. Qiao Xi playfully kicked, landing a firm blow on his right side. A footprint appeared. A throng of people rushed out, and with the young master on her back, Qiao Xi took off running. Mom, tone it down. You're going to scare Xi to death. You are all doomed, he bellowed. At that moment, Qiao Xi's mind was solely focused on one imperative. Run. She understood a vital truth. A household may harbor one eccentric, but it certainly cannot be filled with them. Thus, late into the night, Qiao Xi raced along the field paths with Yucinian on her back, the jostling behind her resembling someone having a fit, the two flushed faces stark against the moonlight. After a few paces, noticing no one in pursuit, she slowed her pace. The cool night breeze in the mountains invigorated her, and she muttered to herself in frustration. How could Yucinian be so bold as to drink with them? Actually, Qiao Xi whispered, it seems the villain initially intended to get you drunk. It was only because you refused that he ended up drinking. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow. What? Qiao Xi continued. Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to say. Then don't say it. Qiao Xi cleared its throat. It's just a feeling. But it seems the villain might have some interest in you. Yucinian suddenly lifted his head. Who poked me? Qiao Xi turned. It's Dad. What's the matter? Yucinian gazed intently at her profile, the moonlight illuminating her features. Even the fine hairs were distinctly visible. He leaned closer to her neck, his breath brushing against her skin. The young man seemed to inhale her scent lightly before lazily resting his head on her shoulder. You smell wonderful. You are quite bold. Qiao Xi interjected. Never mind if it seems the great villain has some feelings for the master. Can anything come of it?
Can it?
After taking a few more steps, Qiao Xi had previously silenced the drunken butterfly behind her with 4 words. Yet, not a minute later, the young master lifted his head again. When will you confess? I've been waiting a long time. Qiao Xi exclaimed, what? Qiao Xi quickly narrowed her eyes and adjusted her voice changer to mimic Han's, lowering her tone. Give up on that thought. I don't like you. I like you, Cici. If you have the ability, go win her over first. Then I will have no choice but to fall for you. She turned to Qiao Xi. How was that? A perfect provocation. Qiao Xi responded. Huh? Yucinian chimed in. What? Qiao Xi exclaimed. Master, do you even comprehend what you are saying? I am conversing with you. Yucinian gazed at her. Qiao Xi. Yes, I am Han. You are not. You are Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi? Xiao Lu. Yucinian leapt down from her side. His towering figure, a head taller than hers, exuded an extraordinary sense of pressure at that moment. He stepped forward, and Qiao Xi retreated a step. Ultimately, she found herself pinned against a tree, quickly extending a hand to firmly press against Yucinian's chest, preventing him from advancing further. The swaying branches were caressed by the summer night's breeze, the scent of orange-scented body wash entwined between them, and the moonlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, illuminating her exquisite yet elusive face. His cheeks were still tinged with a faint blush, the aroma of alcohol lingering at the corners of his eyes. His peach blossom eyes were deep and captivating. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Then, Yucinian slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, You are Qiao Xi. Gusi, Gusi. Do you hear me? He repeated it thrice, with each iteration more enchanting than the last. With no vehicles leaving the village in the dead of night, Qiao Xi eventually dragged him to stay at Dazhuang's house. Lying on the bed, Qiao Xi crossed her legs. Xiao Lu, it's over.
What do you think he meant by that?
He said this to me. Isn't that a bit distant? Xiao Lu, he should, perhaps, maybe. After a brief pause, Xiao Lu bravely spoke. He likes you. Qiao Xi fell silent. After a while, a long sigh escaped her lips. Xiao Lu, has your system not been upgraded? Shouldn't you patch it up? This virus has penetrated the brain. I'm serious. Xiao Lu retorted, flustered. Impossible. Why is it impossible? I think it is entirely possible. Here's the thing. Qiao Xi sat up, a confident smile gracing her lips. I have traversed countless worlds, and never has a man taken a liking to me. What grounds do you have for your assertion? It is precisely this confidence. Xiao Lu. It was unexpectedly persuaded. But why was there a hint of pride in those words? Moreover, who is Yucinian? Think about what he has done, Qiao Xi reminded. Instantly, scenes flashed through Xiao Lu's mind. At one moment, there was a naked man dangling a trinket to catch a mouse. At another, there was a plea for intimacy while undressing. Then, there was the frantic waving of his underwear. Qiao Xi concluded decisively. See, this was merely a case of mistaken identity. In the grand tapestry of our young master's long life, this is hardly a matter. Xiao Lu, that is true. But the good news is, he confessed to the wrong person, at least it was a woman. Qiao Xi confirmed with both hands on her chest, quite satisfied. Tonight, we shall sleep soundly. To facilitate this matter, there may be opportunities. That night, Qiao Xi slept exceptionally well. Upon waking the next morning, her face unblushing and her heart calm. She exchanged a high five with the young master, who was also brushing his teeth. Hey, are you up brushing your teeth too? She said casually while brushing her teeth, passing by with composure. The next moment, her hand was seized by the young master. She turned her head, their faces, both brushing teeth, met. Qiao Xi couldn't help but marvel. The young master even rose without any sleep at his eyes. The initial configuration was truly impressive. The young master raised his handsome face, spat out water, and then leaned closer to her. I wasn't out of it. Chapter 82, the 200th time wanting to die but failing. Qiao Xi, her mouth full of foam, remarked, What a coincidence, isn't it? I don't have it either. So, do you remember everything? Rest assured, I remember it thoroughly, she said with a playful grin. The young master, satisfied, lowered his gaze to the ground and murmured, Then please hurry. Qiao Xi responded, Is it that urgent? I understand. With that, she hastened her actions. Swish, swish, swish. Who is scrubbing the toilet so loudly? Old Sun pushed open the window, bleary-eyed, and shouted, Are you trying to ruin my sweet dreams? Honestly.
Bang.
The window slammed shut. Yucinian interjected, Is Xiao Lu also in need of a diary? Perhaps it should say, August 10th, sunny. Xiao Lu thought about ending it for the 200th time, yet was unsuccessful. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them. The program assistant poked his head in. Sorry to disturb you. Shijie, Nienge. The director wants to talk to you both, if it's convenient. Of course it is. Qiao Xi replied, brushing her teeth while pulling out a contract from her pocket, resembling dried seaweed, which she handed to the assistant. In the next moment, Yucinian produced another contract, saying, This is mine. Let us review it together. The assistant, taken aback, thought, When did these two prepare their contracts? What? 1 million. Director Jean exclaimed angrily. Qiao Xi, you truly dared to set such a price. I expected her to triple her initial offer of 50,000, but she multiplied it by 20 instead. The volume was so high that the photographer couldn't retreat in time, capturing the scene. The barrage of comments exploded in an instant. Moments later, this topic trended. Goodness. Zhu Feng is utterly stunned. He shouted, Qiao Xi, what have you done now? The assistant quickly pulled him back. No, brother Zhu, don't faint. Look at these comments. He handed over the screen. After reading the comments, Zhu Feng's expression turned blank. Are these real comments, not mere flattery? The assistant replied, What are you saying? What do you have that needs flattery? Zhu Feng, overwhelmed with indignation, fainted again with a thud. Brother Zhu. At the hospital, bed 209 is back. A nurse exclaimed, Monthly subscriber, 20% off. Over here for registration. Shijie, Nienge, please come in. The assistant bowed. Qiao Xi strolled in with an air of confidence, resembling an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely walk. Following her was Yucinian, mirroring her posture. Outside, a photographer, driven by personal motives, snapped a photo. Their walking styles are identical. If they're not truly a couple, I'll go live and clip this. Seriously, there's no need for that. This could be useful someday. He has changed everyone. Just a few days apart, and this rascal has turned into a peacock, radiating happiness. He must have found love. Ignore me. I'm just spreading rumors. Upon entering the room, Qiao Xi grabbed a lollipop and tossed a Waha drink backward. Smack. The young master caught it perfectly. They both took their seats, crossing their legs and sipping drinks in perfect synchrony. The director's team, observing from across, noted Director Jean, gritting his teeth, addressing Qiao Xi. We brought you here primarily to discuss the matter of the 1 million service fee. As soon as the words left her lips, Qiao Xi extended a finger and waggled it. Not 1 million. Director Jean, did I misread? Had Qiao Xi not quoted 1 million? What a misunderstanding. That was the price from half an hour ago. Qiao Xi casually draped her leg over the chair, declaring, the price has changed to 2 million. What? Are you insane? The flexible pay would increase again in half an hour. Qiao Xi. You are being excessively unreasonable. The producer clutched Director Jean tightly, preventing her from rushing forward. At the entrance, a group of guests trembled with excitement. Zhang Shu lowered her voice. What did I say? She's far more formidable than Director Jean. She is the nemesis of Director Jean. As long as she is here, Director Jean wouldn't dare to utter a word. You all just refuse to believe me. Inside, Qiao Xi rose reluctantly, saying, Nian Nian, let us go. She finished speaking, snatching 2 bags of chips, a large bag of snacks, 3 rows of waha, and 2 cans of wangzai. Director Jean stamped her foot. Wait. She reached out to grab Qiao Xi. Just then, Yu Si Nian sidestepped past her, gliding effortlessly and plopped down onto a chair, instantly groaning in pain. Director Jean? The production team. Nian Nian. Qiao Xi threw the snacks from her hands and rushed forward, her voice filled with concern. Did Director Jean hit you? Where did she hit you? Speak up. What? How could a boy's most vital area be struck? Director Jin's eyes widened in horror, trembling. Don't say such things. There are guests and recording devices outside. If you see Nian's fans hear this, I will be done for. However, Qiao Xi slipped around like an eel, unable to grasp hold of her target. She shouted, Nian Nian. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention. I couldn't protect you. Qiao Xi. Director Jin's voice resonated perfectly, soaring to the heavens. What do you want? I will agree to any condition. Is that sufficient? Qiao Xi immediately ceased her tears. Your arm. A boy's arm should only be touched by the one he loves, right, Nian Nian? The young master elegantly rose from his seat, giving a slight nod. Then, as he sat back down, he subtly brushed his arm against Qiao Xi. Director Jean. The others. As they were leaving, Qiao Xi held the contract, exclaiming, we did it. The total pay, medical expenses, and compensation for emotional distress amount to 5 million. Wow. She laughed heartily, planting a couple of kisses. The young master's gaze immediately fixed upon the spots on the contract where she had kissed, squinting. Chapter 83. Whatever you offer. Just call me uncle. Cough, cough, cough. In the next moment, Yu Si Nian coughed as if he were about to collapse. Drawing Qiao Xi's attention, he swiftly produced a golden card. Inside this card there's 5 million. After placing it into Qiao Xi's pocket, he leaned in close, just within her reach. Qiao Xi inched closer. Kid, are you trying to make me launder your father's ill-gotten gains?
Dream on.
A sinister voice emerged, and suddenly, the card was swiped from his backside. Yu Si Nian leapt in surprise, his face turning crimson. Photographer passing by. Guest speaking. What on earth are you doing? She swiped the card repeatedly. It turns out that a person can perish within 2 seconds. Farewell, this world. I have lost my sanity. The group is in an uproar. Qiao Xi. The vendetta of card swiping is unforgivable. Though you harbored deep resentment towards her, you must concede that she accomplished everything you have yearned for yet dared not pursue, clenching fists. I have endured the facial bikini, survived the gecko climbing, withstood the inverted willow, yet ultimately succumbed to this astonishing card-swiping technique. I hereby declare that from this day forth, you are the woman I cherish most after my mother. I never anticipated that the day my affection for Nian Nian would wane would be due to my infatuation with someone even more deranged. This time, our adversary is the production team. On the mountaintop, in the villa, an eerie silence prevails. The Lu family sits together, their hair in disarray, just emerging from a drunken stupor. Lu Shibang trembles as he queries, I shouldn't have acted too disgracefully yesterday, right? A mirror is handed to him. Lu Xiaoyan smiles. Take a look for yourself. Lu Shibang's gaze shifts, and the next moment he screams. What the hell? Who is this? The reflection reveals a face adorned with a cartoon character, sporting an Elsa watch. The nostrils are exaggerated with eyeliner. Those fiery red lips, he vaguely remembers, were applied by Liao Xinro. He turns to see the equally absurd Liao Xinro. Instantly, the entire Lu family erupts into tears. While they weep, Old Sun arrives with a group of villagers, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Old Lu, did you hear the wolves howling on the mountain yesterday? And someone let the monkey loose in the middle of the night. The village has been plagued with strange occurrences lately, with large stones thrown into the lake and someone scrubbing toilets at my doorstep. I've hired a master to take a look. Perhaps he can exorcise the evil for you too? The family. Liao Xinro suddenly strikes Lu Shibang on the head. I told you not to howl. You insisted on going to the rooftop to howl. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Shibang mutters softly. Old Sun, waiting at the door for a long time, wonders. Old Lu? Are you still alive?
Click.
The door opens and Liao Xinro greets them with a smile. Oh, we were just singing last night. We didn't disturb you, did we? Lu bye-bye. Old Sun suddenly realizes, no. At first, I thought a piglet had escaped from somewhere. Then I thought, could it be a child misbehaving? Hee bye-bye. Your final performance is coming up soon, right? Let her practice more. Once he leaves, the Lu family urgently deliberates. They ultimately decide that Lu Xiaoyan, who still retains a semblance of dignity, and Lu Baibai should descend the mountain to deliver items. As Lu Xiaoyan lifts Baibai, Liao Xinro cries out from behind, please say some good words for us. Tell Shi that we are still quite normal when we are ourselves. We love her. She raises her arms, forming a large heart. Lu Xiaoyan, he will inevitably withdraw from this family. Thankfully, his sister remains normal. Based on her performance yesterday, she merely has a larger appetite, which he can manage. From now on, this household will consist solely of him and Shi, relying on one another. Uncle, the ant is in the spice. Bai suddenly emerged from his back, his tiny fingers pointing towards the field ridge. The setting sun cast a golden hue, painting a picturesque scene. Qiao Xi stood in the field, her slender figure exuding fragility. Lu Xiaoyan immediately quickened his pace. Have you finished? How dare you breathe? A thunderous roar erupted. Lu Xiaoyan. Uffed. Qiao Xi spat out the leaves from her mouth, stepped forward, and seized Guiyang's head, pushing it towards the pit on the ground. Are you provoking me, you little brat? How dare you call me useless and refuse to acknowledge me as your captain? You want to compete in farming? Very well, I shall fulfill your simple wish of wanting to be a seed. Lu Xiaoyan. Those around pleaded. Sister Shi, he knows his mistake. Just let him stay a few hours less. Standing here all night will make him numb. Guiyang shouted. Don't plead for her. She's just a useless person who resorts to violence. Qiao Xi smiled. Did you hear that? He possesses spirit. A promise of one night means not a single hour, minute, or second less. Lu Xiaoyan. Just then Yu Nian passed by, his face stern as he inquired. Aren't you going over?
Oh.
The young master nodded and went up, handing over the watering can with a cheerful smile. Shi. Seeds need watering. Have you forgotten to water them? Lu Xiaoyan. Even Lu Xiaoyan, who was with him, received preferential treatment. In the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyan observed Qiao Xi, who was relishing her meal, with a somber expression. After a moment, he cleared his throat. My parents have a few words for you. Please. Do share. Qiao Xi smiled brightly. Lu Xiaoyan was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Nian and Lu Baibai were locked in a fiery stare, challenging each other. Speak up, how much will you give me to stop calling you hanging uncle? Lu Baibai extended her tiny hand, signaling 5. Yu Nian reached out, and Cheng Dong, dangling from a tree, handed him 5 candies, which he then gave to Lu Baibai. The transaction was complete. Following this, Yu Nian floated above, teasingly asking, Now, how much more will you give me for you to call me uncle? Chapter 84. The more one resembles a dog, the happier one becomes. Lu Baibai. Cheng Dong. Holy cow, Madam in the sky, did you see that? How shameless. So shameless. She didn't see it, but I heard it. Yu Nian turned with a deadpan expression. Cheng Dong. At least your brother knows to write it in his diary with an invisible pen, and you just blurt it out. He lifted his foot and kicked Cheng Dong squarely in the backside. You just said it outright. Right in my face. Cheng Dong yelped, putting away his phone, rubbing his rear, chuckling. Aha. Just a little accident. I'll be more careful next time. Make sure not to say it out loud during post-production. After satisfying her hunger, Qiao Xi remembered to ask, Where's Nian Nian? As soon as she spoke, a small figure struggled out from behind the tree, dragging a large box filled with colorful candies. In her hand, she clutched a horn larger than her head, pressed a button, and a mechanical female voice echoed. Then, Bai held the horn to her mouth, sticking out her backside, exerting all her strength. Is Auntie looking for Uncle? He went to the director's group. After shouting, she swayed slightly from the force. Qiao Xi? Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan rushed over, swiftly covering her mouth and leading her behind a tree. Lu bye-bye. What are you shouting about? Your aunt has yet to recognize you, and you're already acknowledging a new uncle. And using a megaphone, no less. Lu bye-bye peeked out from the crook of Lu Xiaoyan's arm, her eyes sparkling. It's what my uncle taught me. She playfully tapped the large megaphone. He said to shout loudly. If even old Huang at the village entrance hears it, all the candy will be mine. Uncle, I'll share half with you. No, 10 pieces, no. Wait, let us just go with 3. I'll give you 1, and you can acknowledge me too. My uncle said you should call him brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback. Lu bye-bye continued. Uncle also mentioned that he owns a big supermarket where I can choose whatever I like. When the time comes, I'll bring you your favorite potted plant fertilizer. Just one little shout, how about it? If you don't know how, I can teach you, just like this. Brother-in-law. She offered the megaphone again. Lu Xiaoyan remained silent. A minute later, Lu bye-bye was holding her swollen head, crying as she spoke to Yusinian behind the tree. Uncle, I can't get that super big lollipop anymore. Uncle 1T called me, and he hit me, boo-hoo. It's all right. Yusinian tenderly waved, handing her a super big lollipop. For your hard work. Lu bye-bye's eyes lit up. She embraced Yusinian, her head resting against his leg, twisting around sweetly. Uncle. Actually, the moment I saw you, I thought you looked really cool hanging there. So strong and vigorous. You must grow old together with Aunt. Wishing you everlasting happiness. May your fortune be as vast as the East Sea and your lifespan as long as the South Mountain. Happy birthday. She utilized all the blessings she had saved up. Chengdong. Yusinian bellowed, get our darling 2 more super big lollipops. Chengdong turned and called Qingxi, you don't want to return to your previous life.
Huh?
Alright, remember to burn paper for your brother next week.
Why?
Qingxi queried. Is there any reason needed? It just happens to be my 7th day. That night, the young master fell asleep with a sweet smile once more. Chengdong's camera focused on the person inside the window, then shifted to old Huang, who was also smiling with his eyes squinted. Chengdong remarked, did you see that? Family, the more one resembles a dog, the happier they will be. The next day, Qiao Xi rose early to gather Guiyang. Having spent the night in the fields, Guiyang, the embodiment of masculine pride, refrained from weeping. Yet a few tears slipped out in the latter part of the night. When Qiao Xi arrived, Guiyang had just been pulled from the earth by his teammates. Here they come. Qian Haoxian immediately grabbed Guiyang. Stand straight. Remember what you said earlier? Guiyang quickly straightened up, though his legs still fidgeted.
Speak.
Qian Haoxian nudged him. Guiyang stumbled forward. Sister Xi. Yesterday, I acted thoughtlessly. I accept my loss. From now on, I willingly acknowledge you as our captain. How amusing. I have a comparison of his expressions from yesterday to today on my homepage. Yesterday, he looked like he wanted to devour Qiao Xi whole.
Guiyang continued.
But the reason I acted out yesterday was under the direction of the production team. I'm directly spilling the beans on them. It's director Jean. Jean Dao informed me that you have been adhering to the script all along, prompting me to provoke you. He mentioned that he would treat our team to a feast in the evening. The crowd gasped, and with a loud thud, Jean Dao tumbled from his chair. After being assisted back to his feet, he trembled as he glared at the screen, exclaiming, Guiyang, you are utterly unreliable.
Oh?
Qiao Xi cast a sidelong glance at the camera, sending shivers down the spines of the entire directing team. Guiyang vehemently nodded in complaint. Now I understand. This is all a trap set by the directing team. I, being young and naive, actually believed it. She even said that once we had a conflict, we would use the script of those comedic adversaries to stir up drama and overshadow the illustrious Yuingdi's popularity. He flushed slightly as he spoke. The directing team gasped in disbelief. Jean Dao, the producer exclaimed, have you lost your mind? Jean Dao retorted, how was I to know he would spill the beans? And he revealed everything. It's over, it's really over. Little Jean, prepare for your future. After watching variety shows for so long, this is the first time I've burned incense for the directing team. Am I the only one who noticed the manipulation? So, my bathing experience was also staged? Oh no, please no. For goodness sake, look at this sorry state of Yengo. Who would he even engage with? Even if Jean Dao suggested it, would he agree? And with his stature, wouldn't he that come with a hefty price? Trust me, the directing team cannot afford that. Jean Dao, regaining his composure, resolved to take the initiative. After all, if they were destined to face doom, it was better to fight with all their might. At least for now, the rules still lay within their grasp. The others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a lack of confidence. Soon, Jin Dao arrived at the edge of the field, choosing a spot far from Qiao Xi and Yuxi Nian, and turned to grasp the loudspeaker. Where's my loudspeaker? The assistant replied, Yan Gu took it yesterday. Jin Dao sighed. He could only raise his voice. Attention, everyone. A new rule is being announced. All must ascend the mountain before dusk and bring down the apples from the old Sun family's orchard.
What?
Guiyang shouted in anger. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Jin Dao? Sister Xi hasn't even settled the score with you yet. You rascal. You involve Sister Xi? At least she knows how to live. Her eyes are certainly better than my ex-husband, who got himself into trouble over a sewing machine. I'm a prison guard. Let me clarify for everyone, he wasn't operating a sewing machine. He was crafting a parasol for paradise. Hold your horses. Jin Dao swiftly produced a sign, declaring, Here is the ingredient list. The remaining ingredients require you to transport apples and exchange them for the corresponding weights. The sign read, 1 portion of hanging dragon requires 20 pounds of apples. 1 portion of pork intestines requires 15 pounds of apples. 1 portion of beef tendons requires 15 pounds of apples. 1 portion of beef tripe requires 10 pounds of apples. And 1 portion of tribute vegetables requires 5 pounds of apples. It offered a delightful variety of both meat and vegetables, akin to a hot pot feast.
Guoyang protested.
Do you really think Sister Xi would bow down for just this portion of hot pot? She has made it clear. She promised to slap you in the face. 5 slaps?
3, 2,
1. None of those count as slaps. Behind him, Qian Hao casually reached out and patted the excited Guiyang. As Guiyang turned around, the world fell silent for a brief moment. As I observed, Qiao Xi had already taken a sack and seated herself upon the ox cart, next to the man surnamed Yu, who had previously seized the seat. The two turned their heads in unison, inquiring, What are we waiting for? Are we not leaving?
Do we not wish to dine?
Chapter 85. Approaching Qiao Xi, one is bound to seek medical attention. Guiyang. The director's team, Jin Dao.
Guoyang remarked.
One cannot forsake their principles merely to survive. I have realized it. I have come to fully understand that getting close to Qiao Xi will inevitably lead to medical intervention. Guiyang. What a bully. They are my reborn parents. Once Jin Dao and the others departed, laughter erupted amongst them. Perfect. A young master is determined to monopolize the ox cart, which can carry at most 10 jin of apples. After a single trip, it will be evening, with 12 mouths waiting for their meal. It promises to be a spectacle of 12 individuals vying for a plate of beef tripe tonight.
Ha ha ha.
Jin Dao nearly dislodged his dentures with laughter. What did I say? They must be huffing and puffing while moving the goods. What of the footage from the photographer? It has been lost, the assistant replied. They say Qiao Xi, finding the ox cart too slow, disembarked midway and ran off. Jin Dao furrowed his brow. Run? That far? Would even the lazy Yuxi Nian be inclined to do so? He rode with his bodyguard, who was primarily doing the running while he compensated with money, 20 for every kilometer, leaving the bodyguard grinning from ear to ear. The producer interjected, given her direction. She is likely headed to borrow a tractor from the old Sun family. Even if she borrows one, will they be able to operate it? Even if they can they truly manage it? Her eyes widened. Beep, beep, beep. Ahead, a tractor appeared cresting a small hill. There was Yuxi Nian seated within, 1 foot propped up, his hands fervently gripping the steering wheel, executing a flawless drift. Several apples tumbled to the ground. Cheng Dong scrambled to retrieve them, trading 8 apples for $50.
Wow!
Exclaimed the director's team. 6666666666666666666. I shot out in astonishment. A tractor drift? Yuxi Nian, you possess the skill? Had you showcased it during True or False Man, you might not have ended up as the first in the Foeman group after all. Did not the sisters in the group agree not to bring up Nian Nian? And yet you still mention it. He holds grudges as small as a pinhole. Soon enough, he will retaliate through the internet. Jin Dao tossed aside the apple core and stood up, yet before he could speak, the assistant hurriedly pulled her back. Jin Dao. Look behind you. A small cargo truck made a dazzling entrance. A pale hand lazily emerged from the driver's seat, exchanging a high five with Yuxi Nian. But that was not all. Following was Guiyang driving the ox cart, Zhang Shu on horseback, and Qian Hao leisurely commandeering a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Each person bore at least 3 sacks. The space was utilized most efficiently.
Ah.
Zhang Shu, you learned to ride for filming. Why employ it here? Ahem. Suddenly, the village broadcast coughed, followed by the sound of the sports meet. Approaching us was the dashing young man on the tractor. Yu Si Nian and Qiao Xi exchanged glances, a silent agreement in their eyes. Did you orchestrate this? Uncle, let us depart quickly. The gentle, melodious voice emanated from the broadcast. Lu Sherbang's voice resonated. What do you call him? This is our youthful affair. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't comprehend. Hurry, broadcast it. They are eagerly waiting. Qiao Xi suddenly realized, gesturing politely to the young master. The tractor roared to life immediately. With a rhythmic chugging, it moved energetically, yet it did not diminish the proud demeanor of the youthful figure inside. Next, Lu Sherbang continued. It is our petite, adorable, beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, strong, courageous, sincere, steadfast, humble, innocent, simple, and genuine darling Shi. A beauty that stirs the heart. As clever as ice and snow, with a graceful presence, the lovely little sweetheart She drives the truck. A flurry of swept across the screen. Qiao Xi, did you spend money? Just tell us how much you gave. Can't our youthful fans afford it? Damn, this woman is so scheming. It must be for this moment. I despise myself for involuntarily applauding. Director Jean, exasperated, interrupted. You are driving without a license. You. Smack. Yu Sinian produced a tractor driving license. The photo on it showcased a broad grin, exuding mischievous charm. Director Jean? She turned to Qiao Xi, ready to unleash her fury. Smack. Qiao Xi brandished a motor vehicle license. Is this insufficient? I have more. Qiao Xi elegantly maneuvered, flaunting her licenses in a circle, surrounding Director Jean. Smack, smack, smack. Goodness. A tractor driving license. A combine harvester license. All types of motor vehicle licenses. Capable of driving large trucks. Wow, 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 wow. Ah, Sister Xi is incredible. I'm going wild for Sister Xi. Did you hear that? Bang, bang, bang. Did you hear that? The bathing is real. They all have couple driving licenses, is that not true? Indeed, today they have couple driving licenses, tomorrow they can share a bed. Who doesn't he know this ironclad rule? You up there, what nonsense are you spouting? I just didn't know, okay? Well, now you know, woohoo. Director Jean was utterly disarmed, her eyes glazed over. She watched as Qiao Xi transported bags of apples down. 10 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, 500 pounds. A staggering total of 500 pounds. This exchange yielded 50 portions of ingredients. Qiao Xi stood nearby, threatening. The director's team is short on ingredients, aren't they? Not prepared? Nian Nian, what do you say? What should the director's team do if they lack ingredients? Don't try to con us. The producer, seizing the moment, shouted with raised hands, we will go procure them right now. Immediately, Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow. The freshness. The freshest. Straight from the slaughterhouse. Each portion guaranteed to weigh over a pound. Rest assured. Haha, this wave is a total win. I feel so good watching this. Director Jean didn't even prepare the ingredients. She was certain they wouldn't win. I want hot pot tonight. Immersive watching of the live broadcast. Driven by survival instincts, the director's team swiftly airdropped fresh ingredients via helicopter. The guests, having endured hunger throughout the episode, shed tears upon their first taste of hot pot. Sister Xi, you are my eternal champion. They drank a few more sips, feeling the effects. Guiyang swayed his wine glass and exclaimed, let us all raise our glasses in honor of our benefactor, Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi waved her hands dismissively, insisting no. This is all I deserve. Just then, her phone rang, and she turned to answer it. It was Yi Cici, calling to report on the company's progress. As she listened, she interjected, that's not important. You should come to the village first. Meanwhile, Lu Baibai stood before Yu Sinian, quietly reporting. Aunt said to send someone back to the company to handle the oranges.
Zayi, Li Shen.
Lu Baibai confirmed, yes. Satisfied, Yu Sinian prompted her to continue.
Then,
she bought tickets for Cici to come to the village. And about the contribution money from Dazhuang, she wants you to handle that.
Oh.
And she mentioned to Cici that you two must be together. You are destined to be a pair. Both were left bewildered. What did she just say? Yu Sinian's mind suddenly clicked. Oh, dear. You must be with Yi Cici. He recalled many memories, such as the lunch where both he and Yi Cici had heart-shaped arrangements in their lunchboxes, how she had asked him to carry Yi Cici, and countless times she had given up her seat so that he could sit next to her.
Crash.
Lu Baibai stumbled into the living room. Qiao Xi was startled and rushed over to embrace her. Despite the pain, Baibai refrained from crying, exclaiming, Uncle, he has left the village. She mimicked a dramatic gesture. claiming he threatened to run away from home, declaring he no longer believed in this world. Qiao Xi was perplexed.
What?
Lu Baibai continued. He also said if someone were to chase after him now, he might consider hearing their explanation. And he would slow down to 20 miles per hour. And you could catch up with an ox cart. If even the ox cart is gone, he left Qingdong behind. You could ride him. Chapter 86. He was truly upset and could not be consoled. On the road, the young man leaned against the ox cart, an empty cushion beside him, gripping his phone. His low voice resonated in the night. Are you coming? Qingdong replied. I was supposed to, but the Lu family sent over a chilled watermelon. And she ran off to eat it. The young master hung up, trembling with anger. However, he then considered that a chilled watermelon should indeed be eaten promptly before losing its chill. Slow down a bit. He called ahead. Ahead, old son turned around, indignantly scolding. Young man, it's one thing not to let me sit on the cushion, but to slow down? Look to your right. A snail is overtaking our cart. He could no longer tolerate it. Why don't we just stop and wait for them to arrive?
I'm escaping.
Yu Xinian yelled. Do you understand? Escaping can be slow, but it cannot stop. That is the bottom line. Old son grumbled. If that were my grandson, I'd give him a good smack. 5 minutes later, old son's legs went numb, and he squatted to adjust himself when the phone rang again from the back seat. Has she finished eating? The young master paused, then shouted. What? There are suddenly locusts in the fields? She went to deal with the locusts. After catching his breath, he began to interrogate. Qingdong, tell me the truth. Is this your doing? You refuse to let her ride, don't you? The heart-wrenching voice of Qingdong echoed. Heaven is my witness. Am I the kind of servant who takes money without delivering? You have already promised me 200 yuan. Do you think I do not wish to earn it? Young master, I am nearly on my knees begging young madam to ride me. Yet, all she thinks of are watermelons and locusts. Lao Sun trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the young master threw his phone in frustration, collapsing onto the ox cart. In the village, once the locusts were released, they would be occupied for 3 days and nights.
Ha!
As she spoke, she pushed open the door of the production team. The next moment, a swarm of tiny insects surged forth.
Ah!
Director Jean screamed, scrambling for cover. As he slipped, he stumbled upon a large rat. Another slip, and a basket of caterpillars fell from above. Ah, ah, ah. With a roll of her eyes, she fainted completely. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi, hidden in the shadows, straightened up after witnessing it all. The crowd instantly became starry-eyed. At your service. They yawned and departed. Zhang Shu and Li Xiao exchanged glances. So handsome. Guiyang spun in place, consumed by regret. Regret?
Li Xiao quería.
Guiyang lamented. If only I had gritted my teeth and pressed on. I could have had a fling with her. Zhang Shu smirked. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better rein in your thoughts.
Why?
Isn't she just single? Guiyang retorted. Don't say it's just a fling. A serious relationship isn't out of the question. You all are completely disregarding us. Aren't you? Bringing up flings so openly? I have never seen such audacity. Are these stars showing any respect for the audience? At least have the decency to hide it. Guiyang's fans are toxic, right? He can't even manage a fling. We, the younger generation, haven't even stirred things up. Exactly. If there is to be a fling, it should be us younger ones first. Do you not understand the order of arrival? Fans of Yu Xinian, have you lost your way? What happened to the promised boycott? Look, she pointed inside. Guiyang leaned in and saw Director Jean just regaining consciousness, asking, what happened to the locusts in the field? The assistant replied, they're all gone. The last wave was in our room and just left. Qiao Xi had been prepared, having already released a multitude of frogs and poultry in the fields to devour them. The locusts we provided barely lasted 5 minutes before vanishing. Director Jean felt dizzy, suddenly fixating on the wall. Her lips trembled. That is. On the wall, a row of words, painted in blood-red spray, read, I have matters to attend outside the village. Flingers shall perish. Yu Xinian threat version. Moreover, all the Waha in the director's room had vanished. It required no signature to know who was responsible. Director Jean. Guiyang. Guiyang covered his mouth as he exited. Zhang Shu inquired, are we still going to flirt? Guiyang shook his head vigorously. He was quite fond of Shi Jia. Yet he had the fortune to collaborate with Nian Go on a drama. That was during his initial foray into the entertainment industry. For the next 2 years, he deliberately avoided crossing paths with Yu Xinian. Nian's eye has truly given me many firsts. Thank you. The first time I witnessed a man declaring to the camera his intention to leave without a word. The first time I saw a man live streaming his departure from home. The first time I observed a man taking all his beloved Waha beverages before leaving. And the first time I noticed a man calculating the perfect moment to bribe a child to inform everyone. All these instances were novel to me. It seemed to me that his intention was not to notify everyone, but rather to inform Qiao Xi alone. Of course not. The stubborn remarks of Yu Si Nian's fans. Although I could not fathom what had driven this man to such madness again, it was, in his case, rather normal. After all, men have their peculiar days each month. As he arrived at the entrance, just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he suddenly froze. His gaze fixated ahead, where he spotted a gleaming bald head turning towards him. Qiao Xi grinned widely, exclaiming, "Young master, I have returned to the secular world." For reasons unbeknownst to me, the moment he learned of the young master's heartbreak, his spirit seemed to rejuvenate. The world appeared beautiful once more. To witness this spectacle, he traversed great distances, disregarding all obstacles. Not even 8 monks could deter his desire to return to the secular life. Qiao Xi eagerly approached to open the car door. "Allow me. I shall assist you. Be cautious, for you are vulnerable right after a lost love." With a resounding thud, Yu Si Nian sent him flying with a single strike. Qiao Xi pulled himself from the wall and shouted, "Young master, do you now understand my sincerity? I told you then, she does not love you. The way young mistress gazes at pig trotters is far more tender than she ever looked at you." "Aha!" The young master bellowed and rushed inside. In the dining hall below, what commotion was this? Yu Zheng halted his soup-serving mid-action. "What nonsense! I shall go out. I am his father. Should I avoid him? He is not worthy." Half an hour later, Uncle Lu trailed behind Yu Zheng and He Xuefeng, dragging a suitcase. "I am feeling unwell, perhaps due to heat stroke. I shall seek refuge from the heat." Yu Zheng instructed the servants, "If anything unusual occurs while you are at home, report it immediately. If that rascal starts setting the house ablaze, do not hesitate, call the police." The entire household responded, "Yes." However, as the two reached the back door, all the servants trembled. Ahead, the young master, with a morose expression, sat at the entrance. In his left hand he held a clothes-drying pole, and with his right, he gently stroked Qiao Xi's bald head, smiling eerily. The entire household gasped in shock. Yu Zheng exclaimed, "Where are you going, father? Father? Father?" Uncle Lu exploded with fury. The young master had only called him father twice since birth. The last time he uttered that word was during an incident that led to Yu Zheng's arrest. "Extreme alert!" Uncle Lu shouted. Daily Life of Xi, Volume 29. On August 15th, the day when salaries were typically dispersed, I received no payment. For the first time in years, the Yu family had failed to pay wages. However, I could understand, as this was also the first time in years that the Yu family faced such chaos. On August 16th, the young master began listening intently to the noises outside the door. When Aunt Li entered for the first time, his expression shifted from clear skies to overcast. As He Xuefeng entered for the second time, his face transformed from overcast to tempestuous. Upon the third entry of Old Master Yu, the tempest escalated into a deluge. "Oh dear, it seems I shall bear the brunt of his wrath tomorrow." On August 18th, the young master resolved to embark on a hunger strike, only to resume eating 3 hours later. On August 19th, with the young mistress no longer around to placate him, I sensed that the master was nearing his limit. The fortune teller had claimed he would live to be 100. Surely that could not be inaccurate, could it? On August 21st, the young master began to ravage the roses cultivated by the eldest son. These were Juliet roses, undoubtedly intended as a gift for the young mistress. Valued at several million, even after discounts. It was likely that a confrontation would ensue between them. As Qiao Xi was engrossed in writing, he looked up to see Li Cheng striding towards him with a group. "You Sinian," Li Cheng demanded coldly. "What are you doing?" The young master, sporting dark circles under his eyes, turned to face him, holding a rose in hand. "I am reading fortunes." Li Cheng was perplexed. Yu Sinian continued, plucking a petal from the rose and tossing it to the ground. "You will die alone." He discarded another petal. "You will find happiness." And yet another. "You will die alone." Growing weary of the task, he swiftly stripped the rose of all its petals, leaving only 3 bare remnants. Yu Sinian picked up the remaining flower, pointing at one petal. "You will be lonely, you will be happy, you will be lonely, you will die alone." "Congratulations, congratulations," Li Cheng exclaimed. "Who allowed you to conclude with just 3 petals?" He rolled up his sleeves, ready to advance.
"Ah, look out."
Qiao Xi dashed over, colliding with Li Cheng. Physical damage, 10,086. In the next moment, Yusinian swiftly hurled a green hat from stock. It landed atop Li Cheng's head with a resounding slap.
Ha!
Yusinian sneered.
Passing by him.
Loneliness in old age while wearing a green hat. How pitiful you are. Li Cheng was speechless. Yu Zheng, on the second floor, nudged Uncle Liu, urging him to prepare the car promptly. Qiao Xi completed the last of his farm work and straightened up. Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of dust erupted in the distance. A fleet of motorcycles sped into view, with the lead driver being none other than Old Sun. Qiao Xi stood at the edge of the field, clapping his hands.
Wow. So dashing.
Old Sun, it's refreshing to see you show off. Old Sun laughed heartily. Just a small matter, a small matter. As they drew closer, Qiao Xi realized something was amiss. The wheezing figure behind was none other than the elder of the Yu family. Coughing violently, Yu Zheng dismounted, followed by Uncle Liu, Aunt Li, Qing Shi, and Cheng Dong. All gathered together. They stood in a line, with Yu Zheng stepping forward first, adjusting his suit. With a solemn countenance, he finally spoke. Come here, we need to talk.
Oh my.
Isn't this the Yu family entourage? How impressive. The one at the front is my father-in-law. Everyone step aside. I'll go first. Could it be something happened to Nian? What could happen? Even if he were at death's door, he would still call Sister Xi to act coy. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, noticing the elder's unusually arrogant demeanor that day. Suddenly, as Yu Zheng turned, a gold card fell to the ground. Qiao Xi gasped in astonishment. She bent down to pick it up and hurriedly followed along. Dad, what do you need? Yu Zheng bit his lip, unable to voice his thoughts. Merely casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Dong and Qing Shi, the two immediately stepped forward. Qing Shi said, Madam, the young master has caused quite a stir at home. Cheng Dong added, For instance, I might be the young master. The two turned to face each other, instantly turning foes. Qing Shi unexpectedly produced a red pair of underwear from somewhere, waving it in the air. You old man. Come and take it. Cheng Dong's face turned crimson, his whole body trembling like a sieve, a finger jabbing the air. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. Yu Zheng exclaimed, Speak properly.
He roared.
Qing Shi reluctantly approached, painfully handing over his diary. You can look for yourself. It contains the detailed account of the incident. Qiao Xi glanced at it, unable to restrain herself any longer. 2 hours later, Qiao Xi stood before the grand entrance of the Yu residence, weary from her travels. Just as she was about to knock, the voice of the young master echoed from inside. Hurry up, dear. Don't dawdle. Following that was Aunt Zhao's voice. Oh dear, young master. How can we perform on such short notice? Li Dazhuang added, besides, who enjoys watching people perform affectionate acts. You see, Nian retorted. What do you know? This is desensitization therapy. Before she could knock, Qing Shi stormed in, exclaiming, Ah, this is outrageous. You even invited people over. Cheng Dong seized him, urging, Calm down, brother. At least the young master hasn't he set the house ablaze. Qing Shi paused, finding some logic in that. Their ruckus eventually drew attention from within. Who is it? Yu Xinyan shouted. I said not to use the front door. I don't wish to see anyone. My heart is shattered into 88 pieces and can never be mended. There was a moment of silence. Cheng Dong exclaimed, This might truly be beyond repair. Shall we enter through the back door? Cheng Dong suggested, noting that the front door had been rendered unusable these past few days due to the young master's orders. Just as he finished speaking, Qiao Xi confidently pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 88. Who has upset you? Pufferfish, young master? Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Xinyan directly called out, Li Ma, bring me a pair of scissors. Let us see if I can't cut off Qing Shi's manhood today.
Oh my.
It's not me, young master. Qing Shi yelled from outside. I haven't crossed any lines. I'm entirely outside. Only then did Yu Xinyan turn around. In the next moment, he jerked upright, staring blankly ahead. What is this?
Li madres din Qiao Xi skin?
What are you staring at? Qiao Xi seized him, poking his face. Who has upset you? Pufferfish, young master? For a full 2 seconds, the young master remained silent. After 2 seconds, he transformed into a rocket, shooting up the stairs. A cacophony ensued, and when he descended again, his hair was neatly styled, his face washed clean, and he donned a fresh sports outfit, radiantly passing by Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi, the entire family, outside, Yu Zheng, Cheng Dong and Qing Shi caught their jaws with their hands, their eyes bulging in shock. What the hell? Let us go. I'm hungry. Yu Xinyan pulled her hand, leading her out, time to eat. Qing Shi gazed at the couple strolling away, then then turned his attention to Aunt Zhao and Li Dazhuang, who were locked in an embrace. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. However, this time he had matured. Instead of plunging into despair, he chose to halt Yucinian before entering the restaurant, attempting to salvage his spirits through an act of tearing his umbrella. Young master. Young mistress, hasn't he even tried to placate you? How could she not? Yucinian retorted, shaking him off. She spoke to me first. What more do you want from her? Qiao was taken aback, his body trembling in disbelief. What on earth does that even mean? Inside the restaurant, Yucinian was genuinely famished. For the past few days, he had been fasting diligently, eating breakfast and then refraining from food for 5 hours, finishing lunch and waiting another 5 hours and finally dining in the evening, enduring a 12-hour fast. Now, he had been on an empty stomach for 5 hours. And as he ate, a contented smile spread across his face. Suddenly, a peeled shrimp appeared on his plate. Is this shrimp spoiled? He inquired. It's for you. Qiao Xi replied. You don't like eating it? Is there a parasite? He persisted. It's for you, Qiao Xi reiterated. After contemplating for 3 days, he no longer believed Qiao Xi was doing this out of affection. In the next moment, he stood up, gesturing to both sides of his abdomen. So, which kidney do you desire from me? Qiao Xi forcefully pushed him back down. Then, showcasing a plate of fried rice, she spoke with her mouth full. Do you understand what it means for 2 people to dine alone, Yan Yan? Yucinian seized the opportunity. It means dating. Nonsense. Qiao Xi countered. It means one person has to foot the bill. I'm broke, and you have no objections. That is settled then. The shrimp is my extra treat. Thank you for your generous hospitality. She patted the young master on the shoulder, discreetly wiping her hands clean. Now reassured, Yucinian examined the shrimp with delight, his smile radiating as brightly as the sun. By the time they exited the restaurant, night had fallen. Qiao Xi had spent the previous night catching locusts until midnight, and today she was out in the fields before 6, working tirelessly all day before heading to the capital. As soon as she got into the car, she collapsed into sleep. Amidst her thunderous snores, Chengdong and Chengxi quietly donned earplugs. Only the young master leaned closer to observe Qiao Xi's face. Lost in thought. With so much idle time recently, he had been reflecting and gradually piecing together the intricate web of events. Why did Qiao Xi insist on his pairing with Yi, even claiming he should be with her? Yucinian sighed, pondering, such a genius. And yet unable to experience love? Impossible. When they descended the stairs again, they found a line of people turning towards them in the courtyard. Hello, General Yu. Zhou Ninghuan greeted cheerfully. I heard you've had a heartbreak. Are you gathering people for meeting? Beside him stood Aunt Zhao, Li Dazhuang, Yi Cixi, Li Ma, Lu Bo, and all the maids of the Yu household. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for a storm of gossip. Yucinian chuckled and turned to Chengdong. Chengdong's eyes widened in shock. Not just me spreading it, he exclaimed loudly. Chengxi is involved too. As we were conversing, Aunt Zhao happened to overhear us. She relayed the information to Mama Li, who then informed Uncle Liu, and he in turn told Aunt Zhang. While cleaning at the company, Aunt Zhang encountered Brother Huan, who was working overtime. Oh no, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Chengdong emerged, his face bruised and battered. Yucinian gracefully took a seat and suggested that everyone express their opinions. Chengdong began, covering his face as he declared, to pursue the young mistress. One must be direct. Go confess your feelings now. Wake her with a kiss. Be straightforward. Clap, clap, clap. Yucinian playfully smacked him, saying, Are you trying to get me killed? The young master has never been more lucid than he is now. Next, his gaze shifted to Chengxi. Chengxi gritted his teeth, proclaiming, being single is wonderful. Being single is splendid. The single life is truly liberating. I suggest you embrace your solitary beauty. Clap, clap, clap. Chengxi covered his face, signaling for the next to speak. Zhou Ninghuan chimed in. From my observations, she has a fondness for cow dung cakes.
Yes, remarked.
Sister, she has forsaken love, hasn't she? I'm at a loss. The microphone was finally handed to Aunt Zhao. With a soft cough, she stood up, and everyone's eyes brightened. Indeed, there stands a master of romance. How could they have forgotten? Chengxi turned away, unwilling to look. The young master, grinning, nudged him with his foot, compelling him to face forward. Chengxi, gritting his teeth, resisted, ultimately tearing one of his sleeves before he bolted away. You are all too young. Aunt Zhao shook her head. When pursuing the young mistress, one must balance relaxation with restraint, temptation through action, while maintaining verbal abstinence. The crowd responded with an "oh." Aunt Zhao continued, the immediate priority is to create some friction. The audience murmured in confusion. Yu Xinian queried, huh? Mama Li exclaimed, a dating reality show. Yes, that's it. You should all participate in a dating show. Chapter 89, young master, handsome and pure. One must never compromise, even if it means confronting your father. However, there are currently no dating shows in production. Mama Li lamented, I just finished watching one. The next season won't air for another year. Aunt Zhao furrowed her brow. Indeed. What should we do? The group exchanged glances. Finally, the young master elegantly rose. Brushing off his attire. A dating show, is it? A mere trifle. In the study, Yu Zheng perked up his ears for a moment, only to hear the meeting downstairs come to an abrupt halt, causing him to frown. Is it over? He leaned forward to glance, and suddenly the door swung open. Yu Zheng was startled, immediately sitting up straight. As he raised his eyes, he saw his wayward son, silhouetted against the light, smiling at him while holding a rose. What do you want? Yu Zheng shifted behind his desk. Yu Xinian bashfully looked up, raising the flower. Father, are you busy? I wanted to have a heart-to-heart with an elder, and after much consideration, I chose you. Yu Zheng. Uncle Lu trembled as he dialed the emergency services. Oh, hurry, please. No, there are no injuries yet, but there may be soon. Please, time is of the essence. What life and death situation are you talking about? Qiao Xi inquired, sitting at the breakfast table. Uncle Lu cleared his throat. It's nothing at all. Across the table, the young master suddenly raised his hand, offering Yu Zheng a steamed bun and a bowl of freshly squeezed soy milk. Qiao Xi? Yu Zheng? The entire family? He Xuefeng's eyes widened in fury as she kicked Li Cheng fiercely beneath the table. Lu Bo trembled and turned away, biting his fist to stifle a scream. Yu Xinian, having finished his meal, remarked nonchalantly, What are you looking at? We're eating. Throughout the meal, anxiety gripped everyone present. On the surface, Yu Zheng remained composed. Yet the cup of soybean milk and the steamed bun lay untouched on his plate. Having navigated the business world for many years, he understood that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Sometimes, what appears to be a gain can lead to the loss of one's vibrant youth. Young master. As the car pulled away, Aunt Zhao called out from behind. Inside the vehicle, both Yu Xinian and Qiao Xi leaned out. Lu Bo stepped forward, unfurling a banner and raising his voice. Young master. Aunt Zhao exclaimed, so handsome and pure. Mama Li added, just like your father. Aunt Zhang proclaimed, never compromising. Cheng Dong shouted, a man of the Yu family. Cheng Shi chimed in, 7 times in one night. Ultimately, everyone joined in unison, cheering, go, go, go. Inside the car, Yu Xinian returned a respectful fist salute, while the rest of the world faded away, leaving only a question mark hovering above Qiao Xi's head. Little Six had regained his composure, confidently stating, no need to visit the temple, master. I am now quite certain they share the same mother. It's over. Completely out of control. She yelled at Li Cheng, did you see? Yu Zheng was even joining in the cheers. Li Cheng responded, I didn't want to see. It was too painful. He Xuefeng, frustrated, dialed Director Jean's number and immediately declared, Director Jean, it's fine if the locusts are useless. I have other methods. The call ended abruptly. He Xuefeng opened her mouth, cursing under her breath before turning to Li Cheng. Last night, I saw Yu Xinian enter his father's study, muttering to himself. Go find out what he is planning. The company's quarterly earnings are about to be announced, and their live streaming is flourishing. We cannot afford to lose to them. If we do, the inheritance of the Yu family group will be completely lost to us. Li Cheng furrowed his brow. I don't want to waste time on. He stole your last rose when he went to the study yesterday. Li Cheng exclaimed, what? He dashed towards the garden and, moments later, furiously called his secretary, investigate. Thoroughly. The car slowly approached Shitsuan village. The director's assistant stood at the village entrance, suddenly jolting awake as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. They're here. Enough already. What are you hiding from? Let me analyze the situation. Yesterday, the young master left in anger, and now his father has arrived. Not only that, but he also called Sister Xi into a small room. A group of bodyguards was exuberantly discussing something, and one of them even pulled out the young master's red underwear. Then Sister Xi ran off. So, did Sister Xi charm him? Did she go there? I only represent myself in supporting the opinion above. Yu Xinian, you better not. Mother will say it again. Absolutely not, Qiao Xi.
Qiao Xi.
You better step up. If she's a woman, just take her. Director Jean had barely taken a few steps when a group of guests suddenly rushed out. Zhang Shu and Guiyang led the charge, laughing as they asked, Director Jean, where are you running off to? Director Jean was taken aback. Ahead, Qiao Xi strutted down with confidence. Following closely behind were Yu Yen and Cheng Shi, who held an umbrella for him. The young master unfurled the umbrella, causing Cheng Dong and Cheng Shi to scurry back, repeating the action twice. Cheng Dong remarked, "Young master, the sun is scorching. Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke." As he spoke, he deliberately stepped into the sunlight. Cheng Shi sniffled, shielding his bald head with the umbrella, and said softly, "Brother, I've come to terms with it. I shall fully support the young master. If he fails to find love like this, I shall lose all faith in romance." Cheng Dong responded incredulously, "What? You still believe in love?" Cheng Shi fell silent for a couple of seconds before dashing towards the lake.
Hey!
Lao Sun, who had waited patiently, swiftly intercepted Cheng Shi, forbidding him from jumping. Cheng Shi's eyes brimmed with tears. After all this time, a kind-hearted stranger had finally stopped him. Lao Sun exclaimed, "You're the one. Last time, you fished in my pond. You killed dozens of fish. If you're going to fish, do it in the neighboring pond. That belongs to Li Dazhuang, and he has money. Go ahead and fish there." As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Shi took off running. Chapter 90. You want me to go on a show to find love? Are you out of your mind? I would rather call it the 20th version of Zhou Ninghua. At least Huan's eye was audacious for 3 episodes. Our Xiaogui didn't tea last a single night. Planting in the ground and watering it, does that somehow increase intelligence? He then made a signal to the tree. Cheng Dong received the cue and immediately whipped out the bullwhip.
Ah!
Director Jean felt a chill on his head. A wig worth 299 had landed in Cheng Dong's hands. Followed by a series of swift motions, the entire director's team found their hairpieces in disarray. Tell me what is real. What is truly real? Miss Qiao. Like a young lady. Your turn. Cheng Dong shouted. The wigs flew through the air. The production team cried out in dismay. Give it back.
Ah!
Qiao Xi caught several wigs, while Guiyang picked up the discarded ones from the ground. The young master elegantly dodged, the wigs brushing past him without a hair touching him.
Qiao Xi!
Director Jean shouted, clutching his head. What on earth are you doing? Qiao Xi turned, grinning widely. With 8 wigs in hand, she danced gracefully. Nian, say a few words, she urged. In an instant, Nian held a megaphone. And Director Jean suddenly looked down in astonishment. When was this stolen? Listen up, Xiao Jin. The young master's voice emerged from the receiver. Your dignity is now in our hands. Surrender immediately. Surrender. Half an hour later, Director Jean, wearing a straw hat and dragging a plowing machine, walked along the ridges of the fields. After working for a while, he grew infuriated and tossed the plowing machine aside. I can't do this anymore. Hey. The producer hurriedly picked it up and shoved it back into his hands. What are you doing? Don't you want the wigs? Hurry up. We need to score soon. I only got 8 points in the last round. Qiao Xi said that whoever gets the first 10 points will reclaim their dignity. Hurry. She's watching us. Quickly. Director Jean grumbled. I'm blooming like a flower. A mix of chaos. Truly, it's remarkable. It's not just about scoring. I feel like she might hit someone soon. Zhang Shu. There is no need for you to hover around like a hawk. Why don't you mention Yu Nian, who, in mere moments, causes mischief and ends up with a plethora of snacks, all of which he generously bestows upon Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi, savoring her watermelon juice and indulging in treats, was suddenly tugged by a staff member. She rose and made her way to a surveillance-free lounge. Zhu Ge, you're out of the hospital? Upon entering, Qiao Xi greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhu Feng scoffed. Out of the hospital? At this rate, I might as well be heading to a monastery. Really? A friend of mine just returned from one, and I heard their vegetarian meals are delicious. I'll have him recommend it to you. She called. Cheng Shi, come in. With a loud thud, Cheng Shi burst into the room, panting, his shiny head radiating an aura of serenity. Monk? Oh, I'm just a trainee monk, earning a salary of 8,000 a month. You can take a look at the recruitment requirements. He handed over a job posting. Job requirements and salary. Abbot, 1 position 60,000 yuan month. Senior monk, 1 position 40,000 yuan month. Supervisor, 1 position 30,000 yuan month. Junior monk, 5 positions 20,000 yuan month. Trainee monk, multiple positions 8,000 yuan month. Requirements. 1 male, with a bachelor's degree or above. Graduate students preferred. 2. Proficient in reciting the Diamond Sutra and the Lotus Sutra, etc. 3. Working hours, 75 hours. Must abstain from alcohol and indulgence during work hours. Personal life is generally unmonitored after work. Zhu Feng. Qiao Xi? Zhu Feng, are you out of your mind? Qiao Xi, is this a paid position? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Is there a position for nuns? Zhu Feng slowly turned to Qiao Xi, took a deep breath, and shoved Qiao Xi out. Then, with a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. He gritted his teeth and tossed 2 contracts at her. Qiao Xi, still preoccupied with thoughts of her nun's retreat, was oblivious to the contracts. Zhu Feng insisted, these 2 contracts, one for a variety show and one for a film, you need to look at them quickly. I have to leave after you sign. Not a mistake, they are indeed for you. Qiao Xi? They exchanged bewildered glances. Me? A dating show? Qiao Xi echoed. Could you repeat that? You want me to go date? Have you lost your mind? I have so many other capabilities. Yet you insist on assigning me something I cannot do? Are you mocking me? I refuse. She stood up to leave. 1 million, Zhu Feng stated coolly. Qiao Xi did not pause. Per episode, Zhu Feng added. Qiao Xi turned back with a sarcastic smile, raising a finger in contemplation. Zhu Feng raised an eyebrow. So resolute? Just moments ago, he had assured the Director's team that Qiao Xi would undoubtedly agree, which would indeed be comical. Add another 10,000 for each episode. Qiao Xi proposed. Zhu Feng. Noticing his silence, Qiao Xi feared he might retract his offer and snatch the contract from him. If it doesn't work out, so be it, I was just joking. Haha, I'm going to be rich, she exclaimed, her final remark punctuated with a playful tone. Zhu Feng. He hadn't even begun to mention the additional endorsements and resources. It seemed Qiao Xi was not inclined to hear about them either. That could wait for another time. I look forward to our romantic collaboration on Weibo. Anticipation is in the air.
Qiao Xi exclaimed. Wow. Tell me.
Am I seeing things? Is it true? The fewer the words, the greater the matter. Did I tag the wrong person? The editor should come out and face the music. Is Shi Jie going to appear on a dating show? Oh my goodness. What about my bathing time? I cannot accept this, sob sob. I still wish to watch agricultural variety shows. You see, I told you it was just a publicity stunt, but you wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, the fans of Yucinian remain undeceived. In the official group chat, the group leader tagged everyone. Nian Nian has abundance. Beware. I feel this fellow is up to something. The responses were all one. Sick man, my love. Just look at him. He has got a romantic mindset. I don't expect him to come to his senses. I can only hope Qiao Xi holds on. Yucinian waving his red underwear. I think so too. Qiao Xi going on a dating show? Can he keep it together? Instantly, the fan group erupted. Chapter 91. Nian Nian, choose whom you like, update. The group buzzed with chatter, and the final consensus emerged. This proposal garnered widespread approval in no time. He clicked to take a screenshot, then opened another group named Bathing for Me, which already had over 20,000 members. I swallowed the bathing key. Image. I swallowed the bathing key. The villainous group over there is plotting to sabotage us. Sisters, let us charge. We should select someone to distract them. The young master typed passionately. He looked up and saw Chengdong staring at him with an expression of disbelief. Young master, you could have at least joined a fan group. That's within my comprehension. But why on earth are you the group leader? Yucinian narrowed his eyes. Chengdong, have you forgotten what my grandmother said before she passed? Chengdong immediately slumped in the car, hands flailing in the air. Mimicking her tone, as long as Nian Nian is happy, he can do whatever he wants, cough cough. So, tell me, am I happy? The young master leaned closer, revealing a grin of 16 teeth. Chengdong took a closer look. Quite happy indeed. Then hold it in and get out.
Yes.
Chengdong turned and left. Once outside, he glanced back inside and recalled the latter part of the old lady's words. Nian Nian had never been unconditionally pampered. He isn't truly mischievous. He simply seeks attention. Therefore, from now on, whether he burns his father's beard or comes out of the closet, you two, as his right and left arms, must support him wholeheartedly at all times. Chengdong sighed deeply. Old lady, you underestimated him. He is even worse than burning beards. Chengdong clenched his teeth and said to Chengxi, for the 500,000 given to me by the old lady, I will persevere no matter what.
What?
Chengxi suddenly turned around. 500,000. Why did I only receive 400,000? Chengdong. Oops, I misspoke. The remaining 100,000 is a dating fund, specifically for assisting the young master in his romantic pursuits. Chengxi shouted. You better clarify this. On the upper floor of the company, Qiao Xi approached Yucinian and suddenly pulled out wave after wave of snacks from her bag. First, it was 2 rows of waha. Then there were lollipops. Wang Zai crushed ice, green tongues, potato chips, Lulu plums, and kiss-burn snacks. Finally, everything was poured out and with a smile, he asked Nian Nian, "Which one do you fancy? Choose for yourself." With a swift motion, the young master pressed down on the kiss-burn snack. It was merely for good luck. Qiao Xi sat down, clutching the Wang Zai, saying, "You've taken my snacks, so when I discuss matters with you later, you mustn't cause a fuss." She wasn't particularly hungry either. In the next moment, Qiao Xi stood up, tore open the packaging, and sent it straight to his mouth. "Open wide. Good boy. Yes, that's it. Chew, swallow." At the moment she approached, Yu Si Nian had lost his words. It was only after Qiao Xi coaxed him into finishing the snack that she noticed the young master had unknowingly pouted, as if waiting for something. Little Six, the villain. He might want you. Swish, swish, swish. Qiao Xi grabbed a tissue and briskly wiped his mouth clean before discarding it. Little Six, all right, let us move on. Is that sufficient? You've eaten, and I've cleaned your mouth, so let us get down to business. Qiao Xi plopped down and declared, "I wish to participate in a dating reality show." She was aware that although the young master harbored no feelings for her, his obsession with green hats was quite profound. After she spoke, she anticipated a reaction from the person beside her. To her surprise, he smiled slightly and said, "Oh, this matter? Wonderful, go ahead. I'm truly happy for you. You shall surely find true love there." Qiao Xi exclaimed, "What?" She tugged the young master towards the balcony. "Are you wishing to jump down with Niu Jianxiang? You dare to be sarcastic." "I'm serious. I swear. If I speak falsely, Cheng Shi shall never find love." Outside. Cheng Shi gasped. He immediately clasped his hands in prayer and looked skyward. "Buddha, rebound. Rebound. You should know who is more trustworthy between us." The young master, with a cheerful demeanor, adjusted his attire to maintain his suave appearance. "In 3 days. I also have matters to attend to. With both of us absent, Li Cheng will undoubtedly exert himself against the company. The quarterly report is due next week. And this is his last opportunity for a counterattack. Moreover, I've heard he has established a live streaming department. That rascal is certainly gearing up for a showdown with us. Let us defeat him." Qiao Xi laughed. "I've already devised a 3-step plan, so worry not." "What are the 3 steps? Qiao Xi beckoned, and their heads leaned in together. "The first step is somewhat trivial. It can be overlooked. I suspect people have already arrived at the corporation. You corporation. Manager Li. Our recruitment for streamers has just begun, and there are already applicants. I believe you should take a look." The secretary knocked and stepped aside. Outside, a figure stumbled in, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Qiao Xi is ruthless. I share no common ground with her." Li Cheng inquired, "What?" The person on the ground lifted their head, recognition dawning upon them. Li Cheng squinted, signaling everyone to exit. Zhou Ninghuan sat in the chair, animatedly recounting, "You have no idea, Manager Li. Her slap is like a shovel, crashing down on my face. I've invested in this face. How could it endure such a beating? Not to mention the 120,000 I spent on implants. Just last month I had hyaluronic acid injected. Perhaps you should focus on the main point." Li Cheng listened to a barrage of medical beauty prices. Unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "What on earth are you here for?" "What? What do you mean?" Zhou Ninghuan stood up abruptly, tearing his clothes apart in a dramatic fashion.
Li Cheng recoiled in shock.
"You." In the next moment, a vibrant red thermal undergarment appeared before Li Cheng's eyes. Zhou Ninghuan raised his hands to the heavens, declaring, "I have no retreat left. I guarantee you riches and honor. I am here to audition as a host." Li Cheng stammered, "Why you need to leave. It's too bright. My eyes are hurting." "Oh, come on, Manager Li. I have a plethora of poses to showcase. My expertise is unparalleled. Look, look." He proceeded to demonstrate an array of ibuprofen poses. Even as he was being dragged away, Zhou Ninghuan shouted hoarsely, "Manager Li, believe me. Having witnessed Qiao Xi's failure with my own eyes, I, Zhou Ninghuan, vow to not settle for mediocrity." Once he had departed, the secretary entered. A tense silence enveloped the room, with cotton scattered everywhere from the thermal clothing. "Manager, can we trust him?" the secretary inquired. Li Cheng rubbed his temples. The act was exaggerated, but the marks on his face did not suggest pretense. Qiao Xi would not resort to violence merely for theatrics. Let it go. Meanwhile, Zhou Ninghuan received his acceptance notice, ecstatic as he crouched in a corner to make a call. Chapter 92. Off we go, to pursue love. After ending the call, Zhou Ninghuan passed a window and paused. Unable to resist, he lifted his shirt, striking a pose for half a minute before finally relenting. As he departed, the window opened. Inside, a woman covered her child's eyes, her face pale. The child stirred. Mommy. Was that Santa Claus? Nonsense, that was a carp spirit who preys on picky eaters. With that, the woman handed her child a plate of vegetables. The child frowned but, recalling the earlier wild display, eventually opened his mouth. Zhou Ninghuan relished 2 days of work. During his free time, he fervently voted on the official WeChat account for I Want a Date, supporting the chosen candidates. Everyone, gather for a meeting. The secretary announced. Manager Li has something to discuss. Zhou Ninghuan dashed over, seating himself closest to Li Cheng. Li Cheng subtly retreated a few steps before stating, Tomorrow, I will be leaving this beautiful world. Zhou Ninghuan exclaimed in shock. Why so sudden? I wasn't prepared. He suddenly stood and turned to the others. What are you all doing?
Cry.
Veins bulged on Li Cheng's forehead. I am leaving the company. The crowd fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Li Cheng commanded. Meeting adjourned. Zhou Ninghuan, come here.
Coming.
As Zhou Ninghuan stepped out, he called Qiao Xi, Sister Xi. I've just been docked 200 for my salary. Just as our year brother suggested, can I get triple compensation? Qiao Xi responded lazily, on the other end. Under the condition of not being fired, each time Zhou Ninghuan acted out, the deducted salary would be compensated thrice by Yuxin Yen. The idea was Qiao Xi's. And the funds provided by Yuxin Yen, ensuring fairness and transparency. Qiao Xi tossed a grape into her mouth. Over the past few days, she had received several updates from Zhou Ninghuan. In meetings, we engage in lively discussions, while at their conclusion, some hastily depart. During live broadcasts, there are moments of indifference. And during lunchtime, rumors flourish with an ease that is truly remarkable. Moreover, the live streaming sessions are fraught with blunders, no matter how exquisite the products. Once they reach Zhou Ninghuan, complications inevitably arise. A perfectly fine down jacket is marred by a gaping hole, and skincare products leave one with an unsightly flush.
Now.
Zhou Ninghuan is back, peddling potato chips. These chips evoke a familiar nostalgia. I recall a day when I trailed behind Xijia, clutching a canvas bag. As she quipped that the wife cake contained no wife, a notion I naively accepted, for it bore that very flavor. Come, let us purchase these undefined potato chips.
Zhou Ninghuan.
You may indulge yourself, but do you truly wish to recommend this to us? Not purchased, awaiting shipment. High emotional intelligence. I remember that day. Low emotional intelligence. These chips reek of foulness. Yet, despite all this, Li Cheng has yet to dismiss him. The reason being, the traffic Zhou Ninghuan generates is simply immense. With a daily viewership of 300 million, yet, despite the likes, sales remain stagnant. Li Cheng grits his teeth, grappling daily with the dilemma of whether to retain or dismiss him. After 3 days of this, the dating show commences as scheduled. Subsequently, a bald man dutifully announces, the young master has departed. Qiao Xi, is he truly that obedient? She feels reassured. As long as her means of earning remains unobstructed, all is well. Off she goes. Qiao Xi hurls her suitcase into the car, ready to embark on a romantic adventure. In Haicheng, the production team awaits at the airport for the arrival of their guests. However, upon learning that reimbursements are available, Qiao Xi exclaims that she would even dangle from the aircraft, disregarding any cabin class distinctions. She mimics a kissing gesture, if you catch my drift. Staff member, here they come. Someone suddenly announces. The crew swiftly raises their signs. A throng emerges from the corridor. After searching among a crowd of stylish figures, they find themselves unable to locate the familiar face. Where could it be? Staff members scan the area and push aside an individual donning a full-face sunshade, exclaiming, move aside. Don't block my view. In the next moment, the person lifts their hat, hair soaring in disarray, and then quickly covers it again. It's me. It's me. The facial recognition has been completed. Let us go. Staff member. Hurry up, run. Qiao Xi, pulling her suitcase, dashes ahead. There, over there. Like a ghostly figure. That must be Xijia. A thunderous uproar erupts in the entire arrival hall. Behind her, a throng of disguised fans, all donning straw hats and sunglasses, resembling a batch that had just arrived with Qiao Xi, suddenly brandish cameras and banners. Though few in number, their impact is formidable. One banner displays a picture of Qiao Xi with a toothpick in her mouth, inscribed with, no need, I have my own toothpick, along with, congratulations to Qiao Dad on welcoming his first spring. The production team. Qiao Xi. She takes off running, shouting, I told you to flee earlier, but you didn't listen. They planned to come to the airport yesterday. I saw it all while undercover. Hurry up. Meanwhile, the staff picked up the phone to report, Director Zhang, We are already en route to the scene. We will arrive in 5 minutes. At the seaside, Director Jiang acknowledged with a wave, and the live broadcast commenced. Heaven knows how I have endured these 3 days without Sister Xi. I have rewatched Nian Ge's The True Man 3 times. There has been no news from Yu Sai in these days. I wonder if he has been weeping alone at home, haha. Him? Weeping? Haha, as a 5-year fan, I assure you, things are far from simple. It's not him who would secretly cry. In front of Qiao Xi, he would let his tears flow, spelling out the word sadness on the ground. No one's sorrow could be more conspicuous than his. Director Jiang gazed at the barrage of comments with great satisfaction and instructed those behind him. Let us prepare for a close-up as each guest enters. Starting with the first one. As soon as he finished speaking, a business vehicle gradually came into view. Chapter 93, 5 Beauties and Their Male Guests. Director Jiang announced, "Welcome everyone to the Grand Reality Dating Show. I want a date. I am Director Jiang Xiong. Thank you to all the netizens for your heartfelt votes." Next up is our 4th-ranked female guest, Zhu Yibai. The camera zoomed in. In a floor-length gown, with a sweet smile and a makeup palette of purple and pink that complemented her fair skin, she radiated brilliance under the sunlight. "Hello, everyone," she waved with a smile. "Oh my. Zhu Yibai, the queen of the entertainment industry. She has dated 58 boyfriends. Is this a dating show? This is a masterclass in romance." Wait, Zhu Yibai is only ranked 4th?
Who are the top 3?
Officially announced is Qiao Xi. The other guests seem a bit eccentric, which is rather normal. The second female guest, named Yu Xiao, is a fitness blogger, possessing a Barbie-like visage and a strong physique. The third is Qiao Yui, naturally stirring a wave of excitement as the true younger sister of Qiao Xi. The fourth is Luana, a mixed-race model and tea ceremony master, adept in the art of tea. After all the guests had made their entrance, only one remained. Director Jiang stepped forward. "Finally, let us welcome." A roar erupted from afar. Director Jiang queried, and everyone turned, their pupils dilating in shock. Oh my! Not far away, Qiao Xi's hat had been blown off, and she was sprinting ahead. Behind her, a throng wielding cameras and banners chased after her, some leaping over walls, while others jumped over cars. Even someone on a skateboard was shouting into a megaphone beside her. "Qiao Xi, woman, you must be happy. Did you hear that? Mwah! This twilight romance. Let us charge forward. Your journey through waves, we shall safeguard you." And at the forefront, Qiao Xi, resembling a Spider-Man, was creating possibilities amidst impossibilities. Using both hands and feet, she would rather squeeze through a dog hole than walk on the sidewalk, fleeing wildly. Are these all fans of Qiao Xi? I have never witnessed such a scene in my life. The opening of this show has already sent me into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. I know like attracts like, but I wasn't prepared for this many to gather. I immediately joined the fan group. I too wish to support Qiao Xi in securing the victory. Charge forth. Strengthen our Xi faction. I shall demolish obstacles for Qiao Xi, and as a man, I will assist her in seizing victory.
Bang bang bang.
Director Jiang accidentally dropped the megaphone, causing him to tremble. What on earth? He quickly pulled out his phone and initiated a video call with Director Jin. As he turned the camera, it focused on Qiao Xi performing a backflip. Is this what one would call normal? How would you describe Yu Nian then? Shy? She blissfully closed her eyes, declaring that not only would she tear down the umbrella, but she also wanted the downpour to saturate the entire entertainment industry.
Ha ha ha.
The call ended. Director Jiang, staff, did we sign a contract? Is it possible to flee now? Director Jiang inquired of his assistant. The assistant slowly raised 3 fingers. Director Jiang's eyes lit up. Assistant, the penalty for breach of contract is triple. Director Jiang, he took a deep breath and quickly stated, "It's not that terrifying."
Is it?
Just a backflip. Oh no, she's coming this way. Director, quickly stop the zombies outside. Qiao Xi raised her arm and called out. The bodyguards swiftly surrounded her. Only then did Qiao Xi come to a halt, taking a deep breath before noticing everyone was watching her. What is going on? She stepped forward, saying, "Dinner is here. Why are you standing outside? Eating sand won't fill you up."
Sister.
Qiao Yui joyfully rushed forward to wipe her sweat. Only then did Director Jiang react, initiating the process. Please, esteemed guests, move inside. Based on the draw numbers, let us bring out the male guests. Note that the male guests will be paired with you in couple rooms. Furthermore, we will implement a rotation system. At the end of each episode, The female guests will vote, and the male guest with no votes will be eliminated from the recording, while a new member will be introduced. Ha ha ha. You call this a dating show, but it's more like a selection of consorts? The comments erupted with laughter, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. The lucky draw commenced. Director Jiang handed out the draw bucket. Yu Xiao was the first to step forward to choose, followed by the other female guests. Qiao Xi number 1, Qiao Yui number 2, Yu Xiao number 3, Zhu Yibai number 4, Luo Na number 5. Director Jiang, please proceed into the room. As Qiao Xi was about to walk away, someone tugged at the hem of her clothing. Turning around, she found Yu Xiao standing behind her, expressionless. Can we exchange our draws? Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, casually tossing her draw aside as she moved forward. That move was so cool. Forget about the male guests. Just let me be. I understand that life may not be easy, but do not succumb to despair. Consider this. Even if Sister Xi agrees, can you handle it? The bathing experience truly leaves one unsettled. However, I noticed that the guest voting released by the Director's team did not include Niange as an option. This indicates they lack sufficient authority to discuss such matters. As a few of them entered the room, they immediately spotted the props placed in the center. 5 paper doors, each as tall as a person, stood side by side. Director Jiang, please tear open the paper doors and welcome our male guests. As his words fell, all 5 female guests simultaneously advanced. Zhu Yibai gently tore at the edge, while Yu Xiao used both hands to pry, and Xiao Yui employed auxiliary scissors. Every casual movement by captivated my heart. Xiao Yui appeared quite disdainful. One might wonder if she truly came here for romance. Could it be that the Qiao family has love-locked genes coursing through their veins? Qiao Xi, why are you hesitating? She stepped back a couple paces to observe. Then, with a quick rub of her toes on the ground, she lunged forward. Goodness. Director Jiang stood up. Qiao Xi thrust her hand through the paper door, directly pulling the person inside out. Chapter 94, I am the male guest who will cohabit with you tonight. Instantly, a delicate little face with a cheerful grin appeared before her. Qiao Xi, pardon me, I made a mistake. She stated, let's try again. Was that not a hallucination? That face seemed so familiar. Upstairs, the emblem of your fandom nearly blinded me, and you still seem familiar? I recognized you. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. I'll sleep a little longer. This time, Qiao Xi rubbed her hands together and took a deep breath. Then, she cautiously reached out, gently bringing the person out. First, soft hair emerged, followed by fair skin, delicate brows, and then enchanting peach blossom eyes with a big grin. Hello, female guest. My face flushed, and I awkwardly waved my hand, stating that I am the male guest who will cohabit with you tonight. 5 minutes later, in the lounge, Zhu Feng, Yusinian, and Qiao Xi sat across from each other, the camera having already retreated when Qiao Xi carried Yusinian and dashed off. So, whose idea was this? Qiao Xi lounged in her chair and inquired. Yusinian pointed at Zhu Feng, him. Zhu Feng, speak plainly. Zhu Feng, you two stir. Qiao Xi narrowed her eyes and suddenly chuckled coldly. You go out first. After Zhu Feng left, she directly approached Yusinian. Stir? How do we stir? She grabbed the swivel chair and began to spin rapidly, bouncing up and down. Is this how we stir? Or like this? The chair came to a halt. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, stroking her chin. There was some truth to it. When money was involved, Qiao Xi was unyielding. Fine, let us give it a try. She decisively made a decision, not waiting for the young master's excitement, her gaze suddenly fixating on a certain spot. But have you fully matured, Nian Nian? Trying to imitate others? Come on, show me. TSK. Why are you shrinking back? If we're going to stir, don't be so reserved. Quickly spread your legs. Witnessing the young master frantically fleeing, Qiao Xi burst into laughter. Just as they were getting into it, a head suddenly popped in at the door. Qiao Xi. What? Xiao 6, wow. Outside, the director and a group of guests had been waiting for quite a while without anyone emerging. Oh dear, just as the show started. They're already embracing. Aren't they supposed to come out kissing soon? Zhu Yibai chuckled. Xiao Yui remarked, they might be forced out instead. Everyone behind her evidently shared the same sentiment. The director's group was particularly anxious. Family, we are on high alert. This boy is serious. Yusinian's face turned pale, and he immediately stood up, saying he would go call them. Don't spoil the mood, Zhu Yibai interjected, raising his chin. Look, aren't they coming? Director Jiang jolted, quickly instructing. Prepare the stretcher and bandages. The assistant replied, it seems unnecessary, they. Everyone turned, Trembling in unison, there stood Qiao Xi, smiling as he emerged from the door, holding the hand of a well-groomed young master behind him. Take it slow, Nian Nian, Qiao Xi gently cautioned. There are steps. Be careful not to fall. Yu Xinian shyly lifted his eyelids, resolutely thinking, for you, I will certainly live well. Goodness gracious. I am losing my mind. I can't believe it. The fans are furious.
If
he showed even the slightest resistance, I would not be able to contain my excitement.
Who understands?
They locked me up, I swallowed the key, and even jumped into the sea, disappearing to the bottom. No one can find me. Yu Xinian's face turned white with anger. She had clearly seen Yu Xinian enter through door number 1, which was why she proposed switching signatures with Qiao Xi.
No.
She must think of another way. The two stood still when suddenly, Yu Xinian looked toward the other side, his expression changing drastically, pointing at the crowd. What is that?
No.
Yu Xinian squinted. What breed is that dog standing among those 4 men? In the center, preparing to surprise Qiao Xi, Li Qing stood there, bewildered. At the Yu family's dining table, Yu Xinian's expression was magnified on the screen. We will discuss that matter when the time comes, Yu Zheng said leisurely. At the entrance, Li Ma was astonished. Master is quite calm today. Aunt Zhao replied, what do you know? He has already spent the night renovating the villa in the suburbs of the capital, probably planning to hide there for a while. Inside, He Shuefeng kicked Lu Bo, signaling him to stop talking. Lu Bo, unfazed, said, moreover, the company's issues are not yet resolved. It wouldn't be wise for the eldest young master to leave now.
Bang.
He Shuefeng kicked him again. Lu Bo continued, besides, the eldest young master and the young master have always been at odds. He Shuefeng was furious. Had Lu Bo lost his mind? Why bring up such matters? She gathered her strength, gritting her teeth, and kicked forward. He Shuefeng, Yu Zheng spoke up. He Shuefeng was taken aback. Darling, you called me by my full name, you never. You kicked me, Yu Zheng said, setting down his utensils. He adjusted his trousers to reveal his legs, which bore 2 bruises. Chapter 95. Is there a ride-hailing service? I can't take it anymore. He Shuefeng exclaimed, immediately reaching out to rub his bruises. I'm so sorry, my foot slipped. In the program, Director Jiang was nearly beside himself. His lips twitched as he loudly declared, all right. Let us proceed to the next segment. This afternoon, our esteemed guests will embark on a journey of heartfelt connections. Please proceed according to the earlier team arrangements.
Wait.
Yu Xiao stepped forward, expressing her dissent. The previous groups were for accommodations. Now we are forming dating pairs. Should we not regroup? Upon hearing this, Director Jiang found her reasoning compelling. Thus, let us engage in a game and reassign the teams. The guests swiftly gathered to play I have, you do not. Each person took turns recounting an experience, while those present who had shared the same experience folded a finger. The first to fold 10 fingers would emerge victorious and select their date based on their ranking. As everyone settled in, the blind box male guests revealed were the singer Cui Hao and the model Qin Rui Ran, neither of whom wished to sit beside Yu Xinian, leading to a swift scramble for seats, leaving only Li Qing available. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. Just as Li Qing took a seat, it was kicked by Yu Xinian. He had anticipated this moment and maintained a firm stance, smirking. The next moment, the entire domineering presence sprang up. On the chair lay a cylindrical plastic coconut opener. Beside him, Qiao Xi and Yu Xinian exchanged a triumphant high five. Alas, Yu Xinian sighed. What a pity. Such a fine coconut opener should be taken outside to have that assistant on the tree chant mantras and purify it. I wonder where it got poked. Perhaps it can be cleansed. Li Xing. The entire room. Damn it. The coconut opener was a prop snatched by Qiao Xi from the director's team. I told you so. One dares to make a fuss, and the other assists in disrobing. But truly, what pampering. Nosebleed, did you not notice? Qiao Xi is exceptionally fond of Nian Nian. She never gets upset with him and indulges him. Try letting Li Qing act out. He would be pricked with that coconut opener. Yet, Li Qing is undeniably handsome. That mature man's charm elicits an involuntary sympathy. A fair point. I choose Yu Xinian. Well said. I select Yu Xinian. Li Cheng's expression darkened, yet he ultimately surveyed his surroundings and took a seat. The game commenced. Zhu Yibai was the first to go, narrowing her cat-like eyes with a smile as she casually declared, I have been in 59 relationships. The crowd. What a stunning revelation, haha. Wait, isn't a rumor outside that it's 58 relationships? Yu Xiao, always on the front line, blurted out instinctively. Isn't it 58? Oh, My dear sister is quite concerned about me. Zhu Yibai leaned back against her chair, correcting herself. It's 58 boyfriends, 59 relationships. The crowd. No way. It's explosive. Will the lilies of our hometown truly bloom? Yu Xiao immediately comprehended, her face turning crimson as she quickly stated, it's my turn. I once liked an idol for 8 years. The crowd looked around, and no fingers were folded. Whoa. I have liked someone for 5 years, fellow fans are crying. I for 7 years. Only fellow fans understand the hearts of fans. I pursued for 2 months. Guess who it is? Hint. Can climb walls, can ascend trees, can pick teeth, snores, and wears an octopus costume. Yu Xinyan has won an acting award. Li Cheng checks in for work daily. Cui Hao has held 200 concerts. Qin Rui ran, pursued by 5 men simultaneously. Luo Na simultaneously pursued 5 men. Qiao Xi simultaneously engaged with 5 men. Qiao Xi, do you realize how absurd you appear? Have the audacity to share something we are unaware of. Male guests present. Is this intimidation? She truly makes me want to cry, even while gazing at Li Cheng's words. I can't shake the feeling that she is threatening us. Year. Honestly, I'm no longer concerned about whether Qiao Xi and my rebellious offspring will date. I'm more worried that she hasn't yet realized my child harbors a secret affection for her and might inadvertently harm him. After 5 rounds of play, everyone was astonished to discover that each guest possessed unique talents. Throughout the entire 5 rounds, not a single individual had relinquished their noble finger. Change the game. Change the game. Director Jiang lamented. The game transitioned to eagle catching chicks, with Qiao Xi taking the role of the eagle. The hen, Li Cheng, stood behind her. With the most rebellious chick, surnamed Yu, among the flock. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, the situation was dire. Begin. Qiao Xi, like a majestic eagle, soared forward. Yu Xinyan pushed forcefully, asserting that their chicken flock would not tolerate such an insult to the hen. Cluck cluck.
Go.
The old hen Li Cheng stumbled and was promptly captured by Qiao Xi. The crowd gasped in disbelief.
Yu Xinyan.
Roared the members of the team. Reluctantly, they had to elect a new hen, Yu Xiao. With a graceful slide, Yu Xiao extended her arms, assuring, don't worry, I will protect you all.
Go, Xiao.
Do your best. Safeguard your ga. No, I felt something was off about Yu Xiao from the very beginning. Have you noticed how overly attentive she is towards Yu Xinyan? Qiao Xi, you can do it. Charge forth. Shi, you are the best. Shi, unmatched by anyone. As this barrage of comments flooded the screen, the Liu family stared wide-eyed. I told you it was too obvious. Liao Xian Ro nudged Liu Shibang, exclaiming that these days, even online, one must pretend to be a bystander to support the main character. Step aside, watch me. She typed furiously. The comments flowed in. Bystander. Has Qiao Xi always been this beautiful? She must resemble her mother. The 5-year-old Liu Bai learned the art of speechlessness that day. Yu Xiao took a stance, employing the tactic known as hen protecting chicks. Qiao Xi feigned movements left and right, executing the floor maneuver. Suddenly, she slid down to pass under Yu Xiao. In a split second, the chick Yu Xinyan dove in, falling right beside Qiao Xi's legs. With a thud, he clung to her leg. This move was dubbed chick diving into the shark. He nestled against Qiao Xi's leg. The entire crowd reacted. You little rascal. You little rascal. Damn it. Is there anyone who can step in and give him a shove? I can't take it anymore. If I ever go blind, Qiao Xi and Yu Xinyan will be entirely to blame. Yu Xiao trembled with anger. Despite all precautions, she had been caught off guard. Qiao Xi shifted her leg, initially intending to kick him away. However, upon looking down, she was met with a pair of sparkling eyes, which seemed to shine like laser lights, clearly conveying a message. Fry. Qiao Xi forcefully halted his spinning kick and subsequently lifted Yu Xinyan. He patted off the dust from Yu's body, causing him to shudder slightly, before gently inquiring, Did you hurt yourself, Nian? No. It doesn't hurt, Yu Xinyan replied obediently. Chapter 96. Is this not love? That's good. Qiao Xi nodded. Zhu Yibai couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, I suppose there's no need to continue playing. Either way, it's a loss. Let Qiao Xi choose the date partner first. Why should he? Yu Xiao retorted immediately. He was merely using small tricks. And Yu Xinyan assisted him several times. It was not accomplished on his own. I disagree. Director Jiang brandished a small megaphone to urge her along. You disagree again. Why are you so chatty? If we delay any longer, it will be dark. Or tell me, What game could you possibly play better than him? Yu Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She turned to look at Qiao Xi, who was leaning against the wall, seemingly unwilling to exert any effort, and slowly sliding down. Damn it, I absolutely cannot allow Yu Xinyan to be with someone like that. However, Director Jiang did not provide Yu Xiao an opportunity to voice her thoughts, decisively stating, Qiao Xi, you choose. Oh, Qiao Xi nodded and approached. As his gaze swept across the scene, Cui Hao ducked away. Qin Rui Ran looked up at the sky, making Li Cheng and Yu Xinyan, who stood upright, particularly conspicuous. I choose. Instantly, two faces in the crowd followed the direction of her finger. In the next moment, that finger pointed directly at Yu Xiao. Her. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. What? What does this mean? You chose a female guest? Sister, it's a date. A date. Yu Xiao exclaimed in anger. Are you out of your mind? I am the female guest. Qiao Xi smiled brightly. You've been watching me all afternoon. Haven to you? Competing for games, buying for topics, drawing lots to switch. Could this not be affection? Could this not signify care? If this is not love, then what is it? Let gender not be too rigid. I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Yu Xiao crossed her arms, furiously rubbing her goosebumps. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Director Jiang had no choice but to place his hopes in Yu Xinyan. However, the young man merely nodded, stating, I have no objections, and even called Yu Xiao over to advise her. Control yourself, I know it's difficult, but do not fall for her. Yu Xiao, thus. Under the threat of Qiao Xi and the steadfast support of Yu Xinyan, the teams were formed as follows. Qiao Xi held hands with Yu Xiao, Yu Xinyan with Li Cheng, Zhu Yibai with Qin Rui Ran, Luo Na with Cui Hao, and Xiao Yu Yi with Tan Xiao. In the Yu Xinyan fan group, chaos erupted. Yu Jian Yisheng, this woman is too hard to deal with. She is so shameless. CC16, she just wants to find an excuse to get rid of our undercover. Everyone, do not be deceived by her. You go for it.
Xiao Xiao.
You can do it. Yu Xinyan's black underwear. This is a psychological warfare tactic, I understand. That guy often employs this move against us. So, everyone hang in there, Xiao Xiao, hang in there. Do not be fooled by such skillful attacks. As they set off, Yu Xiao received messages from the group, reinvigorating her spirit. Just in time, she planned to take this opportunity to make Qiao Xi take a hard fall. Qiao Xi walked behind, inspecting the remaining props at her disposal. Props panel, hemorrhoid pills 1, double-sided tape 10, each lasting a minute. Extension technique, electric shock 10 shots. System level, 29. Xiao Lu remarked. At level 30, we can check the love interests of the antagonists. This time, we can inquire about 2 individuals. Qiao Xi nodded and received the task card from the director's team. The 3 locations they needed to visit were the restaurant, the cinema, and riding electric scooters along the coastal road. The first destination was the restaurant. Yu Zhao's phone vibrated with a flurry of messages. CC Shirlu, this restaurant is owned by my father, rest assured, I've already notified them. Qiao Xi's bowl will have extra ingredients added. Yu Xiao smirked, setting her phone down and sat opposite Qiao Xi. Naturally, she could not remain idle, so she initiated a playful provocation. This meal is worth your monthly appearance fee. Such a high-end restaurant, you haven't even heard of it, have you? Qiao Xi was astonished. What? This meal costs 500? Yu Xiao. She suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. You only make 500 a month? It varies. Sometimes it's free, sometimes at a friendly price. Yu Xiao fell silent, realizing she might have crossed a line. Had she struck a nerve? She hadn't anticipated that. However, the rates had increased last month. Qiao Xi munched on peanuts, explaining, it mainly relies on our company's booming momentum. What is that saying? Stand on the wind's edge, and even pigs can fly. By the way, how is your income as a fitness influencer? Yu Xiao couldn't help but engage. Don't get me started, it's just average. Recently, my earnings have been overshadowed by Zhou Ning. She suddenly paused, glancing at Qiao Xi. The entire online traffic had been siphoned off by Zhou Ning's striking red autumn outfit, and this was no secret, making it difficult for fellow influencers to thrive. She stood up, patting Yu Xiao on the shoulder. A card slipped from her sleeve. I'll be right back. I need to visit the restroom. Once she left, Yu Xiao picked up the card and discovered it was a recruitment business card. It detailed the requirements and company address. Her hands trembled. I wondered why Qiao Xi chose Yu Xiao. Turns out, she was waiting right here. Yu Xiao, control your infatuation on your face, will you? It's practically overflowing from the screen. Are they still hiring? Can I wear a lace autumn outfit? Is that competitive enough? Yu Xiao took out her phone. And indeed, the group chat exploded, reminding her not to forget the main task. Go ahead and eat. The pasta just arrived.
Oh.
Qiao Xi took it, devouring it voraciously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 minutes passed. The only sound in the room was the occasional burp, nothing more. Yu Xiao. She pulled out her phone. Sure Lu, I don't know. Let me ask. Qiao Xi, satisfied and full, lifted her eyelids to glance at the entrance. Chuckling softly. At the door, Yu Xinyan kicked the side of his date, Li Cheng. She smiled at me. Did you see that? It wasn't he directed at you, or any other mutt, but at me, an exceptional human being. Li Cheng. Director Jiang was exasperated. Ladies and gentlemen, your task is to visit the aquarium to see the mermaids, not to observe others dining. As I stepped outside moments ago, Yu Xinyan's motorcycle sped directly behind Qiao Xi, and the entire directing team could not intervene. In that instant, an astonishing synergy was forged between Yu Xinyan and Li Cheng, enabling them to collaborate in such a way that the directing crew took a full 30 minutes to locate them through the reflections in Qiao Xi's live stream. Yu Xinyan retorted, "Isn't that a mermaid?"
Look.
He pointed at Qiao Xi, who was burping, eating, sleeping, and looking quite lovely while blowing bubbles. Director Jiang bellowed, "What about her tail?" You wouldn't understand. Yu Xinyan shot him a sidelong glance, a peculiar blush creeping onto his face. Once one falls in love with a human, legs will appear. If you don't believe me, ask Li Cheng. He has heard this tale before. When his mother brought him to my house to entice old Yu, she would often stand in the yard, voice pitched high, reciting these stories. Li Cheng, tell Director Jiang, is a mermaid supposed to be like this? Li Cheng's forehead throbbed with veins.
Speak.
The young master urged. After a pause, Li Cheng gritted his teeth, tensed his body, and uttered a single word. Yes. Chapter 97. The Setting Sun, Motorcycles, and Youth. Yu Xinyan remarked, Did you hear that? Li Cheng never tells lies. A dog is humanity's most loyal companion.
And he would not deceive you.
Director Jiang. The comment section exploded. You two are utterly ridiculous. I finally get it. I truly understand. They're destined to follow through today, aren't they? Yu Xinyan, I am genuinely going to rush to the scene. High City, right? Year fans, assemble. Am I the only one concerned about the juicy gossip revealed by Year? Year, hungry, gossipy, and more. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the restaurant.
Wow.
Is it really that delicious? Why are you licking it? Qiao Xi's voice pierced through the noise, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Xiao held a plate. Her tongue stuck to it. Her face flushed crimson as she desperately tried to pull the plate away, her movements resembling an intense, licking motion. Xiao 6. It watched the double-sided tape in the storage decrease from 10 to 9, feeling numb. Fortunately, this adhesive is only effective for a minute. Qiao Xi continued to advise earnestly from the side, Xiao, there are so many people here. Quickly put it down. We may be a bit poor, but we don't need to gnaw on scraps like this. Oh, why haven't you let go yet? Do you like it that much? Is it that hard to part with?
Fine, chef.
Pack 5 portions. We'll take them home to eat. Qiao Xi.
No packing.
Director Jiang rushed in, his heart aching as though bleeding. This restaurant is too expensive. My budget. What? Qiao Xi's eyes widened as she pointed at Yu Xiao, who had become one with the plate, then looked at the director with a gaze of disbelief. You can't be serious, Director Jiang. The child is so tempted. How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the onlookers laughing at you? Director Jiang. In the end, Qiao Xi joyfully emerged with 5-pack servings of pasta. Yu Xiao trailed behind, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. She couldn't comprehend why she had acted that way, from her mind to her rear end. Did I just watch a fantasy film? Why did Yu Xiao lick the plate? What on earth happened? Was it really that delicious? Even if it is delectable, none of those 5 portions belong to her. Do you believe it? What is there to doubt? If it were hers, could 5 portions be packaged? Would a normal person be able to consume 5? Clearly, it was labeled with Qiao Xi's name. Upon exiting, the two encountered a clean and clear-eyed youth standing at the door, hands behind his back. What a coincidence. Our next task is also a cycling tour around the island. Shall we go together? Director Jiang shouted through a megaphone. Yu Xinyan, your next task is to collect seashells. Yu Xinyan, seemingly oblivious, pushed the director's motorcycle forward, quickly mounted it, and turned to say, Director, if I become unhappy, I might have an accident. This bike is rather expensive, isn't it? You wouldn't want to make me unhappy, would you? My next task is... Director Jiang interjected, riding the motorcycle around the sea. Yu Xinyan, Dare you repeat that? But he looks so handsome. Handsome, you say? Just listen to what that mouth is uttering.
No.
His learning ability is far too strong. He must be separated from Qiao Xi quickly. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. But he really is quite handsome. The compatibility between Yu Nian and the motorcycle is astonishing. I am captivated. Sister, I advise you against it. I also fell for that face, and now I wish I could escape this obsession. Director Jiang stubbornly declared, Li Cheng will sit behind Yu Nian, and Yu Xiao will sit behind Qiao Xi. Yu Xiao was so excited that she forgot to wear her hat. Her mind was racing with thoughts of, wow.
Wow. Wow.
I am a fan. How have I changed? Qiao Xi also donned her hat and approached another motorcycle, asking, is this one? Before she could finish her sentence, the motorcycle roared to life. Yu Nian effortlessly scooped her up and placed her on the front seat, speeding away. The crowd exclaimed,
wow.
Director Jiang shouted, Yu Nian has abducted Qiao Xi. I knew something was amiss. How could he agree so readily?
Ah.
How fortunate to witness Sister Xi at her most feminine. That silhouette resembles a princess being carried. I am over the moon. Isn't it New Year's Day? Why is no one setting off firecrackers outside? I see. It is up to me to do so, right? Get ready for the booming sound. Fans, can you hear the explosions? Yes, indeed. Listen to mine. Is your family struggling financially? How could you afford so little? Listen to my explosions. How extravagant. 88 booms. Do not be too absurd. What is there to celebrate? It is merely the main character dancing before us. Let's not make others think we are inexperienced. In less than a few minutes, the screen was filled with comments about fireworks, offerings of dragon and phoenix candles, and emoji arrangements depicting 8 bearers carrying a palanquin. The scene has surged into trending topics, with the live broadcast reaching an astonishing 800 million views, setting a new record. Yu Jia took a sip of water and set down his cup, saying, Lu Bo, please instruct to hang 2 red lanterns at the entrance this evening. The Lu family fell into silence. Lu Shibang was the first to break the silence. So, this kid. Liao Xinro darkened her expression. Is it true that we are at odds with Cici? The family erupted in unison, yes. Absolutely. Liao Xinro began to drag out her luggage. I will personally go and see. I will go too. Lu Shibang pulled another suitcase from beneath the sofa. Lu Xiaoyan remarked, you two had this all planned, just waiting for an excuse. The evening breeze of summer swept through the distant fiery clouds, the warm orange light slicing through the air from the speeding motorcycle. Qiao Xi looked down at the young boy on the motorcycle, his enchanting peach blossom eyes peeking from under his helmet, meeting her gaze. The sea breeze, the setting sun, the motorcycle, the youth, each element in this tableau was saturated with sweetness, save for the sudden twist of a woman's presence. Qiao Xi shifted slightly, then again. You Sion. She whispered. The young lord's melodious voice emerged from the helmet. I'm listening. Whatever you say, I will agree. Your embrace was misaligned. My underwear got wedged. Hold steady. I need to adjust. You Sion. Chapter 98. I offended the heavens in my past life. Why don't you say it's good? You Sion. Qiao Xi chuckled, uttering hold steady, before suddenly pressing down on Yu Sion's shoulder and leaping up.
Bang!
She landed on the back seat. Immediately, Yu Sion heard a rustle behind him, followed by a snap. A devilish song filled the air. This is the feeling of freedom. Yu Sion paused for a moment, and the motorcycle swerved, charging directly towards the sea. Yama, here I come. However, the next moment, a soft body suddenly flopped onto his shoulder, lazily stating, I need a break. The motorcycle screeched to a halt. In an instant, the world flipped, and the entire island burst into a bloom of pink flowers. In his mind resounded, who brought you to my side? It is that round, bright moon. On the roadside, Cheng Dong and Cheng Shi, pedaling furiously on a tricycle, had their eyes filled with peach blossoms. Cheng Shi hugged himself, asking, what is this feeling? Cheng Dong replied, love. Stop right there. Just then, Yu Zhao's voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle. A dazzling Barbie, with Li Cheng swaying behind, charged wildly towards Yu Sion. He pulled Qiao Xi's hand, wrapping his arm around her waist, holding her tightly. Qiao Xi tightened her grip. Yu Sion. His soul nearly escaped his lips. Qiao Xi turned her head on the back seat, provocatively shifting her hips towards Yu Xiao. Xiaozi, shall we race? Yu Xiao. At that moment, the photographer, who had been left behind, caught up, and the audience naturally witnessed this striking scene. Qiao Xi.
Can you give it a rest?
It's futile, you can't. I've never pursued a star of this caliber in my life. It's quite nerve-wracking. In my inaugural pursuit of fandom, I find myself pondering whether the entertainment industry has truly descended into such absurdity. Having just emerged from Zhou Ninghuan's live stream, I witnessed him embark on a whimsical dance, adorned in vibrant green, proclaiming that this encapsulated Li Cheng's emotional state over the past few days. He even suggested that Li Cheng's participation in a romantic reality show was a retaliatory act stemming from his unrequited affection for Qiao Xi. Is it truly that exhilarating? One might wonder the extent of the emotional turmoil involved. Oh, are you afraid? Queried Qiao Xi. Who dares to be afraid? Yu Xiao retorted, her anger flaring. Let us race to the bridge ahead. Whoever reaches it first shall be declared the victor. The loser must shout at the first passerby. Fairy, return my grandfather. Yu Xiao suggested. Perhaps we should reconsider. I genuinely fear for your safety, she added. A passerby interjected, did I commit a grave sin in my previous life?
Li Xin,
Anxious that Yu Xiao might agree, quickly declared, I shall not partake. Very well. Yu Xiao affirmed decisively. In an instant, the two motorcycles surged forward on the broad avenue. The moment Yu Xiao uttered the challenge, regret washed over her. As a devoted fan of Yu Xinyan, she was acutely aware of his prowess in various sports. Yet, the thought of competing against her idol, even in defeat, filled her with exhilaration. Speeding forth, they reached an astonishing 90 miles per hour. From the back seat, Li Cheng fidgeted, suppressing his ire. Dear lady, might you consider the life at stake on this rear seat? Yu Xiao shot him a glance, smirking.
Oh.
How dare you underestimate a young heir? Accelerating to 100 miles per hour. 5 minutes later, Yu Xiao and Li Cheng found themselves beside the Rainbow Bridge. Hollering at a kite vendor, Fairy, return my grandfather. The vendor was taken aback, stumbling back in shock. Accompanying her was a burly man selling beach toys, both clad in protective hats against the sun. Just as Yu Xiao was about to apologize, she was met with a sense of disbelief. Li Cheng, trailing behind, lowered his voice to prod Yu Xinyan. After all that commotion, we have yet to see any tangible outcome. They simply divided into teams. The young master ignored him, swaying slightly, his gaze fixated on Qiao Xi ahead. Li Cheng persisted, but noticing Yu Xinyan's lack of response, he unveiled his trump card. I heard you experienced heartbreak. Yu Xinyan halted, turning with narrowed eyes that glimmered ominously.
Who informed you? Li Xin smirka.
Must I even mention it? The fact that she does not harbor feelings for you is written all over your face. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Li Cheng retreated a step, bracing himself for a potential backlash. Suddenly, Yu Xinyan beckoned the kite vendor, purchasing a shovel. Hold this, he instructed, passing it to Li Cheng. What for? Li Cheng inquired. Just hold it. Can I possibly harm you? Yu Xinyan replied. Frowning, Li Cheng accepted the shovel. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed. What was that sound? Yu Xiao asked. Qiao Xi turned, only to witness Li Cheng standing with the shovel while Yu Xinyan lay sprawled on the beach. The entire person was trembling, desperately crawling towards Qiao Xi while expelling a streak of crimson liquid onto the sand. Exclaimed Li Xin.
Ah!
Yu Xiao shrieked and rushed over. Yu Xinyan nimbly evaded and changed direction. Yu Xiao unleashed her frustration upon Li Cheng. You hit him, didn't you? You struck him with a shovel. You made him bleed. Qiao Xi delivered a swift kick. Li Cheng barely dodged. I didn't hit him. How amusing. Did he not purchase a shovel for you, only to collapse and slander you? Qiao Xi scoffed. Li Cheng. I'm in Hunan, voicing support for Li Cheng. I'm in Jiangxi, voicing support for Li Cheng. I'm in the restroom, voicing support for Li Cheng. I'm in the living room, voicing support for Li Cheng. After being helped up, the young master slumped against Qiao Xi's shoulder, weakly stating, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Pfft. I'm accustomed to it. Pfft. It's always been this way. Pfft. A mouthful of red liquid. After the expulsion, he bravely declared, just living under someone else's roof.
Yu Xinyan.
Li Cheng bellowed. Yu Xinyan shivered slightly, retreating behind Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi was ready to strike, but was restrained by the nearby murmuring individual. That hurts. She swiftly removed her shoe, striking the back of Li Cheng's head as he attempted to flee.
Bang!
Li Cheng halted. Yu Xiao cheered. Yu Xinyan bowed his head. He noticed Qiao Xi's triumphant foot, small and adorable, adorned with cartoon socks, albeit blemished by a hole exposing her nimble toe. Qiao Xi continued to boast. Look at my aim. This power, this wow. Chapter 99. Can the earth still spin without a bath? Just holding on. She withdrew her foot in an instant. It's a secret, Qiao Xi whispered in his ear. I know, the third party is doomed. Cheng Dong and Cheng Xi in the tree. Brother. Suddenly I can't recall anything, how about you? Cheng Xi's gaze was vacant. Cheng Dong nodded. Indeed, our memories seem to halt at the young master's blood spewing. It's quite strange, truly strange. On the way back, Yusi and Yen only agreed to ride in Qiao Xi's vehicle. This was not particularly surprising. What was remarkable was that after casting 2 glances at Qiao Xi, she insisted that Yusi and Yen get into her car. The two embraced, a sight that incited a desire to ship, yet held a sense of trepidation. Even Director Jiang murmured from behind. The assistant glanced at him. You don't even know. How would we know? Director Jiang pondered. Let us observe a bit longer. Upon arriving at the cabin, Yusi and Yen slid towards Qiao Xi like a boneless creature, prompting her to brace him. That's enough, Qiao Xi warned. Don't think I don't know that you spat out ketchup. Yusi and Yen. He straightened instantly, instinctively wiping his mouth.
Oh.
Yusi and Yen pressed his lips together, but Li Cheng scolded me. What? Qiao Xi immediately changed her mind. In this scenario, it was permissible to retaliate. The young master's heart blossomed with joy. At that moment, Director Jiang shouted, Gather. Dinner time. Qiao Xi and Yusi Yen were assigned to the same team, while Qiao Yui and Li Cheng, Zhu Yibai and Qin Rui ran. Luo Na and Cui Hao, and Yu Xiao and Tan Xiao formed other pairs. Qiao Xi and Yusi Yen stood together, a striking image. The earth continues to rotate even without bathing, merely enduring. Why wait any longer? Now that teams can be formed, shall I move the Civil Affairs Bureau to you? Very well. I shall go and relocate it. Look at Yusi Yen's unremarkable demeanor. If his intentions are not genuine, then the watch my father just purchased must be a counterfeit. Rumors abound. Do not let them go unchallenged. Is there no one to speak for the spatula? It is well known that Sister Xi possesses long hands solely for the convenience of striking, while Nian Zai has long hands to steady himself when encountering misfortune. In conclusion, neither of these two was born to cook. Goodness. I just realized that none in this group can cook. Yet, that is not the most alarming part. The truly frightening aspect is that there is also a mouth that demands to be fed. The crowd swiftly busies themselves with the ingredients. Yu Xiao, with muscles sculpted from dedication, deftly handles the pot with grace and flair.
Wow.
Host Tan Xiao provides commentary nearby, transforming the scene into a feast for both the eyes and the nose. In such a moment, one cannot help but feel inspired to compose a poem. The azure flames flicker, and the crimson tongue unfurls. Verdant life abounds. Could you step back a little? Yu Xiao shoots a sharp glance, lamenting that he has already fallen for the most pretentious person in his life and wishes to avoid further torment. Surely, one who cannot cook can still assist, right? Go wash the potatoes.
Oh.
Tan Xiao turns to wash the potatoes. On the other side, Zhu Yibai lounges in sunglasses, leaning back in a chair, while Qin Ruin prepares a vegetable salad before her. Standing at an impressive height of 193 centimeters, he is quite the sight to behold. Do you like tomatoes? Qin Ruin inquires. It depends on who is making them, Zhu Yibai replies, fanning herself and pausing briefly. Today, I should be inclined to enjoy them. Qin Ruin is momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Mom, I'm so smitten. Don't fan the wind. Fan me instead. Don't fan the wind. Fan me instead. In this lifetime, I must date someone like this. I absolutely must date someone like this. Meanwhile, Qiao Yui asks Li Cheng, do you have any dietary restrictions? I don't eat dog meat, Yusi Nian answers from afar. Li Cheng squints, mocking, nor do I eat pork. Qiao Xi is astonished, really? You want to eat anything even slightly related? Li Cheng replies, garlic is a no-go, Li Cheng. We're done with garlic. There is no need to sacrifice one's lifelong reputation for a moment's pleasure. The young master bursts into laughter, only to be pulled over by Qiao Xi, who then begins to chop the eggplant. Thus, the entire scene transforms. Yu Xiao stirs the pot, Qin Ruin tosses the salad. Qiao Yui fries the vegetables, and Cui Hao steams and boils. Qiao Xi and Yusi Nian, however, wield knives, crouching low as they slowly approach, threateningly eyeing the eggplant. I will chop it. I truly will chop it. No, I'm allergic to purple. Yusi Nian, it's your turn.
All right.
The young master raises the knife from 5 meters away, exclaiming in excitement.
Bang!
Half of the eggplant flies into Director Jiang's face, while the other half strikes Li Cheng squarely in the groin. Li Cheng's expression shifts dramatically.
Oh.
Yusi Nian and Qiao Xi turn simultaneously, their eyes gleaming. What a filial eggplant. The crowd erupts in laughter, leaving Li Cheng speechless. I stand before you, and you see how I resemble my former self. The child truly cannot cook. These two are quite unsettling as they chop on the cutting board. Li Cheng dared not approach any further, for the vegetables seemed to have eyes, all aiming towards him. Qiao Xi's stomach grumbled, leaning to the side, utterly famished. At that moment, a gentle call resonated. Yu Xinyan lifted his gaze to find Lona standing before him, presenting a bowl. With a light laugh, she remarked, "We prepared too much food. Just enough to share with you. You must be hungry." As she leaned in, her long hair brushed past Yu Xinyan, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Suddenly, she stumbled, exclaiming in surprise as she fell into Yu Xinyan's embrace. In an instant, a large foot soared through the air. Yu Xinyan swiftly delivered a kick to her chest, using the momentum to propel himself backward, crashing into Qiao Xi's arms, his right hand securely gripping the tray.
Ah.
Two voices echoed in unison, each more playful than the last. In the front was the tea leaf, and behind her was the decade-old incense tea cake Yu Xinyan. Luana, with tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, momentarily pondered whether to continue the act. After years of traversing the world, this was the first time she faltered. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted her tone. "Nienga, I accidentally. You won't hold it against me, will you?"
Yu Xinyan responded, "Luona?"
"Why are you stealing my lines? How could I possibly say?" "That's good to hear, but I still owe you an apology. My troublesome brother has been unable to manage his waist since turning 30, having strained it multiple times, much to my stepmother's dismay. Always worrying that his future wife would disdain him for it. You didn't hurt your back, did you?"
"Ana."
"Li Xing? How to insult two people at once? He must be spreading rumors. I refuse to believe it unless CEO Li shows me his waist with my own eyes."
"Yu Xinyan."
"Who taught your mother to draw such clear boundaries? I truly cannot bear to watch, while others engage in female competition. He involves both genders in his antics." My grandmother just passed by the screen and remarked, "Wow, which brand of firecrackers flies so fast?" Luana stormed off in frustration. The young master, filled with pride, turned to claim credit, only to find Qiao Xi deeply engrossed in her meal. Upon noticing his gaze, she quickly looked up, oil smeared across her face, attempting to mask her guilt. "I was merely tasting for you. I didn't steal any. The portion was this small when I received it." The audience, the barrage of comments. Qiao Xi reluctantly offered the last bite of fried rice to Yu Xinyan. "Here. This is for you. You eat it, I cannot." With a single step, it reached his stomach. Yu Xinyan, Yu Zhao's eyes were nearly filled with tears. She bit her lip, wanting to offer her food, yet fearing it too obvious. She turned to Qiao Yui. "Aren't you Qiao Xi's sister? Why not bring her some food? Look how hungry she is. I fear she might end up consuming a male guest." Qiao Yui swallowed a piece of meat. "If she isn't hungry, will she not consume the male guest?" "Yu Xiao, rest assured, she will not go hungry." Qiao Yui chewed on a few bites of meat, her gaze drifting towards the corner. Yu Xiao felt tears welling in her heart. She wouldn't starve. A mountain of fried rice. All of it was dazzlingly devoured by her. The one who was starving was her little one at home. Meanwhile, Li Cheng had elegantly laid the tablecloth, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and gracefully took his seat, his eyes meeting Yu Xian's in midair. He smirked and began to eat the meat at a leisurely pace. After each bite, he cast a provocative glance at Yu Xian. Qiao Xi noticed this too. Their eyes locked, narrowing in a silent challenge. Just as they were about to make a move, a lobster suddenly descended from above.
Bang!
It landed squarely on Qiao Xi's table. Qiao Xi jumped 3 feet high. What the heck? Soon after, 2 figures rushed over, clad in the same attire as the kite-selling aunt and uncle from earlier. "Clear the way! Clear the way! We need to dispose of some trash." They were frantically searching for the trash can, exclaiming, "Where is it? Where is it?" Director Jiang pointed to another side. "Over there, that way."
"Oh."
They nodded and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Without hesitation, they dumped the contents of their bucket all over Qiao Xi and Yu Xian's table.
Splash.
"Director Jiang?" I said, "Over there."
Hey.
"Hey, who are you?" "Stop." The production team chased after them. The remaining guests exchanged bewildered glances. The table was adorned with exquisite lobsters, bright orange scallops, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. What the hell is this? Tell me, whose trash includes dipping sauce? I'm bewildered. What does this even mean? Why are you all disregarding Li Cheng's plight? He just boasted, and now he is staring blankly at that inferior rib. Do we even need to guess? It's definitely the work of Yu Xian's team. They're terrified that Qiao Xi won TV full and will gnaw on Yu Xian instead. Wait, didn't you all notice? The ones who were trying to sell kites for Grandpa were these two. Who exactly are they? Tan Xiao leaned in to take a peek, unable to suppress a sigh. This seafood is truly vibrant, a riot of colors. Step aside. You're blocking my view. Yu Xiao pulled him aside, her eyes glued to the scene. Tan Xiao flicked his sleeves. Humph. Lacking literary appreciation, devoid of sentiment, no. The bowls aren't washed yet. Can't you see there's work to be done? Yu Xiao shouted.
Oh.
Tan Xiao turned around to wash the dishes. Yu Xiao turned her head again, startled. Slurp. Slurp. Qiao Xi and Yu Xian were voraciously devouring the giant lobster, right in front of Li Cheng. Li Cheng's hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled.
Qiao Xi exclaimed. Wow.
This lobster meat is so springy and smooth. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she clutched her stomach, exclaiming in distress. What's wrong? Yu Xian and Li Cheng rushed forward simultaneously. Qiao Xi looked up, grinning. Oh, it's nothing, it's just bouncing around in my stomach, being mischievous. Li Cheng, what the hell? This woman is truly something, she's a real character. Is Li Cheng okay? He's trembling so much, I'm worried. Sister Xi, what's the big deal about food? Give me a chance, and I'll make sure you all can eat a bite. All right then. The two cheerfully joined in. As soon as the door opened, Qiao Xi was immediately struck by the overwhelming expanse of pink that assaulted her eyes. The two rooms had been merged, with no walls separating them. Only a sheer curtain divided the blue side, symbolizing the boys, from the pink side, representing the girls. Qiao Xi took a step towards the blue side, exclaiming, I'm heading over there. This is far too blinding. Yu Xian remained silent, engrossed in an intense flurry of typing. In the Yu family servants group, Aunt Zhao inquired, I have a question. Have you ever heard the young mistress scream? Chengxi responded, from my observations, I would advise against it. Moreover, it's best not to frighten the young mistress, if she becomes scared. There will be no survivors in this little room. I fear that the young master might outpace the master. Aunt Zhao concurred, exactly. Young master, heed my advice. Feign fear and leap into the young mistress's arms. It amounts to the same. A real man should not worry about his pride. Winning over his wife is far more crucial, especially as the sole heir of the Yu family. The sole heir of the Yu family replied, understood. A newcomer, Uncle Yan, who was unfamiliar with the household, asked, will the young master actually listen? Mama Li chuckled, of course he will. Our young master has always been obedient. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed, and everyone looked up in alarm. Oh no, it's the master. Aunt Zhao panicked, hastily concealing her phone. Uncle Lu stammered, yes, yes. I recall that the electrical switch is somewhat unique. Where could it be? After a moment of confusion, Uncle Lu suddenly remembered. It's different. There's a dedicated room. Oh no, Yuzheng has left. That could be quite troublesome. I fear someone might struggle to find the electrical switch when the time comes, Uncle Lu exclaimed, coming to a realization. Indeed, Chengxi also has a poor sense of direction. We must show him the way. The night was tranquil. Half an hour later, the little room, which had suddenly darkened, was pierced by a loud scream. Chapter 101. Rounding up, I slept. As the lights flickered on, the barrage of comments erupted. In room 2, Li Cheng curled up in a corner, clutching his head, while Qiao Yu looked at him in exasperation. Every time I type a question mark, it doesn't indicate that I have a problem. Rather, it suggests that you do. Let us not mention it. He plays the role of my face well. She already has enough question marks on her face without my assistance. Director Jiang found it amusing. This young Master Li was afraid of the dark? He was even less courageous than Yu Xian, who he hesitated for a moment before saying, forget it, let us pretend I didn't say anything. In room 3, Yu Xian was nowhere to be seen, save for a lump under the covers on the bed, motionless. Don't tell me that's Yu Xian in there. I can't believe it. What on earth have I become a fan of? Suddenly, Mama Li realized, oh no, the young master is genuinely afraid of the dark. How could I forget? Oh dear, age does make one forgetful. Uncle Lu exclaimed, goodness gracious. We could overlook it, but how could the young master forget as well? On the screen, Qiao Xi poked the lump under the blanket. No movement came from within. Yu Xian, don't mess around, she said languidly. Li Cheng isn't here, so what are you trying to stir up? Little Six reminded her, Master, he is afraid of the dark. Qiao Xi recalled this, and immediately sprang to her feet to lift the blanket. Indeed, the delicate visage was glistening with sweat, resting upon the pillow, eyes tightly shut, and a charmingly elevated rear. In a state of drowsiness, the young master's hand continued its aimless exploration. Upon encountering Qiao Xi's hand, it was swatted away, only to attempt again, and again met with rejection. Such troublesome behavior. Qiao Xi murmured in annoyance, testing the temperature of his forehead before turning to leave. Yu Xinyan lifted one eyelid. The mere act of doing so nearly caused his eyeball to pop out. He beheld Qiao Xi, with both hands straining, suddenly exclaiming and hoisting the bed from the other side. It wobbled precariously as it was brought over.
Clang.
The bed was set down, and Yu Xinyan's feet were adjusted, properly positioned and tucked beneath the covers. After this series of fluid motions transformed him into a serene figure, Qiao Xi settled down beside him. In the trees, Cheng Dong and Cheng Shi clung together, their cheeks rubbing affectionately. Fortunately, they were alive and well. Here are 6 points I wish to express. Let me see who speaks in a tongue of silence. Oh, it's me. But she's sleeping beside him. So close. Isn't that tantamount to intimacy? I don't care. It's sheer indulgence. Utterly spoiled. Qiao Xi clicked off the lights, pausing momentarily at the bedside to leave one lamp aglow, then swiftly climbed into bed and fell asleep within 3 seconds. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring. A hand stealthily reached out in the darkness, swiftly seizing Qiao Xi's hand. In the next moment, Qiao Xi rolled over. Yu Xinyan quickly covered his head with the pillow to avoid any potential blows. However, the anticipated slap did not come. Instead, in this turn, Qiao Xi's hand clasped as tightly. The young master opened his left eye to scrutinize, then switched to the right. His eyes alternated between being open, in disbelief, as he observed once more. Confirming his findings, he then kicked his feet beneath the covers several times in delight before peacefully drifting off to sleep. Cheng Shi and Cheng Dong. The locked diary was frantically flipped through. August 20th, overcast. The young master touched the lady's hand. I feel rejuvenated. I believe in love again. If even the lady has love, why should I be disheartened? Yes, I shall strive. I shall uplift myself. Oh, heavenly lady. The young master needs no blessing. He seems quite resilient, having survived this. How about you bless me instead? I shall burn a durian, your favorite, on your Memorial Day, next month. It's a promise, moi. That night, they held hands as they slept. The following day, fans were not at all surprised to discover that Yu Xinyan had completely lost the functionality of one hand. He brushed his teeth with his left hand, ate with his left, had Cheng Shi tie his shoelaces, and even resorted to using his left hand to shoot marbles at Li Cheng midway, missing the first shot, and only stopping after being caught on the third attempt. Along the way, Yu Xiao accidentally brushed against his right hand, nearly being sent away by Yu Xinyan's high-pitched scream. Ever since I became a fan of Yu Xinyan, I have become acutely aware of the words to be embarrassed and how to write them. Don't say anything. We fans of Qiao Xi are not faring much better, spending nights memorizing criminal laws, terrified she might commit an offense someday. The group was escorted by the production team to the entrance of a forest. Director Zhang, what we are about to proceed with is... At this moment, Yu Xinyan raised his right hand and walked past Li Cheng. Director Zhang, what we are about to conduct is... Yu Xinyan transformed his hand into a middle finger, gesturing provocatively at Li Cheng. Director Zhang, indeed, it is a real person. The audience murmured. This maneuver is simply a violation of the fans' bottom line. I refuse to believe anyone who can support these two has any standards. I understand. This is known as washing fans, converting die-hard fans into general supporters, right? Director Zhang, unable to contain himself, shouted. Change your clothes. Enter the arena. Pairs of 2. And the winning team will be exempt from the big cleanup in the small house tonight. The crowd immediately sprang into action. Before changing clothes, Director Zhang instructed everyone to put away their accessories and personal belongings. When it came to Yu Xinyan, he hesitated and refused to take off his necklace. It was only after Qiao Xi came over and gave him a firm push that the necklace was finally removed. What is this? Qiao Xi paused. The young master looked up at the sky and down at the ground, adamantly refusing to speak. Qiao Xi turned and held the necklace up to the sunlight. The exterior was transparent, and inside, was it wrapped around a shrimp? Chapter 102. I have changed color, I have changed color. Qiao Xi was baffled. What kind of performance art is this? However, she promptly turned to the live stream and declared, is anyone interested in Yu Xinyan's shrimp necklace? If you want it, type 1. The factory will expedite production for all our generous supporters. Yu Xinyan. 1111111111111. Oh my, this is just too ugly. I'm shedding tears while typing one. It's a bit bizarre, but what can we do? 1. Sister Xi, when will you put on your sunscreen hood? We've been waiting for a month. 1. Those who understand business opportunities have already started making similar items, while those who don't are still provoking the rival team. Yes, I'm talking about you, Chengzi. 111 Li Cheng, amidst his mockery, coldly assessed Yusinian. It appears that no matter how abundant your fashion resources are, they cannot withstand such a warped sense of aesthetics. Only your fans would be willing to support you, right? The young master remained indifferent. As he passed Li Cheng, he suddenly pointed at Qiao Xi's silhouette, then at the shrimp, made a gesture and lazily shot him a sidelong glance with his charming eyes. Li Xing. Upon gazing at the shrimp necklace again, Li Cheng's eyes turned red with jealousy. Subsequently, Yusinian handed the necklace to Director Jiang and solemnly instructed, "If you lose it, I shall perish with you." Director Jiang turned and bellowed, "Hurry, find a password box." He is not joking. The director team hurriedly scrambled to locate a box. All the guests entered the changing room to don their matching outfits. When they emerged, the entire director team gasped in astonishment. Leading the charge was Qiao Xi. With a high ponytail, sunglasses perched on her nose, clad in a sharp military green camouflage, she carried a silver prop gun over her shoulder. Beside her, Yusinian, with a perfectly sculpted shoulder-waist ratio, long legs striding forward, black knee-high boots striking the ground, and a black gun slung casually over his back.
Off day.
Oh my! I have changed color. I cannot contain my excitement. I am an ardent fan. My dear husband.
Qiao Xi.
You, covering your nose, bleeding, cleaning it up, throwing yourself into a coffin, dying beautifully. Thinking of Qiao Xi's handsome visage, reviving, bouncing, letting out a roar. I must date someone like this in this lifetime. Zhu Jie is simply enchanting. This outfit cannot conceal her beauty. Yu Xiao, your gaze need not be so blatant. Admit it. You are indeed a fan of Yusinian. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi received a notification from Xiao 6, his shock value surpassing 29, earning him the item, Tadpole Looking for Mother. Upon opening it, he found, name, Tadpole Looking for Mother. Function, can designate a human to learn how to swim. Qiao Xi mused, Xiao 6, this item is increasingly aligning with my desires. Beside him, Li Cheng, Luo Na, and Yu Xiao exchanged glances and formed an alliance. Followed by Zhu Yibai, Qin Rui ran, and Tan Xiao joining in. Li Cheng declared, "Let us first target Yu Xinyan. He is an adept marksman. And one must capture the king before the thieves." Yu Xiao scoffed, a cunning stepson. Just because he is skilled with a gun does not mean he deserves to be attacked. Qiao Xi is the greater threat. If you leave Qiao Xi alive, do you believe she won't eliminate us all? Is Nian Nian's lethality greater than hers? It is not that I underestimate Nian Nian. A mere toe from Qiao Xi could crush her. Who is the true king here? With such ignorance, how do you expect to run a company? What a pure ginseng chicken, devoid of tricks, no embellishments, just straightforward insults. Do we need to choose a date for that? Goodness, Nian Nian has called it out. Everyone, we know you are an undercover, but we will grant you some grace and not expose you just yet. In a split second, alliances formed and dissolved. Can you resolve your internal issues first? The volume of their voices was outrageous. The actual person stood nearby, listening to the insults directed at him. Yu Xinyan shot Yu Xiao a sidelong glance. Yu Xiao, realizing her folly, quickly added, "Of course. Yu Xinyan is wonderful. Quite handsome, indeed. Aside from his questionable intellect, he has no other flaws. He is kind-hearted and occasionally rescues small animals." After saying this, she felt a wave of nausea and could not continue. Director Jiang stepped in to mediate. The guns are loaded with paint. Shots to non-vital areas, such as arms or legs, require you to feign injury. A hit to a vital area will trigger the sensors in your clothing, determining instant death. Survive until the end to win. With that, everyone prepared to commence. As the words fell, two figures swiftly ascended the trees. Director Jiang exclaimed, "There's a door over there." Qiao Xi and Yu Xinyan could no longer hear. Their figures vanished. Goodness! Yu Xiao was in a frenzy. What a primate! Quick! Pursue them! The group raced forward. Upon entry, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Beneath towering trees, sunlight was obscured, the ground entwined with eerie vines. While discarded containers and factory scenes adorned with sewer repair advertisements created a strikingly realistic environment. Yu Xiao's hair stood on end. How terrifying! At that moment, a small advertisement suddenly floated down from above. Smack!
Ah!
Yu Xiao screamed. Upon glancing at the small card, it read a substantial reward for a child. Yu Xiao chuckled. Li Cheng abruptly lifted his head, instantly aiming his gun at the treetop.
Bang!
The leaves rustled, and the spot where a figure had once stood erupted in a burst of red paint. They were here, back to back, assembling.
Li Sheng Shota.
The group leaned against one another, guns raised, beginning to rotate. After 2 minutes of this, Zhu Yibai could no longer contain himself. Don't you think we look a bit foolish? Silence fell over the group, clearly acknowledging the truth in his words. Let us stop spinning, Tan Xiao said, removing his glasses. I'm feeling dizzy. How about we enjoy the scenery instead? Look at those distant, towering mountains. Click, click, click. 5 guns were suddenly aimed at his head.
Tan Xiao. Bo Wei Tan.
There's a reason why Yu Xiao has been urging you to keep quiet. They truly have me in tears, and they haven't even forgotten to load their weapons.
Bang!
A sudden commotion ensued. Li Cheng swiftly recoiled his hand, but it was too late. A splash of red paint struck his right chest. He glanced down, drawing his gun immediately. The figure in the tree darted away. Bang, bang, bang. None of the shots found their mark. Then, a voice emerged from a megaphone. Qiao Xi, director. Li Cheng is breaking the rules. He isn't acting like he is injured. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang immediately sought to respond. Yet he struggled to locate the megaphone for a while. An assistant pointed to the tree above. Jiang? He could only shout. Li Cheng. You must act. Immerse yourself in the role. Gritting his teeth, Li Cheng could only press his hand to his chest and groan.
Bang!
Another splash of paint hit his backside. The atmosphere instantly intensified. Qiao Xi, invigorated, shouted. Nian Nian, split up. Understood. 2 figures leapt from the trees. Qiao Xi clung to a tree, propelling himself onto a container with a rather ungraceful posture, yet his movements were remarkably nimble. Quick, take her down. Yu Xiao yelled.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Qiao Xi executed a double speed spin in midair. His agile form rendered him untouchable, and in an instant, he was surrounded by scattering red paint. In another part of the scene, Yu Nian dangled from a tree, shooting Tan Xiao in the leg. Ouch! Tan Xiao dramatically fell to the ground. With a swift kick against the tree trunk, Yu Nian vaulted higher, aiming his gun at Li Cheng.
Bang!
Li Cheng barely dodged, the paint grazing his ear.
Nian Nian now.
Qiao Xi tossed the gun over and commanded, eliminate them all. At your command. The young master saluted, and as he turned, he twirled his gun with a smirk. Mr. Li, you have 5 seconds to flee.
5.
Li Cheng immediately turned and ran. Could you at least hesitate for a second? You wouldn't understand. This is clearly someone seasoned. Yu Nian won. The moment was set in motion. Yu Xiao shouted. Yu Nian. One must uphold integrity. Who taught you to count down like that? The young master, seemingly unfazed, executed a graceful roll, deftly maneuvering to Qiao Xi's side before unleashing a barrage upon Li Cheng. Yu Xiao, momentarily speechless, covered his nose, fearing something might fall. So charming and dashing. Balancing love and conflict, it must be you, Yu Nian. Oh my goodness, truly handsome. Sister Xi, will you join? If not, I might just unfollow you. Consider this a threat. Did you hear me? Li Cheng was quite astute, waiting until Yu Nian had descended from the window before making his escape. Subsequently, he fled while being pursued, a flight as futile as one attempting to soar with clipped wings. In the midst of their scuffle, they clashed fiercely. Ultimately, while Li Cheng was crouched, observing the situation, a chilling sensation suddenly pressed against his head. He looked up to see Yu Nian's upside-down face, grinning mischievously.
Li Cheng, bang!
It's over. Director Jiang emerged, declaring the victors, Qiao Xi and Yu Nian. The Yu family erupted in applause. The young master has triumphed. Lu Bo turned to high-five someone, excitement bubbling over. Only to realize, old master? I came to see what laziness you were indulging in. He sneered. Clearly, none were working diligently. Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes. Men.
Yu Zheng, on sight.
Yu Nian, beaming, collected his weapon, eager to find Qiao Xi. As the cameras withdrew, a sarcastic voice echoed from behind. Sometimes, I truly envy you. Yu Nian ignored him, in high spirits, waving at Qiao Xi. Li Cheng wiped the paint from his face, stepping aside, feeling neglected and unloved. Finally finding someone to cherish, yet he had to rush after them. If I were you, I wouldn't possess such optimism. The smile faded gradually. As Yu Nian turned again, his fists clenched. You fool, prepare to fight. His veins bulged as he swung his arm. Li Cheng did not flinch, even welcoming the attack. What the heck? On the other side, a shout rang out. You laughed. Qiao Xi has fallen. Yu Xinyan's expression changed abruptly. He withdrew his hand and dashed away. Hospital. Ouch, doctor. Can I have anesthesia? Qiao Xi lay on the bed, screaming in agony. Doctor, no one receives anesthesia for a fall on their backside. Yu Xinyan protested. How can that be true? It's split in two. This is serious. Won't you take another look? Doctor, but the backside is naturally divided into two halves. Yu Zheng entered, and the doctor sighed in relief, immediately stating, President Yu, the patient is not gravely injured. Her constitution is robust, merely a flesh wound. Moreover, she managed to self-rescue during the fall, so there are no significant issues.
She just needs some rest.
Qiao Xi sighed from the bed. Had she known, she shouldn't have meddled in that commotion. She merely wanted to see Yu Xinyan's reaction. Forgetting she was still on the rooftop, and stepped into thin air. What a misfortune. Xiao Six remarked, Master, this fall has elevated your shock value to level 30. Aside from the props, you can now check the villain's affection level and unlock a new system feature, time travel. Where to travel? Fine. Let us set that aside for now. Let's check the affection level and see how far it's progressed with ECC. Xiao Six examined it, revealing a glaring 0. Only one query remains. Qiao Xi pondered thoughtfully. Not ECC, not Qingxi, nor Yihan. Whom should I inquire about? Let us set it aside for now and investigate once the suspect appears. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the phone rang. Zhu Feng directly inquired, Are you injured? Qiao Xi, thinking he was about to scold her, immediately distanced the phone, only to be met with Zhu Feng's excitement. Perfect timing. We can head straight to the set. The script was sent to you a couple of days ago, and there's a scene where you get injured. I was worried you might struggle with it. Ha ha ha. I'll inform the director right away to move today as schedule up. You need to learn your lines. We're going on set immediately. Half an hour later, Qiao Xi sat in silence, scrutinizing the script before lifting her gaze to Zhu Feng and director Ning Lan. Ning Lan was renowned for her artistic romantic films. This particular project was a road movie, aptly set in High City, where they had been waiting for the evening glow of the fire clouds to shoot the vast landscapes, and their timing was serendipitously aligned. In the script, the female lead and male lead experience a whirlwind romance upon their first encounter, embarking on a passionate journey during their travels. The supporting characters also had noteworthy arcs. For instance, the second female lead was a resilient CAF owner who had locked her heart away for years until she met a persistent younger suitor, leading to a substantial subplot filled with emotional intricacies. Unfortunately, Qiao Xi was cast as the second female lead, the tenacious CAF owner. So, who plays the second male lead? She inquired. Just then, the door swung open. The young master made a flamboyant entrance, fully made up. With a sudden clap, Qiao Xi sprang to her feet. Zhu Feng immediately thrust the contract toward her. The glaring text reading, the script includes 3 kissing scenes and 1 intimate scene. Actors must fully cooperate with the director's team. Flipping further, she found her bold signature, a flourish of strokes. After getting her makeup done, Qiao Xi's wheelchair whirled chaotically in the fitting room.
Hey.
If I jump out of this window now, can I get half the points? We could just end the task early. She pointed at the second floor window. You really are struggling to earn that money. How about this? Do you have any props that could transform Yu Xinyan's face into my own? That night, you seem to manage just fine. The suggestion was made. If all else fails, perhaps a drink? With a click, the door opened, and light flooded in briefly before receding. The young master approached directly. The director wants us to rehearse. Qiao Xi slumped back in her wheelchair. Let us take it slow. I know this is a lot for you. I can handle it. Yu Xinyan is just a script. I am an Oscar winner. I know exactly why you're struggling.
Why?
Their gazes locked, conspiratorial. Yu Xinyan leaned in and whispered, You don't see me as a man. Well, I see you as. She hesitated to utter the word son, fearing it might trigger his melancholic tendencies again. Instead, she smiled and said, A relative.
He caught that.
The young master continued, Then let us shift our perspective starting now. You think it's that easy to change my mind? In the next moment, Yu Xinyan reached out, pulling her wheelchair closer. Let us see. With that, he lowered his head and kissed her. Chapter 104. By the way, this was my first kiss. In a reflexive action, Qiao Xi delivered an elbow strike. Yu Xinyan had anticipated this, effortlessly blocking it with one hand, leaning in to press his lips forward, and they remained locked together. As their eyes widened in surprise, for hands above struck out in a flurry of punches. A slap, slap.
Slap.
In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of a brawl. At the doorway, Qiao bit down on his fist, eyes wide in disbelief. Was this happening too quickly? Dong was equally concerned, lamenting how reckless this young master had always been since childhood. Though the young mistress appeared resilient, such a collision could be detrimental.
Bang.
The door swung open. The young master's figure flew out from the air.
Goodness.
Dong and Qiao caught him, one cradling his head, the other grasping his legs. Yen propped himself up with one hand, reclining elegantly. Apart from a slight swelling in his ear, his entire head radiated with a rosy hue, and he discreetly licked his lips. Turning to Qiao, he declared, 5 seconds. We kissed for 5 seconds. Qiao and Dong exchanged incredulous glances. Only 5 seconds. How could he be smiling, young master? Shouldn't your standards be a bit higher?
Put me down.
Yen pushed them away and dashed back inside. Dong and Qiao overheard the young master's enthusiastic chatter about how scripts were meant to be followed, mentioning his first kiss. And how he wasn't particularly eager to pursue this role. It was merely the director's decision. Eventually, Qiao Xi, her expression darkening, pulled him out and tossed him aside, commanding, "Just shoot it. Quickly." In this industry, whether one advances or retreats, the stakes remain high. Surprisingly, a kiss proved effective. The young master's lips were sweet and soft, reminiscent of a doughy treat, and she found herself unperturbed, likening it to kissing a freshly born pink piglet. With this thought, Qiao Xi's mind shattered the boundaries of restraint as she swiftly changed her attire and hurriedly wheeled herself to the set. The first scene took place inside a car. After her makeup was done, Qiao Xi appeared in a simple yet elegant long dress, with a braided hairstyle that instantly transported viewers into a picturesque Jiangnan water town. The director, Ning Lan, was taken aback, astonished by the malleability of her features.
Bang.
Qiao Xi leaped, refusing any assistance, using her strength to propel herself from the wheelchair onto the seat, letting out a cry of pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Truliakila ninglan remarket stiffly. Open your eyes. Hurry, aren't we capturing the sunset? Qiao Xi poked her head out, questioning the delay. Was the moon tardy, or would the sun wait for your 996 schedule? The entire crew, just moments ago, a few staff members had been enthusiastically shouting about how they wanted to follow her on Weibo, only to promptly rescind their follows. Yen immediately boarded the vehicle, clad in a loose light blue shirt over a white tank top, his sunglasses worn backward, exuding a refreshing youthful aura. The moment these two appeared together, a wave of excited screams erupted. What a perfect pairing. No wonder the director frequently lingered in the chat. It was indeed captivating. Ning Lan swiftly turned, shooting them a disapproving glare, her face flushed. What nonsense are you all spouting? Outside the scene, Yen's fans formed a circle, having just received notice and rushed in from various locations. Yu Xiao stood at the forefront, teeth clenched. This wretched brat has even landed a movie role, and he plays the second male lead. Surely it's just to have physical contact with Qiao Xi. Concerned voices arose. It seems to be a romantic scene. There won't be any embraces, will there? Yu Xiao replied, embraces? You underestimate him. I have a foreboding feeling. Well, it is what it is. Let us just observe for now. Inside the car, the first rehearsal commenced. As they witnessed Yen break, unbuckle his seatbelt, and lean in for a kiss, a chorus of fans erupted in screams. Yen. Are you filming a kissing scene? You're doing this for your mother?
Yen.
You're quite audacious. Have you entered your rebellious phase? Who on earth got you this dreadful role? Your manager, right? Your team? ISNT it. I'll have words with them. Yen poked his head out, yelling, mind your own business. Yu Xiao sprawled on the ground, defeated. Sister Xiao, we absolutely cannot just stand by and watch. A fan exclaimed, what about the studio? At home, manager Pan Ping was caught off guard. As the chaos unfolded from the set, laughter dwindled, finally ceasing. He squinted, realizing it was Yu Xiao at the forefront. Holy crap. Run. This is it. That little rascal Yen has landed us in deep trouble. Stop eating, jump out the window. Escape through the window. On set. Ning Lan concluded a scene and declared, Scene 56, take one rolling. Inside the car, when Yao asked, does your stomach still hurt? Sin Lang nodded, it hurt. Yet he was unsure if it was his stomach. He unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled Wen Yao's hand to his abdomen. Sister, can you check if this is my stomach? Wen Yao promptly retorted, I can't tell if that's your stomach, but this is my hand, not a machine. I can't feel anything. Ningla ning directed. Is this really the original line? The original line was, "How can I possibly tell?" She waved her hand and shouted at the car, "Begin the kiss." Moving closer. Yes, just like that. And Wen Yao, don't be like a wooden puppet. Engage with your eyes. Engage with my eyes? Qiao Xi looked up at Yu Xinyan's gaze, her heart racing. What a bold move. He truly is audacious. Kiss him. Ning Lan was already shouting, her hands itching to intervene. The assistant director restrained her, gesturing to her phone taking pictures, whispering, "Your fandom is too obvious." Ning Lan disregarded him, snapping several more photos. Excitement causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Say the lines. Inside the car, Wen Yao asked, "What does that mean?" Silence fell for a moment. "This is what it means." Xin Lang leaned in and directly kissed her. Their soft lips met, igniting a warmth that enveloped the scene. The production crew joined in, ah. On the beach, a group of extras selling kites shouted, "Oh." A small figure wearing an Ultraman mask pointed at the car, saying, "Andy and Uncle are kissing." Before she could finish, someone swiftly covered her mouth. The kite-selling aunt spun her around, saying, "White Bai, don't look. They are just playing a game." "You're lying." Lu Bai stamped her foot. "They are kissing." She loves him, he loves her, and thus they can have a fair-skinned child. Lu Shibang beside them gritted his teeth. "Lu Cheng, you rascal. What nonsense have you been teaching?" "Uncle, it's what you taught me last time when you were drunk," the little voice chimed in with a giggle. Lu Shibang. Liao Xinro fiercely jabbed him with a kite.
Ah.
"My mistake, my dear wife, I was wrong." In the car, the young master was kissing. Yet before Qiao Xi could react, he himself succumbed, burying his face in her shoulder, revealing only his fleshed earlobes. Chapter 105. Yusinian, damp and sticky. Qiao Xi, with a face full of exasperation, pushed him away. "Stop panting, ancestor. Breathe through your mouth. Do you wish to suffocate yourself? Were you a breathing machine in your past life?" His mind muddled. The young master could only hear the last two words. "You keep your voice down. It would be bad if the staff hears." He squirmed against her shoulder. "Qiao Xi." She shouted, Director, is it done? Please remove this thing. Hurry up." Ning Lan, suppressing her excitement, said sternly, "No. The emotions are off. We need to do it again." "Again?" Qiao Xi pointed at the soft, puddle-like figure next to her. "Do you think he can manage?" In an instant, Yusinian sprang up, immediately engaging in drunken boxing, swaying as he declared, "Makeup artist. Touch me up." The makeup artist. This was the first time in her career she encountered such a flushed face. She could only do her utmost. Qiao Xi waved her hand, removed her makeup, shook off the sticky young master, and headed to the hospital for a bandage change. Little Six, still dazed, had not yet recovered from the excitement and shyly asked, "Master, how do you feel?" As Qiao Xi leaned over to change her bandages, she winced at the painful spot. "Ouch. Take it easy. How do I feel?" "I feel damp and sticky." Little Six. Yusinian was entirely damp and sticky. She bared her teeth, stepping down from the hospital bed. "Is this fellow not right? Was he like this when I first met him?" Qiao Xi could not recall clearly. Having repeated the same tasks countless times, she had long been accustomed to this routine and hardly paid attention to the mental state of her targets. Yet, it was precisely with Yusinian that things went awry. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. Qiao Xi decisively declared, "Let's go and delve into his mental world." Traversing through time and space. Little Six exclaimed excitedly, "All right, Master, after using the function, time will pause here. Everything that occurs in that timeline will not affect our current development, and you'll be assigned a suitable identity to enter the Yu family." "So, what is my identity?" "The servant responsible for cleaning toilets in the Yu family, Aunt Qiao." As soon as little Six's voice fell, Qiao Xi's vision darkened. She thought she had fainted from anger. But upon regaining focus, she found herself standing at the entrance of the Yu family 20 years ago, holding a beautifully crafted red toilet plunger. The role-playing was quite complete. Qiao Xi looked up and assessed her surroundings. Not to mention this was the Yu family, she would not have recognized it otherwise. Because this place is starkly different from the renovations that followed, it now gleams with opulence, exuding an air of ostentation. The familiar voice resonates at the entrance. Accompanied by a pair of twins, one with a round face and the other with a square visage, their features almost indistinguishable. The round-faced twin exclaims, "Brother, is this the wealthy household we are to visit?" The square-faced twin retorts, "Sure. Lower your voice. We don't want them to overhear us. They might think we're unsophisticated and offer us a meager salary." Aunt Zhao interjects, "Qiao Xi. Well done, Chengdong and Chengxi. At 7 years old, you have already grasped the essence of life, she continues, leading the twins inside. As they pass Qiao Xi, she halts, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. And Qiao Xi flashes a toothy grin. Who are you? Aunt Zhao inquires. Qiao Xi raises the plunger in her hand. Aunt Zhao quickly comprehends. Ah, you are here for the ritual? The master is waiting for you inside, do go in. With a gentle push, she adds. The news of the lady's passing has just arrived. Tread carefully with your words, and do not invite misfortune. Little Six explains, at this moment, the antagonist's mother has just passed away. Qiao Xi retracts her legs. She died here? Inside? No, his mother had a brief affair with Yu Zheng. And he is the child of that union, the epitome of Yu Zheng's unattainable desire. Yu Zheng had always wished to marry her, but she declined, eventually sending him a child before embarking on a journey around the world. Prior to this revelation, Yu Zheng had been oblivious to his offspring and consequently never accepted the antagonist. So, Yu Si had not seen his mother for 7 years? Indeed, Little Six confirms. It was a marriage of convenience. Flipping through the information, they note that the antagonist's mothers will express a desire for her son to live a life of abundance, free from worry. Thus, Yu Zheng began to expand his family's business, marking the onset of the Yu family's rise. The character biography also reveals that Yu Zheng was infatuated with love, attempting to numb himself through romantic entanglements, only to encounter increasingly unworthy partners, ultimately resigning himself to a business marriage with He Xuefeng. The He family had long-standing ties with the Yu family, and after the antagonist's mother's death, He Xuefeng frequently accompanied Li Cheng into the Yu household. As this conversation concludes, a high-pitched voice suddenly pierces the air. A Zheng, He Xuefeng, clad in a pristine white Chanel ensemble, flits past Qiao Xi, rushing inside. Qiao Xi steps back, her interest in such melodramatic affairs waning. She is more curious to see if the 5-year-old young master is engaged in some mischief. Navigating with ease, Qiao Xi wanders through the courtyard, guided by Aunt Zhao towards the rear garden. You know your mother has died, correct? You will never see her again. A chillingly youthful voice cuts through the air. Once my mother marries here, this will be my home. The 8-year-old Li Cheng stands resolutely in the garden, his small figure emanating an imposing presence. I am speaking to you. Do you not hear me? Of course. You do not have a mother to teach you manners. Li Cheng shouts, covering his mouth in mockery. Chengxi peeks out from behind a tree, brandishing a handful of yellow mud. Hey, watch this. Chengdong rushes forward, and they engage in a playful tussle. Throughout this commotion, the little dumpling seated on the stone bench remains silent, her head bowed.
Top.
The plunger taps twice on the table. The little dumpling lifts her gaze. His obsidian eyes sparkled with a gem-like clarity, adorned with a British-style hat, and clad in a petite jacket and leather shoes. His fair, delicate face betrayed no emotion. Have you lost your voice? Qiao Xi abruptly pulled him up.
Hey.
The young master immediately kicked his legs. Aren't you quite capable now that you've grown up? Watch closely, dear Qiao. I shall teach you a little something called you have no mother. She grasped the young master's hand and delivered a left hook.
Bang.
It connected directly with Li Cheng's face.